studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The ball hit hard out into left field. Palacios on the move. He won't get it. It falls for the base hit. Seager around third, coming in to score, and hustling into second with a stand-up RBI double is Wyatt Langford.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. There's three of us here today, but not the normal three.
No, I'm outnumbered today.
You are outnumbered today. I don't know what that means.
Two Italians.
Well, yeah, that's true. I don't know if Sean's got any Italian in him. But we do have another Paisan today. The great Eric Chiafalo.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning.
Fist pump hour.
Yeah, fist pumping like champs this morning.
Yeah, buddy. I'm very upset, though, because he cut his hair. That really bothered me.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, this is the first time you're seeing it.
Yeah, I was pretty bothered by that one.
I'm actually marveling at you. I haven't seen your new soda body in person, and I'm blown away.
Oh, thank you.
I mean,
yes.
the jawline, the facial structure, all of that
stuff.
stuff.
I cut the beard shorter and everything. I went with I went more Chiafalo length in the beard. I had a little bit more belt length before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As you tried to hide hide a couple of things.
You got to hide the fat face, man.
I've been there. Totally been there.
They call it belt length. That's generally what it's referred to as. So that's you use the right terminology. Is that really what it's called? Yeah, belt length. Mm-hmm.
It's not real.
Like to describe a fat face?
I think just to describe a lot of things. You could describe it as belt length. So.
Is that what? Okay. Mm-hmm. I like it. Man, it's good to see you here, man.
It's great to see you guys.
How did we wrap you into this?
I don't know because when I woke up at 4, I have like one of those didn't sleep enough headaches, and it's like because your body, like tonight I will go to sleep early. Last night there was no way because I'm still on a normal person life schedule. So at like 10:30 I'm like I gotta go to sleep.
But you usually text us a lot like when you're at the gym at like 5 a.m. So you don't normally get up early?
I'm usually up by now, but the difference between getting up at 4 and like 5:15 is huge.
Oh, it's massive.
It's huge.
You hear that? That's why I come in at 6.
I know. I know why you come in at 6.
I was actually pretty amazed at how many cars were on the road. I'm like, I haven't been on the road at 4:15 in the morning in a long time, and it was pretty rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
Like, man, there's a lot of people getting after it right now. The grind don't stop.
It was like that last week. I felt like last Monday was packed on the road. And it's like and I hit up Twitter, and they were like, yeah, we're all on our way to vacation. I'm like, where are you driving to?
Dude, that's
driving to Galveston?
That's the key.
You and Barkley?
That's the key to any good road trip is getting up in the middle of the night and hammering the first, half of the
red
trip
eye, baby.
Before most people, red eye style. That's always been the best way to do it. And as a kid, you're just like hoping to stay asleep from bed to car.
Yeah.
So you can just sleep through the first like 6 hours of the trip.
Y'all done a red eye flight?
I've never done one, no.
Well, you have with Cowboys.
Oh, yeah, okay, I guess, yeah, just because, but I feel like that's so different and unique anyway. We're doing TSA at the stadium and just getting walked up on the plane. So I've never done one as like an actual
TSA
airline.
At the stadium?
Yeah, so they don't have time they want to when they get to the tarmac, they want to load everything up on the plane and get you on there. So as you're leaving the stadium to get on the buses, they have TSA there to check you at the stadium. And then you never get off the bus, and so they let you get right on the plane.
Wow, you done a red eye?
Yeah, we have to do it basically every time we leave a trip from like spring training or Oxnard or whatever. It's always a Friday, leave the show, get to the airport, and at best it's like a 10-something flight, but oftentimes it's midnight or whatever, and we're getting back in the wee hours. I'm like, why can't we just stay one more night in Oxnard?
Yeah.
Why can't we just get up Saturday morning and mosey on over to the airport instead of having to hightail it from the show?
If hotels were free, I'm sure you would.
Yeah, hotels and rental cars, I'm sure. If they were free, you probably would, man.
Of course. Ooh. Of course.
I used to always come back from Vegas a lot. Like, I would leave when I was running the board for Irvin, I would leave right after the show. I would find a flight to Vegas for like $90.
I remember you telling me
and I would just leave, and then I would come back on the red eye and then go right to work.
We were getting ready to go to Vegas for the Super Bowl.
Degenerate.
I was like, dude, this is my first time going to Vegas. I'm like, how many times have you gone, Chop? You're the degenerate. I was thinking he was going to say like probably 10 times. He was like, oh, I've been well over 100 times.
Oh yeah, no, it was like weekend flights. As like back
doing middle of the week flights.
He was. By the way, we're without Peyton Russell this week too. We've got Chris Strong in the back. No, but we care about Chris Strong.
We do care about Chris Strong.
We do care about Chris Strong.
I don't think I've worked with Chris Strong. Every time Peyton and I have had the same.
You have.
Maybe once, but like I think this is actually our first time.
Choppy, this is our first time. Yeah. I was here for Movid. I was here for all of
Movid.
Yeah, right. When I was out with Movid, he was here. I'd never worked with Chris because like Peyton and I have our vacations or sicknesses have linked up for whatever reason. Yeah, right. That's just linked up all the time.
They say that, right? The more you hang around people, the more you start to sync up. Especially
like
women.
Our menstrual cycles are syncing up. Yeah, Peyton and I's menstrual cycles.
I was just trying to beat around the bush. You went straight for it.
I went right into the bush. Just went right in there.
I'm actually nervous about that. I have 3 daughters, dude. They're all going to be. This is going to be a nightmare for me in about 12 years.
I got the 2 daughters.
How old?
And a wife. I mean, they're all like basically a year apart from just like 4, 3, and 1.5. It's gonna be a full-fledged disaster. I mean, Bobby, you're probably. I mean, it's around the corner for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna be, but for you, like you have the extra layer that's gonna feel like what's that little 3-headed that meme on the internet of the 3-headed like dragon like looking angry at you, like you're gonna be dealing with that.
Yeah,
about 7 days out of the month.
Yeah, I can't even just trying to deal with one of those things from a wife's standpoint can be challenging.
Right.
Right. Just be honest about that.
I have boys. I don't know.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Your guys' body clocks are just you all take a dump at the same time.
Dude, my kids, I swear to God, man, they never flush. They don't know how to flush a toilet. It's
my kids don't either.
Even for the number 2 ski?
They don't have no idea.
I'm a perpetual. My wife is always getting on to me for peeing and not flushing. I'm like, I feel like we're wasting a flush.
No,
I'm not. Yeah, I'm right there.
Water, if it's a 2 or 3 pee situation or a super dehydrated, pee, okay.
It's asparagus.
Yeah.
Post asparagus pee. You got to flush that down.
Run of the mill pee. I think you're good 3 pees before flush.
I totally agree. I think it's a 3 pee. It's a no doubter.
Yeah. Just to be, environmentally
I think that's
friendly,
absolutely disgusting.
From like water conserving and like bills and stuff.
Yeah, you have routinely been the environmentalist at the station. That's very much your worldview.
I'll tell you what. The Olympics are trying to pull some environmentalist crap, and we're gonna do that. We're gonna get to the bottom of it in the 8 o'clock hour.
8:20. How the Olympics are trying to ruin America, and America's just giving the middle finger back.
Hell yeah.
To them right there at 8:20. We got Bob Nightingale at 9. There's some Ranger rumors on the horizon.
Dude, Bob takes a lot of flack. I mean, do we take Bob at his word?
I mean, you want to ask him that at 9? Say, Bob, why should I take you at your word? I was talking at 5:30 this morning that I don't know if I can trust you.
Bob, tell us why you're not John Heyman.
I will say Bob has generally been
power rank yourself, Bob, amongst the great baseball insiders.
I will say Bob Nightingale has been very good on Rangers stuff over the years.
Yeah, I wonder why that
Even if there's criticism, and I mean, I feel like everybody has blind spots as insiders where they're not necessarily the most accurate on this team or this agent or whatever else. Bob Nightingale's been pretty accurate on the Rangers before, but I do wonder if, like, does a sweep of Tampa Bay over the weekend, like, does it change anything for them? Like, from what Bob initially wrote.
Good question. I don't know the answer to that because the report that he had was that, like, basically everybody who's not on a long-term deal is available right now. Max, Heaney, Lorenzen, Robertson, Yates. And I don't have a problem with any of those moves.
American League All-Star, Kirby Yates.
American League All-Star.
Do you know where you can hear the American League and the National League play each other in the All-Star game?
Is on the radio, right?
Right here on 105.3
No
The Fan.
way.
Mm-hmm.
Serious?
Yep.
No.
100%.
Wow.
No joking.
On your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers.
Buddy. Look at that. Yeah, they do sweep the Rays. So again, I don't know what that, and like you said, I don't know what that means for them moving forward with how this changes their plan come the end of the month.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to talk about the most disappointing teams in baseball, though, didn't you just sweep the one that's probably closest to you in terms of being a disappointment?
Yeah, and their run differential is minus 67, and they're only 2 games under 500, Tampa. So they should be like a 38-39 win team right now, and you should be the team that's basically got their record. And they're 6 back. Rangers are now 6 back in the West and 7.5 in the wild card with a lot of teams ahead of them. 6 back is nothing with 3 months to go. It's nothing. You could absolutely make that up.
You can.
This feels like
do that.
turnaround time, boys. This feels like
does it?
turnaround time.
Okay.
This feels like the bat's coming alive here. I mean, I know you got some interesting stuff. I know in your notes, Choppy, in regards to this Rangers team, especially compared to the Rays and their records being what they are. But maybe when you go inside some of the things, you can tell who the better team is, and it showed out in a huge way.
Showed out.
You get these bats alive. You get some hope coming back with some of these dudes, and I mean, it is pretty crazy that you got like 5 guys that are potentially of value to other teams, and you could be. I mean, as a seller, you got 5 guys that are of value from a pitching standpoint, and you yourselves are not good enough to be buyers.
Right.
You know, I'm like, my goodness, you got a lot of arms here.
They got a ton of arms. And that's good. Like they have a lot of guys they can use come trade deadline, which we'll get into coming up at 6:20. We get more into this little topic here. But it is Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Chiafalo is in with us, hopefully all week.
Hopefully all week.
We'll
see, man. I'm surprised they allowed me to come up in here for a couple of days. I'm going to try to put in the call to get the full week situation going. And by Wednesday, my body will be completely disappointed in my decision to do that.
And it better be ready on Friday because we got a special announcement we're going to make about Friday's show that's coming up next year on 105 through the Fan. on the way in, and then just had to finish up. Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
You did like
Are you
a little
able to
like
just
a
tie the
halftime?
bag off like that?
I mean, today I did. There's no way I would have made it up here on time. I had to. Yeah.
Wow, dude.
So
The body control on that.
yeah, I was
is
gonna
damn
say that's
impressive.
really impressive control to just be able to say cease and desist and then get up off the toilet.
Load,
and,
yeah,
and
it
just
is.
continue driving.
Yeah, there's almost nothing that could get me off the toilet if I'm mid. I'm like, hey,
No.
like we're gonna have to pause. I don't care what is happening. I don't know what external force is trying to break into my house or whatever, but they're gonna have to pause.
I guess you do a 2-man show for long enough. You got to figure out ways to make it work. Like Sean just doesn't go during the show.
Your body's just adjusted
It's
now.
just adjusted. Sean, I don't think Sean has ever gone during the show. Like he doesn't. And I'm more of a road trip pooper in general. I'd go way more outside of the house than inside the house.
Really? I'm way the opposite.
Oh, yeah.
Way the opposite.
I'm on a permanent road trip. It feels like it's like when I'm home and I'm comfortable and I have all the time in the world, I never have to. The moment I'm in line at the concession stand, here we go.
Oh, that is awful, man. That is an awful genetic makeup
Yeah,
that you have.
it's terrible genetic makeup.
But he's evolved, right?
Yeah,
like he's
I have.
evolved to be able to just say, stop. I'm not
That's
ready
true.
for you
That's
yet.
true. There are pros to this, but that means that you're hoping that there's a Buc-ee's within striking distance at all times.
I mean, I'm not picky.
a hotel lobby.
I'm not picky.
Oh, you're a savage animal.
Oh, yeah, I'm not picky,
you
man.
don't care where it is.
I don't care where.
You're just going cheek to seat. You don't even care.
Any port in a storm. No, I mean, look, I
Will you
I-
hover, or you gonna put a
if
little
I have
buffer?
to. If I have to, like if it's dirty,
Yeah.
then I'll put if they have the thingies, the little paper things, I'll put them down.
Okay.
Will you?
But those never
Yeah.
work. They end
They
up
never
like
work.
falling into
Yeah,
the.
I feel like they're as gross as the toilet seat.
They're pretty gross.
And so,
they're
like,
not as.
they're
but
pretty close. Like, I feel like it's actually pretty close. It is funny, though, you sitting there and saying that, you're a frequent out of the house goer, and talking about the squats that you have to do. Did you know that if you were advertising a brand new toilet or something like that you wouldn't be allowed to be used within an Etsy ad any longer?
No.
Yeah. So Etsy, who you remember a couple months back, actually maybe going on a year now, when OnlyFans made the ban on the sex workers or those who were doing erotic content, and they were saying, hey, can't do nudity anymore. And then everybody
harbor.
freaked out for about a week. And they're like, all right, never mind, go back to show and everything. Do whatever you want.
I remember Chris was particularly off-put. by
Yeah,
that.
he would not stop talking about it, dude. Like, you don't even like sync up in the same shift with him, and you were hearing it in the halls, like consistently from Chris. He's like, the hell, man, what are we doing here? But
Carter's tired of it. Yeah.
Etsy has run into a similar situation. There is a ton of outrage after they have banned Chop. I don't know if I can say the exact word.
Then let's not.
So instead, I'm going to say.
Then let's not even try.
So instead, I'm going to say.
Intimacy toys.
I wouldn't even use the word toys, but intimacy items.
I think we got where you're going with this one.
Exactly. So Etsy has decided to ban these, and content creators are furious. Etsy, this is according to the BBC, which focuses on handmade, vintage, and craft items, said new rules on sales were being introduced because of, quote, evolving industry standards. Affected sellers have told the BBC they feel let down by the policy change, which they predict will cause their revenues to plummet. Anna, who prefers not to use her surname, founder of
course not.
Simply Elegant Glass, is the name of
Glass?
Simply Elegant
Glass?
Glass.
Dangerous game. It's a dangerous game.
Simply
dude.
Elegant Glass. She says, as creators who have helped make Etsy what it is and who have remained loyal to their platform for years, we feel betrayed. That's right. Your entire platform, Etsy, was built on the backs of Elegant Glass and the people who consume it. My favorite part of this, though, Chop, is this line here of what they're also banning. They're banning certain advertisements too, or as the BBC would say, what would they call
Advertisements.
them? Advertisements.
Yes.
So they are, in addition to that,
Advertisements.
That's how they say it in England. That's
I
how they
did
say
not know.
advertisements.
they don't
Yeah.
say aluminum in the UK either. You know what they say?
Aluminium?
Aluminium.
I know they call like your bona fides would be bona fides.
That's that true.
Yeah.
This
That's a
ban
cooler way to say it.
this ban goes into place on July 29th, and also prohibited will be items which, when modeled, expose body parts, such as female nipples, or my favorite chop, the cleft between the buttocks. So you can no longer show the cleft of the buttocks. I think what they're saying is you can't show a butt crack.
Oh my God, that's great.
So
I still can't get the fact that this lady makes them out of glass. I mean, that just seems like you are asking for it.
I mean, like you've never seen that before, ever?
Maybe.
I don't think it's common, but
maybe.
Like I don't think you have to scan too many thumbnails, Chop, before you see one.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I didn't think they were made of glass, though. I thought they were made of like a hard plastic.
Pleasure pain thing.
Glass just seems like if you don't have a carpeted floor, zero res, by the way, get it cleaned. You drop that thing off the nightstand, it's gonna get a crack in it, and all of a sudden you're not gonna know. You get a shard of glass up there.
You're like trying to chase away your kids. Like, step back. I gotta sweep this up. I don't want you stepping on any of this. The kids just coming in trying to figure out. Like,
I feel like those are supposed to be brick and mortar purchases.
Yeah,
you got to go in there and really get a feel for what you're dealing with.
Literally, yeah.
This Friday, where are we this Friday, Bobby? In the Firehouse. Stop number 3 of the 2024
That's
tour.
right. Stop number 3. Maybe Eric Chiafalo will be there. We're not quite sure yet. But we will be in Glen Heights, which is the Red Oak area. We're going to be at 1938 Southampton Road, Glen Heights, Texas. Like normal, we're going to have Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish and Shrimp out there, Chill Boys, Firehouse Heating and Air. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors out there. But we will be on the road again. So this is if you are south of Dallas, like you're south of downtown Dallas, this is going to be a good stop for you. So this might be the trip to take if you're in Waxahachie, or if you're in Corsicana. This might be the one where we're going to get close enough and real enough for you to come on out, hang out with us, and party a little bit at the fire station.
I like going to places I haven't spent a lot of time in for like these Firehouse tours, and this would be one of them. I have not spent much, if any, time in Glen Heights.
These Firehouse tours have been awesome to consume. I mean, watching you do all sorts of different firefighter activities, Chop, and see if you are made for it. I feel like you're batting like 500 on the impressive nature in which you've gone about some of these obstacle courses.
The first one I thought we did pretty well. Yeah. That was last fall.
Mm-hmm. That was at Wiley.
Mm-hmm. The past one was this Garland? Is that where we were?
No, Garland's the first one. Allen's the last one.
Yeah, I did not perform up to task. I didn't think. I did find that they gave me the hardwood. They gave me the strong wood, the tough wood to crack. Not the easy wood. They gave me the hardwood.
Listen, we've heard about this guy.
All right. But I'll tell you.
Your preferences.
There was nothing.
It wasn't glass, at least.
No, it was not glass. Nothing helped make me feel more masculine and just a rush of testosterone than that fire hose.
Oh, I believe it.
Oh, my God. You have no idea.
That has to be, T-level skyrocketing in that moment.
Yeah.
Big time. Never felt that much power between your legs.
Never had that much. I felt so good there.
Can we get? I was hoping that we would get to a point where, and I'm assuming the firefighters will be down for this, like one of you guys getting sprayed with the fire hose.
I don't think they actually can spray you with the fire hose. It's very pressurized.
I think it might break you.
Yeah,
there's legalities.
It would tear skin off.
I mean, I do remember when Jackass used to do that, and it seemed like an extremely painful. So there was like a bunch of them lined up, and they're all getting sprayed, and it looks pretty miserable. But
in general,
payoff style, I think that should be on the board.
I think in general, anything they do in Jackass,
it's illegal.
I think Tim and the fire station would have a lot of hang-ups on us replicating on city property.
I don't think they'd be down with that one.
Fair enough. I mean, we've done some Jackass style things in the studio when it comes to payoffs.
Yeah, we have. We have the wheel for years.
All the Survivor G-bag stuff where it's like, Brian, put this rat trap on your nipple or like whatever it is.
There was the tassel payoff. He kind of liked that one though. Hey, speaking of Broadus, my guys in the G-Bag Nation are going to be at Moxie's in Dallas today. So from 2 to 7, you can party with the G-Bag Nation, courtesy of Restaurant Week, and they're going to have etched G-Bag glasses as well, or chalices, pimp cups, if you will. Stella Artois and Moxie's and the G-Bag Nation. So it's going to be a big-time party.
Look at that. Yeah. I love a good chalice. Sean and RJ on the fan. We got Chiafalo in with us. We got Chris Strong in for Peyton, who is gallivanting through the Vatican this morning. Looked at some of those photos.
Gosh, I'm jealous.
I know, and there's no crowd. I was stunned. Like usually it's like packed there, from what I've been told. I don't know. I've never been.
His parents probably reserved the entire.
They probably reserved the entire Vatican. Can you imagine? Call the popes. Hey man, we need like an hour window.
Anything from Mr. Russell.
Hey, Catholic guy, we need it.
We get the bottom of Bootgate. Let's try to get to the bottom of Bootgate coming up next on 105 through the Fan.
Hey, miss anything?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105 through The Fan. Sean's out all week on, week 3 of paternity leave.
Yep.
For him.
Watchdog in the leave. I love that. I'm doing the same thing with Wolchuk. I'm like, I'm counting these big boys.
That is the way that Eric did it too. Eric would stagger the paternity leave.
Yeah, you got to.
Well, because they won't let you go the full 6 weeks. They're not going to be like, hey, you can just leave for 6 weeks and then come on back. They're like, you can only really do this like 1 week at a time.
Yeah.
Sprinkle it
It's
in.
fine.
But once you get into the holiday season towards the end of the year, you're thankful. You saved up a couple extra weeks.
Saved up a couple. We won't see Sean for the month of December, I don't believe.
Kristen has, when she sees like, oh, Eric takes off these different times, Sean's off these different times, she gets more and more bitter every time towards me that in the like recent history when Addison and Laura were born, I didn't take any time off.
Of course you didn't.
Hey, that's how it was for me. My first 2, I was not a full-time employee, and I was doing car sales, and it was like they were expecting you to be back selling cars like hours after your kid was born.
Yeah.
So this is it was last year with my third kid. I got to appreciate
You get to appreciate it finally,
which is amazing.
Well done. We got Chiafal. That's the voice of Eric Chiafal. He's in all week with us, or at least for today and tomorrow maybe, but who knows. We'll try to get him in all week. Let's do this. Dealer's choice, Robert Montgomery Bell.
Mm-hmm.
Bootgate or Cole Beasley trying to
Son CD Lamb. Let's go Bootgate just because I think we should at least reset that a little bit for folks who missed it or didn't see the update. And this was over the weekend. The news broke or Twitter broke that Dak Prescott was walking around in a boot on the docks of Mexico. And this is something that Sean and I had talked about on Friday and recapped a little bit. But I know, Chop, you were out.
This was right before you recapped the hot dog eating contest, right?
We didn't do that. I put it in my prep.
Yeah.
He didn't put it in there. And so I was
That's
like,
all right. It's pretty disgusting anyway.
Yeah, I know. But like, I mean, I wanted to talk about it. How it was basically like, you know, winning a random ass PGA event while all the golfers in LIV are banned from participating. Like, who cares that you won that?
Yeah.
But no, Dak Prescott. The issue here is that he's walking around in a boot in Mexico, and then all these reports come out that say he's still in the boot. No, he's not. He's out of the boot. It's a foot sprain. No, it's an ankle sprain. No, it's just his ankle sore. No, it's not even any soreness. This is a precaution he always takes when he goes on the boat. I know. Eric, you and Brian got into it a little bit on Friday, I believe, going back and forth in terms of how serious an issue this should be. Ultimately, Sean and I came down on the idea that I'm not worried about it. I'm about a 2 on the 1 to 10 scale of worry. But I'm not. But also at the same time, I'm not blaming anybody who wants to be concerned about it because it's that same ankle. There have been times in the past where injuries have turned out to be worse than we were told they were initially. Like they told us they didn't care at all about the lat muscle or whatever it was that Dak had hurt while he was in training camp a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And then we watch Hard Knocks come out in the middle of the year or whatever it was, and we see, oh no, they were much more concerned with that than they had talked about publicly.
Yes.
And so I totally get that. So to me, I'm not going to tell anybody they shouldn't be worried about it. I'm saying I'm not. But if you want to be and you don't believe it, totally fine. I'm just saying universally, everything I'm hearing, everything other people are hearing, the details are a little foggy and we're not getting consistency on those parts. But the consistent message everyone's getting from everybody they talk to is he's fine. And so to me, that's kind of where I come down on it.
Yeah, and generally I'm not overly concerned about it either, but I'm not just going to take it at face value that everything's completely okay. And
right.
I mean, when you're walking around in a boot weeks before training camp, it's just weird.
Yes, it is. I will say this. When Dak
do that normally,
I just boot it up and rock and roll.
Like, the way I see it, better call Chop here. He didn't have a chance to go to the chiropractor. His right hip was a little bit high, and he needed the boot to level out his feet.
Makes sense. He needed an adjustment.
Right.
Do you think this is more a hip problem than a foot or an ankle problem?
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
You wouldn't just go run-of-the-mill like cowboy boot here to give you that extra lift. You want to go medical boot just to get the people going?
Well, look how stupid is it to walk around with one cowboy boot on? Whereas a single medical boot, people just think, oh, poor guy, he's got an injury.
Yeah.
And maybe like
he'd rather go viral with maybe injury questions other than like how hammered is Dak right now, stumbling around a boat dock in Cabo with one boot on.
If I'm Dak, I'm leaking that this injury was sustained tripping over a rattle, taking care of my new bundle of joy, and just being a good dad.
Just too good of a dad.
Yeah,
man.
and
Hazard's being a dad.
This is a girl dad injury.
Yeah.
Is what it is.
Can't come back at that one.
That's the way that I would come at it. Because what are you gonna say to that?
So yeah, like this will obviously is going to be the number one story, non-contract of camp to start with for Dak.
Yeah, when he first walks in. But if he walks in there and nothing's going on for the first practice we're out there, everybody will forget it.
Absolutely. Until this will happen, because it happens to Dak every camp, he gets a tired arm. Right? Every quarterback will take one day off. My arm's a little bit dead.
Oh, okay.
You know
I see what
mean?
you're saying.
Yeah, it's not him. It's just every quarterback will get like up every pitch, right? My arm's a little dead today.
Yeah, like a load management day.
Right.
And people are going to start saying it's the ankle.
Was he overcompensating? Was he not using his legs because of his foot? And he was throwing more with his arm, and now his arm's tired. That's the crap that's going to happen. It's going to be annoying. It really is going to be annoying.
I will say, when he had the calf strain, and I know this is not a great example because he didn't play great coming off the calf strain, and so it was still concerning. When he had the calf strain, he was in a boot 6 days before he returned and played against the Broncos. And I've seen J-Ron Curse in a boot post-game and then out there practicing on Wednesday. And so I do know that they have a tendency to, hey, let's ultra cautious, just put a boot on. It definitely means something when there's an injury too. So it's not just universal, it means nothing. But I'm saying I have seen them use it in times where it didn't mean much. And somebody texted something in on Friday that I thought was pretty much what we're looking at here, which is this is a case of you're our $60 million investment potentially. Just put the damn boot on if you're going to be, walking around and stuff like that. Like, so if you're a little sore, fine, we're not concerned with it, but this is just an abundance of caution for the most expensive thing that you have on your roster.
Yeah, I was wondering if this is something that we're just finding out now that he, from time to time, post catastrophic injury from a few years ago, throws the boot on, and we're just discovering this now. That would make me feel
what he was
better.
telling Clarence Hill, apparently, is that the last time he had gotten in the water or done one of these things, he had texted with Clarence that his ankle got kind of swollen. And so that's
going in the water?
Or what? I don't know if it was on the water or if it was,
kind of.
I don't know if it was on the actual boat or if it was from getting into the water, what it was specifically. But he had said that the last time he did one of these trips, his ankle kind of swelled up. I remember there was a viral photo a couple years ago. He's walking around the sand and that ankle was swollen.
Oh, I bet.
But it was just that one.
Yeah.
And people were freaking out. And so I'm not surprised that he's maybe looking at it and saying, yeah, this is what I'm doing now to be extra cautious. And Dak is such in a good way, Dak is such a psycho about like his work and like all the different advantages that he's trying to look for and all these different, it's that typical quarterback line of thinking of got to find every advantage, got to do this, got to do that. So it doesn't surprise me that he might say, well, got to protect things, got to put this boot on, even if I'm on a boat over here doing this because I need to be protected. But it is difficult to get a read on, and I don't fault anybody if they don't trust it, because it's the inconsistent messaging of we're told foot sprain. Brian, I know, her ankle soreness. Dak told them neither of those, just a precaution. And so when you hear inconsistency, it's really easy to look at it and go, this sounds like y'all can't get your story straight because you're having to cover something. And so I understand people who have that line of thinking, but I come down on the side of, just from talking to everybody consistently that I talk to behind the scenes, they all are saying he's fine. And so to me, it's like, all right, I'm going to believe he's fine, and that maybe they're just muddying up the details because they don't want people panicking over something that they know is nothing.
And maybe if it is a little bit of something, then we just get a little bit more Trey Lance in training camp, a couple more repetitions.
Boy,
for the youngster who can use it.
I mean,
you're going there, huh?
There you go.
Boy, you're just trying to twist that knife in a.
If Trey Lance is out there throwing, I'll tell you what, CeeDee Lamb's not going to be putting up Cole Beasley numbers.
Oh, wow. What a segue. This is from Brandon Laurie on Twitter. He posted Cowboys CeeDee Lamb working on his explosiveness with Alchemy Sports. Alchemy?
Sure.
Alkeme. Alkeme. And he posts a bunch of photos and videos of CD doing various, change of direction, or box jumps, all kinds of explosive workouts that Chiafalo used to do during his CrossFit days, which he doesn't do anymore because he realizes that CrossFit's not the way to go. He's back in the regular gym.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Just bro splits now.
Bro split. So Cole Beasley says on Twitter,
it's arm day again. All right.
Wow, look at this. It's the third day in a row. What am I going to do here? Cole Beasley tweets, man, just do some heavy squats and power cleans.
And I love this. I love this mentality. I do love. Hey, man, just get in there, heavy back squats.
Yeah,
and get you a little power clean action. Go home, have a peanut butter sandwich, and hang out.
That's Parcells' workout right there. Parcells used to do, like, when Parcells came here back in 03 or 4, whatever. He completely revamped all the workouts. He was like, basic guys, just do power cleans here. We're doing power cleans. We're doing squats and cleans and deads.
Big football guy.
Big football guy, right? Yeah. None of that other stuff.
Guy.
I don't want any of that one-legged stuff. I don't want any CDs do it. So Cole Beasley is like, man, just do some heavy squats and power cleans, ... And of course, I mean, he knew what was going to happen here, right?
Oh, yeah. See,
not always. I don't know that he knows what's going to happen. CD or Cole? Because Cole,
CD.
I feel like...
I'm sorry, Cole. Cole
I
knows what he's doing.
don't feel like Cole always does. Like, I think Cole is generally... Cole's a little misunderstood. There are times where he says things that and this his response here, which we'll get into what CD said here. In fact, go ahead and get into what CD said, the response, and then I'll tell you about what Cole was saying behind.
All right, so somebody posts, is Cole really trying to tell CD how to train? Lamb averages 1,200 yards a year and 599 yards short of Cole in 4 years versus 11. So obviously now Cole's got to clap back. Give me 180 targets off the couch and I eclipse 1,000. Stop looking at stats, check the tape. As far as getting open goes, I'm confident I did that with the best of them. And CD is just sitting here minding his own business, getting pulled into this.
Has not tweeted since January, I don't think.
He comes back with, which means he hasn't been on the app, right? And then, so somebody sent him this, and he goes, I don't need 180 targets to touch a band. That's 1,000. Pull up tape. I'd match you route for route on getting open. Just chill at B's 11.
He went full Soulja Boy, talking about Drake. Line for line, bar for bar, route for route. That's what he went with on there. So Cole came back around and said, he tweeted it. He replied to CD. He said, I never said you did. Just some perspective for the fans. He said it was never shots at you, bro. Don't be sensitive. And he clarified, he said, this was more of a shot at all these, quote, trainers all over Instagram. I think Lamb is a baller. So Cole is saying my initial thing was a criticism of the guy who's making you do more than is necessary. That's a shot at the trainer who's having you do bad work, not at CD. And then he said the follow-up was just about his own game and not a slight at CD's, but I have the ability to do that. I can get that. And so I see Cole's perspective, and I think Cole has been misunderstood a lot at different points. Some of it his own doing at times, because at times his messaging is not great, or he's just not as aware of the optics as he should be. So, like, Chop, when you say he knew what this was going to do, I don't know that he did, because there have been a lot of times where Cole doesn't seem to realize what it's like how it's going to blow up. I mean, he's kind of wants to, I know in retirement, he wanted to be live on a ranch guy and like get away from it all. I don't know how much he's aware of how things can touch off and blow up really quickly.
Well, I see. Cole Beasley never actually hit the 1,000-yard mark in his career. He got close. In Buffalo, he had just under 1,000. It was on 107 targets. So he is mathematically correct. 180 targets.
He'll get over 1,000. Yes, he would have gotten.
That's not very efficient.
Guess what? So would I.
17 games.
You throw the ball at me 180 times, I'll find my way to close.
Oh, I believe it, man. You got soft hands.
Yeah, no, it's like you just turn. You pull the Jason Witten. You run 5 yards, turn around, 180 targets. You're gonna get close to 1,000. Not quite, but you're close.
What else would you describe as pulling a Jason Witten?
Pulling a rabbit out of your head.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
good way to end it, Cheech. Good way to end it.
Let's not talk high school football here. It's Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. That was Bootgate and CD versus Cole Beasley. The Rangers sweep the Rays. The All-Star teams are set. Bob Nightingale dropping a bomb on the Rangers trade deadline. Rumors will get into all that coming up next on 105.3 the Fan. But let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. Are you ready to make this summer one to remember? It's that time again. Diamonds Direct annual summer sale. 20% off virtually everything in the showroom, whether you're in the midst of wedding planning or shopping for bands, picking out your next fashion jewelry must-have. From Diamonds Direct, you can save an extra 20% off next weekend. So July 19th to the 21st.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Line again, barring a dramatic turnaround.
Let's get dramatic. We start with the sweep of the Rays. That's how dramatic things start taking place, boys. The run's about to start here.
That is. Now, is there anybody on this list right away that you say, I'd rather not?
I'd rather not trade them?
Yeah. Or are all of these people on the table if you're going to be in sell mode?
Well, let me ask you this. Are they actually, does this mean they're in sell mode? Let me spin this.
Here we go. Watch them work, Bob.
Yeah. You could sell. You could sell and buy at the same time.
Sure.
Perhaps they know that DeGrom is ahead of schedule. But the Rangers, they don't tell you a thing when it comes to injuries.
Everybody likes to conceal these things.
No, they tell you things. They just tell you the wrong thing.
They tell you the wrong thing. So if they know DeGrom and Malley are here and ready to go, you've already got Evaldi. Okay.
You've made this point recently with talking about like how you get guys into the bullpen where you're going to be overloaded.
You were going to have once DeGrom and Malley came back anyway, you were going to have to move Lorenzen and Heaney to the bullpen. Okay. Now, trading your back into your bullpen kind of throws a whole wrench into this entire plan of mine here because that's kind of what you need.
Right. I was going to say Kirby Yates, trading your closer. Now you're like, where are we going here?
However, but if you're going to trade those three.
Jose.
That's right.
OS.
You better be talking about Jose Urania, not Leclerc.
So if you're going to trade those two guys, you're obviously blowing it up. But like if you just move on from the starters, Max included, that does not indicate, assuming they know that DeGrom and Malley are ready to go and here and be fine, that's not necessarily a blow up. You could still win from the position that they're in. If you were to move on from
like one or two of
those guys. Yeah. Now they trade all five of them. Obviously it's a blow up because they're probably, I assume, getting prospects back and not ready to play major leaguers.
Sure.
But, short of that, let's just say they move on. They're all available. Doesn't mean they're going to trade all of them. Let's just say they move on from Lorenzen and Heaney and even Max. Well, that doesn't mean that they're giving up, assuming they know that DeGrom and Malley will be ready.
Yeah, like you said, giving up on the back end of the bullpen would definitely
indicate
it's a sell.
It's a sell.
Because the one area where we heard consistently for the last month Texas is going to be hunting if they were buying was bullpen. So if you're selling off, your best bullpen pieces, you're saying we're out of this. What I think is,
but I also love about this is like this is not a sell where you go into rebuild mode. This is a sell of guys that have no future here for the most part.
It's literally just a sell on 2024 and nothing else.
That's it.
Which are the types of
smart moves.
Those are the kind of fire sales that I think are smart. That's what you should do.
Absolutely.
You should look at it as, if you've got Carlos Beltran, like when Texas took advantage of Carlos Beltran and Jonathan Lucroy being on the trade market that 1 year, those were two other teams, Milwaukee, and I can't even remember where they got Beltran from. Mets? Was that where he was at that point?
Wait, he was with the Yankees, I think, that year.
Was that where he was? Okay.
It was the Dylan
because it's the Dylan Tate trade. Yep, that's right. Where that was an instance of the Yankees and the Brewers looking at it and saying, these are guys that are not going to be here.
They don't have futures here.
They're not going to hang around here, so let's get something. It's not making this trade is not the Mark Teixeira trade, where you're saying, we're stripping this down to the foundation and building back up. Correct. Which is what they were doing in 2007 when they traded Teixeira. And so this is the kind of thing if it's a smart, savvy move to build this up, load it back up, because you've been disappointing. You've had a disappointing year all across the board.
Yeah.
You had basically the entire infield starting for the American League All-Star team last year, and this year you got two players on the entire team, and they're both reserves in Marcus Semien and Kirby Yates.
It's hitting like 230.
Yeah. I mean, it's... In fact, what is Semien? Do you know what his OPS is now?
Isn't it under 700?
673.
All-star, baby.
His OPS plus, which for those of you that don't know, OPS plus is 100 is the baseline. Consider that league average. So below or above it, it gives you an idea of that. So Marcus Semien's OPS plus is 91.
Hey, that's all-star Marcus Semien.
Meanwhile, the guy who should have been the all-star is Josh Smith. Jared Sandler has been on a rampage. Jared Sandler will join us tomorrow, too. We may just give him the whole 15 minutes to just tell us what you think about Josh Smith, who, by the way, I think you deserve a lot of credit for, Eric. When you interviewed him during spring training, he had basically talked about he just wanted one home run like all year or whatever. Like he wasn't even worried about it. And you, I think, brought up
Janko was like,
Janko's
the one. But Josh Smith was like, I'm trying to hit more than I did the previous year. And you could tell how passionate. I could actually pull that, and you can hear the passion in his voice about how excited he is to just go yard even more. He's up this offseason. Some of the glute work he did, Choppy, was absolutely ridiculous.
He's been really, really good this year. And speaking of the other all-star, ERA plus, Chop. Mm-hmm. Eric, I'd like you guys to guess. What do you think Kirby Yates' ERA plus is? Same sort of idea as the OPS plus. 100 is league average.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, it's got to be, I think it's much higher than league average. 146.
No, that's actually Jose Urania's ERA plus.
Really?
Yep. Eric, would you like to guess?
$160.
No, we're close. You guys are not even in the
low.
You're in Choctaw Stadium, and he's Kirby Yates is somewhere.
Is he in the 200s?
No, you're not even close.
550.
463.
Wow, that's good.
Is his ERA plus Kirby Yates?
We better get a haul for him then.
Yeah,
better get a haul.
Better get a big haul.
I mean, look,
trade to somebody that's desperate for a championship.
I mean, look, if the Kansas City Royals can get Cole Reagan's all-star pitcher for their closer and Aroldis Chapman, then I expect a similar return. I want a left-hander throwing 100 miles per hour who's in his mid-20s. That's what I would like. So,
okay.
I'll get at the negotiation table.
That's what I'll do. Eric, so is there anybody that you're just like out of this list that you're saying, I don't want to move them?
I mean, I think Kirby Yates is the one because of just the position and where he's at as your closer, how dynamite he's been. I think that would be the ultimate signal that you are sort of acquiescing to the fact that this is not your year.
Yeah, I mean, the issue with him and same with Robertson is that they're so old, you're not going to bring them. They don't have many years left.
Correct.
So you might as well just get relievers. People lose their minds over relief pitchers this time of year. Right, they go nuts.
Yeah.
So they always get traded for way over market value.
Yates, you're probably getting the best return. Are you getting the best return for Yates based on the situation?
Maybe
how good he's been and the nature of being a closer.
I don't know you're always going to find a team that probably thinks, man, we just need one more rotation piece. So if you can throw me Lorenzen, Heaney, or if Scherzer's going to be able to stay healthy. There's some team that will probably buy into that and be willing to pay you more than you would normally think.
It's true.
But I think that Yates is the bullpen guys are always the ones that are fascinating me at trade deadline time, because like Choppy says, there's such an overpay because the bullpen it's
hashtag the bullpen is.
It's the exactly. The kicker, it's the kicker of baseball, where it's like you could be Dan Bailey, where you are all pro, never miss a kick,
and then you lose it.
and then it's just gone.
Yeah.
And then it might come back the next year, and then it can be gone. It is wild how inconsistent bullpen pitchers can be just over the course of their career. Darren O'Day was arguably the best reliever in Major League Baseball when he was here. Then he had gotten to a point where Texas felt like this guy's never going to be good again. He's broken. Ship him off to Baltimore, and then Baltimore he turns into like an all-star pitcher again as a reliever. It's just completely inconsistent. So if a major league team out there is looking for, we need bullpen help, that's going to solidify things for us down the stretch. Then if you can tell me I'm getting this version of Kirby Yates right now, you're typically buying bullpen pieces for what they're doing for you right now anyway. Even if they're under contract for more years, it's usually what they are right now because you don't know what they're going to be next season. I mean, think about where Texas was at with their bullpen last year at the trade deadline. If you had told us, here's Kirby Yates in some other city, and these are the numbers that he's putting up, we would all be salivating. We'd be doing segments right now on how do we trade for Kirby Yates, and what are you willing to give up?
Well, it's amazing. Some teams just like wake up and just always have a good bullpen, no matter what. No matter who they lose, no matter what they do, they just, let's just bring up 6 guys from the minors who throw 98. And they seemingly, like the Rays do this, the Yankees do. They always for some reason have a good bullpen. It's, I don't know, and the Rangers have struggled at times. But this year at the back end, they found 2 guys they could capitalize on. I have no problem with them moving on from Robertson and Yates. Those would be the 2 guys that would, like, if you're going to blow it up, you're going to end it. You're like, all right, we're giving up on this year.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the first 2 guys that you make phone calls on to me.
Yeah. Bullpen guys and expiring guys.
Yeah.
Those are the first ones that pop up.
And these are all expiring guys.
Yes.
They're all expiring guys.
And Evaldi.
Max is too, right?
Yeah.
Now, but he's got the no trade clause, so Max is a little bit of a different beast.
And he's willing to use it because he had to be convinced to come to Texas. Not hard convinced, but it was a question. People were wondering, was he going to be willing to waive his no trade clause? Heaney, I think the Nightingale article said Heaney's 76 innings away or something. Now it's more like 69 or whatever it is. Nice. But he's basically closing in on that player option vesting or like that extra year of his contract vesting for $20 million next year, which, I mean, Nathan Evaldi at $20 million next year, I'm not running away from that.
They were paying Martin Perez that a few years ago.
That's why.
Did you say Heaney's that amount of innings
I didn't
away?
mean to. If I meant to say Heaney, I did not mean to. I was talking about Evaldi.
Okay, yeah.
Because Evaldi is technically
Heaney, I think.
Evaldi is technically an expiring contract.
Yeah.
But if he gets that, you're gonna pitch him for the rest of the season to get him to that number so that he vests, I think, and you can bring him back.
Okay, Bobby brought in these McDonald's steak bagel breakfast
He does that
sandwiches.
a lot. He does that a lot. I can't eat them right now. Like, I'm sorry.
You can take the bagel off.
And I really cheated over the weekend on meals.
What'd you cheat with?
Everything.
All of it?
Was it
Everything.
glass?
It was not glass. Give me the hardwood.
Very good job, Chris Strong. But
everything. You name it, I did it.
Were you about to just talk about how incredible those things are?
Well, they used to be my 1 seed for McDonald's breakfast items, but then at some point, like, I realized what it was doing to me from an innard standpoint, and then you really sit back and you're like, steak, McDonald's.
Garlic, butter,
Steak,
lather.
McDonald's. Like, everything you have to use with air quotes, like even chicken nuggets at McDonald's. Like, it's not actually chicken nuggets. I have fear of putting that into my body. I don't know that I'll be able to do the show the rest of the day because of what it'll you know what I'm saying? Like that, something like that is just an internal,
it's a ticking time bomb.
Nuke.
It's a ticking time bomb in there.
So really I have fear, but it smells so good, and I know it tastes delicious despite the fact that it's fake everything.
There's nothing real in that.
There's nothing.
Oh, it's
real.
just like
if we let this bag sit here for a decade and I came back, I could still. I mean, nothing would change about the aesthetics of this.
The garlic butter
sandwich.
might get you.
Do you think I was?
This is a laxative disguised as a bagel.
Do you think I was the least bit concerned when reports about pink slime started coming out from Taco Bell? No. I didn't care because it tasted good. And you know what I don't care about is when somebody's trying to tell me like, well, In-N-Out's fries, they're fresh cut potatoes. I don't care that it's fresh and real because it doesn't taste good. So give me pink slime and whatever rubber meat they're throwing me from McDonald's all day over
Pink
that.
slime and Lord Vigo.
Yes.
You're a wild animal, Bob. All right, thanks for waking up with us as part of the 6 a.m. club here. Sean and RJ on a Monday morning. Coming up next, we wave goodbye to the Bally BS.
GimmeTheVin.com is here to help you sell your car, truck, or exotic. Gimme the VIN is buying, and the car market is nuts. So if you're thinking of selling your vehicle, do it as soon as possible at GimmeTheVin.com. Selling your vehicle is simple, fast, and easy. GimmeTheVin.com has thousands of top-rated Google and Facebook reviews. Just log on, put in your VIN number, couple of pictures, and get ready to be rocked. GimmeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. If Gimme the VIN cannot beat your CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100 right there on the spot. GimmeTheVin.com offers amazing customer service and a hassle-free selling process. GimmeTheVin.com with a 60-second bid process, pressure-free service, and free pickup. Just click on GimmeTheVin.com and get your check on the spot because selling your car, truck, or exotic has never been easy.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
While they last, one-of-a-kind G-Bag Nation etched Stella chalices. These things are sweet. It's part of DFW Restaurant Week's reservation day. Happy hour at Moxie's, 100 Crescent Court in Dallas. Come hang with the G-Bag Nation and Stella this Monday afternoon at Moxie's in Dallas. Get your etched G-Bag glass and enjoy some fellowship with the Tolos right here on The Fan.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Man, I got to tell you, I'm super fired up for what Joey Chestnut's doing. He's a guy that is time and time again putting the country on his back. And he has an opportunity to do it once again today. The greatest eating American that we've ever known.
Stop it. What are we doing?
Challenge accepted to Buffalo Wild Wings. The greatness of B-dubs. Fantastic chicken wings. They tweeted at Joey Jaws, if you eat 200 boneless wings tomorrow, which is today, at all you can eat, Buffalo Wild Wings will be extending its all-you-can-eat boneless wing deal into the second week of August. So he says, challenge accepted. I'm a fan of your boneless wings. 200 will be a record for generations. So at some B-dubs in America today, Joey Jaws is going to hammer home 200 boneless wings, and then we will all get to enjoy more all-you-can-eat boneless wings.
That's great.
B-dubs over the
That's
next
Hell yeah, brother.
This is the hero we need, and all this guy does is rise to the occasion every time. Like, if you're going to take the under 199.5, if you're going to take the under on that for Joey Jaws, that's a fool's errand.
You're a fool. You're a fool if you do
are.
that. And you saw he did
He
his
ain't getting
own
an apology. That's for sure.
No, look, I get why they were annoyed with him going with the vegan dogs and everything else, but you also got to recognize what's best for your brand. And kicking him out was not best for the Nathan's hot dog eating competition. So that was silly. You're excited about that. Do you know what I'm excited about?
What are you excited about?
I'm excited about this Friday when we'll go on the Firehouse Tour. Glen Heights, Texas. So this is going to be, if you are in the, you'd say, what, DeSoto, Cedar Hill, Midlothian, Waxahachie, Ferris, Red Oak, and Glen Heights, of course, where we're going to be. This is going to be your remote. If you feel like, oh, this is the one that I need to go to. If you're in any of those areas listening to us, this Glen Heights one is going to be the one to go to. So this is going to be at the stop number 3 on the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour 2024. So the address is 1938 Southampton Road. That's in Glen Heights, Texas. I know we got a lot of listeners in the Glen Heights, Red Oak area. A lot of people have signed up for the newsletter from there and done different things. So we're very excited to be out there, continue that. And your boys, the G-Bag boys, they're going to be out and about today.
Yes, yes. Moxie's Dallas, G-Bag Nation, 2 to 7, happy hour party. They have some great giveaways, including the G-Bag Nation etched Stella Artois Chalice Pimp Cup. That'll be they'll be giving those out for free at Moxie's in Dallas, 2 to 7 today with the G-Bag Nation. Dawson's back in the saddle after his summer vacation. You'll have the Wooly Bully and, of course, Broadus as well. And you never know when Mardi Gras Broadus will make an appearance. You know, when he starts getting around, the beer starts flowing like wine. Next thing you know,
you hear that
shirt's coming off and he's going helicopter style.
You hear the big X the plug and he just starts wobbling.
Yeah, dude. That championship parade Broadus dance.
That little wiggle is one of my favorite images in my head of all time, of Broadus just doing his little wobble to Big X the plug. It's pretty great.
I like seeing Broadus dance. Anytime he gets kind of any moves going.
Boy,
it's so out of place.
Right.
It's so out of place.
Right.
We might need to, I know we talked about it during the break, by the way. We might need to today, tomorrow, sometime this week, pull the audio from Friday of Biggest L, Biggest Dub, and we might need to watchdog Broadus a little bit for one of his takes.
Dude, yeah, he went poor Tolos texting in L, wife cheated on me and getting a divorce. And Broadus is calling him out for not wearing the pants in his family.
Brian literally says, what are we doing? Broadus literally says, sounds to me like this guy's not wearing the pants in his family.
Pretty incredible.
It's like, no, I think he pretty clearly just told you she wasn't wearing the pants. But
how long were you sitting on that one?
No, it just came to me just now. Just like you with Insurrection.
That's true. It happens.
Insurrection.
That's a great line.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I don't know that I'm invited over there anymore. But whatever. Be that as it may.
Yeah. Broadus is incredible. He had a couple of moments last week that were ridiculous. I was thinking that we might need to, it's about to be our year anniversary of our Oxnard Sean Payton fight. We might need to relive some of that before we get out to Oxnard,
Yeah, you might need to.
which goes down historically as one of his worst takes, I think.
I think goes down historically
as
as maybe the most cold-blooded line that's ever been uttered on this station was uttered by Eric Chiafalo. Were you aware of this fight, Choppy?
Yes.
Yeah.
We replayed.
You guys
this.
played it. You guys relived
When
it.
Broadus drops the... You can't speak on this, Eric, because you never lived this life. You don't know what it's like to live this life. And then Eric throws you're right. I have no idea what it's like to tank an organization with bad drafts for 3 years.
It's great. It's a great line.
Jeez.
Great line.
Yeah, he brought the worst out of me that day. There's no question about it. All right, hey, we got good news on the Valley front,
We
right?
do. Yes, we have good news.
Dude,
I
thank
think.
this.
So the Dallas Stars are the latest NHL team to leave Diamond Sports Group, which is the head of Bally, right? They are the parent company for Bally Sports. So this is another team in the NHL that is leaving. They're the second team this week to do it, or last week, I should say. The Florida Panthers left. And
the Stanley Cup champs.
The Panthers went and signed with Scripps Sports following the Vegas Golden Knights and Utah. Stars have a plan to launch a free ad-supported direct-to-consumer app to stream games. Those plans are still on. They're still on. Sportico is reporting that the team has negotiated a new local media rights TV deal. So there's that.
Chop, how does this, if they were to go direct-to-consumer, and this is like a streaming app?
Well, they're going to do a local TV deal. At least that's their plan. They're trying to find one. Because they were getting paid initially like $20 million a year from Bally.
Dude, I miss the era of just being able to throw the Rangers on Channel 39 back when it was whatever it was, KXAN or whatever the signal was, or being able to go to UPN and watch the Mavericks on 21 every single night.
Yeah.
And then after a while it became a thing where it's like you couldn't see them at all on local television. You had to have a cable package, and you had to have the right one with the subscribe over here and things like that. And so it was a nice, refreshing change of pace to me last year when the Mavericks had that package of games at the end of the year that were being made available on, ABC. If the Stars are looking to do more of this direct-to-consumer stuff where, a free app where they can just basically do a revenue share with advertisers and things like that, that to me is... I like the idea of moving back towards this accessible to everybody in the Metroplex, not just the ones who have the right cable package or who have the right cable. Because in some instances where you live, you can't even get some of these different cable packages.
The NHL and Major League Baseball are similar in their TV contracts in the sense that most of their games are like the NFL. Obviously, they're all nationally televised, and the NBA has a really good national TV deal. And then baseball and hockey are they're behind that. They do much more, local TV content. Like baseball's got a ton. I mean, they're the biggest ones.
Mm-hmm.
So the Rangers would be a team that is going to be. They're one of the teams that are still involved with Bally. Of them, the Guardians and the Twins. They negotiated the 1-year deals in February, but they could join these other baseball teams in the offseason. MLB's pivot. Like they really want to house all the media rights under one umbrella. They want to have it like the NFL does. Like they control all the TV rights for all the teams. That's what they want. But you're never going to get the Red Sox to agree to that, or the Yankees, or the Dodgers, or these teams that have these giant Mets that have these giant like regional networks that they own. You're never going to get them to agree to it.
Yeah, and isn't just the sheer number of games going to make it difficult to house things the way the NFL does?
I would think so, but like you would have it under the MLB TV app. Like you would have to buy the app, I think, to get it. So I mean, which would, I assume locally you're still going to be able to, but let's just say you're not. Would you pay $100 a year to watch the Rangers?
Yeah, probably.
But how many fans would? Like that's, you know what I mean? Like, are you really?
Yeah.
Are you going to get enough? Is it worth the money? You're gonna get the few people that can, but are you really going to want to do that? Because like baseball is their three options are one. Bally or Diamond gets out of bankruptcy and honors the contracts. That's not possible. They don't view that as possible. Option 2 is Bally/Diamond emerges as an unstable organization and they're right back where they started. And option 3 is the one, like I said, that they really, really want, which is MLB takes over the entire TV rights. But there's zero chance that, the Dodgers or Yankees or Mets or Red Sox agree to this. And those are the four of the biggest names in the sport.
Right.
They ain't going to agree to that.
How are you going to be able to push that as a package that people want to buy without, or how's it going to be sustainable without those big money makers there?
It's a problem.
Yeah,
it's a problem. But the Stars, they're going to try to secure their own local TV deal. Do they go on Channel 21 or whoever, the C-Dub? They go on the C-Dub. Maybe they do that, and then they're going to have this app that they're going to try to have as well. Which, that could be interesting. People have gone to the cut the cord apps anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What's your TV setup?
I do a couple of different things. But
what is your legal TV setup?
That would be YouTube TV.
Okay. Good.
Oh,
YouTube TV. Which is, that's a pretty penny too. It feels like it's going up every. Like when I got YouTube TV, it was like $50 a month. This is great. Now I'm pretty sure it's like 80.
Oh, mine is, I think with the add-on I have, because I have the sports package add-on to it, so I've got like
hell of a package.
So it is. It's so I can get Red Zone and all the Fox Sports sub channels and everything else like that.
Dude, Red Zone, we're like eight Sundays away.
I know, we're getting
from
close.
A date with Scott Hansen.
We're getting close. He's so beautiful. But on YouTube TV, I remember when I first started doing PlayStation View years ago, when that was, it had everything that I wanted on it, unlimited DVR space, everything else. That was $30 flat a month. Like that was just, and that was 2015.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, 2015.
Total
$30 a month, and after a while they decided it wasn't financially sustainable.
Sure.
But we kept that until, gosh, I think it finally folded in 2017. But that was the easiest way to cut the cord. I still will take any streaming service, even if it's missing channels or whatever else. I'm still going to take that over any cable package, just because of the ease of when I want it to stop, I just hit suspend or end subscription and it's over. I couldn't get a certain television package cleared off of my bill for 6 months, because they required you to do it over the phone with a call center, which made it impossible to reach them. And so that's, to me, that's the one thing California did right, Chop, was when they
Very bad place.
when they passed a law a couple months ago that cable internet companies had to give you the option to cancel the service through the web portal. Like you couldn't just force people to, the only way they could cancel is go through the phone.
I've tried canceling my YouTube TV, just kicking around the idea, like, how would I go about trying to cancel this? Because especially in the dead time or whatever, you're like, I don't need it right now. But it's like, it feels like it's impossible to try and cancel it. So they have you, they have you by the cojones.
The cojones.
They really do. Yeah. All right, let's talk a little Mavericks here. We have Steve Kerr talking about Klay Thompson, waving goodbye to him, but we welcome Klay into the city. He chooses his new number for the Mavericks, and I think this is good news about where Klay's at mentally here. Okay, I'll explain next, and then not in the nation, but on the fan.
But first, Bobby Belt here to sing the praises of Guardian caps. You'll see players out at training camp later this month wearing Guardian caps over their helmets, and I'm excited that the league is now allowing.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
Even on the home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ 105 through The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt.
Got you down.
Chris Strong in for Peyton, who is in Rome. I got a message from Peyton this morning, or for him the afternoon. There's plenty of crowds here, and a lot of them aren't wearing deodorant. So that's what Peyton's got going for him. And then we somehow were able to coerce the great Eric Chiafalo to join us this morning from the G-Bag Nation. Good morning, DFW. It's Sean and RJ on The Fan. We got the best and worst of the weekend coming up at 7:40. But, boy, the Golden State Warriors, Bobby, are big missing Klay Thompson right now. At least that's the public sentiment that they have out there.
Do you think they really are? Do y'all think they really are missing him?
I don't know. Are they going to get Larry Markkinen?
How much do emotions still exist in this space? Like for the Warriors? When you've achieved as much as the Warriors have, do you start being like when Steph Curry, like I know Sean working on his day off, just like Peyton was. Peyton and Sean both sending us content at 4 a.m. this morning on the group text.
Grind don't stop.
But when you've achieved as much as the Warriors do you start looking at things more reflectively and less from basketball perspective? Like we've already won a bunch of titles and changed the game and stuff like that. So
they're content. Not content. I should have bad word.
Not content, but they look at things.
They're secured or they're standing.
Yeah. They don't feel like they can talk about Klay more reflectively from a just human perspective of it sucks that we lost him. I wish we could have kept him no matter the basketball reasons. Like I wish he could have stuck around.
Yeah, I think like when Steph Curry's talking to Yahoo Sports talking about like not having Klay hasn't really sunk in yet. We were together for 13 years and he's like, man, I keep having this vision that he's going to be back with us in October when the season starts. He's like, I know that's not actually happening, but he's still trying to get his mind wrapped around it. I 100% believe him when he says that. This is like, This is your running mate. This has been one of your best friends for 13 years, the amount of things that you've accomplished, and now all of a sudden, and I'm sure for a long time they envisioned like riding off into the sunset together, so to speak, being Golden State lifers, and then now that is not the case, and you know it involves your friend feeling disrespected, and now he's kind of on the on his way out here. It wasn't like it ended super amicably between Klay and the organization, so I think there's plenty of feelings and emotions on that.
Yeah, I think that, and the one that's interesting to me, I guess, is Kerr.
Yeah,
Kerr, which I know Chop sent this Kerr audio, which we'll play here in a sec. But like Kerr's the one that's interesting because front office is going to have a very,
it's cold. Front office are always cold.
It's a very like binary view of it, and when you've got the player side, they're going to look at it much more in gray colors and the way that they related to him and connected with him. Steve Kerr's probably going to be a little bit in the middle where he's kind of like dad figure to these guys as the coach. So he feels those same sort of emotions, but he's also trying to coach a basketball team and has certain goals that he needs to meet. And so he's also probably still got a little bit of the front office side to him.
Yeah. So here's Steve Kerr talking about just his initial comments on Klay leaving the Warriors.
I just want to say thank you to Klay Thompson for 13 incredible years, 10 of which I was there for. What he did for the team, the organization, for the Bay Area, for me personally, the relationship that we had, all the incredible success, but more importantly, just going through it all together has been so meaningful, so amazing, and we're going to miss Klay. We wish him the best. These things rarely go like you want, where you get to draw it up and execute it, and everybody goes out together. We were hoping that could happen, but it didn't. And we wish Clay well, but we love him and we'll miss him. And Clay, if you're watching, thank you.
See, that's an answer he had to give.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't buy him. Listening to it right now, I buy Curry. You know, the biggest, and maybe I'm reading too much into this, as I often have a tendency to do. I feel like listening to that quote compared to Steph's quote. Do you have the quote still up from Curry?
Let me
so
get that.
The distinction that I made here, and I might have it off. I might be misremembering what the Steph Curry quote was, but it sounded much more personalized as I, me, us, that kind of a thing, like where it's a thing. All of Kerr's comments there felt kind of cold as just, we're going to miss him. We're like, it almost felt like a organizational statement, like, hey, we, the Golden State Warriors, are going to, whereas Curry's felt a lot more like, I'm going to miss him. Like, that's my guy. And that's where Kerr, to me, I think, comes down more on like, this sounds like Steve Kerr was, we heard some rumbling last week. Maybe Klay Thompson was a little difficult at the end of his run in Golden State. Like, maybe he was pouting a little bit. And maybe he wasn't totally thrilled with what his setup was. And that was probably an annoyance to the guy managing the personalities in Steve Kerr.
Yeah, and Steve Kerr has probably been more in the loop on what's really going to, like, what the end game is here with Clay, maybe more so than even what Steph was. So it's probably still a little bit more fresh in Steph's mind. Like, he was probably holding out hope, hey, something can happen. Kerr, being more close to the front office and what their plan is, probably had an understanding for a while now. This is heading for
but
a
most
split.
of these quotes, when a player leaves, especially a player that's been there forever, that you really probably, like, I took away from this that, like, I didn't really have a hot take from this. I was just like, all right, I don't think they were kind of cool with whatever. If he left, fine. If he stayed, fine. Like, that's kind of how I took from Kerr.
Yeah,
all right, he would have been fine either way. Like, whatever. But it's just, man, these are just canned quotes that you have that are pretty cold.
Sure, especially given it's probably been like I was just saying, it's probably been a draining, exhausting couple years for him having to manage that energy and that sort of negativity. Klay Thompson, by the way, over the weekend, after the trade was finalized, a 6-team trade, by the way, is what the Mavericks trade ended up being.
That's a record.
This trade, boy, the Mavericks break all the records because they get the most teams involved in a trade here with this 6-team trade. And then the initial Jason Kidd trade with the Nets back, what was that, 27 years ago, whatever it was. That set the record for the most players involved in a trade, where they swapped like 13 players between the two of them. And so the Mavericks,
I think they traded him to the Suns.
Or no, yeah, the Nets trade was the one for Sean Bradley. That's the one that I was thinking of. The Sean Bradley trade, not the Jason Kidd one. The Sean Bradley trade was the one with the Nets where they had a 13-player swap. But this is Mavericks, Warriors, Hornets, Timberwolves, Sixers, and Nuggets were all involved in making this trade work. This one, I'm sure, took a long time. But after it was finalized, Klay Thompson wrote on Instagram over the weekend, "Oh, Bay Area, there are not enough words and images to convey how I really feel about y'all. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for some of the best times of my life. It was such an honor to put that Dubs jersey on from day one. I really just wanted to be the best I could be and help bring as many championships as possible to the region. The best part was not the rings, though. It was the friendships I made that will last a lifetime. My family and I would like to thank all of the amazing people who worked tirelessly to make the Warriors organization world class. Don't be sad it's over. Be happy it happened. Until we meet again, see Captain out."
Man.
And then he uses hashtag 4, the number 4, ever champs, hashtag Splash Bros for life, and hashtag Oakland forever.
Dude, that photo. Did you see the photo, Eric?
Which
the one he posted? Look how
like his
young
throwback photo?
this cat is, dude.
Yeah.
Man, he looked young. I mean, he looked like he was a 14-year-old kid.
He found the right barber. That's what he did for his beard and everything else.
Yeah, I think
he needs the beard.
Yeah, the beard's working for him.
Absolutely.
And now he's going to be, did you see the number he chose?
I did not. Is it 69?
Bobby, why?
No.
Because Eric's setting it up is why. I don't think that's a ridiculous thing for me to assume if Eric is setting it up.
Fair. I'm sorry. That's a fair point.
Dennis Rodman already ruined that for Clay. All right?
Yeah.
In a Mavericks uniform.
Dennis wore 70.
31. What comes to mind? 31.
Jason Terry comes to mind.
Jason Terry comes to mind immediately, of course. And some people were like, oh my gosh, are you really going to let somebody use Jason Terry's number? I'm like, yes, of course I am.
Is it a sign that he's coming off the bench? because Nick Van Exel wore 31, and then Jason Terry wore 31.
Well, he's Clay has talked in the past about how he views himself as like a Reggie Miller kind of dude, and I think this is like the final step into Reggie Millerhood in your career, where you're like, I'm going to own this persona. 31. I'm just a 3-point guy. This is it. This is who I am now. I don't have to worry about like coming to Dallas here. They've taken so much responsibility off of his plate offensively. This is your role, bro. You're the third piece offensively. You're hanging around the 3-point line, and you're just getting buckets that way. Don't need you to do much else. You just watch Luka and Kyrie dance. They're going to set you open for incredible looks from the 3-point line. That's all we need from you. We don't need you trying to create your own mid-range jumper, doing any of that kind of stuff. I think this is him putting the ego aside, understanding if I want to keep my career alive, if I want to go for number 5, it's all about the thumb right now.
Got the thumb.
It's all about the thumb.
It's all about the thumb.
And so if he's really all about the thumb and getting that jewelry on there, then he's going to know his role. He's going to know where he's at. This is just a Reggie Miller 3-ball mindset. This is all I need to do. Thank you, Klay Thompson. I appreciate it.
Wait, are people really upset that he's wearing 31?
I'm sure there are some people.
I don't know how many there are, but I did see some people like questioning, really? You're going to give up Jason the Jet Terry's number? But then I saw somebody else throw a recirculate a video from years ago from Jason Terry when he was asked about like who's the best teammate, who's the greatest teammate you've ever had. Which, of course, what's the answer?
Al-Farouq Amino.
That's the best possible name you could have gone to. Whatever happened to him, comedically, you couldn't have gotten better than that.
That's really good. Solid. Well done.
I don't remember where he went after that.
Obviously, you would say he's going to it's Dirk, right?
Yeah.
No.
Wang.
He went to the Celtics.
Brian Cardinal? Oh.
It's Kevin Garnett. He says Kevin Garnett. Jason Terry is saying that Kevin Garnett is his greatest teammate.
Well, then he also got the tattoo. Right? Didn't he cover
the Celtics?
Up? Well, he covered up he didn't cover it up.
He covered up the trophy?
He got the Celtics guy around it. Lucky. He got lucky, like wrapped around it, right?
Gosh.
Yeah, he does have a Celtics championship ink on his body somewhere. But him saying Kevin Garnett's the greatest teammate he's ever had, that feels like a shots fired situation.
Yeah, especially since Dirk owned Kevin Garnett so consistently throughout their careers.
Amen.
He took the thing and he put Lucky underneath it, holding it up.
I don't like that at all. That I never saw that. Or maybe I saw it and I blacked it out because that pisses me off. That's by the way, the Klay Thompson trying to be Reggie Miller, that'll never be an applicable comparison because Klay Thompson is better than his basketball playing family member, whereas Reggie Miller was never better than his basketball playing family member in Cheryl. Cheryl was always better than Reggie. And
if she only played in today's WNBA, she would have gotten the notoriety she deserves.
Yeah, absolutely. Boy, we were we'll talk about it during Best and Worst of the Weekend, but I ran into Nick Eatman at the Dallas Card Show this weekend, and Nick was telling me, he said the cards that he was there selling. Nick was selling.
Yeah, I saw he tweeted out. He had a nice little post.
Nick told me, he said nothing is moving faster than the Caitlin Clark cards. He's like, the Caitlin Clark cards are selling faster than anything else.
The topic.
Well, that's not going to be the whole. I'm not going to do that for Best and Worst. I was just going to say he mentioned that. It was just a passing thing. I'm not. Look, I'm
sure you were all over.
Sean's out. Look, if Sean was here, we would have done this topic at 6, 7, 8, and 9, and we would have teased it as well for tomorrow.
I wanted to troll you with just nothing but Caitlin Clark stories in my email.
I would have been.
That'd have been great.
I would have been all in.
That'd have been amazing.
I would have been all for it.
She had a triple-double over the weekend, dude. First rookie to ever do that. I think that's pretty impressive.
Yes, sir. All right, Sean
Even
and RJ.
for a woman, Bob.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to go right past that one.
Peyton's still here.
Peyton's still here. We got Best and Worst of the Weekend, and I'm going to fix youth sports. I'm going to fix American soccer.
You ain't got the balls.
I do have the ball. I'm going to fix American soccer, youth sports, and do the Best and Worst of the Weekend all at one time. Coming up next on 105 through The Fan. Let's get you over, though, to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. That is a big, gorgeous, beautiful K-Post roof that you see on AT&T Stadium.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Clock this morning.
That's right. Welcome into the Expressway here on a Monday morning. Sean and RJ. You have RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, and myself, Eric Chiafalo. Commercial free to the top of the hour. Best of the weekend coming up in a few minutes. RJ Choppy is alleging that he's about to fix some things in sports. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to this, man. I'm looking forward to seeing what you got cooking here.
All right. You should be looking forward to it. I'm going to give it to you right now. Give it to you right now, baby.
I believe you.
Give it to me, baby.
Yeah. So I was, I've been following the Euro and the Copa a little bit, and it's waned since Team USA got knocked out last week. But over the weekend, there was some talk that they might fire their manager, their coach, Greg Berhalter. That decision will not come until midweek, so that'll be about 10 days after their final game, their loss, their exit in the group stage, before they make a decision on his future, which is about what Team USA and the women's side did the last time around. They waited, but the difference is that the women's team is like the greatest team there is. They can name their coach. The men's soccer team is at what, at best? The 15th best soccer team in the world, job in the world, maybe?
Yeah, men are usually more decisive, too.
Maybe a little bit higher because it's America. They can pay any amount of money. But, there's the history is, it's probably lower than 15. And it got me thinking, why can we never be good in some of these sports? And you look at, soccer, and we don't have near what we should from a dominance factor based on population and amenities that we have, right? Money. The Euros have completely taken over basketball.
Slow down, Draymond.
They have. And
it's true, man, especially the French.
Yes, absolutely.
French are I got my eye on them. They might be stealing our sport.
And in baseball, obviously there's still a ton of American-born players, and there is in the NBA, but the Japanese leagues and the Asian leagues are really on the come up, and obviously the Latin American player is a massive force in Major League Baseball. And I saw this Instagram post that my oldest son sent me, and he was like, I'm going to have a kid. I'm going to move to Japan. And I'm like, wow, why? And he goes, baseball players as kids, they don't play games. They just practice 8 hours a day.
Wow. Fundamentals.
And I'm like, really? He goes, yeah. Now, it's on Instagram, so it has to be true. I just believed it.
100%.
You have to believe it if it's on the internet.
Well, and I've learned about in Japan, the American dollar is going a long way over there right now. So if you want a nice, relatively
I think it's been going a long way there for a while.
It's been heading that way. Okay,
I think it's been there.
Well, you can eat for super cheap over there.
Yeah, and there's one reason why players in other countries are really kind of dominating these sports in America now, And it's parents. Parents are the problem. We, me, I, you, we're the problem. We play 6 baseball games a weekend. They're playing 6 soccer games in these soccer tournaments a weekend. And same thing for these AAU tournaments. It's whoever the richest kids are can play, as opposed to who just the best kids are that can play. We're in like the Dominican Republic, there's no money. And they just go to they don't even go to baseball academies. They just start playing. And they're just doing nothing but practice. And we are so focused in the youth sport world on games. We get like one field practice a week. That's it, one. Where in some of these other countries, that's all they're doing. That's all they're doing. They send Luka. How old was Luka Doncic when he went to play for Real Madrid? With 13.
Yeah, 13.
So a 13-year-old kid, an 8th grader, maybe in 7th grade,
left home,
leaves home, and just basically becomes a trained assassin. Whereas we're sitting here paying $600 a weekend to go play in these perfect game tournaments in Arkansas or wherever. And it's all about the games here. And in these other countries, it's all about the practice time and the fundamentals and the training. And that's why we're starting to stink. We stink at soccer. Right? We can't get out of the group stage.
Awful.
Losing Panama. Basketball is look at the top 4 of the MVP odds for next year. I mean, they don't come from Ohio. And then the only thing we dominate still is football. Oh wait, did we just lose to in the under 18?
I think that's the losing to Japan.
Yeah, by like 3 scores.
Yeah, everybody was freaking out about that one. I am not certain of the quality of player in that league. It's a little bit like what we've heard the quality of the player in the Little League World Series.
Yeah,
like it seems like it's a little bit more like that, where they're going to give you their absolute best, and you're getting like maybe the top 20th percentile of our guys. But it is.
But what's the one sport in the U.S. where it's not about money for these to play? Where you don't have these pay-for-play tournaments necessarily. You still got some with flag football. It's football. Which one do we dominate? It's football.
Yeah, I mean, football's probably football's the only team sport right now where the best player in it is still an American-born player. Because Shohei in baseball, Connor McDavid in hockey, you talk about in basketball, Luka, Jokic.
And I don't know what I don't know how Hockey Canada at the youth level is different. They may just have more numbers.
I mean, in Canada, that's the sport. That is the sport.
Yeah.
But this comes back to, and I heard it playing back in Snacks a little bit. We had referenced this on Friday a little bit, that there was this discussion over on Reddit about Bronny James and the idea that Bronny James it was a little unfair, I think, the overall topic to say. It had some good points, but I think this particular overarching theme was wrong. That Bronny James is the poster boy now for basketball is a game of the haves and no longer a game of the have-nots. Because it's AAU. He's an example of the AAU and the look. He was basically gifted a draft slot and a contract that other people don't get in that draft slot because of the person that he's tied to and these sort of things that happen. And that overall arching point, I don't think is fair. This has happened. This kind of thing has happened in basketball before. He's not the poster child of that.
No, he's not. He's just the most famous one that's out.
I mean,
but,
Giannis, both of Giannis's brothers are examples of this too.
Of nepotism.
Of guys who got in the league because of a connection. But the in general thought of one of the most popular documentaries of the 90s was Hoop Dreams. The idea of just like, and the point that was being made in this discussion was basketball used to be the game of getting up out of the mud. Like it went and found you, no matter where you were, it was all about how talented you were, and they were going to find you, and you could have those hoop dreams, and you could achieve a life that you never would have achieved otherwise. And now it is the AAU tournaments, or like what I had talked about a little bit with you guys after I'd started talking to some of the people at the Keller softball team, where they start telling me like the amount of money it costs to get these kids in the tournaments, and schools don't even care about what you do in district play or at your actual high school, which is the free version of it. Free. You still have to, there's still a lot of investment you have to make, but that's the accessible version of it, is supposed to be your high school games. And it's like, well, that's not even what schools are interested in, is what you do in your high school games. They want to see you in these tournaments that are being done in Denver, and you got to go travel and participate in that. And
because it's easier for the scouts. The scouts get to see 1,000 kids as opposed to just the 2 games.
One of the dads at Keller had told me that, and he's a big listener to the show, Rob. He was telling me that the number of days, like he was maxed out on days off basically by the summer that he could take from his job, because in order to travel with his daughter to go to these competitions or these, showcases or whatever else. And so anything the rest of this year, it's like either he's going to have to take unpaid days or he's just not going to be able to go with her to travel to like be there with her while she's doing this out of state or doing different things. And so these are the sort of like sacrifices and the sort of culture that's been created by it. And it's frustrating and it's sad when you get a chance to sit there and look at it. I just don't know that there's, you've done a good job identifying a problem, Choppy.
Thank you.
Now fix it for me.
I don't know how to. First of all, get the parents out of it. Stop monitoring youth sports. Like the fact that people make careers off of running these tournaments.
Yeah, that's wild.
That you shouldn't. That's not what. It's not a money making operation. At least it shouldn't be. We've turned it into one. And I think that's a major reason why. Like we just don't. We're so focused on the games instead of being focused on the training.
Yeah,
because somebody on the fan text, Franklin Injury Returns fan text said, and like in Japan, you get like one extracurricular activity, like that's your choice, and then whatever it is, music, sports, whatever, you do that for 8 hours a day. That's all you do.
Oh yeah. I mean, like
you've got to master one specific thing, and hopefully that's
you're
incredible.
Yeah. That's what you got to. And let us know your thoughts on this, your experiences with this as parents, if you've run into any of this or the frustrations you have with this on the Franklin Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, because I know, again, kind of being around it and seeing it, like this also ends up, this whole culture that's been created from it really stresses these kids out too, because they feel a ton of pressure. Like, have you seen that with Luka at all? Like in bigger showcases or in bigger tournaments, do you feel him having an awareness of it more than in other?
He might be too young still. He's only 14, so that we haven't come across. They have like these scout looks. It's like more of a practice. They haven't come to many of the games because there's some rules that they can't talk to the kids yet. So I think they have to be like sophomores or whatever. So we haven't seen that yet. But I mean, it's approaching because I mean he's got high school tryouts here in a little bit because he'll be a freshman in the fall.
What's his general demeanor or thought process? Like do you feel like you're going to have
his own world? That's his demeanor. He's in his own world.
Is there
it's a good place to be, man?
He's in his own world, man.
That's what I mean. Is that a positive in this instance? Like, do you feel like he's going to be able to wall off that pressure, or do you feel are you already prepping for? I'm going to have to probably, dad up some issues here of where he's going to feel a ton of pressure.
No, he. I don't think he doesn't know what's going. Like he's in his. Like I said, he's in his own world. His mind's like mine. My mind is just shut off. I don't know. I like to tell people that I like to watch Fast and the Furious movies because it shuts my brain off. Mm-hmm. The reality is that's the highest quality grade of movie I could comprehend.
No, you're basically Joe Mazzulla, right? He's Joe Mazzulla with
the town
with the checkout movie or watching TV like he does.
Yeah. Joe Mazzulla is such a psycho when it comes to watching game film and stuff like that. That his coaching staff became concerned for him, like mental health wise. Was like, dude, you need to have like some reprieve from just being like a basketball psycho. And so before he would leave the facility every day, they would force him to sit down and watch 1 hour's worth of just normal television or movie.
Oh wow!
This was God Jr. just got hired by the Boston Celtics, and when he was at Fairmont State with him, they were like, "Yeah, we were worried about his mental health because he's such a basketball addict." It's just more reason to hate Joe Mazzulla. Like this story coming out.
I want that coach to be my coach.
Is that why this idiot Joe Mazzulla, like, did they go too far and they made him watch too much stuff that now he like blends it into real life? Because now I've noticed. The town, he talks about the bank robbery thing. You remember the bank robbery topic shop where you thought Mazzulla was a psycho, the way he wanted to plan it?
Breaking it down.
And then you remember how he connected with Jason Tatum? he showed him a scene from The Dark Knight and something with the Joker. And so I also wonder if they've gone too far now, and now he doesn't know how to even relate to humans unless he's showing them a movie scene.
Yeah.
Like they've created some sort of monster.
He is absolutely basketball hardo guy. I mean, even like he's super, I mean, he's a super Christian dude, and he's got the rosaries, beads, and they're actually made from the TD Garden hardwood. His rosary.
Seriously?
Beads. Yes,
really?
I'm dead serious about this.
Oh my god!
I read about that during the NBA Finals.
That dude,
he's just basketball dedicated.
That dude. Sean, I can't remember if you were here when we had determined this or not. Chop. Sean and I, you may have been, but Sean and I had both stated like there's a path he could have gone on that ends up with Joe Mazzulla as a serial killer.
100%.
For sure.
That dude is,
that
dude he found God in basketball.
He ended up on the right path, but that dude was very close to being basketball.
But the way
Dexter.
he detailed the robbery and how he would do it, 'cause I'm the point man.
I have to plan all of it. I would drive. I would hire the right people to blow up the safe and just no emotion either. That dude is just like he's got something wrong with him. I swear.
Yeah, and he acknowledged it, and he got himself on the right track, dude. He channeled that insane energy into becoming a basketball champion, and of course, he understands how to do bank robbery stuff. When you watch a bank robbery movie 4 times a week, like he alleges he watches that Boston bank robbery the town movie,
I feel like
if we ask Choppy how he's going to pull off some type of like car heist or whatever,
I could absolutely stop a nuclear sub with a vehicle.
Thank you.
With a car. I could with a Dodge Challenger.
You put the work in, you've put the time in.
Absolutely.
You've earned that.
With a Dodge Challenger that I got from Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, there's a 100% chance that I could absolutely make a nuclear sub on ice, mind you, completely stop. Stop number 3 of the Firehouse Tour is Friday in Glen Heights, 1938 Southampton Road, Glen Heights.
Pumped, baby.
Yes, sir.
We're getting south of Dallas. So if you are south of Dallas, this will be your stop. Come out, see us at 1938 Southampton Road, Glen Heights. This will be stop number 3. We'll have Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp out there. Of course, thank you to Chill Boys, Firehouse Heating and Air. Maybe we'll get Choppy to engage in more shenanigans with firefighters, have them flip a tire, something like that. But yeah, absolutely. Join us this Friday in Glen Heights for the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. Really quickly, some of the contributions to the fan text on this topic, Chop. 972 at my kid's high school in Frisco. If you haven't done the club soccer / tournament year-round thing, you're probably not making the school team. 903 says could have paid for 2 years of college with the amount of money spent on select baseball. 318 child plays club soccer, more conditioning than developing. Have to take son to one-on-one training for soccer development. Plus, he kicks on high school football team. So a lot of people running into this same sort of.
Dude, the change is going to start with a parent like me, who I'm putting my foot down on this.
You are the change.
Yes, I will 100% lead the way on this. Thank you for laying the groundwork on what needs to happen, because I got no problem falling in line here and just saying no. Sorry about that, honey. What the sport you're going to play is the one that is as close to free as possible, and I drive 20 minutes to go enjoy this. I'm not hopping on a bird to watch my 12-year-old go play some tournament in Denver for thousands of dollars. That seems like the dumbest scam in the world. Now, if I was super well-off Moneybag dad, I'd probably feel a little bit differently, but that ain't the case. And so, sorry, dude, you're playing a sport where we go to your local high school gym or your local field or whatever, communal, and that's what we're doing. Guess what? We're going to go get that pizza party after if you won. And if you didn't, we'll see what your individual what your individual box score looks like, and maybe you earned the pizza more than the rest of your team did. But we're not flying to different states so that a middle school kid can play a sport. That sounds like one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, especially with all the money involved. That is insane, dude.
Yeah, you don't need to do that if you live here. If you live in like Wyoming. And you got there's not.
And sports aren't for you, man. Get on the ranch and get to cattling. Sorry.
That's exactly what it is. Hey, you know what it's time for?
Best of the weekend.
You got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
That's the voice of a dad who just traveled for his son or daughter to go play some BS sport for tons of money. That's going to mean nothing for their future.
Yeah, or it's the voice of a guy who's a Bears fan and they just didn't get enough for Justin Fields, and so he has a meltdown in the bar while he's drunk. That's also that voice.
Did you get hammered with Chambers this weekend?
No, I did not.
I thought that was like the tradition at this point.
No. I did not. This weekend, actually, though, it was, and this is a long holiday weekend, really. I guess this could be best and worst of Thursday through Sunday.
It could be, yes.
Is what we can look at. Weigh in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I'll start off. It was a pretty loaded up weekend this weekend. Started off with me being accused by one Sean Sharif of being a total buzzkill.
Oh, no.
So this weekend, weekend was little Oliver's birthday, and so Sean invited the girls to come over and hang out with Ollie. And so we were at the party with Oliver's friends, and of course, there's a lot of parents there. And as is the case at these things, it's like, hey, you want a beer, you want this, or you want a little margarita or something like that. I was not taking part. I was allowing Kristen to have a couple beverages, and I know from when I was out, we worked this out on Friday while you were gone, Chop, but I heard you guys taking a lot of shots at me for the way that I was handling my drinking last weekend when I was out with Sean, where I had said, no, thanks, right. I'm not going to take one. And there's no winning here, is what I've discovered. I can either go hard and throw back a bunch of drinks, and then I'm making it all about me, or I want no drinks, and then you guys say I'm making it all about me. So there's no winning, regardless of what I can do, other than moderation, I guess. I guess I could be in moderation.
Could be.
Right, but that's off the table.
But that's not fun. There's no fun in that.
Sean did tell me, he said, he's like, your whole demeanor today is you're just pouting for some reason. He's like, wait, what's your deal? He's like, you're not having any drinks. You're just sitting there on your phone.
I do imagine sober DDU is just brooding.
I was
at the 4-year-old
I was fine. And Kristen even said otherwise. She's like, you were sulking. I was like, I genuinely did not.
This is just me sober, honey. I don't know what to tell you.
This is it's just been so long since you've seen this person. But ultimately, this is like who I am. I'm just kind of chilling. I'm relaxed. I'm quiet. I was not, when I get a couple drinks in me, I'm going to be loud and I'm going to be aggressive. And I also had taken my Adderall and I kind of got zoned in, focused on a couple thoughts while I was sitting there.
I was going to say, you were probably just stewing internally and getting emotional about the Dak boot stuff.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking about that. And then Sunday. So that was Saturday. Sunday, the card show had been going on for a couple days, the Dallas card show. I went and hung out with Tolo Steve. He's a card collector, and so we went and hung out. Boy,
did he get his stuff stolen?
No, he did not. He wasn't selling. He just popped in, checked out some stuff. We saw Nick Eatman while we were out there, like I mentioned. The industry that card collecting is, I've always had an awareness that it's an industry, but I didn't realize the intensity. He started explaining to me some of the ways people run their businesses for cards and these different and he started explaining for a lot of people this turns into something that borders on a gambling addiction almost. It gets that gambling energy.
You ever met Mike Bassick?
We're talking. So when I was working with the Michael Irvin show, he would leave on a weekend. He'd just go, what are you doing this weekend? He'd be like, I'm in El Paso, and they just pay him to sign autographs for an hour.
Yeah,
and he would just come out there and he'd make a bag of money, fly back.
Dude, this Marriott in Allen was packed. They had 5 rooms in a convention center that were taken up fully by tables of cards.
Wow. Me and Broadus did the show out there last summer, and it was a madhouse.
Dude, they are intense with it. And I know you were talking about the story and Choppy just kind of referenced it there. I guess there was a theft over the weekend at the Dallas card show. It was something from Darren Ravel. That was one of the stories Peyton sent this morning from Italy. But Darren Ravel tweeted the story that 2 million in cards were stolen at the Dallas card show, including 6 1952 Topps Mickey Mantle cards. And so that sucks. That's terrible to be in that position. But otherwise, great weekend. Met up with Tolo Chris and his wife Laura and had a little play date because our daughters, Laura and his daughter, go to school together. And so had a great time there. He says he's a big 6 a.m. club listener. As he drives Lyft,
nice.
And so
same here, dude. I'm a 6 a.m. club guy.
That's usually when he's listening. He did say that he's like, yeah, my wife, she's more of a fan of KNC. She's a bigger KNC gal, so she just thinks Mike and Kevin and Corey are hilarious.
She's a masterpiece.
So, but it was great. It was a great time out there. It was a busy weekend. Chop, what'd you get into? I see your hat. You're already tipping me off.
I just wanted to point out, like, the theft reportedly was captured on the video footage from the Dallas Card Show. So I'm sure these guys are going to end up
face,
being
did they?
tracked down.
Stop it, they sold the 6 Mickey Mantle 1952 Topps card, over $2 million in theft.
Yeah,
in this card show. Insane. Like, what a loser.
The amount of money just sitting on those tables, like when you see when I was looking at it, I was like, holy cow, there is so much like
dollars. You might as well just have
worth,
a bunch of dollars.
like cash worth in this building right now. It's absurd.
Okay, so a vintage card dealer was packing up his car at the end of the day. That's when he realized he was missing a massive display case that was filled with these super high-end baseball cards. And his quote was, "It was the one with all the meat. They knew which one to take."
Oh my!
So
Inside
these
job.
are
Wow.
these are smart dudes.
That
but,
stinks, man.
I mean, you're talking about individual cards, 400,000 for a card. I mean, just ridiculous numbers here. And that's a nightmare situation. But being there last year, it is truly a madhouse, and it's the only place that I would say compares to Super Bowl Radio Row when it comes to the number of plumber cracks and just sweaty dudes.
Yeah,
you know,
a lot
just
of
sweaty dudes
cracks,
and
yeah.
plumber cracks. Nothing compares to Super Bowl Radio Row except for a sports card show like that.
That's close up there. 214 worst of the weekend had COVID. Best of the weekend got Hawk Tua. Okay, hopefully that's not how you got COVID. 817.
I didn't know that was an STD.
817. Great weekend. Got a new car and kept the Jim Beam at a minimum. Good for you, 817. Choppy,
right.
you got the Parker McCollum hat on.
I did.
I saw you wearing boots.
Yes, sir.
It looked like a great time.
It was a hoedown. We were up at WinStar. We went up there with Sarah and with Carly, and then our friends Shannon and TK, who they're like our big brother and sister. They never let us pay. They pay for everything.
Big step brother and sister.
They never let us. I tried.
Me to them?
I grabbed the.
Eric wants kids to play youth sports.
I grabbed the check at dinner. No, he ripped that out of my hand. Like and he's like, "You kidding me? The card's already been in her hand the entire dinner."
I love the move from Choppy though. It's the heady play, even though you
look like a great dude, and you're never paid for it.
Because when we walk in there, he always just gives the card to the server as soon as we get there.
I love that move though, man.
I'm like, and I just always forget about it. But
it acts as sort of a pump fake. Like everybody knows you're not throwing the ball, but let's go ahead and fool them for just a second that maybe you will.
Yeah. So they're awesome. They drove us up there. We met at their house. They drive us up, and it was for the Parker McCollum concert. And I'd never seen him in concert. I don't think Sarah had either, but. Got a little bit of advice for people who are going to have a Parker McCollum concert. You need an abundance of wet floor signs everywhere.
Oh, really?
God, I've never seen.
Is he one of these like shake it kind of guys? Like
no,
these
he's just.
dudes?
I mean, look,
Does he take his shirt off guy?
He's just a daddy. He really is.
Is he?
He's a good-looking guy. Like he's probably like 6'4", yoked, blonde-headed
really?
country dude, right?
Parker McCollum or Sam Hartman?
Hartman.
Ooh,
dude.
that's a good. Hartman.
It's got to be Hartman.
Hartman's pretty.
Because he's got the height, the hair, the beard.
But Choppy had checked out on him because he said he was wearing a sports bra when he was wearing one of those chip trackers.
Oh, like a Kyler Murray
yeah,
sort of.
so he was
out on that.
Choppy was kind of out on that.
But he's got 3 strikes.
Yeah.
Okay. So
this McCollum, I didn't know what he looked like. I didn't know he was such a dish.
But like, I've never seen somebody like sexualize grabbing a microphone more than him.
Like homoerotic?
I don't know if it was like.
You've seen me in the 9 o'clock hour.
Go that way. But like, he just did it in like a very understated way. But every time he grabbed the mic with both hands, the girls in there would all do
Would he grab it like this?
Like you just no, he would not. Like they just saw the Beatles for the first time and was like, "What is going on here?" And then Sarah turns to me, and when he did that to the microphone, she said, "I wish that was my neck." And I was like, "Oh, we are in a weird spot."
You
right
said
now.
me too.
I said, "Say less."
So wait, I'm curious. When she says she wishes that was her neck, does she mean his hand placement or his mouth?
I don't know, and I
both?
didn't ask. I was just oh my god, here we are. So we're here. He puts on a good show. He had way more bangers than I thought. Like I know his music, but I didn't realize like his catalog went that deep. It was pretty good. Like, it was a pretty good show. He only played for 90 minutes, but he's only got a handful of albums, so he doesn't have like Bruce Springsteen 3-hour, Dave Matthews 3-hour concert.
Handle on You is
great song.
Such a great song.
Great song.
Do you know
written.
that song?
No, I don't know a single Parker McCollum song.
Chris was a good word op, but I told him to. Like, he would have gotten some of the
Oh, stop.
songs here.
Great line in that song. Sitting at the table, baby, breaking the seal. Gonna see how much of this pain I can kill. It's good, right?
It's good. I will say he had on a Lucchese hat, and it just had it in cursive. And I went and looked online for how much it's had it. It's $100. It's a trucker hat. It's $100.
Jeez.
Oh, well,
I've got to buy it, but
No, you don't.
There's no way I'm not allowed. I will not be allowed.
You have a plug.
I'm gonna have to get a plug.
You have one.
I do.
You do. You have a Lucchese plug.
I do.
I'm telling you, you do. I know of one for you.
I know. I think we know the same guy because that's how I got the boots.
It's the gal I know.
Okay. So that's how I got the boots.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I need to get that hat because there's no way I would be allowed to purchase a $100 trucker hat.
No,
like $30 at the tops. I'm gonna go.
I wouldn't think so. But it was a good show overall.
Great show. Really good show. Very little. I lost like $40. I gambled a little bit before and a little bit after. But it's 4th of July weekend. It was so crowded. I mean, there was I got like one seat at a 3-card poker table. I couldn't get anything at any blackjack table the entire night.
Damn. Peyton Russell
I
set
could
all of
have,
them up.
but it was a $300 table. It was $300 minimum, and I'm like, all right, that's out.
Why didn't you just fake like you were? Oh, see, look, there's Chris coming in with the Parker McCollum. This is Handle on You. Yeah, you should have just faked, like, grabbed for the cash to go play at the table, and then your buddy TK, he would have been like, no, I got it, and then he would have paid your entry. Eric Chiafalo, how was your weekend?
Dude, it was great. I had a great family weekend. Still eating. I mean, even today I brought in the July 4th leftovers.
You brought in what looked like you were contributing to a potluck or something with what you brought in here this morning.
Still got. I mean, we went hard with the July 4th stuff, grilling up. So the leftovers are real. I'm actually at a point now where, and maybe you guys would co-sign this, I feel like July 4th has become sort of the Thanksgiving of the summer.
That is a great way
it's family,
to look at it.
It's food and fireworks. Thanksgiving is just family, food, and football. So you're just subbing out the football for the fireworks. But, I mean, it is just a food bonanza, right? I mean, other than the fireworks being synonymous, it's about the food. Everybody's talking about what are you eating on July 4th? And then it's just copious amounts of meats, and now I'm still consuming. So I don't know if that's like, is today probably like the final day that you could really start eating July 4th leftovers? Like today's where you draw the line on that?
They say 3 days in the fridge, right? 3 hours out, three days in.
Ooh, yeah, because I mean you're pushing it
past the point.
What do you is the rule the same across the board for like chicken and like hamburgers, or is one of them chicken you can only keep for like a couple days,
I think
right?
A hamburger you can get close to a week.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I'm not trusting Choppy though. I heard he was eating out of his deep freezer brisket burgers from 6 years ago, and he's wondering why he had bubble guts.
That's
I
true.
Heard they were totally fine. They were totally fine. It was a totally fine burger.
He's a food is fuel guy. Like, and so to him, it doesn't matter. But no, I would think unless you had some grilled chicken, I would think you could eat it today. I think you're still good.
Well, we'll find out. Because I'm definitely going to be eating it, but it was a great family weekend. Had an awesome time. My brother, who's been living in Colorado for the last like 6 years, him and his wife and baby, they moved back to town, and they're actually living with my parents until they get a house here.
Is this Anthony?
Yeah, this is my older brother. Anthony.
Okay, so Anthony, he's the one who showed
his birthday today, by the way. So happy birthday to him!
Happy
33 years old.
birthday, Anthony.
This is Jesus year. No, it's awesome. It's exciting.
I know. Yeah, but Jesus died that year.
Everybody hypes up the Jordan year.
Yeah,
no, but that was the year. That was the pivotal year.
Yeah, I just think that when you're telling somebody
forever.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like when you're telling
point.
somebody it's your Jesus year, though, you're like also indirectly saying, "Hey, this is the year he died." Like, I mean, maybe your time is
up. But what did
up.
he do after he died, Bobby?
Exactly. That's true. So your brother though, Anthony, this is the one that Eric called out sick for a pregame show one day.
Yeah, Cowboys pregame.
Brian was sitting there, and Eric's brother Anthony was at the game and walked up to the set and was like pumping his fists towards Zach. And Brian, they look so much alike. Brian was certain it was Eric, and he was like, this dude is really going to show up on set after telling Tim he was sick and couldn't broadcast. But they look identical. But I'm glad your family's back in town. That's
yeah,
good.
yeah, it's great. My youngest brother is finally about to move out as he's getting married in a couple of weeks.
The
And my
singer?
parents were about to have the empty nest. But here comes my
Here comes
older
the older
brother
one
and the wife
back
and
to
his
house.
kids.
Back to
So
the house.
my
Very
dad
nice.
cannot get away from us.
It's
But
going full Peyton.
yeah, heck of a weekend. Heck of a weekend. Sounds like you guys had one as well.
Yes, we did.
So cheers to you, boys. It's great to be in here on a Monday morning. Sean and RJ, you got RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Chris Strong is in for Peyton Russell, who's out in Italy right now. Let's crank open a little AM Rim Sesh for you, featuring updates from Team USA, how the Mavs want to round out the roster, and we already have Bronny Load Management. That's next right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. This is Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Sean is out all week. A little paternity leave action. That is the high-pitched Robert Montgomery belt. For strong in for Peyton, who's in Rome. Carter finally making his way in here. Carter. 2.5 hours late. And then the great Eric Chiafalo, my man, Paisan. For a couple days at least.
Couple days at least. We'll find out. Maybe I've been dying. You guys know it's bucket list to get to one of your firehouse tours.
You might as well.
So if I could be a part of it and watch Choppy go through a firefighter obstacle course of sorts and see that in person.
Yes.
That's what I want to do. Glen Heights, here we come on Friday.
Sir. On Friday, it'll be at 1938 Southampton Road in Glen Heights, thanks to Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp Chill Boys, Boxers, and Firehouse Eating and Air.
Dude, the Firehouse tours, they seriously are. Last summer when we first started those, I don't know about for you, Chop, but I know for me and I know for Sean, like that was such an encouragement at the time when you get to dead season of like June, July, when there's not as much stuff going on, and you feel like, man, are we even like, is anybody even like out there listening to what we're doing right now? Are they checked out? And then when you go out to those things, you see 30 people are there at 5:30 in the morning to get a towel or whatever, or just hang out and want to see it sort of.
Yep.
It's just it's a great opportunity to like connect and see this radio show and radio station family that we have.
Yeah,
and so
really is awesome.
You would love it. If you're able to go out there, you're gonna love it.
Well, here's what I'm going to say. We got to bring back the throwing the football challenge if I'm there on Friday, because I had some FOMO the time that you guys did that. Who could throw it the longest? I don't remember who won that competition.
Choppy
I'm
did.
assuming it was Choppy. Yeah, the athletic prowess there. We're all fighting for second, but I'd like to be in the mix on that.
Do that.
Otherwise, we get to Oxnard because Carter Freeman, our video guy, is going to be in Oxnard with us. We got to get on the practice
and we know
fields,
he's going to win the throwing
dial
contest.
it up,
So
maybe
we definitely do that.
Try to get a little 7-on-7 going or something.
Oh yeah, heck yeah. We have enough.
Yeah,
we almost have enough. But let's do it.
We can get Trey Lance some reps that way.
There we go. He can be automatic QB.
That's right. All right, let's go ahead and cut the lights out, Chris Strong. We're going to keep the kids in bed because Sean and RJ in the morning is going 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Team USA basketball gets together in Las Vegas for training camp, gearing up for what is my favorite part of the Olympics. And we'll go around the Olympics coming up here in about 20 minutes. I have a would you rather question that I've been kicking around with my fellas in the G-Bag Nation. Would like to get y'all's thoughts on this. I think this will be maybe the toughest question in the history of questions being asked for Bobby Belt to answer.
Like it's going to torture me, or I'm going to be conflicted by the answer.
Yeah, it's going to torture you because you're going to want to mark C for none of the above, or like, could I just die instead of having to do one of these other two things?
All right, Dan Orlovsky or Marcus Mosher, who do I want to watch it with? Yeah.
But Kevin Durant is already, and by the way, did you guys know this about Kevin Durant? USA men's leading point scorer in Olympic history.
I did not know that.
Carmelo? Didn't Carmelo
had that
record? Yeah.
And then KD swooped in and said, no, this is mine. And he's actually dealing with a minor calf strain. And so he's sidelined to start training camp there. That's got to be nerve-wracking if you're a Suns fan or a KD fan, because we remember last time he had some calf issues. And then we all remember seeing his Achilles tendon just fly up into the back of his knee.
Yeah.
And that was super scary. So, and the Suns right now are in a disaster of a position. They owe a bunch of money, and they have all sorts of aprons and luxury taxes. Their team's going to suck, and they're going to pay a lot of money to suck. So that is just another layer to the disaster that is the Suns right now. So we'll see. Hopefully Kevin Durant, that's not that big of a deal, and we'll get him going. Were you guys perturbed by the report that, hey, big news, LeBron not coming off the bench for Team USA? Like, at what point was anybody even considering the fact that LeBron James would be coming off the bench here?
I never thought that would happen.
Thank you.
I never thought I'd see that.
I didn't need that report.
Man, I don't know, because I agree in general. Don't need that. But wouldn't it be the most LeBron move ever to be like he can do it in a self-serving way. Like, hey, I'm the ultimate
of the team.
I'm the ultimate teammate. And then he can be like, I've already been the greatest basketball player of all time, the greatest forward of all time. I was the first point forward. I was the first center forward. I can do all these things. Now I'm the greatest bench player of all time. Like, it seems like he could still turn it into a navel gaze if he wanted to.
Could you win? Do they have a Team USA or like Olympic six-man of the summer awards? Because that'd be like, he's like, I got to get this award because that's like the one that he's never had. He could be a
six-man of the year,
six-man of the summer, you know? Just add that to the...
Do they have an Olympics like most valuable player? They even have that?
I think that's a good question. Team USA.
Yeah, it's called a gold medal.
Yeah.
It's a team sport.
Team sport, man.
No, this was
I don't know if they do like a team MVP after that.
This is something that when we were talking about LeBron the other day and him playing out potentially another 3 years or whatever it might be and him getting to 42 years, if you take LeBron, if he last year he had 589 assists, 518 rebounds, 89 steals in 71 games. If you just lower those numbers a little bit and say over the next 3 years, LeBron were to average 500 assists, 500 rebounds, and 80 steals over the next 3 seasons. If he does that, he would retire as the NBA's all-time leading scorer, second all-time in assists, 30th in rebounds, and 4th all-time in steals. As he is a
compiler.
No, he is legitimately a combo of the careers at this point. It feels like of Michael Jordan and Kareem.
Hey, he annihilates the record book.
Yeah,
I mean the fact that he is second he very well could finish his career first all time in scoring and second in assists is insane.
For sure. The longevity just by itself, but then maintaining a high level of play throughout that. He's not one of these dudes that's just hanging on right now and doesn't really belong, and we're made sad watching him. He's still fantastic, and that's why I'm like, him coming off the bench, that's insane. I still think, am I crazy to say based on the guys they have here at Team USA? I know Joel Embiid is ranking higher in MVP votings and things like that, but LeBron James is the man on this team right now, even at this age.
He's the draw.
He's the draw, yes, but in terms of just like tangible,
only because they didn't put Caitlin Clark on the team.
Stop. If you had to put percentages on every player on the roster in terms of like the reason why they're going to win, I think LeBron owns the largest share of that pie.
Really?
I do.
Anthony Edwards disagrees.
I know Anthony Edwards
would disagree.
This dude's got the confidence of. I admire and wish I had just even the smallest amount of confidence that he has, because my gosh, he says I'm still the number one option. He was asked on how he fits with USA basketball and this particular Olympic team. He's like, I'm still the number one option. Y'all might look at it differently, but they're going to have to fit around me. That's how I feel. And he did it with a smile on his face, and he might have been a little tongue in cheek, but it is funny to still have that confidence after being in the Western Conference Finals, huffing and puffing in the tunnel with an oxygen mask because you couldn't get it going in the fourth quarter, game in, game out versus the Mavericks. And now you're going to say, no, it's about built around me.
Yeah, you don't.
I'm the guy.
You don't get to say like, hey, I'm built for this summer basketball after, like you finished the West Finals bent over, look like you're getting treatment for emphysema or something like that. That's what Anthony Edwards is just
fourth
sucking
quarter
oxygen.
oxygen mask guy doesn't get to say he's the man.
Here's the thing. I'm very close to like rooting for Greece or something in this Olympics, only because Jason Tatum is on the U.S. roster. That's a little tough for me.
This is Bobby hates everything Celtics. Everything. He's gone. He is dug in.
Other than Joe Mazzulla, I see eye to eye with him.
Yeah,
I can't stand him either. And I'm not. I don't like why. I know he's dug. He is more dug in than I am.
He is getting paid $70-something million in his final year of his deal.
After Tatum like mimicked 8 different people after the finals, what famous moments is he going to be able to mimic at the Olympics?
Oh, I'm sure Jordan.
Like because
I'm sure Jordan had a moment with the flag around his neck or something.
Yeah, that's what he's gonna. He's gonna do the miracle. Like he's gonna stand up there and pose. Do you believe in miracles?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's gonna have everybody come up like Mike Eruzione did. Everybody, come on up here. Come on up. Get on the podium with me.
He's gonna do the Usain Bolt, like just turn and look at the camera and smile. And yeah,
he'll do the
absolutely. He's gonna do the Travis Kelce. Yeah,
he's probably putting in the work right now, looking up the archival footage from Olympics past to see which one he wants to do for himself there.
My favorite quote after the NBA Finals was Jason Tatum is an NBA player who feels he has to pretend to be an NBA player. Like that's what he does. He really does. All of his quotes feel like all of his quotes feel like my career 2K cutaway scenes. He is so generic and
Which one?
He is Russell Wilson meets Paul George. That's Jason Tatum.
Which one was most ridiculous to you? Was it because I think it was the Kevin Garnett one for me.
We did it. We did it.
Same cadence.
What they gonna say now?
Same amount of pauses.
What they gonna say now?
Same amount of pauses. Everything.
Yeah, he will definitely be my least favorite part of
He's
watching.
He's gonna say today I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
I'll tell you what. I was actively rooting against Luka and Slovenia.
Well, you got your wish.
I got my wish. I should have thrown that in best of the weekend because knowing that Luka can now just sort of relax a little bit and get that body healed up, I think it's important. It's very important.
I have this is like if you're a diehard like a Mavs fan, you want Luka ready to go. Like there is not a more perfect scenario because they didn't try to stop him from playing, which would have ticked them off,
right?
And he lost. So he played 3 games?
Yeah. Because he had the one that they lose to Croatia, and then he won the second one and then lost to Greece.
Yeah. So he played the 3 games, and that's way better than 6, 10.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Way better. So I've
been actively rooting against it the whole time.
And now he's it's the first week of July, and he's home for the rest of summer.
Yeah, go get in an ice bath, bro.
By the way, we have Atolo Shan Sheriff who's texting in, and he's saying that he thinks Jason Tatum will mimic Charles Barkley's Angola moment. So I don't know anything about Angola, but Angola's in trouble.
Watch out, Angola. Jason Tatum's coming for you. Hey, the Dallas Mavericks will host an introductory press conference tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Klay Thompson, Najee Marshall, and Quentin Grimes. So that's going down 10 a.m. tomorrow as soon as we get off the air here. Klay Thompson will be wearing jersey number 31. Najee Marshall's 13. So we're getting Jason Terry and Steve Nash vibes. And then you got the Quentin Grimes at number 5. And it seems like Quentin Grimes is
Jason Kidd number.
Yeah, a little
Josh
Jason
Howard
Kidd action.
Kid wore 2 and 5 here.
Yep.
I think
Wore 5 initially, wore 2 when he came back because that was Josh Howard's number and it was sacred. He wasn't going to take it anymore.
That's right.
Quentin Grimes is already ingratiating himself into the city and the community. He tweeted out yesterday, "I'm going to stop at Buc-ee's every time I see one."
Shouldn't he?
But
he's a
making that
Texan.
commitment.
He's a Texan. Quentin Grimes. He's from the Woodlands, I think.
Okay, cool. So he's already got some.
So yeah, I think
it's
it's
back.
Yeah, I think it's more like I'm back home. I'm not stopping anywhere but Buc-ee's.
Man, the jerky stand they have there is phenomenal.
Oh my gosh, yeah, their jerky's out of this
fresh
world.
Jerky.
The Texas Philly, by the way, like everybody talks about the brisket sandos, and I love those as well. But the Texas Philly, which is like a burrito Philly cheesesteak that they sell
so good
at Buc-ee's. Yeah. Oh my gosh, dude! And they're not skimping on the meat on that either. It is fantastic.
Every time we stop, Kristen buys fudge there. She's like, the fudge they have there is just better than like anywhere else. That little behind where they have like the roasted
fudge wall,
nuts,
dude, the fudge wall.
Oh, the beaver nuggets,
the beaver nuggets,
caramel ones. Oh my gosh.
hey, somebody's got to lose their job here. Caleb Martin, relative no-name player for the Miami Heat, gets offered before free agency starts by the Heat a 5-year, $65 million deal.
Okay. Him and 11, what is it? 11, 12 a year? No, never mind. I'm an idiot.
Yep, for sure.
More than that, like 13.
They decided no, we're good here, we can get more, and then he just signed over the weekend Caleb Martin to the Philadelphia 76ers for a 4-year, $32 million deal.
Yeah, that's not good. It's not good. It's not good business advice.
I mean, your agent. I mean, what are we doing here? I actually feel bad for the player.
Sounds like
This is
Nerlens Noel's agents.
Yeah, this is like you never go full Nerlens Noel or full Dennis Schroeder. He's gonna have to reach out to them and ask, like, how do you recover from a generational mistake, like awful business move? I'm feeling
Terrible
for this
business
guy
move.
right now.
It's almost as if Scott Boras was his agent from this past offseason.
Yeah,
because he ruined about 3 different careers this year.
Oh my gosh, you are not kidding. All right, there it is. There's your rim sesh, boys.
Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. America gives the middle finger to France. The middle finger. And you got a little game for us coming up next. Is that right? You got a little game for us?
I have a would you rather question.
A would you rather
It's gonna make
question.
you extremely uncomfortable.
We'll do that coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Marcus swings, and it's a high drive to left field. Arozarena back in the track. He turns out of here. How about that for a slump buster?
We'll take it. Rangers get the sweep over the Rays, and the trade rumors are out and about.
Yeah.
All-Star action is right around the corner as well. Congratulations, Marcus Semien and Kirby Yates, your two Texas Rangers representatives in the upcoming All-Star game going down right here at Globe Life Field, the House of Champions, and it'll be airing on your home of the world champion, Texas Rangers, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Josh Smith, though, giant snub.
Big time snub. Maybe he gets in. Maybe there's some injuries. Somebody decides they want to get out, and they'll have some replacements. Pete Alonso is going to be in the home run derby. He made that announcement yesterday.
Yes. Hey, that's
which you can also hear right here.
That's a little bit hazardous to the kids in the outfield. Isn't he the one that doinked a kid in the dome with one of his? It
was a kid that was in the not in the crowd, but actually in the outfield, not in the outfield stands. But they have kids there trying to catch these fly balls. Some of these kids look like they've never caught a fly ball before, and that's the dangerous spot to be in. Dude, you've got to have a head on a swivel.
They should be able to catch a fly ball. I mean, with how expensive it is, to try and get in their chop, then you would think these are the same ones that have gotten their AAU payments and everything else.
Choppy, you got to get your kids in the mix here. It's Globe Life Field. They should be out there in the outfield catching.
I've been trying. I was trying to just to secure some tickets. I think I have a handle on that.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I have a not for the Derby. The Derby.
Isn't the Derby what you want to? Isn't that the one you most want to be at?
Yes, it is. But I was not impressed once like Ohtani and Judge were like, I don't want to be in on this. They're not going to be in. I'm like, all right. And then like the amount of people that haven't even, there's barely even anybody that had been announced. I just didn't think it was going to be the bigger event. And then when you go to the All-Star game, it's like, okay. You got a slew of guys. You got a boatload of guys you're going to see that are just going to be epic. I mean, I think it's one of the better groups of talent that there is. Obviously, that there has been. Is this year's All-Star game? You get to see Paul Skeens throw. So I really want to go to that one.
By the way,
Jared's Cardinals fans are fired up for that.
Yeah, they're gonna. What is it, Chop?
They're gonna do the hat tip, standing ovation, so we can go 6 1/3 with like giving up one hit or something.
Jared Sandler tweeting yesterday, by the way, after the Josh Smith snub. Josh Smith currently first among AL third baseman in wins above replacement, first among AL third baseman in batting average, first among AL third baseman in on base percentage, along with some great defense, and he is not on the All-Star team.
It is a snub. It is. There's no doubt about that. It is a snub.
Yeah, it is a sort of a celebrity event here. What's the name?
Right, because
we know personally with some of the guys on the Rangers right now that are making it. They didn't make it because of their stats are so great.
Right, and it's also like the position that he plays is much more difficult to make. Like you mentioned, Marcus Semien, like he's more deserving this year.
He could have been talking about Kirby Yates. You don't know.
No, I was not talking about Kirby Yates.
But like he's more deserving than Marcus would be from
Josh. Yes, absolutely.
Yes. From this year. Now it's not always voted on based on this year. They vote for names. Josh Smith doesn't have a name. I mean, he has a name, but it's not a name.
Right. It's not a name. It's not a name that's ringing true from baseball fans across the country.
Correct.
So now we do have Bob Nightingale coming up at the top of the hour talking about some trade rumors and what the Rangers might be willing to sell. And, of course, Rangers general manager Chris Young will be joining the G-Bag Nation at 4:20 today, as he does each and every week. So they will be asking him some of those questions. And you can hang out the G-Bag Nation today at Moxie's in Dallas. Get you a nice chalice etched with G-Bag Nation Stella Artois as well. So it's going to be a nice G-Bag party. Maybe you get drunk. Mardi Gras Broadus making an appearance. But nice. 2 to 7 today, Moxie's in Dallas. Hang out with the G-Bag Nation and Rangers general manager Chris Young. Now, we got to get to some Olympic conversation here. I have a would you rather question that's going to make Bobby extremely uncomfortable. Here is Gaylord Choppy.
Real quick, Jonathan Owens. And Bobby, he plays for the Chicago Bears.
Yes.
They are granting him a few days off of training camp this year to go see Simone Biles. He is Simone Biles' man. So she's going to be in the Olympics in Paris, and he's going to go out there. He's going to fly out for a couple of days to go watch her compete in the Paris Olympics. Will this create problems, or is this an absolute great move by the front office of the Bears to do right by their player?
Unnecessary is how I feel about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
With the Cowboys would do this, right?
I don't know that they would. Maybe. Look, I mean, the reality is Jonathan Owens very well might be a camp body for the Bears. Like, there's no guarantee that he's sticking around anyway. And so if they just feel like, oh yeah, sure, go ahead. Like we don't know how much it's gonna make a dent anyway. I will say that I can't remember how to pronounce it. David Bluff, I think it is, from he went to Blau, whatever it is, from Creekview.
Yeah.
He had gone to Creekview. His fiance or his wife, I think, was running in like the Olympics or the World Championships or something like that. And there was a viral video of him watching it in the team film room and getting pumped watching it live. So, I mean, the Lions didn't let him go. They didn't let him just go off in the middle of the year. And so, I don't know. Yeah, okay, sure. Like, I mean, if you want to let him do that, but ultimately that may be guy number 60 on a 53-man roster anyway.
Okay, good stuff. One other thing about this Olympic Games before we get to a would you rather. So I mentioned before that the Paris Olympics are not having air conditioning. They're not having air conditioning in the dorms. They say the way the dorms were built, they are naturally cooling, but...
Sounds like some ERCOT BS.
I know, right?
They're just trying to be environmentally friendly, right? Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, but the issue is that, you know, the rooms are generally going to be kept about around 78 to 82 degrees or higher.
This is how you're going to do your athletes? Your world's greatest athletes? This is how you're going to set them up here?
They say the way it's constructed is that the inside of the building can cool itself to about 10 to 15 degrees below the outside temperature. Great, cool. You know, it was 109 degrees in Paris a couple of years ago. So what if it's 109 degrees? You get in 95-degree rooms? So the U.S. team is like, yeah, screw you guys. We're bringing our own units. We're going to bring our own, they appreciate the efforts of sustainability and green, but they are bringing their own air conditioners for the athletes of the Paris Games. That the move that Paris organizers are maybe not too happy with, but the Team America were like, dude, screw you guys. We're not gonna have our athletes sitting in 85-degree rooms.
They're bringing like the window units you see on the East Coast and stuff.
Hey,
they are great. Those things
phenomenal.
Those things are better than a lot of actual like central air conditioners. So
yes, a window unit is just like that. You know, you're actually going to get a little bit chilly in there.
Yeah, I love it.
If you crank that thing down, it's like a hotel. You put it on like 60 or whatever. You're going to get you're going to get a little too cold.
Yeah, too cold.
Wake up in the morning with a little bit of a sore throat or whatever.
Yeah, you're going to wake up a little bit scratchy.
But maybe it's just plug in like fans that they're doing. You know, I hope they're not half-assing it that way. I hope it's the window unit.
Full window unit.
All right.
And that leads us to the question here, actually, because
make me uncomfortable.
We have discussed this over the last couple of weeks because the other giant problem, if you guys mentioned that Paris has for the Olympics, is for their swimmers. Have you guys discussed this?
Poop water?
With the poo water? In the Seine River?
Isn't this
I already don't like this.
Is this the protest or is this something different?
No, well, so basically the Seine River, which is a like 400+ mile river, which is basically just a sewage basin.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Doesn't sound very sane to me.
This has been I think I'm pronouncing it correctly when I say Seine. I don't know. It might be
the Seine. I think it is Seine.
The Seine.
I don't know. One of the two. We could be wrong.
This is a sewage basin that has actually been illegal to swim in for over 100 years.
And they're going to have the Olympics.
This is disgusting waters that the swim athletes are expected to get into for some of their heats or whatever. And so what you have here is disgusting water that they're trying to get to a healthy standard. And they were doing the protest thing.
Yeah.
They had the powers that be, like politicians or whatever, in Paris saying, hey, come June 23rd, we're going to show you ourselves by getting into this water and prove to you guys that it's clean enough for our athletes. Well, the day arrived and they didn't get in the water because it's still a ridiculous amount of E. coli and whatnot in like just disgusting bacteria. This is This is literally sewage water. This is poo water. And now the question comes, what would you choose? You have to either swim in that water like the Olympic athletes are supposed to be doing here for we're saying like a 5-minute swim in the pool.
Okay.
In the poo pool. Or you have to live in Paris in the no AC conditions for 30 days.
Oh,
what are you choosing?
Not even close. It's the no AC.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is easy for you, Bobby?
Give me the
I mean,
5
I'm not
minutes.
going to enjoy the Paris
Give me
thing.
the 5 minutes in the pool.
I just remember your electricity going out or whatever, and you were like, you were ready to get to the hotel as quickly as anybody ever has when your apartment ran out of air conditioning. So I thought,
yeah, but nobody told me like. But if you go to that hotel in order to enter, you're going to need to swim in poo water for 5 minutes. Because then I would have said, I guess I'll stay home.
Well, then give me the poo water, 100%.
Oh wow! All right,
I'm not living in no AC in summer for 30 days.
I won't shower within 2 hours of somebody doing that in the same like shower space, like in the restroom. So no, I'm not going to immerse myself in the water.
This is a fear factor situation. All right, you go on the show, Joe Rogan, the Fear Factor show. Remember that show back in the day?
Of course, I loved it.
Great show. You go on that show, you sit in a pile of poop for 5 minutes, you get out, you take a shower, then you immediately take another shower with hotter water, and then
boiling,
get a first-degree burn or whatever, and then you're good to go.
Dude, the amount of E. coli that's in here, we're talking about like skin rashes, we're talking about diseases, and potentially even death here.
Death?
You're swimming in poo water.
You can't get death. How are you going to get death?
Death was listed as one of the things that could happen.
That is how
this is E. coli.
Ebola. That's how Ebola transferred.
You're swimming in E. coli. I understand the ripping off the Band-Aid. 5 minutes and I'm done.
5 minutes, I'm done.
But are you? Not if you have a rash and diseases and the PTSD of swimming in all the French poo's water.
I'm swimming. I'm a competitive swimmer, so I have goggles on, right?
I guess I could grant you goggles.
Give me some goggles. What's my outfit like?
Your outfit is Speedo.
Speedo, just straight Speedo.
Michael Phelps, baby.
Okay.
I'll let you put a skin cap on if you want.
Skin cap
to protect the.
Absolutely.
But you don't get to. You don't get a clip for your nose. So this is going into your sinuses.
Okay. Yeah, I think the poop water.
Okay, Choppy is the second person in this discussion to agree with this. Who do you think in the G-Bag Nation wants the poo water over the no AC?
Oh, Broadus.
Broadus said, "Put me."
Which I think Brian thinks.
He's like, I'll doggy paddle in that poo water for 5 minutes, no problem. Over no AC for 30 days.
Interesting, because I think he thought I kept the room too cold when we roomed together in Oxnard.
I mean, the amount of staph infection and things.
For sure, man. I get
this
it.
is all. If you have any type of open wound, Choppy, you got any type of scrape on your knee.
I get it. I guess I would have to find out what the temperature that month is. You know what is? I have to go look because it was 109 degrees in Paris a couple of years ago. I'm not doing that.
I think it's relatively mild. I think you're talking about if 80s, 90s.
If it's Gaylord,
generally.
Michigan temperatures in July where it's 72 degrees,
yes,
and then give me that all day. If it's Fort Worth, out.
Chris, are you going in the poo water?
Poo water for sure. I mean, no AC,
baby. That's right.
100 degrees, Bobby.
Yeah,
dude, you can go hang out in some pubs or something, and get the AC in the restaurants.
Oh, I'm under the impression you have to stay in the room the entire time.
Well, it's not like solitary confinement.
These are the high temperatures in Paris this week. 76, 82, 79, 77, 70, 72, 79, 79.
Okay, I'll take the no AC. If that's the temperature, I'll take the no AC. But it was 109 degrees there a couple years ago.
Maybe Choppy has lived his life in a way that now his body's sort of immune to skin rashes now. He's overcome that. And so he doesn't even have to worry about getting a skin rash from the poo water.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think that. I mean, I can't wear deodorant without getting a rash. So I don't know about that.
I'm actually the same way with you.
It's terrible.
You got to get some aluminum-free stuff or whatever.
That's too organic to me. All right, Bobby, what is next in Below the Belt?
Why Dak Prescott needs to learn to play heart and soul if he wants to be a better quarterback. That's next on The Fan.
Coming up.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
It's time for Dak Prescott to start tickling the ivories.
Okay.
I'm
More
often
on that.
thought that about him.
In just a second. I'll tell you why.
He was one tickle of the ivory away from being a conference champion.
Look, guys are always looking for any edge they can get, and this might be one if you listen to one prominent quarterback who most people would take over Dak Prescott. Before we get to that, a reminder that this Friday, we want to see you guys in Glen Heights. So if you are in the Red Oak area, over by Glen Heights, Waxahachie, anything south of Dallas, really, we're going to be hanging out there for the third stop on the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour 2024. It will be Glen Heights' fire station, 1938 Southampton Road in Glen Heights. We'll be out there Friday from 5:30 to 10. Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp will be out there. Thank you again to them for sponsoring, as well as Chill Boys and Firehouse Heating and Air. And maybe we'll get Choppy to do something absurd again.
Look, I love doing absurd things. I have no problem embarrassing myself for the good of a laugh.
You did take a little convincing to go do the door last time, though. Because you were like, I'm going to work out later today. I don't want to mess up my workout.
Well, yeah, that's true.
But you still relented. I knew if we kept coming to you, you would eventually go, all right, fine, I'll do it. And
Yeah.
you were happy to do it.
My issue with that was it was in the sun, and it was 100 degrees outside.
He requested
the shade.
He requested 3 firefighters to like band together and stand behind him to provide shade.
I'd like to get him doing like chopping wood, like chopping firewood.
Yeah.
Get the axe and let's
Chopping
just
it up,
watch you get after it a little bit.
I can try that. I've never really chopped a whole lot of wood.
Dude, I feel like that would be.
No, but you chopped all that weight off.
I did.
Thanks
to
to
soda weight loss, baby.
You look incredible.
Thank you.
Over at CBS
We're gonna ruin
Sports.
that body in Oxnard. Topper's
Oh,
Pizza.
I think I ruined it this weekend.
Yeah, you're right.
Over at CBS Sports, the headline says Bengals Joe Burrow explains how learning to play an instrument helped him with his wrist rehab. So,
oh wow, this I'm fascinated by.
In 2023, Joe Burrow endured a unique wrist injury that prematurely ended his season. It's ironic that Burrow found an equally unique way to help him rehab the injury this offseason. Joe Burrow told Complex, I'm learning the piano right now. Hopefully I can get pretty good at that by next offseason. I guess it'll be pretty tough during the season, but it's helped my rehab too for my wrist. So that's something I want to get good at. Burrow elaborated on how playing piano has aided in his recovery. He said, I've always wanted to learn how to play, but this was an opportune time to work on my hand and wrist dexterity while also learning that. He says, so it was kind of the perfect storm. Now, I have heard there's always these unique advantages that you find players trying to search out. So like one like this where, oh, this will help with my rehab. It doesn't say that a doctor told him to do this or rehab. It's just something that I've kind of wanted to learn piano, and surely that's got to help kind of with my wrist dexterity. So I know that one guy, when he was training for the draft, he had wanted to get better. He was a defensive lineman, wanted to get better with using his non-dominant hand. And so during the course of pre-draft training, he started brushing his teeth and eating all of his food with his left hand because he wanted to become more adept at like using that hand and feeling like he was more comfortable with it on the football field. And you'll hear people do different things like this all the time. But Joe Burrow is saying that piano is good for the wrist dexterity.
Man.
So maybe get a little more snap or something like that. Is this something that Dak should be looking into? Should he be looking into playing Heart and Soul or maybe learning steel guitar?
Well, he would, because it's his thumb, right?
Yeah.
He needs the steel guitar. You know, he
Yeah,
needs
'cause
to be
that's
able to
the-
Slap a little bass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's interesting because like I eat my left hand when I eat a steak, right? Use the knife, and this is the big Sean and RJ fight because Sean is
Yes, I'm with you on this.
Sean used the knife in the left hand, and he always eats with the right.
With the dominant hand, he uses his fork, whereas Choppy and I feel like you need to have the dominant hand to cut the meat, and then you just pull up.
Yeah, you
like that.
want a good slice,
100%.
right? You don't want to pull, you want to slice.
I'm cutting with my dominant hand. Yes.
Yeah, so I could do this, but I don't think there's a chance. If you ask me to brush my teeth with my left hand, I think I have a cavity in a week. I don't think there's a chance I could brush my teeth with my left hand. And I use a Sonicare.
Oh, it's just doing it for you. That thing's on that's autopilot.
Yeah, I still think I would get a cavity in about a week.
Yeah, the left hand brushing would be that would be a struggle.
Like just sitting here feeling the motion of it is a little bit odd. But playing the piano, learning how to do that, what could you comfortably do, you think, with your non-dominant hand, Chop? Like
Give me the hard that.
Play him.
Boy, like, I mean, is there a ball around here? I'll show you.
very
Like,
particular kind of flute.
I could
think you
dribble with
play.
my left hand.
I could dribble. Oh, unlike Magic.
Yeah, Magic
unlike
can.
Jalen Brown.
Dude, it looks so like I'm gonna throw this with my left hand. Like, here's with my right hand. I'm gonna throw you this pen across the table, Cheech. Okay, so there it is.
Nice
when I
toss.
throw it with my left, it looks so uncoordinated. It's like,
ooh, wow, you got a little Tim Tebow
and like
vibe
my
there.
elbow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very Tim Tebow.
You got
like,
the acute
a duck
angle
ball.
on
What
on the arm.
what if that was Tim Tebow's problem? Like they
He was
just
actually
never
a
realized
righty.
he was using his non-dominant hand. Like, and it would have been like, oh, he would have been so good.
Dude, that's apparently what Tua's family wanted him to be left-handed.
My mom, okay, so this is, I guess what they say is when a child picks up a pen for the first time, you're supposed to put the pen in front of them and then they pick it up and go that way. My mom was left-handed and she told us for years that she said, I screwed it up. She's like, because the first two, your older sister and you, she put the pen in our hand. Like she handed it to us and put it in our left hand like she was. So writing is the only thing I do with my left hand. But I
don't write with your left
yes,
hand.
I do.
Wow.
And that's the only thing I do with my
Okay.
left hand. All the other kids, she had them pick it up, and every single last one of them picked it up with their right hand.
Wow.
And so she ended up messing that up for me. A really sad story out of Minnesota. I don't know if you guys saw it over the weekend. Kyrie Jackson, who started his career big time 5-star recruit at Alabama, had a really wild trajectory to the NFL where he had quit football at one point when he was at Alabama, ended up picking it back up a little bit later, went the community college route, ended up his final year at Oregon, and then was a high 4th-round draft pick this year by the Minnesota Vikings. Kyrie Jackson actually passed away on Saturday morning in a car accident in Prince George's County, Maryland. I'm probably saying that wrong, and Sean
I think
maybe
it's
listening.
Prince George's County.
Is it? Okay.
I think so,
I thought there was some weird quirk to it. But according to Maryland State Police, he was riding with 2 former high school teammates. He was a passenger in the vehicle. He was not driving. And it says that he was a front passenger in the Dodge Charger that was part of a 3-car collision. He was pronounced dead on the scene. According to the release, there's a thought that the Infiniti that struck them was a drunk driving incident. It was
none of them got hurt.
None of them.
None of them. They didn't have a scratch on them.
Nothing. And so they were like driven off the road and collided with a bunch of stuff, but just absolutely devastating story for a lot of people in Minnesota because he was a guy too who early on at his time at Alabama, there were questions about maturity and character and things like that. And a lot of people felt like he had done so much to become an adult, and it was a really inspiring story to a lot of people.
He was a kid.
Yeah,
Kids make mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of people who knew him at Alabama were just so thrilled to see that he ended up at Oregon, had the success he did, and got into the NFL because they're like, dude, this didn't seem possible a couple years ago. And just there were so many people who were just gratified by how he had been able to come back and do this and kind of turn things around for himself. So just an absolutely awful story, especially when you hear something like this and it's clearly not even anybody in that car's fault. It's like
they're just minding their own. I mean, they're just minding their own business, doing their thing.
He's back home trying to get some time in with family and friends before training camp. And there was a clip that was going around social media this week of Minnesota picking him, and they make the decision, all right, we're going to pick him if he's there. And Kevin O'Connell was so pumped. He started just like pounding the table. He's like, yes. He's like, please get there. And it's just a lot of devastated thoughts coming from people who played with him at Alabama, Oregon, Minnesota. But really devastating news there for the Vikings as Kyrie Jackson passes away. Rest in peace.
Amen to that, dude. Yeah, the car wreck stuff is just, it's so sudden, it's so tragic, and it could happen to anybody. So feeling for him and his family right now in a huge way. Bob Nightingale, Baseball Insider, has some Rangers rumors in regards to the trade deadline. Will the Rangers be sellers? Let's have a baseball conversation with Bob Nightingale coming up next right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean is out all week on paternity leave. Robert Montgomery Belt here as well. Eric Chiafalo, kind enough to join us from the G-Bag Nation. We'll be at Moxie's today, right?
Yeah. G-Bags at Moxie's today in Dallas from 2 to 7. Get a nice little pimp cup or chalice, whatever you like to call it. Has the G-Bag etch in there. And then, of course, Rangers General Manager Chris Young will be on with the fellas at 4:20.
Joining us now, though, is Odyssey insider Bob Nightingale, USA Today columnist for Major League Baseball, who had the report, barring a dramatic turnaround, rival executives expect the Rangers to make Max Scherzer, Michael Lorenzen, Andrew Heaney, David Robertson, and Kirby Yates available ahead of the 2024 trade deadline. Good morning, Bob. Define dramatic turnaround.
Just to get back in the race, really. I mean, just they haven't hit all cylinders all year, and now they got about 2-3 weeks to do so. To get over 500 and be the team they want to be. Otherwise, you might as well sell off those parts. And build for, restock for next year, where they should be a contender again.
Bob, if they, let's say they do turn it around or they meet that dramatic turnaround that they're looking for. You mentioned that barring that dramatic turnaround, they're going to sell. But if they get that turnaround, do you expect them to be buyers or would they just stand pat and roll with what they had?
I think stand pat. Remember, they're up against it money-wise, too. That's why they didn't, go out and get Jordan Montgomery. When Montgomery wanted to come back there, and certainly the Rangers wanted him back. So yeah, I would think stand pat. I mean, there's not a whole lot of inventory out there. There's not those stud guys that can help out a team. Like Verlander was in Scherzer a year ago. So if they do trade Scherzer, I would think teams that bite. Although he's got a full no trade clause. So he can shut it down himself.
Is Max the guy that would have the biggest market? Like, what is the market for some of the guys you mentioned?
Yeah, well, Scherzer is tough because he can dictate where he wants to go if he goes anywhere. So I'm not sure. And every team will know that where he wants to go. So I don't think there'd be a strong market just because he can dictate that. So I think just pieces here and there. They probably have, pretty good value, maybe even the most for the two relievers, Robertson and Yates.
You mentioned in the article just underneath the talk of these different pitchers that Nathan Eovaldi is closing in on a innings vesting option or a conditional player option that'll vest for 2025, gets him $20 million, and that he's got a limited no trade clause. Is he a guy that they would potentially include in that group of guys they would make available, you think? Or would this be limited to the guys that you mentioned, and Eovaldi is more somebody that they would like to be here in 2025?
Well, at least Eovaldi's under contract for next year. They can keep him if they want. And he's certainly a team that teams would want. So I think in the Rangers' point, you listen on everybody and just see if anybody's willing to meet or, over meet your price. Eovaldi with his playoff experience and everything else, I think he'd be a guy that a lot of teams would want because there's hardly any starters available.
Odyssey, a baseball insider Bob Nightingale, insider calls presented by Grainger. Supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger is the right product for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Is there around the sport the talk of Jake DeGrom and his return? Has the timeline stayed kind of stagnant, or have they thought maybe they might see him a little bit earlier than expected?
Yeah, I don't think anybody really knows, what to think. I think the game plan all along was, around August. So, they're just kind of going by, what they're hearing from the Rangers themselves. So, and then you just don't know how he'll pitch. I mean, being out that long, I think it's far-fetched to think he be the Jacob deGrom, of old right away. It might take some time. Look at a guy like Garrett Cole for the Yankees. He's still not, pitching like he was before he got hurt.
Bob, when you look at how, we're talking about the Rangers as if they need to make this comeback. They've obviously had a disappointing season. The bats have not been there the same way. Is the buzz around the league or around Major League Baseball the thought that this is surprising to some people, or does the league view this as, well, we feel like the Texas run last year was a little bit fluky potentially, and this is just more a regression to where we think this team is?
No, I think it's a surprise, particularly, the Rangers almost won the division last year. He lost it the last day of the regular season. I don't think you'd be expecting him to, win every road game in the playoffs. But no, I think, the Rangers certainly went in as probably a co-favorite with with Houston to do the same thing. So I think it's a little bit of surprise. And of course, nobody foresaw all the injuries they've had. I mean, injuries are prevalent throughout the game, but it certainly hit the Rangers hard.
Insider Call is brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions made for every industry, backed by product experts. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by.
Bob, when it comes to the actual trade market across Major League Baseball and the way that it's shaping up, is this setting up more to be beneficial for teams that are looking to buy, or is this more of a seller's market? If Texas decided to sell, what kind of a, not specific to players, but what kind of a general market for a seller do you think they're running into?
Well, I think it's a huge seller's market just because there's only about 5 teams that are fully out of the race, and there's not that many guys available. So I think if you're on the fence, you certainly got to listen to what offers are out there, because I think people are going to overpay for these guys. Whether it's with the White Sox, a guy like Garrett Crochet, a young all-star starter, phenomenal year, but his value will never be higher. So that's why they're going to, that's why they will trade him. And so I think if you're on the fence, you're going to listen, because I think people are getting so desperate, particularly for pitching. They'll give up some guys that are going to hurt a farm system.
Did Seattle blow it by not burying Houston when they had a chance?
Yeah, I mean, that offense is just a cratered on them. That being said, they still have so much pitching out there, and I can say the same thing. They didn't bury the Rangers either. So I think the Rangers and Houston, some in the same boat. Houston's more surprising, I think, to get back just because of all the pitching injuries they've had, and so they really played ball. But I think Seattle's got to do something. I think they'll get some offensive help. I think they know this could be a special year for them. And, even the year when the Houston won the World Series a couple of years ago, Seattle gave them fits that first round, or Seattle could have easily been the World Series champions.
Bob, outside of the question related to would Max Scherzer waive his no-trade clause and how that might present a difficulty, is there a sense around the league that Scherzer still has enough left in the tank that if the no-trade clause wasn't a question, he would still be viewed as something valuable? Or are there just real concerns about the age and the building injury history?
Well, there's certainly concerns about that. At least, with him having an expiring contract, it's say, okay, it's worth the risk. But yeah, I mean, injuries have piled up over the years. He's not, he hasn't been giving that 200 innings like he has in the past. But still, an absolute gamer, a guy you want in the postseason. And, the pressure wouldn't bother him. So he still has big value that way, particularly on a short-term deal like this.
Bob Nightingale join us here, 105 through the Fan. Home Run Derby, we've got, 3 participants in: Pete Alonso, Gunnar Henderson, Alex Baum. Ohtani said no, Judge said no. How do they entice these players, more of the superstars, to get into it and, make it the event that it was, when you had Griffey and Bonds and McGuire and Sosa all in it the same year?
Well, it's certainly enticed it with money. I mean, $1 million to the winner. I think $500,000 for second place. So everybody gets, good chunk of change just by participating in this thing. I think that's why Alonso has loved it, when he was making more money at the Home Run Derby than he was when he was playing for the Mets, in his early years. So I think, Judge says, hey, I'll play when the All-Star game's back in New York. But, that's probably 4 or 5 years from now. Ohtani is still coming off his Tommy John surgery. So I think the Dodgers said, hey, wait a minute now. Please don't do this. Be smart about it. Last thing we need is you to get hurt. So I think it's just a thing for more that for the young guys out and have fun. It kind of reminds you of the NBA dunk contest where you used to have the biggest stars in the world, whether Dr. J or Jordan, participate in those things, and then it became just an event for the young guys.
Hey, Bob, we appreciate it, man. Thank you for the time, and I'm sure we'll see you next week at the All-Star Game.
All right. Look forward to it. See you guys then.
Odyssey MLB insider Bob Nightingale. Insider calls presented by Grainger Supply Solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Bobby
Stop
Bells.
by, indeed.
What do we have?
Dude, I actually I have a baseball stat of the day for you guys.
I
was about to go into breaking news, but fine.
Oh,
fine.
no.
Bobby has breaking news.
Then give us
That's
that.
why I said it to him.
Pay
attention.
Thank you to Chris Strong with his breaking news. And you've got the
Yes,
breaking news
brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. You can see Eric and my sexy faces on BetQL throughout the year, by the way.
That's right.
We talked about the Bally split for the Dallas Stars
Yes,
and how
sir.
there was an expectation that there was a streaming service coming along. Sean Shapiro tweets that the Dallas Stars have launched a free in-market streaming service for fans called Victory Plus. It's a 7-year deal with a parent media company. Again, if you live in Stars TV market, it is now free to watch the Dallas Stars.
Baby. How about that?
Wow.
So there you go. Victory Plus, free viewing for all the Stars fans out there.
So you just download Victory Plus app, and then boom, as long as you're in the market, you're good.
It'll have advertisements in it, but yeah, it'll be.
Do you know how to take your phone and put it on your TV?
I think I do. Yes, I've done that at the hotel before.
Oh, at the hotel? Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
At the hotel.
But I wouldn't be able to explain it to you. But it is actually pretty easy.
You hit that there's a little button.
If you have a smart TV, though, I would imagine
you just download it to
the app is on the smart TV.
You could. Yeah, you could do
like your Roku or whatever.
Yeah,
you just download it right there.
It's exciting nonetheless, though. Even if you have to watch it on a cell phone or cast it up there, it's nice that we're going to get full access across all of DFW Stars hockey, especially with these last 2 years where there's been a lot of building excitement and momentum about what they're doing.
Does that give you any reason to believe that the Rangers and the Mavericks are getting prepared to do something similar? Or is it just every league is so different with the way that they allow for things?
Yeah, I think, Chop, I don't know about you. I feel like each league is so different in the way they approach it that I don't know that it's going to necessarily influence what the others do. But I'd love it if it proved to be a success and other leagues could look at it and say, well, okay, if this is as successful as it is, maybe we should start looking at encouraging our teams to do something.
I would love to see the Rangers do something like this. I think baseball teams lend themselves to their own networks because there's so many games. Yeah, I mean, you've got 162 days of content.
Yeah.
If you're a baseball team. With the NBA or NHL, you only have 80. And NFL is obviously even less. I mean, you can get it's no surprise that the teams that have their own regional sports networks are all baseball teams because there's just so many days of content. And I think the Rangers is a big enough TV market. We could probably get it done.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be all for it. It'd be great if you could have that access to it because it's been frustrating clearly for a lot of people, and especially when you've got young, talented teams like the Rangers making their World Series run like they did, the Mavericks being as good as they were, especially after the trade deadline, and there were a lot of people around DFW who they couldn't get access to it till it got to playoff time, and it was their first consistent introduction to their basketball or their baseball team. That's frustrating. It should not be that way.
I wonder what the line of demarcation is for in market. Like how far out?
Is Waco considered in market?
Right.
Like the Dallas they've got those. Yeah. Like the FCC has
pretty set in stone.
The FCC has what is counted as the Dallas television.
They do,
market.
but also the leagues do too.
Yeah.
Like the leagues of themselves have. Like I know one of the issues with the A's, the Oakland A's, for example, like they kind of wanted to move. I thought it was either San Jose or Santa Clara they wanted to move to, but the Giants owned that market, so they had to give them permission to move to San Jose or wherever it was, and they said no. So like that was one of the reasons why Oakland was either screwed. They had to stay in Oakland at that Howard Terminal spot or find a different city. Iowa's got like 10 teams. Like the old joke of baseball is if you live in Iowa, you can't watch baseball because All your games are blacked out. Like Cubs are blacked out, White Sox, Twins, Royal, they're all blacked out.
It's the field of dreams,
so
baby.
Annoying.
It's so annoying. You can't. It stinks for the fans. And Cardinals, they're all blacked out. So, I wonder what the DFW market is considered from the NHL standpoint. Like, does it go down to all of Texas because they were the only team? Is the entire state?
I'm saying that this is available in Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Arkansas. So all 4 states, anywhere around, you can download Victory Plus, baby.
Just the entirety of those states?
Entirety of the state can download Victory Plus, available for download on smart TVs, tablets, and smartphones, starting in September.
That's great.
Ooh.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I like hearing that. Good stuff, Stars.
That
Stars
is.
Victory Plus.
It is awesome news. Hopefully the Mavericks and the Rangers can find a way to follow suit here, but shout out to the Stars for leading the way there. All right, we will crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up here in just a little bit, but we got to go inside the Cowboys here. We continue to inch closer and closer to Oxnard for training camp. We take a look at the Cowboys defense and the issues that they had towards the end of last season. Mike Zimmer's now in. Have these questions been answered? That's next here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to A number.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Chris Strong, in for Peyton Russell, who's on an Italian excursion with his family. Excursion?
I believe it will be an excursion, yeah.
An excursion. Well, Sean Sharif is out this week. We will crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up here in just a few minutes. We inch closer and closer to training camp in Oxnard with the Dallas Cowboys. I'm very excited about it.
Yeah.
And we have some questions about this team here. There's plenty of questions that need to get answered, and hopefully at least a handful of them will be answered when we are in Oxnard. But I'm curious what you guys think here when it comes to the defense for the Cowboys. You have Mike Zimmer in now, Dan Quinn out. And, I mean, by and large, the Dan Quinn era with the Dallas Cowboys was an extreme success. The defense has been pretty dang outstanding over the course of his tenure here. But, man, the way the defense just fell apart post-Thanksgiving. And shout out to Robert Mays of The Athletic, and shout out to Sports Information Solutions for some of the numbers here. But when you do kind of a deep dive on what happened to the Cowboys defense, and you wonder how much of this stuff do you feel like has gotten remedied? How much of this is still going to be an issue? And I will ask you, I asked my fellas in the G-Bag Nation on Friday, and so I'll kick it around with you guys. And when you do the deep dive, you kind of look post-Thanksgiving, things really started to fall apart defensively for the Cowboys. I mean, they were 29th in success rate defensively. Bottom 3 defense down the back end of the season there. Of course, it all culminated in the playoff disaster versus the Packers. But, I mean, the defense was really bad versus the Seahawks. You win that game, but the defense got torched for majority of it. The Bills, of course, dominated you. Even Miami, they didn't score that many points, but they moved the ball up and down the field on you all game. And so you wonder what this defense is going to be now. They were 60% dime package last year, just small secondary pieces acting as linebackers. And 60% dime package is absolutely unheard of. Like, most teams don't even get to 20% when you're talking about having just a bunch of secondary dudes on the field. They were super undersized.
Yeah, I have a question specifically about how they're defining that, or if they make it clear. Are they calling it dime package because the number of snaps Marquise Bell was playing as a linebacker? Were they basically removing his position? Or were they saying they lined up in a formation that had 4 guys in, like, or 4-6, with the 4 corners, 2 safeties, where they had 6 defensive backs lined up in defensive back position?
I believe they consider it as Marquise Bell is actually a safety and he's just playing the role of a linebacker, but they're still considering that dime.
Because that's just a little nuance question there. Because somebody looking at it from the outside definitely could look at it and say, Marquise Bell, that's dime, and they're just playing him in the box because he's playing jumbo safety role.
Right.
Whereas what the reality was they ran out of linebackers and he had to play the position where he was not in there at all in a defensive back role.
Correct.
So that's just the one thing that I think in terms of traditional real world dime packages that you're talking about, I think that's going to go up with Zimmer actually compared to what they did last year. Because I think last year it's such a technicality almost.
I get what
you're
saying.
Define it
totally out of necessity. They had no real linebackers, and so now a safety, Marquise Bell, is having to play one. And I believe the way they did this, they still just had Marquise Bell as a safety, so the dime package numbers
they called it that even though he was up.
Even though he was playing the role of a linebacker. So super undersized, but I think that particular issue has been fixed. I mean, Mike Zimmer's not. They're not throwing out safety bodies and making them linebackers. And I think they've done enough when you think about Eric Kendricks and then having Overshown coming back. They draft Maris Leafau from Notre Dame relatively high enough to where he's going to be playing a considerable amount. And then you have Damone Clark as well. Mm-hmm. So I don't think the small, undersized linebacker stuff is going to be as much of an issue anymore. I think that question is answered with the moves they made, and just Zimmer's he's not here for a 210-pound linebacker.
Right.
That's just not what he's going to want to do. But I mean, the heavy personnel groupings that offenses would roll out completely dominated you. The Niners game, the Bills game, Miami, who is not a heavy personnel offense, was like, oh, we're playing the Cowboys. We'll go ahead and run a bunch of heavy here because we can take advantage of you. And then Green Bay in the playoff game lived in 12 personnel and absolutely dominated you. Do you feel like the undersized question is not quite there anymore, but just being pushed around by physical, heavy personnel groupings that offenses will roll out on you, is that still something that you have fear of with this defense? Oh my gosh, a team can go 12 personnel, a couple of tight ends or whatever, and they can just push you around and eat your lunch.
I don't know. You feel like you've addressed it in a number of ways. Like, you feel like you've addressed it with Kendricks, but there's still questions about, well, how good is Kendricks? Leafau is bigger than some of the guys that they've had in the past. So is, Overshown, but or other guys that they have in that linebacker room. But it's not necessarily still. It's not your traditional. We're not going back to the days of Jason Gilden, like the Levon Kirkland, yes. Jason Gilden, jumbo Pittsburgh linebackers. But I don't know that the size issues have been fixed. I don't know if the size issues matter as much though if you've got some of your instincts and your play recognition improved. Like, if you've got guys who are seeing it quicker.
Was that a shot at who?
No, that's just a shot at in general. They were a step slower in a lot of their reads last year. True. And I think, like, for instance, I think Overshown has great instincts. He was not on the field last year. I think Leafau has shown he has great instincts. He's obviously a rookie. Kendricks, that's one of the things that he's been famed for, is seeing it quickly, reacting to it. DeMarcus Lawrence, when we hear some of the talk about does Micah Parsons freelance a little bit too much, that's something that, like, we hear some of that chatter behind the scenes at times. DeMarcus Lawrence freelances as well, just about as often.
Yeah.
The only difference, I think, for people is DeMarcus Lawrence sees it quicker and knows what he's looking at. He correctly diagnoses it, and so he's able to do it. Whereas other times, on the other side, is that really a recognition? Is that a read, or is that just I need to do this, like a more alpha mentality rather than really approaching it from what's happening in front of me right now? So they have that in pockets on the defense, or they have. I think they're going to be improved in that respect, but I mean, you're going to be asked to do a lot of really high IQ diagnosing, especially in the secondary with Zimmer's defense. That
it would not surprise me if if the first half of this season. There's a lot of missed assignments.
Yes.
It's like a corner, a rookie corner.
Eric Kendricks spent 8 years in Mike Zimmer's defense, and when we were out there for minicamp, he said, yeah, it's been a little confusing because he said it's install of a defense he's done before, and he's acknowledging, getting back in it, it's like there's a lot that's
but also look like a rookie corner. The first 8 games, it's you have no idea what you're getting play to play, and then you and maybe even more. Like, Patrick Peterson was the guy that I remember, he figured it out faster than a lot of guys did.
Yeah, like Patrick
Peterson
in
6 to 8 weeks.
It's like Patrick Peterson and Revis.
Yeah, they figured it out by the bye week, right? I mean, most guys that are rookie corners, they don't figure it out. I have no doubt that you might see a secondary slip up a time or two in the first 6-8 weeks.
Yes, 100%. And I do think there's still a giant void. I think a lot of this gets solved. The one missing piece here, because I think schematically, Mike Zimmer is going to be matching appropriate personnel groupings. When you're in Buffalo and they're just pounding you on the ground, you are going to be able to, Mike Zimmer, field the necessary bodies to that work well against it. You're not going to have a bunch of undersized dudes out there. So they'll play a bunch of base defense, and at times that might get frustrating, but versus the teams that can really just pound the rock on you, that's going to be good news. The big question is still the Mozzie Smith role and the Jonathan Hankins role. Is Mozzie Smith going to be good enough to eat up blockers, keep the backers clean, and just be a real hole plugger there in the middle of the defense? I don't know. That is a huge question. And if it's not Mozzie Smith, it's like, who is it going to be? Because there is nobody there that you can trust.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about you may be leaning on, Broadus and I have talked about this on Love of the Start. You may be leaning on Justin Rogers, your 7th round pick, pretty early to be a one technique.
Yeah, like that's extremely scary. When you're trying to solve your run defense issues, and I think around it they have when it comes to the linebackers and stuff, and again, just the general Zimmer scheme, but I am very concerned about that one technique and what that does to. If you don't have a guy there, then everybody else's job is so much harder.
Is that why you tore your ACL in like your junior year? Was it you didn't have a one technique keeping you clean?
I didn't. I think that was just a genetic situation. And turf, dude. I mean, it's the turf.
Yeah, you gotta blame the turf.
I'm blaming the turf.
You know, the NFL doesn't believe in
never
that.
tore my ACL on grass. Just saying.
You also didn't have a bunch of jabronis trying to hurdle you.
Cam McDaniel ruined my life. He went to Notre Dame and played running back. Tried to hurdle me in the hole at the line of scrimmage. Have you ever seen a running back? Not at the goal line trying to get wasn't a 4th and short or whatever. It was just like a 1st and 10 handoff. Linebacker, running back in the whole line of scrimmage. You're going to try to jump over this guy.
So he went to try and wrap him up. He jumped up over and hit Eric's shoulders and made him fall backwards. And so then he extended his knee and tore his ACL.
Turf monster. I do think hearing Eric Kendricks be a little bit confused is actually encouraging to me. Because that tells me Mike Zimmer is not just going copy and paste defense and scheme from his entire career.
Absolutely.
We know that offenses have evolved in a huge way. So Zimmer, thank you for that. That's actually extremely encouraging. Because another thing that you see when you go deep dive post Thanksgiving on what this Dan Quinn Cowboys defense did at the end of last year, Dallas was dead balls last in the number of positive plays allowed when the offense used motion. I mean, just simply teams are like,
good stat.
Bro, we know the exact right buttons to press. We know how to manipulate you by just putting somebody in motion here, and you guys' heads are going to be spinning. Mike Zimmer has got to be able to fix that. His track record versus motion over the years, I think, is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
But the way that the motion at the snap and everything has evolved here over the last couple of years, that is a huge question that they're going to have to get figured out. And I think a guy like Eric Kendricks being confused in this defense is encouraging. Like, okay, Zimmer's trying to implement things here to be a little bit more new age and stop these offenses.
Yeah, I don't think that that's any sort of a concern about Eric Kendricks or Mike.
Right.
I don't think it concerns me that Kendricks feels that way. Kendricks was trying to say it, I think, is like an example of there's a lot of work here, and it's very involved, and it's very complex, and Zimmer is somebody who's constantly trying to evolve. People here, however old he is, 67, and I think people just naturally assume because of his age, he's not on the cutting edge or on the forefront of what's being done. But he is a strong track record over 25 years of constantly trying to evolve and respond to things.
You have to. You can't stay in the league that long.
I remember somebody in league circles once told me they were talking about the different. I had asked them, I said, why don't we have as many Wade Phillips out there as we do? Like we have the Sean McVays and the Kyle Shanahan and all these geniuses on the offensive side. Why don't we have as many schematic defensive guys? And he had told me that defensive coordinators or defensive scheme, he's like, defensive scheme is kind of a misnomer. Like defensive scheme is just a constant evolution to what those guys on the other side are doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't have to, if you say this is my scheme and this is what I'm doing, you're going to get beat. And so you can't do that. Is that the guys who stay married to this is my scheme and it's tried and true and I know what it does and this will work regardless of what you throw at me. He's like, those are the guys that get beat. The Zimmers, the whoever else we went out there, Wade Phillips, Saleh at a time, D'Amico Ryans, different guys who have been top tier defensive coordinators.
Mayo,
Belichick, yeah.
I mean, I think Dan Quinn was a guy who evolved greatly from what he did in Seattle to then what he did here.
Seattle, Atlanta, and Dallas were all different defenses from Dan Quinn, all of them.
And that's how you stay alive as a coach.
You have to be a little bit different. You'll be a little bit different.
Yeah, and Eric Kendricks being a bit confused right now in the Zimmer defense tells me that Zimmer is ready to evolve and stop these new age offenses. Looking forward to getting out to Oxnard. Also looking forward to Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm
Free
Jen.
the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registration.
All right, it's crosstalk
2023.
time with the KNC Masterpiece.
Whoa!
He wasn't ready. He wasn't done.
Oh!
Wow.
Wow, dude.
What are you doing?
Whoa.
So
Chris Strong's
sorry.
just doing his work in there.
I would have never done that to Peyton. That's offensive, man. Chris, you forgive me?
Forgiven.
Thank you.
I think you gave that apology too quick. He just said, I would have never done that to Peyton, which felt like another slap in the face.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, that's fine.
Chris knows I love him. That's the male love
sir,
language.
Ski.
You know, we talk S to each other. You should have heard what Chris was saying to me in the hallway earlier off the air. FCC violator. Would have been.
Say it
So
all.
many people
I
would
wanna
have
hear it.
violated in that scenario.
Now, speaking of the violations, we were just discussing the Dallas Card Show fiasco, which didn't directly involve the KNC Masterpiece, which is good. But you guys have been on the
You
beat
guys
here,
helped
right?
plan it, right?
You guys are
No.
No.
I love
Did not
the
plan
people
that.
at the Dallas Card Show. I do not want anyone to be stolen from.
Yeah.
Good. Glad we cleared that up.
But you guys, the assailants are still at large, and you guys are working to track down these guys, correct?
Yeah, I mean, look, the video's out there. You can see who they are. And I will say that is one thing over the years. Dallas Card Show has really built up their video surveillance. Sometimes they have drones that fly through. They have police officers that work the shop or work the show as well. So it's loaded security-wise.
Yeah, when I told Adrian last night, it was right around bedtime. I told Adrian, I was like, oh my gosh, because she took Carter out there on Friday afternoon. And she was like, there's cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
And she was like, I saw cameras all over the place.
Yeah.
She even said there were drones flying around. I was like, that's wild.
She was disappointed because she couldn't steal anything.
Yeah, probably so. But the other, like, I started, when I read the story, the guy who said that he got robbed, I was thinking he was at his car packing up and somebody came up and
Yeah.
took, and then I read more into it and watched the video on how they did this. That's just sorry, dude. But card business, man, it's the Wild West. It's scandalous.
Looks like it.
Terrifying.
Sounds
like how this whole like how the whole card culture works. And so
It is fascinating.
I was getting an education on Sunday and I had no idea how involved it was. Here's the question I was asking somebody when I was out there on Sunday. What percentage, it feels to me like when I'm out there and looking at it, it feels like cards are like stocks almost.
Sure.
Like that nobody is buying them to actually like, I want this. It's more like you're just flipping. So I asked somebody, he said that his guess was about 20% of the card community is the people you see at the convention, like those types who are trying to flip everything. And then 80% is general public who does collect or buy cards, and maybe they don't do it at a high level, but they're just regular card consumers.
I think that's probably fair. And one of the things about the Dallas Card Show that is super cool, and I mean, obviously we already did our show there on Friday, is they have people, so many high-level people there, like internationally, from Portugal, South Korea, all these different places. And so I think that's why you attract some of that 20%. But it is still cool. You see a lot of people who genuinely love cards out there, but I could see how it could get ruined for you about, well, that's not worth anything. Oh, well, I really like it. Okay, well, it's not worth anything. And you're like, yeah, that's great, but I'm collecting
Like my Will
it
Clark
because,
collection?
yes, you love it.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to tell you that
I've
it was
got
not
3
worth a lot
pages
of
of
money.
Will Clark. Maybe the second most vast Will Clark collection out there. And I took it to some guys that Kevin knows, and they looked at each other and laughed a little bit. And then as Kevin's over there going, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry.
I
And
was
like,
really
"What's
hoping that they would
happening here?"
treat you politely.
And they basically took the binder I had and they tossed it and said, just put it in the fireplace when you get home.
Yeah.
So
Do you ever listen to this podcast?
Which one?
Will's?
Clark? Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's
Not bad. He
got really good
has some stories.
Got
Not
really good
FCC
stories.
safe
It's
either.
definitely not
Yeah,
FCC safe.
I think we would
Good
argue.
gosh.
It's like the Chris Strong podcast. FCC violations
I
all
can
over
see
the
that.
place.
Is that what it's called? Is FCC violation strong?
Yeah, I do like that. The card stuff is that it was the same thing. I brought a binder up here, and Mike sort of just laughed at what I had.
I
it's
had
all
somebody
right.
show me they had, and I don't remember what year or like brand it was, but he was showing me, for instance, he's like for instance, up here, and he showed me his closet. There was a whole box of like an entire series of football cards, and he's like, these are worthless. He's like, I have every card in here, and it doesn't matter. They're worthless because there were so many made, and it doesn't matter if there's a rookie card of somebody. I think he said the most expensive one, and there was like a rookie Bill Belichick or something. He's like,
this was a pro set.
And he was like that, and I was like, and that's not worth much. He's like, no.
Okay,
he's
so
like, even that's not worth it.
They made a ton of. Did they not make a ton of like the Griffey Upper Deck is like always worth a lot. Did they not make a ton of those too?
How much do you think it's worth?
Well, back when I was a kid, it was like $160.
Right. And so now you can get it like ungraded for probably $50 to $60.
Okay.
And that's a couple of things. Like graded has taken over. And when Bobby talked about stocks being traded, that's why graded became so big, is because it takes out theoretically all the subjectivity. You're like, oh, is this card in good condition? PSA says it's a 9. All right, good enough. And you can just pass it around however you want. And that takes away all the subjectivity of like, ooh, let me see this corner. Is it bent right there? And so that's why grading took over, because there were so many mass-produced cards. And that's the weird thing is like, hey, I can find you an Eli Manning card that's worth infinitely more than a Joe Montana card, like a rookie. And you're like, but how can that be? It's because they just started making them more and more exclusive in certain sets.
I was kind of curious for you, who are the more snooty people? Is it card collectors, soccer fans, or hockey fans?
Yeah.
When it comes to, hey, idiot, you don't know anything about what you're talking about right now.
I always think hockey fans are really snooty, because if you dare mispronounce a syllable or umlaut, that they're going to let you know.
A what?
Yeah. The little dots
The little
over
dot,
it.
they're called umlauts?
Yeah.
I
If you dare mispronounce any of that, they
like
will
stank ass and
they will drag you as being a casual and all of this and that. But like for the card thing, that's what I would say. Mike is super knowledgeable. If you think you might have something that is worth nothing, come to me or come to somebody else. We'll let you down easier. Because Mike knows all of the things. He really does. But he'll be like, oh yeah, this is trash. You see that trash can over there? You'd be better off just walking it over there. Or I might be like,
I've lots of texts from Mike.
I'm
They're
really
like, yeah, that's
sorry.
worthless.
If you enjoy it, you should keep it, but it's probably not worth a lot. Mike's like, yeah, I'll just tear it up for you right now if you want.
So, do you consider memorabilia collector and card collector to be the same?
I don't think so, just because card collector is easier to be accessible for kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't see too many things where you go to Target and they're like, hey, you should open this up. It could have a Johnny Bench autographed shoe in it. Like, that's, you don't see that quite as, like, that would be neat. But
that's a good one.
But you don't see
clever.
that as much.
No.
So I think cards are more
Shoe
easily.
or not?
I don't know. Could be a guitar pick. Like,
smells like dirty socks.
yeah, I think cards are still easier to access for kids. And that is one cool thing about the Dallas Card Show. Like, regardless of if you're big fish hunting or whatever, I don't know if that was the right phrase at all.
Big game.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't think you hunt fish.
Yeah, I know, that's why I stopped and I was like,
you
calm
can
down.
catch a big fish, you hunt big game. He blended metaphors.
He just blended them in.
You'll
It's
see,
not rocket surgery.
You'll see kids out there who are just collecting what they want, or getting the Pokemon that they want, or getting lower tier packs that make them like super pumped, where if they get a Dak Prescott base card, they're like, hell yeah.
Yeah, where we would be like, oh yeah, and throw that away.
And Mike would be like, you set
put it
on
in
fire.
a boot. The Carter, Adrian got to watch him. She was like, this kid's in his element right now. He's never been this happy. And she said that he walked in, eyes got big. You know, he saw the whole place and was like, oh my gosh. And he had a plan. He woke up at 6:00 that morning and he had his shoes and backpack on. I was like, let's go. And I was like, I don't think they open until like 4. And then it was like 2:00. So
what a long day to wait around.
He was pumped. And then when he got there, he came home and he had all these packs that he got. And he had all these stories. I think it's a great place to go if, like Kevin said, kids get that experience. The adults, it's weird watching the adults like barter with the kids too.
Yes.
And they're sitting there trying to cut deals, and these kids are like, "No, I really like this Mahomes," and they're like, "I don't know." It's fun.
Sometimes you can tell the dealers feel bad too. He's like, "No, this is a really good card," and the dealer's like, "It's worth $3. The thing you want is $10." So I just don't know.
Well, I sold a lot of cards on Saturday.
Yes, you did.
And there's a kid that came up to me and said, "Are you up for trade?" And I said, "Probably not. I'm trying to just sell some stuff." And he goes, "Are you interested in this?" And is the former quarterback or current quarterback of the Raiders Aiden O'Connell?
Yeah.
And I go, I have zero interest in Aiden O'Connell. I'm sorry. I said, if you have any 1950s or 1960s, Willie Mays, Mickey Mantle, Jackie, I'm interested in that. And it's a 12
Was he like, I just happened to run into 6 1952 Mickey Mantles?
Yeah. So I'm like, I was just trying to let him know, if you have any current cards, I'm not interested at all. To try to let him know.
If it's
so
Aiden
quick, like,
O'Connell.
you don't have to answer this. Maybe you do. When you sell card, do you have to pay taxes?
On eBay, yes.
Okay.
He sold $50 worth of cards.
I don't know the answer to this question. I go gambling. I don't know.
What's the big deal?
What do you think Nick Eatman told me? I ran into him on Sunday. What do you think Nick Eatman told me his best moving card all weekend by far was?
Dak Prescott.
Caitlin Clark.
Oh, makes sense.
He said a bunch of 12 and 13-year-old kids coming up and buying Caitlin Clark cards.
Baller.
The two cards that were most
cards selling.
I don't know.
Because she's just as responsible.
Victor Wembanyama and CJ Stroud were the two hottest.
Yes, I can see that. Wemby and Stroud.
Those are going insane. At this point, Victor Wembanyama needs to be better than LeBron James for his prices, and CJ Stroud needs to overtake Patrick Mahomes as the best quarterback in the NFL within 2 years.
So you're saying it's
7:20 tomorrow. We're actually doing that topic.
Are both of these things likely?
CJ Stroud to be better than Patrick Mahomes? 7:20. That's right.
Well, what's coming up on the KC Masterpiece today,
we get into the Rangers and their All-Star list right out of the gate, and we also have the Stars' landmark broadcasting change.
Love to hear.
Is very interesting, especially with all the information we have about it next on the phone.
Very nice.
Victory Plus. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it's been a fun one. We'll be back to chat tomorrow at 5:30 in the morning. KNC Masterpiece is next right here on The Fan.
Like snakes. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and Reginald Atatula. Gentlemen, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
Been here.
Yeah, I didn't go anywhere.
I am back.
Mike has been here.
Mike has been here. I am back, and I'm happy to be with you guys.
That is delightful. Thank you for saying that. All right. You guys ready to talk some Rangers? Well, I hope you're ready to talk. But more specifically, are you? Oh, no. That's a bad sign, Mike. All right, we'll see. Mike's still making up for lost time on Friday. He was like,
Way too many
I
words.
had to focus way too much, so he's making up for lost time.
Okay, I want to confirm too, how much trash did y'all talk about me being sick here, because the first 3 texts are about me being fake sick over the weekend. So
that was definitely what I put forth on Wednesday.
Yeah, you went all the way out there, man. You made Adrian go to the card show.
Okay.
You did a whole bunch to cover up your tracks.
Well, all right, I appreciate that. The diarrhea that I have right now that I'm still dealing with.
Really?
Yeah, I'm dealing with that right now.
Hold on, do you have nausea?
Heartburn, upset stomach, indigestion, and diarrhea.
COVID gives you diarrhea
I got
now?
the perfect thing for you, buddy.
Do you have COVID-23?
I don't know exactly what it is.
Because
But
COVID-19's dead and
I was
gone.
told 5 days. I was told
a long time ago.
5 days, and then you're good to do your thing. So there we are. That's what my doctor told
Told
me.
by who? Your doctor?
The doctor that I pay. Yeah.
Who gave you COVID?
So, that's the question. Because now my kid and his 4 friends have it, and my best friend has it, and that's what we're dealing with right now. So that's what I'm trying to figure out is who gave it, who brought it into my home.
Did you get it the worst?
I think I got it on my birthday at my birthday party. I think somebody brought it into the house.
That's a bad gift.
Yeah, thanks. So I think I did get it the worst so far. My son, who's a runner and everything, he's not dealing with that right now.
You're kind of a runner right now.
Yeah. I had the runs 3 or 4 times already this morning. So, but we're here getting this thing rolling. So, but it's over. COVID's over, as I was told.
I mean, as a real
COVID-19
illness,
is.
sure.
Yeah. This is okay. So this is the 24.
Well, it could be
I don't know.
23.
You tell us.
I don't know.
COVID-19 kind of really spread in 2020.
And then
hold on. So do you
Really?
think
Yeah, you're off model year.
Do you think
100%.
it's year based?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Okay.
sure. I'm
as
90
long as you're counting. If you're not counting, it doesn't matter.
Okay. So it's
We need to look-
COVID 23 because it's 2024. That's what you're saying?
I think so.
Okay.
The other thing,
All
though,
right,
do you ever reach
I
into
think
the?
I'm not saying you're wrong. I have never heard that.
Do you ever reach into the cellar and get a 19? And just bring that out
I
every
don't
once in
have
a while?
a cellar.
Okay, you don't have it's not like wine where you can be like, this was
No.
a good year. This is the best one for it. So let's just.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying I don't have a COVID cellar, let alone a wine cellar
All
or a
right.
cellar of any kind.
That's your choice.
That is true, I guess. Let's
By
go.
the way, I want to make this very clear. I did stop at the donut shop this morning to bring in cronuts.
Oh my god.
Could they possibly be the
I don't
culprit?
want your cronuts.
They-
You have super diarrhea. I don't want them.
They-
I love cronuts. This will stop me from eating your cronuts.
They only had one cronut left, and I said, what? They said
they
the
know.
last 2 weeks they've been flying through cronuts.
Oh!
And I was like, really? And they said they're just like all of them are gone.
Yeah.
So
And they have tons of donuts are in
Donuts are
trouble.
left. Yeah.
Donuts are in trouble.
so cronuts.
Stop making regular donuts. They're not nearly as good.
We have done it, guys.
for you to pivot.
We have changed the
Okay.
donut game
Uh-huh.
by just talking about cronuts.
Congratulations.
It's like those Boston beans used to be the best candy 150 years ago. And you're like, this is just peanuts with red something on them. And then they made M&Ms and chocolate-covered peanuts. And then the Boston beans are done.
It is amazing, Mike, how much you've morphed into Andy Rooney when you're like, I'll tell you about something. Mike takes down trends from long ago. First, he took down the Boston baked beans. Now he's taking down donuts. What's next? Look out, consumers. Mike is ready. Mike is ready to take you down. All right, from the 806, I swear, I stopped this morning to try a cronut. I'm sold. I mean, he even pitched it to Bruce Bochy. There's a lot happening in the cronut space, but there's also a lot happening in the Texas Rangers space. Let's go with cut number 1.
In 91 and a third innings, he's walked just 16. He has struck out 86. There's a ball hit hard out into left field. Palacios on the move. He won't get it. It falls for the base hit. Seager around third, coming in to score, and hustling into second with a stand-up RBI double is Wyatt Langford. Rangers lead 1-0.
All right, there's a couple of things to break down here. Do you want to talk about the Rangers as a team in terms of on-the-field stuff? Do you want to dive into All-Stars first? There's a couple of different directions it can go because there's a lot of really fun stuff happening with the Rangers right now besides just the sweep. The sweep's awesome, but individually, there's a bunch of really cool stories there too.
Well, then we could talk about the individual stories a little bit. I think it's interesting, but I'm also very still skeptical of this team and the reality of it. But yeah, man, I think there's some really cool things that have happened with these guys.
So let's start with maybe the person who has been the most maligned this year, Leody Taveras. Leody Taveras has been rolling, man. So coming into yesterday's game, I got these stats from Jared. Thank you very much. In his last 13 games, 382 batting average, 463 on base with a 905 OPS. And then what happens next? He went 3 for 5 yesterday. So Leody Taveras now in a 14-game run. And look, I realize the rest of the season's been a struggle for these Rangers in general, several Rangers specifically. But as of late, holy moly, has he been playing exceedingly well.
Here's my question for you guys, and we don't know this, and Leody isn't going to say it, and I don't think anybody's going to say it. Is the call-up of Derek Hill and him coming up and challenging, being like, you have no job anymore secured. Your job in center field and your job with the Texas Rangers is in jeopardy, possibly. I just wonder how much motivation that is all of a sudden. It's like, whoa, there's competition here, and I might not get to be the center fielder much longer if I don't pick it up.
You talk a lot about human nature. We've talked a lot about that in the playoffs and when it comes to series and like naturally kind of letting your guard down when you have, a 2-0 lead or a 3-0 lead. I think this is the same thing on the other side. It is human nature when somebody like threatens your spot or even you feel like they're threatening your spot because think about it. How many questions did we ask Boch last week about Leody? None. We asked at least 2 or 3 questions about Derek Hill. And because people were excited in the moment, brand new, shiny toy and everything like that. So I think it's inevitable that you at least feel like a little bit threatened, right?
Yeah, no, home run Hill steps up and everybody's like, hold on, what's going on here? And that being said, Leody still isn't hitting for power, right? How many home runs?
Never will.
He's not a power hitter. You still feel like, are you still a little concerned about his defense now out in center field after what seemed like an aloof first part of this season? Yes. So, Kevin, maybe it's just maybe it's a combination of that and maybe it's the right time and he could be traded. Maybe his value went up at just the right time and he could be part of something that's like, all right, here's how we think of you and we'd love to have you, but we can get other pieces for you. I don't know.
I'm not going to discount that, but if all of a sudden he went on a tear leading into the trade deadline, kind of the anti-Yu Darvish, I would love that.
I'm just looking at the date. Derek Hill's first game back when he got called up was 6/26. And you said this is a
14 games.
14 games. So it's a little before then.
Yeah.
So a hair before then. But literally the call-up of Derek Hill taking over in center field in Baltimore. Played a game in Milwaukee and then took over in Baltimore. All of a sudden, Leody gets back in the lineup and then takes off. I don't know. It's just a theory, but when you literally look at somebody struggling throughout a whole season and then they get to the point at the end of June and say, center field's a wide open position, and then he takes back off and plays his best baseball, I could only assume, and it's just an assumption, I don't know, maybe it's coincidence, But you can only assume is, boy, we challenge his job, and then he starts playing up to his fullest potential.
And then you have Wyatt Langford. This is another person that, holy moly, have they been rolling. Now, we talked about the month of June, where Mike helped vote and get him to be the AL Rookie of the Month.
Good job, Mike.
With he's second, by the way. I just looked it up for Rookie of the Year in MGM.
Yeah,
he's plus 350, and Luis Hill, Gil, is the favorite right now at plus 130. He's a Yankees starting pitcher.
Okay. Yeah.
So those are the two major guys. Mason Miller is tied for third right now. So those are your top 3 Rookie of the Year candidates in the American League.
Absolute fire June, and has carried it over.
And he's been better in July. Now, I realize, obviously, it's only been a week that you're into July, but your his OPS is sitting at 956, which that is like bona fide all-star, maybe trying to get in the MVP conversation. I'm not saying like he's going into the MVP conversation, but you look at his low to start going into the month of June. Wyatt Langford's OPS was 573. It's now 735. Now, ideally, I would have thought he would be hovering around 800, even as a rookie. So the power still hasn't been there as much as I thought it would, but man, he is become a hitting just a hitting machine.
What happened for him?
Injured.
But what happened when he came back from injury?
They didn't bring him back up. They sent him down, didn't they?
For a day, pretty much. But
He played the field.
Played the field.
Played the field.
I said
Which
it the
we
whole time.
talked about it.
100% that has changed the trajectory of Wyatt Langford. He should never be a DH the rest of his life. He can have it, when he gets to be like 35 and maybe can't do things, sure. That also, is it just coincidence? I don't know. But I know this.
But you don't think so, right?
Everybody in the history of baseball, since the designated hitter came to be about, said one of the worst things you can do to a young player, this is the history of baseball, one of the worst things you can do is have a guy come up and then say, you're just a designated hitter. Because then all the pressure is you only get to play once every 30 minutes, and you get that one at bat every 30 minutes, and you get 3 or 4 of them. And it's too much. That's why you always want a veteran being your designated hitter for the most part, because they've gone through the 162-game seasons year after year after year, and then their defense drops off, and then they can't really play defense anymore. So you look at a guy late in his career, I know he kind of played first base. You can look at Prince Fielder if his neck wouldn't have gone on him. You're like, hey, you're going to be a DH the last 3 to 5 years of your career. Fine. Harold Baines. Fine. Edgar Martinez. Fine. But you don't do it to a dude who's one of the top 1% fastest people in baseball. And it hurt him. And I'm not saying he would have been a great starter and would have just gotten off to a hot start. Yes, it took him some time to figure out Major League Baseball. And now it looks like he's figured it out. The power, I think, is going to hopefully come later in the years. We're seeing signs of power and getting the ball to the park. But the major issue was they put him at designated hitter.
Yeah.
That was something that they should never do again. And because when Evan Carter comes back, they better not put him back at designated hitter at 22 years old and can fly around the outfield, and he's getting so much better defensively.
And how much, they were always going to be important. And how much does it add to the importance of this Angels series and this Astros series? Because as excited as I am about the sweep, you could see something in the next 6 days that make you go, okay, never mind. Yep. I'm back into selling category. But it also, just to be fair, I'm not saying it will happen. If you broke off, I don't know, a 5-1 tear or something like that, you have to feel like, holy moly, here we go going into the second half, right?
I'm looking for a glimmer of hope. And
Me
if
too.
If you throw that out there, I'm like, okay, let's go do this in the second half too. The Astros have been a better pace than you over the last month or so. They're 6-4 over the last week. But they had a couple of bad games here where they lost. Was it 2-3 in a row?
They lost 2 in a row to the Twins.
And so
you weren't. Oh yeah, the Mariners.
And if you can knock them off going into the break, then that makes you feel a lot better. Yeah, reel off a 6-game win streak here and see what you can accomplish.
I would love that.
Thank God you're in the worst division in baseball by far, and that's not changing. This will be the worst division in baseball. At the end of the year, this will be the worst division in all of baseball. And that's your hopium right now.
Sure.
Because on Friday, we were just like, Reggie and I are just like, God, you win 2 games, you beat Baltimore, then you win 7-0 against who is that? Milwaukee?
Yes.
And you're just like, okay, like here we go. And then you lose the next 2.
Yeah.
And you lose the next
San
2 by
Diego.
you can't score anymore again. And you're just like, just when you were hoping and thinking the offense is turning around and something, then you get the next 2 games, you lose the series again, you lost another series, and you're just like,
inconsistency,
You're
which
just
you
kind of
had
like-
a lot of this year.
and we were talking about, we just lost once again, it just took us 2 days to go like, we're never going to score again. And then now you have these 3 days and the sweep of like, can this please be a sign? And now that you're taking on the Angels, who stink and are going to lose 90 games this year or more, you got to take care of business there. And 2 out of 3 is breaking even for me. Sweeping is what needs to happen because you're going to have to go on a 40-20 stretch.
Yeah.
So you've gone 4-2 in your last 6 games, right?
Yes.
You have to do that for 60 games now. You have to. Where you're at and you are 6 games below 500, you have to figure out a way how to get to at least 85 wins, if not 88. Somewhere in that realm will win this division this year. 85 might do it. That gets a little scary. 88, 100% will win this division. But that means you got to go on a 40-20 stretch in 60 games.
I think I'm with you, Corey. I am just, and we kind of asked Boach this on Wednesday. Like, I'm just desperately looking for anything to make me be like, no, I know we're the defending champions, but now we're like ready to defend it.
Yeah, the first half of the season, we were just kind of recovering. And saving it up for the last. What happened last year, Kevin? They were hot at the beginning of the season and crap at the end of the season, and then they won the World Series.
I look, Reggie will be glad to know last year's Texas Rangers destroyed all of my preconceived notions about the idea of momentum in sports. It really did. All right, let's stick with the Rangers. People are excited about the Rangers. Coming up next, let's talk some more about Nathan Eovaldi because we didn't even dive into that at all, as well as those All-Stars and maybe John Cena. Next, right here in The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
1-2, and that ball is hit high and deep into right. Low going back, looking up, it's gone. 6 rows up in straightaway right. Corey Seager with a 3-run dinger. And the Rangers lead it 7-2.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk a little bit more about those Texas Rangers and their All-Stars. But real quick, Reggie brought this up. What do you think the betting odds are for the Mavericks to win their division next year? And then I started to think, could I even name all the teams in their division, because the division setup has become so irrelevant in the NBA because that's not really how they do.
Spurs.
Okay.
Rockets.
Those are the easy ones.
Grizzlies.
Honestly.
Yes.
I think New Orleans.
Yes.
Pelicans.
That's 5.
There you go.
That's it.
Oh, man.
But
I
Oklahoma
really was
City-
going to bait you guys and be like, and then who else?
I was going to say Sacramento. And
No,
I was like,
that's
I don't
it.
know.
Just those 5.
But you would think Oklahoma City over Memphis. If we're going by Oklahoma City's a 3-hour drive, Memphis is a 7-hour drive.
They're in the Northwest Division.
Yes.
Because they're north of Texas.
Because they used to be the
in Seattle,
Sonics.
and they just never moved it.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
Is there-
I was wondering about that.
There's no other team above Oklahoma City, is there?
What are you talking about?
Like, just go straight up on the Mavericks.
Minnesota.
There's no North Dakota
we beat
team.
Oklahoma City, so we're above them.
There you go. I like.
Is that what you're saying?
Let's move on.
All right. Well, both the Mavericks and the Stars are favored to win their division next year. So if you demanded to know that information right now, well, that's
I already knew it because you
really
just told me.
aggressive. But there you go. You're welcome. All right. Let's talk a little bit about the Rangers All-Stars, and then maybe we can talk about Nathan and Valdi as well. Let's go to cut number 4. This is Bruce Bochy, and I still like the audio. It's good with the video, but I like the audio because you can hear everybody clapping for both Marcus Semien and Kirby Yates.
Anyway, good news here. So let's give a nice hand here for Marcus and Kirby.
I feel a little bad because the applause drowns out Kirby Yates' name, but he definitely says it. He's like, let's give a round of applause for Marcus and hey!
Oh, wow.
But he definitely says Kirby, but people are already clapping. By that point.
Because
Here for Marcus and Kirby.
You can hear Kerr.
Yeah.
Well, they were
Because people
thinking he
are
was going
pumped.
to do it individually, Marcus, and then also announce Kirby, but he did it all at the same time.
So they should have gone graduation style where they're like, wait till the end to applaud.
But then we all still would have clapped.
That's a good
how
point.
this
That
works.
is a very good point.
Kevin, did you see in the video though when Marcus Semien walks up there, he goes to give a handshake to Bruce Bochy, and Boch doesn't handshake him. Boch brings him in for a side hug.
I like it.
And that's the way this clubhouse is right now. They're not handshaking anymore.
Church hugs?
They're hugging.
Yes, church
The
hugs.
church hugging.
Yes, that is exactly what that is. Now, I know Jared was talking about all of the numbers by which Marcus Semien should be an all-star. He was voted in by his peers. We think still that he's going to end up starting because
I'm 99% sure Jose Altuve will not show up to any more All-Star games the rest of his career. The only one that he would show up to is if Houston hosted, and I don't think Houston's in line to host anytime soon for any reason. So he's not going to go to any more All-Star games,
especially in this stadium.
Semien,
Oh my God!
So
no.
Semien is going to start. Now, I know that we were talking about these two guys. Here's my question. Carlos Correa was the third shortstop. So Bobby Witt Jr. and Carlos Correa were the backup shortstops. Carlos Correa got hit by a ball yesterday in the hand. Now, the x-rays came back negative. I don't think Carlos Correa is showing up for the All-Star game either. He's a guy that doesn't like showing up for All-Star games anymore since 2017 / when 2019 it came out that they were cheating. Those two guys refuse to go to All-Star games, even when they make the All-Star team. I don't know if it'll be different for Correa because I think this is the first time he's made it as a non-Astro. So I don't know if that changes his mind on going, but we know that, I don't know, 33 to 40% of the audience is going to be Ranger fans. Maybe it's 50% of the audience.
Like in the actual stadium?
In the stadium
Okay,
for Tuesday night, for next Tuesday night.
Yeah.
They're going to boo Carlos Correa when they announce him on the line. He's going to get booed. Jose Altuve knows that he would get no cheers and just get booed. So Jose Altuve's not going. I don't think Carlos Correa is going to go either, which makes me wonder, could Corey Seager get added?
I will say on Correa, he said, this is the first time I'll go as a father, and I'll have my two boys there with me. So I don't know how much that means to him.
And that's a pretty powerful.
He said this one will be extra special, and he's the only representative for the Twins.
Oh, really?
So that might have another factor.
Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
So then Corey Seager probably won't be going.
Is there any part of you that, like, when we talked about if anybody gets replaced or whatever, are you still holding out any hope for Josh Smith as a replacement? Just because, and don't get me wrong, Corey Seager is awesome. He'll have more All-Star appearances.
Will he?
I mean, I hope
you're gonna be that guy later down the road looking at it and going, you know what? That 1 year after the World Series, he missed it.
Not a Hall of Famer. Josh Smith, I just don't know.
I'm 90% sure about this. Major League Baseball picks the replacements if a guy gets hurt here in this last week or can't make it because they're already hurt. I'm not trying to say anything against Josh Smith, deservedly so. But I think Major League Baseball won't put Josh Smith on the team. They will choose a bigger name.
Yeah.
Like, I think this is for maybe later in the week. I think Major League Baseball is going to talk to, why am I forgetting the Diamondbacks manager? Great guy. He's with me with Cleveland. I'm forgetting his name. They're going to make him pick Paul Skeens, and that's the right decision. Paul Skeens is the starting pitcher in the All-Star.
Okay.
Like,
Lavullo.
And so, yeah, what was the name?
Torey Lavullo.
Yeah, Lavello.
Lavello.
Yeah. So, I think that those things have influence. Because Tuesday night, if you're going to be at the game or watching the game, how exciting will it be if Paul Skeens is one of the starting pitchers?
It'd be awesome.
That's what you have to do. If you're baseball, it's a stupid decision if you don't name Paul Skeens a starting pitcher, as long as Pittsburgh allows him to pitch in the game.
Yeah, I could see that. Now, somebody who's not an all-star, but I just wanted to throw some love to Nathan Eovaldi, because
he knows when to, right?
Yeah.
He knows when it's time, man.
I think that's a great way of putting it, because these are 3 straight starts of 7 innings.
Yep.
Now, obviously, you want the results to be there, and you go back to the Milwaukee game where maybe not the best, but then the last 2 starts have been really on point. I appreciate the fact that in the last 3 starts out of a possible 27 innings, Nathan Eovaldi has given you 21 of those innings and eased the pressure off a bullpen that, as much as we like Kirby Yates, as much as we like David Robertson, they can't pitch every single time.
Right.
And so giving some other bullpen pieces a break, or maybe avoiding your 4th, 5th, 6th bullpen pieces, which is what you probably want to do, that's a huge thing.
Yes, because the Rangers do lack depth in their bullpen. So they do have 2 premium guys in Robertson and Yates. Leclerc is just, he's a wave, right?
Yeah.
Either unbelievably awesome or really struggling. And so you don't have super consistency there. And then they had to move Jacob Latz early on into the year into a very valuable role. And
More than it should be.
Yeah, and he handled it well to start the year, but he hasn't handled it well recently. So you get a little bit nervous when Latz comes into a bigger situation. So, you try to avoid having those days. It'd be great, though, if for the next 2 days you have Yates and Robertson closing out games. You win the next 2, but then the last game in LA, you're just like, well, they can't pitch. We're not going to throw them 3 days in a row. And then you'd have to rely on Leclerc and I don't know who else to get maybe your last 6 to 9 outs of a game.
But Kevin, do you really need to score to have 20-2 in the 2 starts that Nathan Eovaldi's out there throwing up nothing for everybody?
Look, I'm sure Andrew Heaney is kind of like,
Where's
what the hell?
How about Michael Lorenzen? He had to throw a shutout.
Michael Lorenz is another great person. I hope just those 2 have their own chat called like Rangers Run Support or lack thereof. Like, you probably don't need a title if it's just the 2 of you guys, but maybe some other people slid in there. But I definitely, and you know what? I'm a huge Andrew Heaney fan anyway, just because of what he's provided. But I also love this quote. Is they were talking about like, hey, what do you guys need to get more momentum and get people hyped up and the team going and everything? And he goes, I mean, winning games would help. Yeah, we need to win more games. And like,
he's right.
He is right.
He's absolutely correct.
But it so reminded me of like y'all's keys to the game when you're like, score more points.
Score the runs.
Let the other team score fewer runs. I like how Andrew Heaney, you can talk about, hey, what if this gets going? What if that gets going? And he goes, hey, you know what we need to do? Just win games.
Yeah.
That will help.
Because at the end, if you do go on, let's just say this road trip, and you win 5 out of 6, and you average 3 runs a game, we kind of care, but not really, because you won 5 out of
Sure.
6. You're getting really close back to 500 again. And if we lose scoring 6 runs a game, but you lose 4 out of the 6 games, we're going to be like, well, the offense is back, but now the pitching stinks.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like it just win 5 out of 6. And I know that's a high mark, but I feel like sweep LA. I know it's not easy to sweep teams. They're horrible. Sweep them. Take this momentum to the road and sweep them, and then win 2 out of 3 in Houston. And then all of a sudden, your fortunes change. All of a sudden, you're at the All-Star break, and I know that they're going to be very busy, but your meetings with Ray Davis and the rest of the ownership and Chris Young and the coaching staff, it changes if you win 5 out of 6 on this road trip.
And you might be, 4 back?
Right.
In terms of the division? Like, I don't know the exact
and you
number.
might have been like, you might get tied or really close to Houston.
Yeah.
Well, does it change the guys too? Like, I know they've not looked confident this season, and they're starting to look confident. And I wonder, Mike, if you do that, if you have that kind of stretch, what kind of energy does that give the clubhouse?
A lot. If they lose this road trip, if they go into this road trip and they go 2-4, they're going to go on their vacations, their mini vacations, and they're going to go, we don't have much of a chance. Yeah. I mean, we have to win 45 of our next 60 games to have a chance. That's probably not going to happen when you're well below 500 at the break. But if they win 4 out of these 6, and I'm not saying, if they win more than that, great. But if they go on this road trip and they win 4 out of 6, they're going to go into the break going, here we come. This is our time. We were good enough last year, and we're going to prove we're good enough this year. But if they end up going 2-4 or 1-5, especially 6 division games, we're all human. We're not going to say it. Like if we all went into the clubhouse the day after the Houston game on Sunday and go, "Hey, you guys cooked now?" They're not going to say, "Yep, we are." They're going to say the right things, but they're human. They're going to know they're pretty cooked at that point.
Maybe Heaney might. He's like, yeah, we need to win more games. Did you see what happened? So a couple of all-star notes for you. Kirby Yates goes into the all-star game. I realize we still have a week of regular season to go with a 0.86 ERA and 0.86 whip, which is absolutely incredible. For Marcus Semien, only the 3rd Texas Ranger in the last 11 years to get back-to-back all-star nods. Yu Darvish did it. Corey Seager has obviously done it. And then the 5th Texas Rangers second baseman ever to make the all-star team.
Julio Franco.
That is correct.
Michael Young.
That is not what the Rangers say.
All right. Jan
I'm
Kinsler.
99% sure he made it as a second baseman early on in his career.
I'll just say Jan Kinsler.
That is correct.
All right. Alfonso Soriano.
Correct.
Scott Fletcher.
No.
He is more of a shortstop.
Jeff Kunkel.
You're not going to, you might get it, but it would be pretty amazing. Dave Nelson.
Oh, my dad's friend.
Oh, there you go. I did not know that we would have a tie. Well, the Rangers are the ones who said he was the 5th Texas Rangers.
Well, I guess so. Let me go to Baseball Reference, because I thought for sure Michael Young early on in his career
had made it as a second baseman. The Rangers said Dave Nelson, Julio Franco, Alfonso Soriano, Ian Kinsler, and, of course, Marcus Semien. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
His first year to make it was 04, and he was a shortstop. That was the team I was on. So 03, wow, what was wrong with you, Michael Young? Won a second base all-star, huh?
Do you think it's because you just weren't there yet?
Who was playing second base out there at the time that was the All-Stars during that time?
In 04?
Yeah.
In 2003?
Before he got there, yeah.
We'd have to look. I honestly cannot
We can do
remember
that during the break.
2003 best American League shortstop.
I'll look it
or
up.
second baseman. Shortstops was very easy. It was Jeter and A-Rod.
Yes. We'll come back on the other side with more All-Star trivia, perhaps. But also, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Man, are we baseball heavy. Hey,
I love
we've
it.
been talking a lot about this All-Star break coming up. How weird is it? There's a Ranger report coming out that they're selling next.
Guy.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Is it time? Are we doing it?
What is happening here?
Wait.
What is happening?
Is it the John Cena segment?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I'm very skeptical of what we're doing here.
So you can't.
If it
see
is,
this?
I'm totally confused.
You can't see this segment.
Am I supposed to talk about John Cena?
Oh my God, I would love that.
John Cena's in everything.
He's in
everything.
The chef, the bear.
The bear. Yeah, he's
Oh,
the bear.
spoiler.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
is
not
he
really
really?
a spoiler.
Okay.
He's really good.
Eh,
Oh man.
it's fine.
Maybe this is
He
gonna
like
turn
cleans
into-
the floor.
Oh, neat.
You didn't enjoy that?
No, not really, actually.
All right. Well, I guess
Weird.
I guess it's not time for
What was the
John
character's name?
Cena segment.
He was just
John
John Cena.
Cena.
He was just John Cena.
Hex or something like that?
Yeah, he was just John Cena.
He like
dropped in on the
hexes
show.
them or something
Yeah.
or whatever they
They're
call
smoking.
Fine. If you're going to take that away from me, I guess I'll tell you that Bruce Bochy said it Dulles didn't play as more of a mental day than a physical day off. Dak's out of his boot. And now it's time for baseball nuggets, not John Cena talk.
All right,
Man,
so
if you'd have fired
man,
him.
has this been a show or what? This is our third baseball segment in a row. Are you kidding me?
Sethnicity says, I love all this baseball / Rangers talk. Actually, that was Mr. Dantastic. My apologies.
So I
And
did
John
have.
Cena talk?
I went to the Dallas Card Show this
Yes.
weekend. It was
We did
great.
our show there
Did our
Friday.
show- Well, yeah, Reggie and I did. And so I had a lot of
That's
people
true.
come up to me and say how much they love our show because other stations don't talk baseball or can't talk baseball.
Sure.
So I did really enjoy a lot of people saying, man, I enjoy you so much. I enjoy your show so much. You guys are the only station I like listening to baseball for.
And can I tell you real quick, we were talking about it. We were privy to hearing about some of the allegations of the stolen cards at the Dallas Card Show. You remember a month or so ago, we had Darren Ravel on because he was starting the Collect network and website. That is one of the lead stories right now on their website is the video footage and theft of allegedly about $2 million in cards from one of the
It's
tables there.
Horrible. And I do know the kids, they've been at that show for years.
They have an awesome collection.
And it's an unbelievable collection. It's their father's collection. And the father says, hey, and I think the kids enjoy it, but you guys go out and sell the cards at I don't know how many shows they go to, but I do know they go to the Dallas Card Show. But it really stinks. There's a lot of bad people in the world of cards, and it makes me want to get out at times because, hey, I saw a couple of bad people there that I know of.
Yes, they were at the show.
There's nothing I can do. I mean, supposedly I've done a whole bunch of horrible things to them, but they seem to be doing a lot of great business there.
Which is so disappointing because we've talked about the Dallas Card Show a lot and how Kyle has donated a ton of stuff for Peace-a-thon. Same with Paul Worth Collecting in Waxahachie. Same with Ryan over at RJ Dukes and McKinney. We always refer people to Sappies. They've done so many people right, but there are a lot of shady people around as well. And I would love to say we're weeding them out, but then you see something like this and you're like, son of a gun.
Yeah. And hopefully with all the video that they have at
Yes.
the Dallas Card Show, they're going to be caught pretty soon. I can't believe that they did it with how many cameras the Dallas Card Show and Kyle has there.
Yes.
Because yes, there's one thing that we see on Twitter right now or X of these three guys that put together this plan to steal these approximately $2 million worth of cards. But they are caught on camera and they're not really hiding their face. They do all have hats on. The three white guys have hats on. But I do think that there's going to be enough video that we don't see on Twitter that they're not going to put out yet, that they have their faces pretty recognized, and it's going to be tough for them to get away with this. The other thing, too, is those cards were pretty well documented that have been stolen, so they all have the serial numbers that were graded and everything, so it's going to be really tough for them to move them, but there's enough shady people in this business that maybe they're able to move them through the shady industry that is with, these people that they know how to do this shady business in this industry.
It's unfortunate because I really love that show, Dallas Card Show. We've talked about this a lot. They donate, like all the people there and Kyle, they donate so much stuff that helps us out for Peace-a-thon. I really like them
I was
for
able
that.
to sell quite a few cards at the Dallas Card Show. And while I was doing a big deal with this young man, Tyler, who's in the Metroplex, it was great. I sold quite a few of my cards. I sold some cards at the same time, a couple of, I think, Patrick Mahomes rookies. And the guy said, hey, I can only do this through PayPal. And I'm not crazy about doing it through PayPal because one of my friends out there, Cole, who's a Tolo, he got screwed over a few years ago where people pay with their PayPal and then they don't get the protection on the PayPal, and then they say, "Oh, I don't know, I didn't do this or whatever," and then PayPal reimburses them all of the money.
Jeez.
And so what happened was I was making this big deal. I said, "Man, I really don't like doing things through PayPal, but I trust you, this and that." This couple said they were from South Florida, this and that, and so I gave them my phone. They scanned it. They did pay me, but a day or two from now, they could take advantage of me and then just say, I don't even know what this person's talking about. I don't know who this person is, this and that. And then they get their $250 back from PayPal. I'm out the $250 that they paid me. So it does become a little bit of, there's a hair of trustworthiness when you start doing app stuff.
Yeah.
And if I lose the $250, hell, I've lost, 5 figures so far in this industry because of people. So, we will see what happens with that. But I was scared on that moment. I told my wife, I'm like, here's the deal, because I was a little bit distracted. I don't think I got the right protection on PayPal that I needed, because I don't do PayPal much at all. But that's just the world of, I just hope that those two people were trustworthy people.
Corey, it's not time for Wanker of the Weekend just yet, but I did buy several Celtics rookie cards from Mike. Is that okay with you?
Well, if it's Tatum, you're not doing right, because his numbers are going down from what I just saw.
There's a lot of Jaylen Brown.
Okay. Jaylen Brown, I'm a huge fan of Jaylen Brown. I was just unfortunate that he had to beat my team in the finals. So,
well, let me get back to Texas Ranger and baseball talk here, as we just did card talk there for a second. And there's a report from Bob Nightingale, who was just on the morning show today. And it's confusing to me. We literally just spoke to Bruce Bochy on Wednesday, and he made it as clear as day. Like, you can't make it any more clear. Chris Young is not trading players off of this team. We are in it. Chris Young is in it. He's stubborn on this one. He's going to let this team kind of ride it out and see what happens. Now, it's still, things can change in the month of July. But then Bob Nightingale comes out with an article saying, hey, Rangers could be sellers here, talking to other teams and this and that. So
do you think the key right there is he said other GMs seem to expect that? Do you think that's where the disconnect is?
Yes. Is that I could see where other GMs are looking at the Rangers record, looking at the free agents, looking at their TV situation, looking at their budget that they had this year, that it was, whoa, I thought they were going to spend more. If you listened at the All-Star break last year, if you remember, Ray Davis got up on the stage when the Rangers got the All-Star game and said, I've given Chris Young the authority to go after it. I told him, anything you need, I'm here. We are going for the playoffs. We are going for this championship. And they did it. And then he said, after they won the World Series, don't stop now. And then we got to the offseason and it stopped.
Yeah.
So now we know that the Bally's thing did not work out in the Rangers' favor. They lost approximately $20 million, from what I understand, in the Bally's settlement for 1 year. Who knows what the TV thing is for the Rangers next year? I guess we'll get into it a little bit more in Stars talk. When are we doing?
Probably actually about noon.
Okay, so right around noon on what the Stars did. But the Rangers are in a similar situation where there is no future right now for Rangers television. They will be on television or on an app. We just don't know where and when yet in 2025. And people ask me, because yes, I do get a paycheck from Bally's. I don't know. I am completely in the dark in where the Rangers are going in the future, if they're staying with Bally's, if they're leaving Bally's, if they're going to do their own app, like that Victory thing, if they're going to, I have literally no clue. But this Ranger thing about them possibly trading Yates and Robertson and possibly Max Scherzer and possibly Heaney, possibly Lorenzen.
All right, Lorenzen.
I'm like, this is kind of coming out of nowhere. So I called a couple people this morning and like, hey, is this, like, did something change over the weekend after what Bruce Bochy said on Wednesday on our radio show versus now what I'm hearing Sunday/Monday from Bob Nightingale? And then Ken Rosenthal followed with a article on The Athletic based off of, I believe, what Bob Nightingale said. And so I'm like, from what I hear, I do not think the Rangers are ready to give up on this season. I don't know if they'll ever be ready to give up on this season, but I do think we need this 6-game road trip to play out. At the All-Star break, I do think there's going to be people in the room that say, is it best to sell these players? I'm not saying that will happen. Like, then they will say, now we are selling these players. But I do think there's going to be discussions and debates. I don't think it's as clear as they're going for it or it's as clear as they're selling off are trying to sell off 5 of their pitchers on their staff right now.
I'm just I didn't see Evaldi's name in there. Am I wrong? Did I miss
because
is the vesting option?
If he stays healthy, it looks like he can hit that option. The other thing too is I think with Evaldi's a deal at $20 million next year.
I mean, the way he's pitching right now, sure.
And on a 1-year deal at his age, you kind of love that as an organization. There's very little risk in that there's not extended years committed to a guy in his mid-30s. And then I think I don't think the Rangers, if they were to go down this path, and I don't think they will, but if they go down the path of, let's just saying, trading Lorenzen and Heaney and Yates, for example, I'm just naming 3 guys. They trade these 3 guys. I don't think they're saying we're not going to try to compete in 25.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so I think that keeping Evaldi and keeping some of these pieces around, they're like, look, we want to compete in 25. And they're trying to compete right now. But if they go down the selling route, I think they don't want to sell so much that they feel like they can't compete in 25. Because let's face it, Seattle's still going to be Seattle.
Sure.
Houston, to me, looks like they're dying a little bit. I know they've gone on a nice stretch, but when you look at their budget and you look at where they're at in their farm system, you can look at them and go, they can't keep this run up. It's amazing that they have, but they can't. So I look at this and go, I don't think Bob Nightingale's I don't think it's a well-written, or I don't think it's put out like, oh, the Rangers are selling. No. I've talked to them. They're not. They are not selling these players or
not
considering
written in stone. Gotcha.
Let's get some more opinions on this around 12:20 too.
Okay.
We can dive a little bit long because I know there's more you wanted to get into. We'll talk about it a little bit more about 12:20. But coming up next, we all normally root for Luka, but this Olympic elimination's a good thing, right? Next on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece Show.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Normally, we all root for Luka, but this weekend, were you... I can already see my...
Pumped up, man.
Like, I didn't already know your answer, but
Great loss.
I already saw your fist pump. Were you rooting against Luka?
100%.
Hold on.
He just said 100%.
I wasn't rooting against Luka. I was rooting against Slovenia. I would never root against Luka. I want him to get his. I want him to feel like it's all worth it.
Hold on. Why were you rooting against Slovenia?
So that Luka didn't have to play any more games. That's not rooting against Luka.
Is it
It's
not?
The team lost. All right?
I
Not Luka
don't,
lost.
but to your point, if Slovenia would have advanced, but Luka said, I'm not playing, you'd have been like, great, I'm rooting for Slovenia. I don't care. We are rooting against Luka playing any more 40 minutes of basketball where he has to do everything. His body's a little bit broken from this run. I feel much better about next year for the Mavericks based off of losing to Greece by 700 points.
Because he gets this opportunity to rest.
Yes, now it's already going to be a short rest. He already had a month less of rest than most people in the NBA. So now that he gets this time, this very small amount of time, pretty much July and August, to try to work on his body, work on recovery, work on weight management, work on his game a little bit and what he can do. Because when September comes around, he has to fly back here and get ready for training camp because, I don't know, October 15th or 14th is about when the NBA starts now.
Mm-hmm.
So
I was looking at the list from Nick Inkstadt about all of the games and all of the potential injuries that Luka had already suffered this year. In the last year, he played 8 World Cup games, 3 preseason games, 70 regular season games, 3 Olympic qualifiers, and 22 NBA playoff games.
And a part.
Yes, that's kind of what it feels like. So 106 games. Along the way...
Which he was murdered in all 106 of them.
Well, to your point, get ready.
According to him.
If you thought that other list was long, here are some of his injuries and potential injuries. Back injury, broken nose, right elbow sprain, left quad, left hamstring, left calf, left Achilles, left ankle. Really feels like that's a problem. Right ankle, right knee sprain, and thoracic contusion.
And random bleeding.
Yes, on his knee and other places. And so it's because of that I think you're like, No, take a break.
He also needs a mental break.
That's true.
That just only was the physical part of it, and we know how emotional and how mental Luka can be. And I do think getting away from screaming and yelling at referees because you don't like their calls and being able to decompress mentally too, which he wasn't able to after the finals was over. He had no decompression. He immediately went to Slovenia and started practicing and trying to get his team to qualify for the Olympics. And I get the pride and everything is there. We did it the other day. It literally is. Slovenia is the size of Massachusetts. So for them to compete on a world level, to try to get that team into the Olympics and to try to get that team, a bronze medal or, maybe a silver medal, to be in a medal game, that is unbelievable from the standpoint of, can you imagine if the United States said, all right, you guys are going to compete in the Olympics, but you can only take people from the state of Massachusetts. Like, you'd be like, we're going to lose everything. We can't do this. Like, maybe one guy from there or one girl from there is good enough to really compete on the world stage. And they have that guy for basketball where they possibly can. But me being way more of a Mavs fan than a Slovenia fan, obviously, I needed him to lose that game against Greece and to have the ability to possibly lead a team to a great seed in the regular season, possibly an MVP for him in the regular season. Him losing that game gives him and the Mavericks the ability to possibly accomplish their goals next year.
I am kind of curious because of how much, Kevin, you just pointed out every injury.
Sure.
Because of how much he does have to recover physically, if it's going to hit the ground running when they're in the regular season, or if it's going to be a slow build into the regular season. They are built as a playoff team. We've seen things go bad. We know that things can just fall apart quickly, but I don't think this team, the way that it looks and is built right now, will not be in the playoffs unless something crazy happens. But does it have to be hey, man, I'm hitting the floor running and I'm trying to get MVP right out of the gate?
Personally, I think it should be, not because of MVP so much because of how stacked this West is. I would really like to see a high seed that gives you not one of the murder teams in the first round. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get it because of how stacked this West is. So I would love to see them get a high seed to potentially get an easier road in the playoffs. And I like this. From the 5-6-1, we let Luka go play, so he's happy, and they got knocked out fast, so we're happy. Win-win for us.
Yes.
And then, to your point,
the Mavericks didn't try and stop him.
No,
so
and they were pretty supportive.
Yeah, and there's no reason for him to be upset with the franchise. He's like, you know what? They did. They let me go pursue my passion.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right about that. And in terms of hitting the ground running, I'm still not sure, but it feels like there's a hell of a lot better chance now than if he would have been playing for another 3.5 weeks.
Yes.
And so I feel
when
better.
When do the Olympics start?
I think in
a couple weeks. Actually,
week and a half.
July the 25th is whenever the USA plays, because my oldest is already like, Dad, we're watching the Olympics this year. I'm like, all right, man, this is the first time he's ever been interested.
So you're talking about 2 weeks of practice with this team to get ready. They might play like a warm-up game or two.
Yeah. So probably be about 4 weeks.
So he would have at least another month of competitive basketball where he has to literally lead a team for 36 of the 40 minutes.
And you saw his face when they lost. That is not an exaggeration. Like, he looked crushed.
I'm sure
that they had lost. And so he wasn't going out there to be like, yeah, I'll see what I can do. No, he was going out there saying, I'll give you everything I got, and hopefully we can make some history.
Yeah, for him, I get why he's sad and how he is this one special person from a country that does pretty much absolutely nothing on a world stage, that he put Slovenia on a world stage himself and all by himself, because he doesn't have great teammates either.
How cool was it seeing him against Greece then? Because, like, with all due respect to Georgios Papagiannis, it's Giannis against Luka that you were,
Wow, real Kostas Papanikolaou slander happened.
Yeah. Sorry, and Nick Kalathis. Sorry if I'm really slandering.
From University of Florida. We had him on our team for 1 second.
And I knew you loved that. But it was cool seeing those two go against each other in a high leverage situation that obviously was outside of the NBA parameters.
Yeah, but here you are. He couldn't win the MVP last year.
Okay, stop it.
He couldn't win the NBA Finals last year. Now he's getting bounced in before the Olympics even start. Are we even sure Luke is that guy anymore?
So, what time is your Here's my trade packages for Luka segment.
There's not enough. There's not enough draft picks. There aren't enough.
Okay.
Mike discussed this. No team has enough draft picks for Luka.
I think Oklahoma City does.
That is true. Oklahoma City's like, hey, you got nothing. We have all of them. Well, we could surely strike a deal somewhere along the line. Now,
I mean, I'll throw it out. Would you trade him for 10 first-round picks and Jalen Williams?
No.
That would be what it takes.
No.
If you really,
that feels like a bad idea.
I think it's a horrible.
I don't want to
idea,
go through. I don't want to go through that when I already have this dude that's like clearly he's one of the best dudes to touch the basketball.
Right.
See, and that's why I get all the other trades, because you're like, maybe if I get a lot of draft picks, I'll find the dude. You have the dude.
You have.
So you're like, hey,
if I had Broadus here, I think because of his football background, he'd be like, I get 10 first-round picks. I think he would say yes.
Broadus even knows the value of first-round picks in the NBA are different.
But see, this feels very much like there's a Family Guy thing where Peter's going to get a free boat, and instead of taking the boat, he picks the mystery box.
It could be anything.
Yeah, he goes, a boat's a boat. The mystery box can be anything, including a boat. And you're like, but hold on. And it's so you're like, you could turn any of those draft picks into the next Luka. And you're like, do you have the current Luka now?
Yeah, but the next one. So
Yeah.
what was actually in the box? Do you remember? Was there anything in the mystery box?
It didn't let you know. The whole joke was that, hey, clearly you just take the
Oh,
boat.
you don't even get to find out?
Yeah.
I
Sorry
mean,
if I've ruined your
that.
day with speculation about what was in the mystery
I can only
box.
speculate that it was another
All right.
boat.
Yeah, it could have been another boat. I don't know the answer to that. And I know you were just kidding about trading.
Yeah, I don't want to trade him at
I
all.
would
but
never get rid of Luka.
But that's like what it would take for like to be considered serious. It would be Oklahoma City, Jalen Williams, who's looks like he's turning into a star.
Sure.
And 10 first-round draft picks would be like, all right, like if Luka wanted out of here, which he doesn't, that would be like my starting point. I'd be like, all right, you're probably going to have to throw in the other Jalen Williams and Kaysen Wallace, and I'll do it.
From the 469 and the 806, that's like asking if there's enough picks for Patrick Mahomes. Like, how many first-round picks would it take to trade? They would probably be like, no, we're not doing it. We don't care. And they're like, 5 first-round picks. Still don't care.
Can't imagine. The only scenario is like if there's some twisted Donald Sterling thing where they were forcing you to sell the team and you're like, yeah, all right. That's fine. And like you just pull off this trade right beforehand. You're like, oh, sorry about that. But that feels sorry. We just watched Clipped.
Okay,
and so that's
that makes
top
sense.
top of mind. It was really weird. We watched Clipped, and then this weekend with the little nieces and nephews, they wanted to watch Little Giants, and Ed O'Neill is in both of them. He's Donald
Two
Sterling
different people, but
in the one, and I'm just like, you racist.
Oh my
god! And I was like,
gosh.
oh wait, that's just a character.
He's just a really
It's
good
character.
actor. He's
okay.
just a good actor, dude.
All right. Can we talk a little WNBA real quick?
Sure.
Super excited.
All right. I'm going to take that as sarcasm. Angel Reese sets the WNBA record for most consecutive games with double-doubles. And then Caitlin Clark gets the first triple-double by a rookie in WNBA history.
And notably also gets a big win against the New York Liberty, right?
And this team has been way better than I think people anticipated, right?
What this
The Fever.
this Fever team? Yeah, I think it's been a very good team. Now I don't know how to deal with people's expectations because as we've seen, they're all over the place, especially when we talk about Caitlin Clark. But no, they've been very good and they put up a very good effort against a Liberty team that I think up to this point would have been looked at as way better than the Fever. They played really well. You could see them really attack the Liberty when it came to like getting up the floor quickly. Like you could definitely see a path forward for this Fever team where they can be a really good team. And as of right now, they're slotted in one of the playoff spots.
You know, and one of the ways that I know that it's growing, Kevin, is that on TikTok now, there are more videos making fun of the way they shoot and play the game. You know, the ones that make fun of like the way Jokic plays.
Look,
the way,
man.
And so like when you're making fun of it and having fun with it at the same time, that's content. People are talking about it.
I've always felt that you've reached acceptance, not when they're like, let's all honor this person or this whatever. It's when you're like, they're a dirtbag, not because of this, but just because they are as a person. And so, everybody's got a path forward except the Dallas Wings. Right now, the Dallas Wings are 5-17.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? Didn't we just like, what happened? Didn't
They
we
gotta
have the
get
first
healthy.
and second pick?
Tons of injuries.
Didn't they release both of those girls already?
Yeah,
They have struggled over the years with some of their picks.
Yeah, there's definitely some questions as to like how they utilize all the draft assets that they have. But right now, they have a solid team when they're healthy. The problem is you're missing. I mean, I can name 3-4 women that you're missing that would be vital to what you're doing. And so, yeah, it's kind of a tough season. You're dealing with a lot of injuries there that's making it hard to evaluate what you're doing.
Do you remember whenever I said we needed to lock up Caitlin Clark in that preseason game and Reggie scoffed at me and I said it could kill the whole season? And look what happened.
Now they're 5-17 and have the worst point differential in all of the WNBA.
But wait till after the Olympic break. Satu Sabali comes back. You might be able to make a run.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Positivity, Kevin.
Oh,
You don't know nothing about that, Kevin.
Okay, fine. It's hard to be positive, though, when you have the worst record in the league. But I hear what you're saying. I'll work on that.
Hundreds of people are disappointed in the room.
And Mike, we made it all that way. Oh, yeah. And by the way, multiple people are saying
siblings.
There was tickets to a comedy club in the mystery box.
Oh,
that's
from
nice.
Family Guy.
Didn't remember that episode.
I did not either. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. Did I try to skip ahead? Yes. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who is the best at being the worst this weekend? We'll do it next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Commercial.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget me.
krld-fm.com.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. You can donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Bronny, 17-footer, perfect.
Oh, man. Look at Reggie trying to make it seem like he was good. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend, 877-881-1053.
Are you a Bronny stan, Reggie? Is that what's happening here?
I just got a highlight.
You didn't. So on when you said get a Bronny highlight, you didn't say get a Bronny low light.
Do you just specifically want me to tell you the verbiage that I probably
get a Bronny cut is probably what something like.
There, let's talk about it. I'll find you the specific.
Oh no,
He did ask for a low light, but I will ask you, Kevin, what do you think is easily accessible?
No. I definitely understand.
All right,
I definitely understand why it was what it was. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend, but don't worry, I'm going to crack on my kid too. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and why was it Noah Hageland?
Oh, no, what happened?
Because he can't read.
I mean, that is true. He still cannot read. No, probably, but he just can't read yet. He was a butthole this weekend. Is that not? Hold on, quick question.
When I found out you could say that on radio, I said it every night for a week. And then I felt like I needed to slow down on it, and I haven't heard it in a while. I don't like that word on the radio.
He's about to be 2. They've had the phrase terrible twos forever. He was just having none of this. We went to our in-laws' lake house, and I know, dude, they're fancy as hell.
They got like a high-rise in New York City, I think.
That is not Mr. Drummond. Do those people even still live there? Well, I guess they're probably.
I think most of them are dead.
That's a good point.
Even the kids.
Yeah, oh my God.
Are all the kids dead?
I think the girl, and
Willis is still alive.
Willis is
so
the
that's what
only
he was
one,
talking
right?
about.
Is Willis the only one
Is
still
he
alive?
still alive?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Well, I'll tell you what, your kid's just taking after you. You hate water, you hate shorts, and so you probably had him in water and shorts.
All that is true. I'll tell you this. I did buy a bathing suit just for this. Not my favorite.
Was it an actual suit? Like a three-piece?
It was. It was not. No, it was not like a 1920s bathing costume.
Fancy. Time to get in the water.
Whatever. You heard about this moving pictures? They're gonna change everything. No, but he had been really good at the lake. This time he was like, no, I hate everything and everyone and sleep, and he was just a nightmare. And when we left, I just said, I apologize.
To who?
Did
you apologize to Jess?
No, we had a different. Look, I will also apologize to Jess now for saying maybe not a helpful comment. Look, here's how it played out. I am also a wanker of the weekend for this. Noah was not being good, but we were going to take like a ginormous family picture with like cousins and uncles and everything like that. And so that was going to be at 6:00. It's about 5:30. Noah's asleep on the couch, finally. And Jess goes, when do you think we should leave? Do you still want to go tomorrow? Do you want to go earlier? And I go, I mean, he's asleep now. I think we should leave now.
Yeah.
And she goes, we can't.
When he's asleep, he
yes,
stays asleep.
Yes.
Okay.
We have to stay and wait for the picture. And so we did that and everything. And so then later in the evening, it's like, I don't know, 7:30, whatever. And she goes, when do you think we should leave? Do you think I said, A, let's figure it out and work together on this? B, we could leave in the morning. Or C, well, I already told you I thought we should have left 2 hours ago when he's sleeping. So what difference does it make now?
Look, man,
sounds like A.
A was probably the answer.
Look, that's why I said I'm a wanker of the weekend. I was not particularly helpful in my feedback.
I do love that in this story you're treating Noah like a bear. He's like, he's down. We got to move him. We got to move him now before he wakes up and
Reggie,
terrorizes
if
us.
you were there, that's what it felt like, all right? He had been tranked, and it was time for transportation.
Kevin, he's been tranked? You tranked your kid?
No, I mean, he's sleeping. We didn't really
Metaphorically.
trank him.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
I could just see Kevin walking around with a trank gun.
We got the target in sight.
Crazy dad.
There is that option, Kevin, too, of just doing the whole hey, look, if she already has done what she wanted to do, she didn't want to listen to you in the first time, she'd be like, look, it's your kid. Do whatever you want.
That feels worse than
I'm just here to. I'm just here for support.
Mike, you seem fascinated by that answer.
Women.
Oh my God, that's not helpful.
You're damn right, Mike.
Oh
You're
my
damn right.
God, I don't know why.
You've never been
Why would I
more
look
right.
at Mike to be helpful in this situation? That was an error by me.
You always just throw out the it's your kid. I'm just here. Just you let me know whenever you
I
want
think
me
you
to
answered it
pick
correctly.
that kid up.
You obviously do not want my opinion. I gave you it earlier, and you said I don't want your opinion. So what's the point now?
It's your kid. Do whatever you want.
All right, so Mike thinks I answered this in the correct way. Jess, I do not believe.
Things are going to go great.
Felt as though I answered in the correct way.
It's
So
a damn shame Mike isn't your wife.
God. Never mind.
We kill each other.
Yeah, I was trying not to say that. All right, let's go to Caleb Martin. Is he the wanker of the weekend for turning down a 5-year, $65 million deal for a 4-year, $32 million deal? So
He got more years. Good for him.
No, he got less years.
And less money.
Yeah.
Hold on. Where was the 5-year deal?
Way to get a contract, man.
The Heat.
Where was the new deal?
The 76ers.
So Philadelphia.
Who doesn't ever make it past the second round.
Or Miami.
Who's just in.
But it's Miami.
I mean, isn't that like a
dope?
Yeah.
5 years in Miami.
That's the one he turned down.
But you got to work really hard to play in Miami.
Yeah, but the state taxes in Pennsylvania are way better than Florida.
I don't know about
I don't
that.
believe that is accurate.
I don't know anything about
It's not.
their
There's no
taxes.
state taxes in Florida.
I
but
do
there's
not
plenty
believe-
of them in Pennsylvania.
But the expectations in Philadelphia aren't that high.
What?
They don't really expect you.
Have
They
you
know.
ever met a Philly sports fan?
They know what's going to
Who
happen.
did this? Who made this bad decision?
Caleb
One of the
Martin.
Martin boys.
Caleb Martin.
Who's his agent? Is it like Christian Wood's agent?
I knew.
I'm glad
was
you
gonna
mentioned
be
this because actually, you know how Adrian Wojnarowski, when he does a lot of these reporting on deals, he'll
Yeah.
often like shout out the agent.
Yeah.
Because I imagine that's where he got his information from, and they're doing this to toot their own horn. He made it very apparent that he was not going to let you know who the agent was that made this deal.
It was Scott Boras.
I don't
think it
believe.
Scott Boras is well known for taking less money when not getting
No.
when having a better offer
no,
on the table.
that is definitely wrong.
over the last year. I mean, just look at Jordan
Recent
Montgomery's
history.
situation.
Yeah, okay, well, that's you make a fair point. Now, we played the highlight that Reggie had to work really hard to find.
You saw. I mean, it was like a 4-second highlight. Come
Yeah,
on
there's
now.
two. There's two highlights.
Yeah, Bronny James, in his first G League game, went a robust 2 for 9.
It wasn't G League.
Or Summer League, I'm sorry.
California Classic.
You're right. In 22 minutes, he scored 4 points as he went 2 for 9 and also missed both of his free throws and got hurt.
So does his dad.
And
The free throw part.
and then had to miss the next game
Hey.
because he's hurt.
You want me to-
Cautionary.
You want me to do what I saw from an LA Lakers fan on YouTube?
Oh, the cope is going to be incredible.
Victor Wembanyama went 2 for 13 from the field in his
He did.
first summer league game.
That is true.
So
That's
and they're the
technically
same.
correct.
I will tell you, they are the same. They both look like freaks on the basketball court. Victor Wembanyama is a freak of height and skinniness, and yet still, now that we've seen him play in an NBA season, super effectiveness. LeBron James looks like he's Spud Webb on the basketball court in the
Bronny?
summer league.
Yeah.
Bronny, sorry.
He does look small.
God, he looks so little.
Is he only 6'1"?
He is only 6'1", but it looks even smaller on the court. And hey, good for him, man. His dad got him a 4-year guaranteed contract. No matter what, he gets to say he was an NBA player.
That's true. And this is just a little bit off of his college average of 4.8 points per game.
See? What are you worried about?
Do you know in college, I heard this obviously on the radio, so I'm just quoting it and hoping it's right. He had more games where he scored 0 points in college basketball than he did double-digit games.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Whew. Why? Because college basketball is a product that
No, just because he averaged 4.8 points. I'm just
Okay.
saying, like, just pure math would lead me to believe that that is entirely possible.
He's not ready.
That is, I have verified it. That is factually correct, Mike.
And that's just one game, but people were dunking on Wemby last year after one game, and I was like, well, that's not fair. So let's just
give him time.
Sure it's
Give
even.
him time. I'm
and
sure
then
his
he can
coach
get up
will-
to 4.8 points.
Coach will make sure that he's a smart player.
I'm sure he is
ready,
smart.
ready to rock.
And you know, one of the tough things.
Starting game 1 of the NBA season.
Oh my gosh. From the.
Go ahead, I interrupted Reggie.
Oh no, I was just gonna add this in with the Bronny note. Is he's at least people were like, all right, but he can play defense. He kind of got cooked on defense a couple of times.
Oh yeah, yeah. From the 214, my boss is the wanker of the weekend. Yesterday he called me into work today, and then he called in sick. Oh man, you were his replacement and you didn't even know it. And then for the person who wants to follow up, what was Jess's reaction? And did you take separate transportation home? No.
Was it quiet?
It was not the most talkative car ride home. She was displeased.
But was Noah crying?
No, he wasn't.
Oh, man.
Because everybody was just trying to stay quiet.
He did a little, but not as much.
He could have really supported your cause by crying all the way home, and then you could say, well.
Yeah, because that would have really helped. But she goes, is that helpful right now? And
what is when you said
when I was
said?
like, well, we probably should have left when I said, and so we just agreed to disagree.
Well, you know,
and then we talked about it the next day.
Oh, you did?
And figured it out.
Okay. Did she take the time to reflect on how wrong she was about everything?
I don't.
Is that why it was so quiet in the car?
I don't want to put it like that, and I don't want to have to redo this fight.
But was it the greatest picture ever? I mean, without that picture.
It was a nice.
Tell me what your life would be like without that picture.
My life would be fine. My mother-in-law's life would definitely be worse. She loves that picture every single year.
One of my favorite lines, Kevin, is always to go up to Adrian and say, I'm going to save you from having to apologize to me, which is the right thing to do. And I'll just take the blame for this one. And then she feels better. I'm like, I'm going to save you from having to do something you don't want to do. And I'm going to do this nicely.
Okay.
It always works out, man.
I mean, you've been married a long time.
Long time.
Now.
And it ain't moving anywhere soon, I hope.
Reggie.
What's up?
Fingers crossed.
I have a tennis question for you if this person needs to be included because Andy Murray's mom definitely thinks so. Emma Raducanu, which is an amazing name.
A real name?
Raducanu?
I
like the emphasis is there.
No, I like the way I said it.
Fair.
Raducanu. Because it sounds like her last name could be Radical Canoe, but you're right, Raducanu. She withdrew from her mixed doubles match with Andy Murray. This was going to be Andy Murray's last Wimbledon ever, and he already couldn't play singles, so he had to withdraw. And somebody made a post, astonishing news, blah, 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 blah. Andy Murray's mom wrote, yes, astonishing. It seems like she is a little bitter about this. Is she the wanker of the weekend for not at least going out there and giving it a go for Andy Murray's sake? Or are you like, well, what's he going to do for her career after this?
Man. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's cool. Why did she withdraw? Was there a specific reason? Was she hurt?
Her wrist hurt, I believe.
It's tough to play tennis if your wrist hurt.
I mean, yeah.
That's a very
tennis
good
wrist
point.
is a big problem, I hear.
Elbow's even worse.
Yeah, I've heard that one's all right. Yeah.
Because you get tennis elbow.
I get it.
They do. You get tennis elbow.
No, I understand.
And
I'm not disputing
the
that.
wrist is connected to the elbow in a way.
Yeah, there's a bone.
It helps between them.
What bone is it?
The arm bone.
The radius and the ulnar.
That might be right.
I think so.
Ulnar collateral ligament is something that's really bad. UCL.
UCL, Kevin.
It's actually really good. You just need it to be healthy. It's bad when it's not healthy.
Yeah, I'll. You know what? I don't know, man. Have they hated each other this whole time?
I mean, they played mixed doubles together, so probably not.
This is weird. Like, what happened between them?
No, I mean, like,
this is where Sean Sharif steps in and gets his state championship.
That's right.
That mom just jumps
Mixed
in out of
doubles.
nowhere and she's like, "Yeah, I knew she was going to quit on him at some point."
It does kind of feel like that's what she's saying.
Something had to have happened.
So,
Toe pick.
I guess her point is get better, Radical Canoe. Now, Colton Brewer.
Said it 4 different ways.
Colton Brewer has got to be a wanker of the weekend because he broke his non-pitching hand punching a wall after a bad outing. He pitches for the Cubs.
It happens.
Yes, but at least are you proud of him for breaking his non-pitching hand?
Brock Burke.
Don't you think you should be able to still go out there and throw?
Can't put on a glove. You can Jim Abbott.
I was going to say, dude, yeah, we've seen it happen.
I don't know how many times you have to practice to Abbott it because you have a cast on. And then I guess you just ball up your hand in a fist and put your glove on it, throw the pitch. because younger people have no clue about this. There's a pitcher in the major leagues, and he was really good. He only had one hand, and he'd throw the ball, and then after he released the ball on his follow-through, he would put the glove on that hand, his one hand that he had, and if a comebacker happened, he would catch the ball and then somehow flick the glove off, catch the ball with his hand, and then throw the ball to where the ball needed to be thrown to.
Had a 2 seasons straight, 2.89, 2.77 ERA.
He threw a no-hitter, right?
I think so,
Did he make an All-Star team?
Third in Cy Young voting in 1991, Rookie of the Year, fifth in his rookie season.
Feels like if you're third for Cy Young, that's
Yeah,
probably
assume
you
he
in
made
the All-Star
team.
Yeah, it doesn't say All-Star team. It just says so.
I guess he wasn't that good.
Rip.
What my son told me.
And then, do you think this person is a wanker of the weekend? They said if DeMar DeRozan goes to the Kings, they would get a DeMar DeRozan tattoo. And they just got his name tattooed on him, but he carried through with it.
Why?
Because he said he would. He promised.
But that's weird.
Yeah, I would break that promise.
Yeah.
But is that the dude who had another tattoo as well?
He already had like a King's tattoo.
Is this the dude who got it on his keister?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so there are multiple people getting
yeah.
keister tattoos?
This one is his arm. He just got DeMar DeRozan name kind of like underneath the Kings logo that he had in his arm. So I can't speak to that other tattooed person.
Okay.
Did Jim Abbott hit too?
He had to.
Yeah.
If he is in the National League, but I don't know if he Angels, Yankees. I don't know his other teams, to be honest.
2 hits in his career out of 21 at bats.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah, that's with one hand.
That's
pretty
impressive.
That's very impressive. We're the KNC masterpiece has Mike reflects on his batting average.
How did he
in
do
Major
that?
League Baseball.
I need to see how he did it.
We'll look into that. Coming up next.
That was your issue, Mike. You were using 2 hands.
That was your fatal flaw. It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which one of these 7 MVP-less franchises could finally get it done this season? We'll do next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KSC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. They got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
So far today from Murray, the Cardinals' leading rusher. He's going to try to run for some more here. Kyler Murray hops inside the 10. Murray turning on the speed, and Kyler Murray puts the Cardinals on top with 10:26 to go.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Could it be the Arizona Cardinals? Because we will ask the question, which one of these 7 MVP-less NFL franchises could finally get it done as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Good dip.
Do you want to know about my question? Pianos or cheap TVs?
Ooh. Let's start with your question.
Okay. There are 7 NFL franchises who have never had a player win MVP. I can just tell them to you unless you want to guess them.
Jacksonville.
That is correct.
Arizona, obviously.
That is also correct.
Texans.
That is also correct.
Tennessee. Do they count as Houston?
Yes.
So they know.
Yeah, because
Okay.
Earl Campbell, I believe,
Yeah.
had one.
Yeah, soup.
And Steve McNair.
Good for him. Oh, well, tell us the other one.
Have the Saints ever had one? Was Drew Brees ever an MVP?
The Saints have not
Nice.
ever had an MVP.
Seattle.
Yes.
Who? Sean Alexander?
Ooh, I think that is correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think the Eagles have.
That is also
In
correct.
your face, hold that.
And they haven't won a Super Bowl. Oh, wait.
They did.
How'd you do that?
They did. All right, you guys have got 2 more.
Buffalo?
Buffalo has.
Who? Is it Jim Kelly?
Or I thought it might have been Thurman Thomas.
Did we already say Arizona?
Yes.
All right.
Tampa and the Jets.
Damn it, that's right.
Tampa and the Jets.
Are the
Elton John.
Yes, if that helps you. So Tampa, Philadelphia, Jets, Saints, Jags, Texans, and Arizona. Which of those 7 franchises this year do you think would most be likely to win an MVP?
T-Law.
I was actually going to go, if you're going to go there, I feel like Texans, right? That's the quarterback that you feel the strongest
yeah.
about of those?
Just watching him play, watching the way that he played last year, how poised he looked, how much he understood the offense, the fact that his offensive coordinator stayed with the team this year. I think CJ Stroud is primed for it this year.
It's Kyler Murray time.
Okay.
No.
Actually, hold on. Let me ask you about the Jags
I'm
first.
sorry.
I know why you said T-Law, but do you really think it is T-Law?
He sold all his cards. He didn't have to say that.
I sold the Kaboom. The Kaboom is sold.
Yes, I was aware.
I still have a few more Trevor
all right.
Lawrences, but I got out of one Trevor Lawrence.
But they're doing great. You should definitely buy them.
Yeah.
All right. So Kyler Murray would be the obvious choice for the Cardinals. I'm surprised. I wouldn't pick this team. I'm surprised nobody said the Jets with Aaron Rodgers.
Why?
It's time.
He's had so
If
many.
you look at the history of the MVP, it went, do I have this right? If I have the order right, it went Mahomes, then Lamar, then Rodgers,
Yes.
then Mahomes, then Lamar.
That is
Rodgers,
correct.
So it's back to
Manning,
Rodgers.
Rodgers, Peterson, Manning, Rodgers, Newton. Okay,
No, but you're
How
going.
far
If
back
you go,
did you go?
if
Yeah,
you go
don't
in
go
the
back that
opposite
far.
order,
My bad.
starting this past season, it was
Gotcha.
Lamar, Mahomes, Rodgers, then Lamar, Mahomes, and then theoretically
Rodgers.
Rodgers
It's about to be
would-
back-to-back MVP again.
It's weird.
Yeah, I'll
I
say-
mean, you just have to assume that he stays healthy.
That's the
I
pattern.
do not assume that, and I most definitely do not think he would win back-to-back MVPs. Are you surprised about the Eagles? I mean, like that's a fairly storied-ish franchise.
I always I thought Randall Cunningham would have been an MVP back in the day.
Sure.
He almost was with
And that's
Minnesota.
Minnesota, yeah.
And I was like that was always and McNabb never quite got into that mix. Now maybe even further back you could probably make a case, but I don't care. But those were the two that I always thought like could be in that place and just never were.
You know, it's when you go back though. I know you didn't go back far enough in this history, but It used to be running backs were major MVP candidates, and I guess Philadelphia's never had a good running back.
They had Westbrook, but he wasn't like, Emmett.
But that started getting but that started getting up to the point where we just decided we're just going to do all quarterbacks.
Well, and that was Andy Reid running 3 running backs out there. Even though he was there, he was like, I still have this 3-headed monster I could run with.
And to your point, the only one that even would pop to mind, I guess, is Kamara for the Saints. But every other team that I mentioned, you would think.
I am surprised Drew Brees never won an MVP with New Orleans.
It is tough. I mean, tough having the 4 or 5 other quarterbacks that were dominant at the time.
Brady,
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, and Eli. Yes, Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, yes. Eli Manning. No.
Did he ever win an MVP?
No chance. No
Super Bowl MVP.
Chance. Eli Manning.
Did
Regular
he win a Super Bowl
season
MVP?
MVP.
Does Eli Manning have a Super Bowl MVP?
He has to, right? Who else threw the ball?
But wouldn't David Tyree get that for that catch rather than?
I don't think David Tyree is a Super Bowl MVP, but
one catch,
2-time Super Bowl MVP.
Eli Manning.
Yes,
not David Tyree.
The Mario Manningham slander.
Yeah, sorry about that. All right, let's go from that to, do you want to buy a cheap TV from the Bengals?
He got the Johnny Unitas Golden Arm Award.
That's right.
I
feel like I saw a lot of deals on Twitter X for cheap TVs. Insignia, I believe.
Yes.
They're having a lot of deals right now on
You can get
TVs.
them for the low.
I could not believe how cheap TVs are.
But I don't know. I don't trust the Bengals. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't want their cheap TV.
Okay, well, Paycor Stadium, which apparently is what the Bengals Stadium is called.
They finally sold the rights to it. Good for them.
I have to admit, I don't think I knew that.
Paycor?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
It had to be like
Who
last year
cares?
because one of the things that Mike Brown is terrible ownership at is he never wanted to sell the naming rights, and the rest of the teams around the league were like, hey, stop feeding off of our income, generate some income of your own, you joker.
And they sold it to a fake company?
I don't know if
Paycor's
this is a
real
fake
company.
company.
Doesn't
I don't
sound
know.
real
I
to
don't know
me.
it's a real company either.
Paycor.
So they're
What do they do? For the core of pay.
I don't know.
Paycor.
They're
It's a
I wish it was
payroll
Paycor. That'd be awesome.
solution thing.
They're redoing the stadium. They're getting
HR. Yeah, it's HR. He sold to HR.
they're getting a whole bunch of
HR.
Shut up, Mike! I got it. They're getting a whole bunch of new TVs.
Stands for human resources.
And so I swear I shouldn't.
So people in Cincinnati need used TVs?
I mean, I don't think anybody needs a used TV.
Like, you just go to the stadium and go, screw that one off, and I'll take it.
Well, I think they've already taken them down and they've made it available through their website. The prices range from $30 to $60. For $60, you can get a TV between 56 and 85 inches from the stadium. I don't know if it's in the best condition. That feels it's priced to move.
Okay.
Is what people like to say.
Like, if somebody came over to your house and go, you won't believe this. That TV's from Bengals Stadium. I'd be like, I don't give an S.
I'm not
that
gonna
wouldn't be
lie.
the lead.
I think I would be impressed.
I think the lead would be that TV cost me $30, right?
That's a good point. This 56-inch TV was $30.
Yes. By the way, somebody said they work for Paycor in Frisco, so that takes shots at our local.
All right, man. Well, can you help out with payroll around here?
Get paid to the core.
I just saw a list, Kevin, that had the net worth of all the owners in the NFL.
This has got to be like 75
The
grand.
Broncos, the Waltons,
Oh,
are
yeah,
77
yeah.
billion, and
We're not worried about who has the most, who has the least.
Yeah,
Let's
it's
make
gotta
fun
be
of
the
people.
Bengals. Their guy's got $100,000 maybe.
77 billion was the
Uh-huh.
first, right?
Yep.
Mike Brown of the Bengals, 925 million.
You broke boy.
See, this is what I don't understand.
How do you even show your
Yeah,
face
He's not
around
even a
here?
billionaire.
But how is his net worth less than the team? What percentage of that team does he own?
He should sell the spaghetti chili people there.
Oh,
Yes.
I don't agree.
Oh, okay. All right, Joe Burrow.
That's bad chili.
I don't know if Joe Burrow has
It
bought
is.
any of these TVs.
Really
I
sauce.
cannot confirm nor deny that. However, I will tell you this. As part of his rehab, Joe Burrow has learned how to play the piano. It helps with his wrist rehab.
Okay.
I could see that. I mean, that for strengthening purposes, you can spend hours doing it too while you're strengthening your wrist. So I mean, this is no different than we've seen defensive linemen do ballet. Hersch Walker did ballet.
True.
All sorts of other things. Micah Parsons out there, fighting sumo wrestlers.
You seem to fake play the piano all the time.
That is true.
Drives me insane.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Why does everything bother you so
Well, hold
much?
on. I've never seen you fake play the piano
You just
before.
Wait till we get into our meeting, and when Spittle's talking, he'll do this with his fingers. And I'm just like,
Are you
stop
playing
it.
the piano, or is that just a weird tick?
There's no microphone to shove up and down in that meeting.
Man, this feels like it's going to turn into a Mike dislikes it segment just about me. I don't know if I want to hear that segment. I'm sure it would be highly entertaining.
All of these things I notice.
Also, Joe Burrow says people forget about you when you're hurt, but he'll give them something to talk about.
Boy, I sold a couple Joe Burrows. They forgot how low your prices are, Joe. They're like those damn TVs. Get healthy, man. I had to pull some cards off the table going, I can't sell it for that. He's actually good at football when he's healthy. Fart knocker, losing all that money.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3
Killed Jamar
The
Chase,
Fan.
too.
Oh, no.
Coming
His
up
career's
next,
over because of you.
the Stars make a landmark broadcast change. What does this new Dallas player need to do to earn Corey's forgiveness? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Stars fans and perhaps Metroplex sports fans in general rejoice because the Stars are making things happen. A lot of this transpired over the span of the last few days, and obviously we got even more information this morning. By the way, I think the Stars did a great job of coordinating, or what it feels like is coordinating of responses, because they put out the Victory Plus tweet, and then you saw so many people, whether it's Razor, Turco, people who were like,
Brian Ray.
Yes, who were quote tweeting it, and it felt like maybe they all just saw it, or maybe the Stars like passed down the word like, hey, we're going to have something really awesome. I need you to like jump in and support it. But it's phenomenal. So the Dallas Stars are going to be available this season to watch via an app for free. It started several days ago when we got news that the Dallas Stars and Bally Sports Southwest were parting ways. The Stars were the second NHL team to leave Bally Sports behind the Florida Panthers, who had just won, obviously, the Stanley Cup.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Have the Mavs officially left Bally's too?
I do not believe so.
Okay. I couldn't remember if that has also happened yet or not.
I do not believe that is the case just as of yet, because I remember I think July 31st is supposed to be the day that we get another ruling from the judge about this financing program, which Sinclair seems to think might be able to just keep that whole regional sports network afloat going forward. Now, the Panthers are the third NHL team to secure a local media deal with Scripps Sports. Now, Scripps Sports owns Ion. I don't know if you've ever watched the Ion channel. I think most people have it.
A lot of fun Hawaii 5-0 reruns if you want to see those.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I kind of thought that might be the direction that the Stars go, because I was like, okay, Vegas does that. Utah does that. The Panthers are now doing that. So I thought maybe that's the direction that the Stars are going to go. But instead, we get official word this morning. Victory Plus, the new sports network, which is going to bring hockey fans streaming Stars coverage for free.
Now, that's under a parent media company.
Correct.
Which has Dude Perfect and Kiddoodle TV.
I don't know the second one, but
yeah, I don't know Kiddoodle TV. I know Dude Perfect. Fantastic dudes.
Sure.
And so that's interesting that they get to kind of throw this out there and do it. Now, here's what it is. It's annoying that you're going to have to put another app on your TV, right? Like if you have a smart TV, it's annoying you're going to have to search for it, but it's free. And the product is actually quality. From what I understand, it's not one of those Bally, like it's just trash kind of app situations that you have to deal with. And I know a lot of people have been upset with Bally about what happened with all of their broadcasting opportunities. So this, I think, is a fantastic chance for a very rabid fan base to dive headfirst into this is how we consume our Stars.
Now, somebody threw this out there. Victory Plus sounds like one day it'll include the Mavericks as well, just because of
I get that.
Victory Plaza. Might be wishful thinking.
Unless
but
Adelson takes them out of there in
I
Vegas.
know they're not going to do that. I understand they're saying wishful thinking, but I feel like a lot of sports fans out there are going to be anxiously watching the success of this, because when we say free direct to consumer, then the question is going to be, well, how the hell are they making money? Well, it's still going to be just like regular TV. It's going to be an ad-based service. But I mean, if you're watching the Stars game in real time on Bally or ESPN or whatever else, exactly. You're going to be getting ads anyway. But
are they having other content on like during like not times?
Not that I'm aware of yet, but I don't know that to be the case.
It's kind of, I mean, if this is your thing, this is a great opportunity to just be like, yeah, we do it here and here, but we don't do too much else other than this.
And I can't remember if a couple of months ago, if it was Brad Alberts, the president and CEO of the Stars, who first brought this up, but we heard rumblings and that we talked about how the Stars had invested in an app exactly like this. And we're like, oh, that would be really neat. And then boom, 2 months later, it's done.
Here's what I don't know is in Major League Baseball, from what I understand, the pie of your revenue, the biggest pie is your television.
Yeah.
Not that it takes up over 50%, but the biggest pie of your revenue per year is your television revenue. I don't know if it's the same in the NHL, but I do know that in Major League Baseball. So with this app being free for us, because we are in the Metroplex, I don't know how much it covers. Like if you're listening right now, I know we get great coverage like in Waco.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's considered you're in the local market or you're going to have to pay money for this Victory app.
I can try to give you an answer the best I can.
Okay.
So Victory Plus in their press release said it's going to hit what they call Dallas Stars regional territory, which is Texas, Oklahoma.
The whole state?
That's what it says.
Wow.
Louisiana and Arkansas.
Okay.
So they're like, we have dubbed this
Okay.
Dallas Sports Regional Territory.
So when we go to the Super Bowl in Louisiana, we'll be able to watch our Stars.
How do you make money off of this where you can – now I know there's a salary cap and everything like that, where baseball you can kind of – I mean, if you're the Dodgers network and Yes Network for the Yankees, that's why they're able to spend $250 to $300 million a year on players, because they have so much TV revenue coming in.
I think I can answer that. And by the way, I want to go back to your TV revenue for just 1 second. Approximately, from what we've heard and what I've read, is it goes something like this.
Okay.
The Stars make about $20 million a deal off of their regional deal. The Mavericks about $50 million, and the Rangers, they were making obviously about $100 to $110 million.
Right now it's 90 this
Exactly. So clearly that's had to change, but Cuban had talked about that in the past, and I've seen some numbers about that for the Stars. So that just gives you an idea of how different the rights fees are. Now, Corey brought up a parent media company when he talked about who was sort of overseeing this. And this is where I think they believe that they're going to be able to monetize this and make it make sense for them. One of the things that a parent media company does is they have the ad tech solution, Safe Exchange, which can give you direct ads. So the idea being, look, I don't know how many things you read or don't read, and you just click accept, that people can have your data and everything like that. I believe that a parent media company is going to sell that we're going to give you direct ads, like specifically for you. But more importantly for them, they can get a lot of information that, it costs a lot of money to acquire that kind of information. And then also by selling to advertisers, hey, I'm not just putting your commercials on in front of random people.
This is perfect for Stars fans that want your product.
And
micro-targeted advertising is what we're talking
about.
Got you.
And so I think the value of the data that they're going to be able to pull in from consumers, as well as the value of specifically targeted commercials to the advertisers and everything like that, is a big part of it. Now, the economics beyond that, I'm curious to see how it plays out. But I would think that every sports fan, or maybe beyond sports fans, will want this to be successul. Because then the next thing is, the Mavs see it and they're like, hey, we want to join, or we want to do our own thing, or whatever. Because we've seen going direct to the consumer at no cost or a low cost can be successful.
Okay, there you go. That's the line right
It's
there.
free for now.
It's free for now.
That's what I think.
And that's exciting right now. I just don't know how long it's going to be free. But yeah, you want the Rangers to see this as something that they can use. Now, again, it's not the huge number that could go help them buy all the free agents. But can it become something that you can grow and continue to add to? Can you start selling your own ads, through your stadium? You already have all these ads all over the stadium, right? Can you say, hey, we're adding this to the package? If you bump it up about $400,000, you can also be on, our free streaming service that's going out there. But there is going to become some point when they go, all right, we got to go make some money somewhere else. We need to start charging people $2 to watch this.
Or the next step will logically, to your point, be now you get Victory Plus, Cadoodle, and Dude Perfect for the low price of $6.99. And you might be like, well, I don't really want those other things. Doesn't matter. Like, that's going to be your avenue to get it.
Yeah, it's just, I guess it's going to be interesting. We're in this wild west of where, besides NFL football, and I get we're a little bit there, just like how many different apps are we going to need to watch a NFL season with the Cowboys being on, your Fox and your CBS, but then it's like this one's an Amazon Prime game.
Peacock,
this one's a Peacock. This one's a Hulu, and their playoff game is on whatever Prime, and you're just like, crap. Like, how many things do I need to watch all this? Is the Rangers scare me right now because I know $90 million was a hit to their budget.
Yeah,
that they lost approximately $20 million, and if they go down this route, and let's just say they're like, we think we can make $100 million. Let's just say, I'm going to give bad numbers here. Let's just say they create this app or they go and they make $50 million.
Yeah.
They have to sell everybody. At that point, Seager's gone. Simeon's gone. Like, they're just selling, right? Wouldn't you just be like, we lost everything. We don't have any more money. We have to now go into, and I'm going extreme here. We have to go into Oakland Athletics situation. I don't think that would be the case.
Sure.
But, I mean, you could see where you're in a position here where there's no salary cap. There are obviously where teams use certain levels as a cap, but I just wonder about what the Stars just did. It's great for the consumer.
It is.
And I don't think it's going to hurt the Stars financially. Maybe it'll help. Maybe it'll hurt. I don't know. But we could see where it would really hurt the Rangers, where they could go into like a bottom 10 spending team.
The one thing I do suggest, Rangers fans, Mavs fans, if you are a fan of your teams and you want something like this,
get behind this.
Sign up for this.
Yeah.
Be one of those numbers that they're like, dude, do you see how many subscriptions we have or how many downloads we have of this app now? Because if the Rangers owners see it, if the Mavericks owners see it, they'll go, this seems like a viable option.
Yeah.
If Mike's right, you got to figure out the monetization of it. But if they're seeing the numbers, considering they were seeing bad numbers with Bally, then because not as many fans were able to access it. If they see the numbers, it'll drive them to say we got to go make this happen.
I mean, maybe. I think that what Mike is pointing to is an issue. Like when you get to, I think this is more viable with hockey, and I say this with all due respect to hockey because they do not rely on so much.
50-20. Like, sorry to interrupt you there,
right.
Reggie, and I want to go back to your point, but just like I said, it's dropped down to 90 for the Rangers. It was 110 to 100 to 110 million. For the Mavs, it was 50. For the Stars, it's 20. That's a big difference.
And to be fair, I also don't know like what percentage of that revenue of their intake, the Stars, is that 20 million, right? It might be, drastic, and so this is still a step out of faith for them. But I think when you're talking about it, the idea of a regional sports network, and I understand it might not be exactly that, but like one of the benefits of that is knowing exactly what the money is coming in, having that contract and knowing that you're going to get that. And these levels, I understand, even if the Stars do well with Victory Plus and they see that there's, people out there, I don't know that that's enough to convince them to forego the idea of a route that guarantees them a certain level of money in.
You're right. You are definitely right about that. And personally, I think that's the route it's eventually going to get sucked into. Like, even if Victory Plus is a success, I think it's going to get picked up in another form or fashion and become part of a big conglomerate and all of this. But the good news is, first of all, I got 2 bits of good news for you. There's a brand new Spits and Suds up talking about this very thing.
What?
Number 1. Number 2, wherever you download your podcast. And then secondly, if you're a Stars fan who doesn't have Bally, a few days ago, how are you going to watch the regular season next year going forward? And now there's an answer.
Steal it.
Y'all are right. There are, okay.
I tell you, I'm probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks probably dropping DirecTV.
Oh, no.
Because, okay, and maybe I'll wait a little bit longer, but I already know I don't need them for Stars anymore. I don't think I'm going to need them for Mavericks anymore.
You are either.
And I'll say it's 50-50 at best that I'm going to need them for Rangers.
July 31st will give us a lot of insight into both of those.
How are you going to watch your Cowboys?
You can watch those.
Yeah, I can get it on. What
if you get an antenna, if you get an over-the-air antenna, you'll be able to watch those on local channels.
In HD?
Yeah.
Does ESPN, that doesn't count?
Well,
right?
no. I guess
so
that's
if they play Monday Night Football.
But I mean, a majority of what you're looking for, you can still get
CBS, Fox, and NBC. You're going to get all their Sunday night games and then their Sunday games.
And I already gave you my Peacock password.
Oh, yeah.
What? But the point is, you now have the avenue to watch the Stars this upcoming season that you didn't before. However successful this is, I don't know. But Corey makes a great point. If you see this as a possibility for the future, go sign up for it.
Yeah.
Once it's
Tolo.
available. Yeah. Yes, the future of your ability to watch and listen to the Stars depends on you toloing. That's what I just took from that last statement. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike, you started this conversation earlier. To sell or not to sell for the Texas Rangers. Lots of opinions, lots of rumors out there. Let's dive back into it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yeah. No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Hang out the rest of the way. Grossman swings and tags on the left. It's hooking towards the pole. If it's fair, it's gone, and it is fair and out of here. Robbie Grossman leaves the yard, sneaking one down the line in the corner, and the Rangers lead 12-2.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, Mike, I know we got diverted by plenty of Dallas Card Show talk, and that's understandable. Y'all had a blast out there on Friday. But there's a lot of stuff to talk about when it comes to the Rangers to sell or not to sell. And there's a few different things I wanted to just throw out there as like what people are talking about, right? Okay, so Cam Colley and Anthony Gutierrez, two of the Rangers' top 11 picks, or excuse me, two of their top 11 prospects in the system were both removed from games. And whenever that happens, obviously tongues start wagging and you start wondering.
Foskey wasn't playing.
Yes. Who did we trade for? What was the move? What was this? You brought up the Bob Nightingale thing where opposing GMs expect the Rangers to be sellers at the deadline with Scherzer, Lorenzen, Heaney, Robertson, Yates, all being made available. And then Evan Grant even put out an article why the Texas Rangers should be sellers at the trade deadline if they don't turn things around. And that was, I think, 2 days ago. So there is a lot of people who are throwing it out there, but at least Evan is like, if they don't turn it around. And I think that's fair. Look, we talked about it. When we talked with Boach last week, he was like, look, we're not even to the All-Star break yet. He was like, we're not selling. And then Chris Young said, I believe in this team. I believe they're capable of a run. We just have to put ourselves in a better position so that nothing is insurmountable. This team had a 40-20 run last year. It's in there. So really doesn't sell. It really doesn't sound like he's like, hey, we should probably sell soon.
I'm with you.
But I understand how if you finish up going into the break 1-5, that you're just like, so every 2-game winning streak we have, if you want to call it a winning streak, every time we win 2 straight games, it's followed by that. Like, how are you supposed to build momentum? But then I can also say, the Rangers won 5 of 7. They just had a sweep, and then they go 5-1 to close the stretch. So if you tell me they went 10-3 going into the All-Star break, I think I'm like, no, I don't want to sell anything. Buy. Bring me more because we're back in this.
I'm with you.
Does that make you a bad GM?
Oh, to live on the last 6 games going into the
Well, and
All-Star
also
break?
to live on the hey, look, y'all showed me at the last moment.
See, I don't know. You might be right, but I'm telling you, there's a sense of emotion when you hear Chris Young
he's passionate.
And Bruce Bochy talk.
Yes.
And I get it with Boch more, but Chris Young kind of has this, like, he cares a lot, and I get that. But also he can detach himself from the situation and, like, be robotic when necessary. But when you hear him say, I know it's in this team, I've seen it. when you hear Boach, whether it's talking about Leote, remember we brought up the idea of like, does Leote need to continue to start? This is a couple months ago or maybe a month ago, and he was like, he was a starter on the team that won the World Series.
Yeah.
And when we asked about trading, he goes, we haven't even gotten to the trade deadline yet. Like, I think it's too early. And then Mike tried to ask him about like past teams he might have been in, and he deflected it back to, we're still in this thing. So there's a level of emotion that comes along with defending your title that if this was any other Rangers year, it definitely wouldn't be there.
That's a hell of a line right there.
Here's another thing. I'm just going to throw this out. Does Bochy want to be the manager next year if this team starts selling off pieces in July? If they try, like,
if it's okay,
he could. Why couldn't he just retire? I'm not saying he retires on July 30th, but what I'm saying is if he sees the Rangers go down a path of selling and not replenishing, especially in the offseason, he could be like, well, I came back to win now. I'm too old to go through a 2 or 3 year process of maybe trying to get back to a 90-win team.
Well, that's where the other part of selling while also staying relevant is a factor in that conversation. Because Nico sold and made the team better at the same time too, right? Like maybe not sold, but made trades that went from, hold on, you thought you had a piece on this team, and it turned into an even better piece on the team.
You're talking about Porzingis?
Well, like Grant Williams, turning into something better for you, and down the line as you're going along. So maybe there is that opportunity of, look, this year we just didn't do it, and we tried to sign some veteran free agents to fix our bullpen roles, but it turned out we had other things we didn't know that were bigger problems, and we can still make some trades that give us some valuable pieces for next year. So maybe looking at next year is the focus, but I don't think that either one of them are looking at next year. I think both of them right now and on a daily basis look at how do you fix the problem right now.
And that's where I am, and I think that's why you're right, Corey. I usually feel like I'm more detached emotionally in these situations, but damn it, the Rangers have never won the World Series, and they're still the defending champions. And every time, because Mike, we played this game with other teams before. I fall into the trap of, I grew up here. I was born and raised here. So were y'all. I want the team to succeed. So when they beat the Orioles, they smoked the Orioles to end that series. In the back of my mind, I could ignore the first 3 games and be like, man, you really put it to them. And then you start off and you shut out San Diego. I'm like, oh my gosh, here we go.
San Diego,
yes.
That was it. I said Milwaukee. I was like, I got screwed up there.
And then you lost the next 2 San Diego, and you're back to like, okay. And then you just swept a not bad Tampa Bay team.
Yeah, they're okay.
Yeah, I'm not great.
Right, but they're an average 500 team.
Yeah, and you just swept them. The Bats came alive to close it out. If you can get some momentum going against the Angels, I am desperate, like I bet a lot of people in the Metroplex are, to like give me a reason to not sell. I'm not even saying a reason to buy. Give me a reason to not sell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Give me just show me some life. Show me something so that I can be like, you know what? I'll squeeze this thing together. We'll put some tape on it if we have to.
Yeah, and to me, let's just say you win both the series 2-1, 2-1, right? Like it would be great. Los Angeles is not very good. It'd be great if you could sweep them. But let's say you go 4-2 to close it out, and you just swept Tampa Bay. You close 7-2, and now you've kind of closed the gap. At least put yourself in striking position for the division. I'm definitely not selling, and you also bought yourself closer to the deadline because you have until the end of the month. But you've bought yourself a little bit more time to like, let's ride it closer to the deadline because I don't see a reason to sell right now.
I'm with you, and as you're talking about this is what I'm thinking. I don't know these things. I know a lot about baseball. Here's what I don't know, and this is where like a Tom Grieve might know, but maybe this was well before there was so much money in the game that he wouldn't know either. Maybe talking to John Daniels, he does have a job with Tampa somewhat, so he might not want to talk as openly about this. Does Chris Young have to have, I'm assuming he does he have to have a conversation with Ray Davis and what the budget is next year?
Yes.
Because in these articles that Ken Rosenthal in The Athletic, Bob Nightingale in the USA Today, I'm assuming Evan Grant in the Dallas Morning News, all right, if I'm going to compete next year, I need to know what my budget is because I'd like to have Kirby Yates back. He has an under 1 ERA.
Yeah.
I'd like to have David Robertson back because if I look at my bullpen pieces, if I lose those 2 guys and you tell me I have no budget for a bullpen, I can't win next year.
Yeah.
I can't win. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just not even concentrate on this year. But I need to ask the question on, Can I re-sign Yates? Can I re-sign Robertson? Can I re-sign? I think I'd like Michael Lorenzen back as of today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, that's a heck of a pickup that you've had. Andrew Heaney's having a very good year. I'm not saying I need these guys on 5-year deals, but I look at my farm system and I look at it and go, I don't have replaceable pieces right now for those guys. As of July 1st or July 8th, I do not have a minor league system that can replace these guys if I lose all these guys at free agency. Now, Max Scherzer, maybe you let him walk in a way that you're just like, I'm scared of his future, as in his age and his history. But Michael Lorenzen and Andrew Heaney look like they still have years left. And Scherzer's throwing great right now, and maybe you get a better indication. But I'm going to need in the offseason, I'm just looking at this from a really competitive standpoint on where I'm at. I'm going to need at least $30 million, if not $50 million, to spend on my 2025 team. And if I get I have no clue. If Ray Davis says, once again, this is all just speculation, if Ray Davis says, no, I want to cut the budget $30 million, I have to trade all these guys.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like that would be like Chris Young going, I don't want to do this. Or do you just make this one last run and then you go into 2025 and go, I'm selling off. If anybody brings me the right offer for Corey Seager, I'm trading Corey Seager. I'm not like, because if I start getting a budget that is so cut, then I have to start going, well, then I have to have such a small budget. So I feel like Ray Davis and Chris Young, and they probably have these conversations all of the time.
Every single time they talk.
But like, we don't know this as fans. I don't know this as covering the Rangers, but these are relevant to selling or buying or holding in the next 3 weeks. Is what is my budget in 2025? And then does Ray Davis go, another theory we just talked about, does he go, I have no clue what my budget is. I have 0 TV contracts available in the next 5 years.
That's where I was about to head.
Okay.
I do wonder with Ray Davis is if it is, I have different ideas than you, but I really want to see something too. Maybe he needs to see something that's going to change his mind on what his budget is.
And that's where it gets a little tricky, if I can toss it into this then. By the way, for the record, I firmly believe they would have eventually re-signed Jordan Montgomery, where you saw when the market got to, if they hadn't have had to change their TV deal. I know the Rangers were concerned about some of his long-term metrics. Here's where it gets tricky. The trade deadline is, I believe, 5 o'clock on July 30th. That next Diamond Sports Group, and if you wonder like why we keep talking about the legal part of it, and you're like, this is like a damn crime show or something, is because it is relevant to the TV deal. That next hearing where I think they're going to decide whether or not this thing has legs going forward is July 31st. And so think about it.
Bad timing.
Think about it. Their ownership group might have talked with whoever. Let's say Apple decided, hey, we're going beyond Friday Night Baseball. We're getting in this all the way, and we want to be in the Texas Rangers business. Or say they talk with whoever, and they're like, we got this one deal where we know we'll get $80 million a year. We got another deal. We might be able to make up to $110 million a year. Or we might lose in the court case, and Diamond might continue, and we might be stuck where we're at right now with this renegotiate. Like, there's any number of things that could happen, and if you're not going to get news from that, best case, until the day after the trade deadline, that's tough for budgetary purposes. It's tough to go, well, I hope this works out the way we want it to tomorrow.
Yeah, and you would think, oh, those guys they're very well, connected to that case and everything. I have a friend who had a very big case that he was dealing with right up to the last minute, thought he was going to lose it, and then he won.
Yeah.
And then guess what? Things got pushed afterwards.
Yeah.
So, like,
what are you supposed to do? Tell the judge, hey, we got the trade deadline coming
we
up?
need to know this stuff so we can get. No, they don't care. They're doing it on their clock. So, yeah, there's a lot that Ray Davis needs to decide. Is he doing this thing as a look? I run this as a business again. This is a business and strictly a business, and I'm worried about the bottom line more than anything else. Or, hey, man, I really do have this thing built for fans, and that's what we're going to build this foundation on, because the fans will keep showing up. They'll keep buying tickets. They'll keep buying merchandise if we keep putting a winner out there.
This is where I struggle to tell you what I really think is going to happen. Because like whether you agree or disagree with us, I like to think that we all tell you like legit what we think is going to happen. Part of me wants to be like, surely there's a year exception to defending the title. And then the rest of my brain's like, well, what's that based on? because businessmen are always like, that's fine. We'll give away some money because it's the right thing to do. Where is the precedent for that throughout American history or really world history? So every time I tell myself, well, it's different this year, but why? Because I want it to be different?
Yeah, that's the only reason why. I mean, a very shrewd businessman who's very rich, didn't make his money by just giving it all away.
No, absolutely. And people are already coming to the ballpark this year. You're still going to have the All-Star game as a springboard into the second half of the season. Obviously, I realize it would be so much better if you were winning, but you're still going to have that to springboard you into the second half of the season. And a lot of people already have season tickets or 10 and 20 game plans and everything like that. So from a business perspective, I can see why you would sell some of these people.
Yeah, the other thing, too, is you look at it, and they do have very watchable players. Corey Seager, very watchable. Marcus Simeon, very reliable, watchable. And then you have Wyatt Langford, who's taking off right now. You have Evan Carter, who look what he did last year. It's in him. We know how good Evan Carter can be. He has to get healthy, and his body has to be able to handle 6 months of baseball. And I think the Rangers understand that he just doesn't have a very mature body, and that's nothing he can do about it. It's just the way God created him. He wasn't, built maybe for 6 months of baseball so far. If you look at from age 18 to 21, he's really struggled to stay healthy because of the stress of 140 to 160 plus games. So I look at it and go, there's a lot of positives with the Rangers and their future, but there's also this unknown, which is scary. And because you haven't played good baseball this year, I think going back to this whole topic, and Corey, one of the things you brought up is like, are you a good or bad GM if you're going to let 6 games or like the last 2 weeks of a month decide what you're going to do? I think what's tough is CY, Chris Young, has seen below average baseball this whole season from his team. Inconsistent and then below average. They haven't won more than they've lost. They've lost more than they won. Is that now he's wanting, I think just like us, he's wanting the hopium of like, give me something. You guys just gave me something at the end of this homestand. Can you carry it to LA and carry it to Houston? Because if you do, my conversations with the ownership are going to go a lot better than if you guys go 2-4. Because if you guys go 2-4 on this trip, I'm going to have a meeting with the ownership at the All-Star break, which every team pretty much does. And the ownership obviously can dictate which way a general manager can and can't go. I can have a lot better arguments if you guys end up going 4-2 or 5-1 on this road trip than if you go below 500.
Yeah, because then I think Mike's got something there. It's less about the budget because he understands those extra games and playoffs and those extra games that go a little bit further and where that money goes.
I mean, I'm just doing this. I think, don't you, as a human, you're trying to get your point across, and I hate saying this, but every human tries to manipulate another human.
You play the game.
Play the game.
Sure.
I can manipulate my ownership a lot more if I show them what a win streak we're on and what Wyatt Langford has done lately and Corey Seager and what we've done from our pitching staff and all the wins we're creating now, and go, do you remember what it felt like in October? And if I can get enough people to believe in that room what it felt like in October, I can get them to give me what I want. And that means not selling, 1, the players on the team that are going to be free agents, and then 2, maybe adding a piece or 2 to take it to another level, which could push us into, once again, I said this earlier, the worst division in baseball by far.
The other thing too then, so all right, how are you going to fix this team? What are you going to add to this? Let's just assume it goes on that run. What is your plan to add to this team? Because I can't add another $250 million pitcher.
Sure.
I can't do that right now. How can we be a contender? Because Kevin, I am looking at attendance, and 2 years ago, attendance was 24,832 per game.
Yeah.
Last year was 31.
Now it's almost 33.
Almost 33. And then I know the number on your payroll is a lot different too, but that number's got to be a big deal. Look, the fans are showing up. Let's give them a reason to continue showing up even more on the back half of this season.
I would argue in that instance, you can take on as big of a money player as you want as long as this is their last year. The prorated hit of the salary you'll have to take won't put you anywhere near that position. So there would be big names out there that you just understand, like, hey, this is probably, you get them for this amount of time.
I'll give you a cheapie that's easy to get, and I don't have to worry about anybody telling me we don't have the budget for. Give me a 7th, 8th inning left-handed reliever.
Okay.
Jacob Latz was pushed into a position he's not ready for.
Yeah.
Brock Burke back in the minor leagues. Just Brock Burke hasn't worked out. Since 2022, it's just gone away. For some reason, that 2022 hasn't been there for 2 years now. And then I don't have another guy. So I know that people didn't like Aroldis Chapman, but I need another Aroldis Chapman. I need a guy that
Spores isn't ready to,
but he's right-handed.
Okay,
I'm not saying,
gotcha.
but I need a little bit of depth there. And Spores, I'm scared of. That shoulder thing scares the death out of me.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I can't rely on Spores coming back and being September, October Spores.
Yeah.
And he hasn't had a long career to say that that's who he is and that's who he's always going to be, because didn't we believe that after the playoffs, Leclerc has now figured it out and is going to be great at relieving at all times in big-time closing situations? And we got to the end of the month of April, and it was like, hey, Kirby Yates, you're our closer the rest of the way.
Yep.
So I look at it and go, I can get something really cheap here. Now, a lot of people are going to want it, but I don't have to give up very much to get it. Is a left-handed reliever who I believe can get outs in the 7th or 8th inning for me. That can help me out. I have to believe, if I'm Chris Young, I have to believe if this offense keeps doing what it's doing, it doesn't matter. I'm done anyways. My guys that are hitters that have proven themselves last year have to start hitting, and Josh Young has to come back after the All-Star break and help us out.
And just, if none of that happens, keep an eye on, in addition to the names we threw out there, Nathaniel Lowe and Adolis Garcia. Just keep an eye on them. You never know what could happen.
But if all of that happens,
oh, hell yeah,
then we're going to go win the whole damn thing again.
Agreed.
If you make it, you can do it. Because if you make it, we're going to assume this. Scherzer stayed healthy throughout this run. Because we are going to have to go 40-20 here pretty soon. And so if you go 40-20 in your next 60 games, which needs to happen now, to be honest. So if you do that, then probably Max Scherzer stayed healthy throughout that time. Nathan Eovaldi's pitching his, butt off, I guess. Lorenzen staying Lorenzen. Andrew Heaney staying Andrew Heaney, and we're scoring runs for him all of a sudden. You get back Malley, and he's throwing the ball pretty well. Your bullpen is closing down almost every game because you're on a 40-20 stretch. And your offense had to pick it up and started averaging 5 or more runs again like they were able to do for 162 games last year. So if you do that and you make it, even if it's against Baltimore, I won't even throw DeGrom out there yet. But if you get Eovaldi and Scherzer and whichever guy you want to pick as your third starter, teams are going to be crapping their pants going, you got to be S-ing me.
Yeah.
Like this team that stunk for the first 90 games of the season, all of a sudden in their last 70 games went, let's say, 45-25 and snuck into the playoffs. And now we have to face a team that's super hot that in October, they weren't scared of the moment, and Evan Carter's now back hitting like Evan Carter, and Wyatt Langford freaking won Rookie of the Year. Oh, crap.
Dude. That
you
right
like
there.
that scenario,
I want him to go give the clubhouse that speech right now, because hell yeah, man. I'm whatever you need, Mike. I'm with you.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Phantom. We might have already just transitioned into that segment.
I think we did. That was
time
great.
for some Mike Likes It.
Okay, I watched a show on Netflix with my wife over the weekend.
Oh my God, I hope it's the same thing I watched.
Dallas Cowboys Cheerleaders. I've never watched, because my wife is Sue.
Making the team.
Hi, Sue. So
I watched Unfrosted, the Pop-Tart
I think it's
movie.
been on CMT for a long time.
It has.
The Jerry Seinfeld project?
Yes, sorry.
It has. As I can tell you, my wife might be the #1 connoisseur in the world of this show in the last year and a half.
The Cowboys Cheerleaders?
Yes, but she would make me say it like Dallas Cowboys Cheerleaders making the squad. You had to say it the whole time. She said, Netflix show, not as good as the country music show, but still good.
Well, let me ask you this. If you've had this discussion with her, what if I were to go back and watch previous years of Dallas Cowboys Cheerleader making the team or whatever, what makes CMT's broadcast better than Netflix?
This is going to sound weird, but she describes the CMT version as a little trashier, and she likes to watch it because of some of the drama, and they'll show some of the girls and be like, oh, did you see that dance move? And then they click their pen and write things down.
Because they twerking?
And well, not because of that. And they dive like a little bit more into the backstories of more girls.
Okay.
And so you get more invested. Also, did you know Mickey Spagnola used to be on that show?
Yes.
No
I
clue.
didn't know that.
Christy Scales is on it quite a bit on Netflix. I didn't know. Did you guys know that she rides the bus to and from the game with the cheerleaders?
I did not know that.
So that was kind of cool. I'm assuming she does that for all home games, and
Yeah,
Christy can text in or whatever and say, no, it's just on the
Christy
show. I
likes to
did it a
call
few
in
times,
our
but
show.
it seemed like at least on the Netflix show, it's my assumption that every game she rides to the game on the bus.
That's kind of cool.
And then when the game's over, she rides back to, I'm going to assume Frisco is where they're bringing the bus to and from.
Yeah.
The Star. And so Christy is on the bus with them talking about the game coming up. And then after the game was over, she kind of talks about where the Cowboys are in the season, where they're at playoff wise, because I never thought of this. First of all, I didn't know certain things. Did you guys know that you can only be a cheerleader for 5 years, and then after 5 years you're done? Like, it's kind of like a term.
I did know that. Yeah, I did know there was a time limit on that.
Yeah, so you can be a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader for a maximum of 5 years, and then your career is over as a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader after 5 years. The other thing, which I guess I never think about, and maybe I'm just bringing this up, and maybe you guys are like, oh, no, I think about this all the time, or no, is that they really care about the playoffs, as in they get to work more. It's not about money per se. It's just about could we be one of the cheerleaders? Because think about it. The last time a cheerleader got to go to the Super Bowl and cheer was in 1995. Hey, no, I was 17 years old then. So the women who did that, the last women who are a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader who cheered at the Super Bowl, guess what? When you go from 95 to like the alumni, when they did kind of the alumni stuff, a lot of those women went to the Super Bowl. Yeah. They went 92, 93, 95, and then you have the 70s where they went all the time. So the cheerleaders in the 70s and 90s, they all can go, oh yeah, I cheered at 2 Super Bowls. I cheered at 3 Super Bowls. I got to cheer at a Super Bowl. These girls are like, nobody near our age has ever got to do it. So for them, there's pride in like, could this be the year? So they get to the end of this season. Obviously, you're a Cowboys fan. You know what happened. And then they're on the sideline watching their team get destroyed. And then the sadness sets in for the 5th-year cheerleader who was the captain of the team.
Oh, because this is her last stand.
This is her last game ever. And, and so I never thought of it from the cheerleader's perspective on everything that they do. And then their hope is that at the end of the year, they could cheer at a Super Bowl.
I never thought about
cool.
that. I mean, like, think about it from our perspective. We're not trying to go to Super Bowl and all that, but we would like for that to happen. You know, obviously for our same purposes, like the radio station itself gets a bump. Like, we get that opportunity. We were there whenever we had that opportunity when the Rangers won the World Series to come up here and celebrate together. It was an awesome moment. Like, they have these things that they want to go along with them too, because they can carry that to another place with them as well. They don't make a lot of money.
No,
they don't make a lot of money.
They talk
at all.
about that. They don't talk about specifics, but obviously they talk about it is not a money making thing. In fact, they usually have practice from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. because the women have to do their jobs in the daytime. So a lot of them are. I mean, some of them have really. One of them, she didn't make the team, but it was like a dentist. She ended up not making the team, but then there's others that are just, they've graduated college, but they have a degree in finance from TCU. So they're obviously using that education and that degree to make money and to further their career there. Because even if you have a great career with the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, it's 5 years. So let's just say you make it at 22 years old.
Yeah.
At 27, you can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
You're eliminated from ever doing it again. So you want to build up a little bit of, for those 5 years I've worked at paycor.com or whatever. And so
who knew Paycor was going to get so much play?
Man, no kidding.
But I found it really interesting. It's a perspective of like, they're not maybe, let's say, I don't know, half the women are probably not Dallas Cowboy fans at all, but are super fans of the cheerleaders. Half of them might be hardcore, diehard Cowboy fans that grew up in the Metroplex and their family are Cowboy fans. But there's girls that, I'm sorry if I'm saying girls and I'm offending women. They are young to me at this point in my life. When I'm watching it, they look very young. They look like my daughter, who I still consider a girl, who's 19 years old. But these women are coming from all across the country, which is really weird because they could probably easily...
And outside of the country.
Yeah.
I did see there was like some Australian people there.
They could easily be, nothing against Philadelphia Eagles. They could easily be an Eagles cheerleader, but they're like, I don't want to. That's easy. And some of them were Lakers dancers, and they're like, I want to be the goal. I guess the standard and the goal of your life, if you are a cheerleader or dancer and want to do it for a team. And they get the best of the best. The Cowboys get the best of the best because there's no other job that comes close to, not salary-wise, but there's no other job that comes close to being a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader. I also found out that, like, one girl, I was like, she had to find this out the tough way watching the show. They cut her. She was the last cut because she was too short. And so Charlotte came in, Charlotte Jones, and like, there's no way a girl that short will ever be on the team. So it's like, we should probably have a minimum height requirement because I don't want her coming out because she looks like a little girl compared to all the other girls. Now, they never said her height. I was assuming like 5'2" or 5'3" is my assumption, but I don't know that. I was like, that had to be tough for her because she's devastated. She's the last cut. And it's like, you don't come back next year. It's impossible. You could be the best.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to last cuts, and I'm not trying to take a shot at Charlotte. She has a say in it at the end. Like, I'm not having a 5'2" girl on the team, no matter what. She's too little.
I did get caught up at one point. One of the women, and I don't remember her name or if she made the team, she started talking about how, like, this is hugely important to her and that she'd had an eating disorder and everything like that. And
was her mom a former cheerleader?
I don't remember. I only saw a little bit of it, but it was like,
was this on this year's Netflix one?
Yeah.
So her mom was a cheerleader in the 90s.
And it was very compelling. And I know it's been in the top 10 for Netflix. I just remember when we asked Charlotte about that last year, I asked her specifically because my wife loves this show and was glad to see it come
It was
back.
solid. If you're a Cowboys fan, watch it. It kind of gives you another perspective on another part of the organization.
I heard a clip of Charlotte talking, and I heard Jerry. And it was the moment when she's like, look, a lot of these women come here, or these girls come here for something bigger than just just being a cheerleader. They come here because they love dance. They want to be part of something big. And I was like, man, that sounds like Jerry right there, selling
really
the bigger image.
Mike, I have a request. Whenever you get free time, will you and your wife please watch The Man with 1,000 Kids? It's about 2 hours long.
I saw that this weekend
on Netflix.
It is good?
It is on Netflix. It's pretty good. I have lots.
Wait, is it the one that his sperm was donated around the world? I think I've seen it. Was he a guy that was like a big sports fan or something too?
Not that I am aware of. He had long hair.
But he had no clue when he died that he had all these kids. His wife didn't know that he had donated.
This is a different person then, because this is just one singular dude who's like maybe in his 40s, maybe late 30s.
Is he alive?
He's alive.
Okay, then this is a different
Blackhawks fan. Him and his buddy John
believe,
Favreau.
That is the Vince Vaughn
There's
movie
one
you're
that this
talking
guy like got into the NBA All-Star Game lineup and was doing layups. Like, he was a goofball. He got onto the MLB field.
Yes.
He ended up earlier in
Marty
his
Bird?
life donating his sperm. And when you do that, it's not like, oh, they only use it twice or in special
Mike,
situations.
you need to watch this.
So
thing.
this dude had like 40 kids and his wife didn't know about it. So then he dies of cancer. And his wife's like, was he cheating on me? Like, with all of these women around the country? And it was that he donated his sperm earlier in his life, and it was used a whole bunch of times.
I need you guys to watch that so we can talk about it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
The biggest, most pressure-filled moments in sports. Also, when's it okay to smooch? Next on The Fan.
Coffee, our 2024 Firehouse Tour rolls on. That's right, Sean. My manhood will be...
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I'm going to request that story gets told on air. But also, I want to tell you, I know half of the home run derby field. Alec Bohm.
That's a good name for a home run derby.
Bohm Run Derby.
I like it.
Okay.
Pete Alonso.
Yeah, he's always in it.
And then you're going to be so stoked, Mike. Gunnar Henderson.
Yeah, he said that during the Ranger game.
And Bobby Witt Jr.
Nice. And I have tickets, man. I'm going to be in section 233.
Does he even hit home runs?
Yes.
I mean, is that his
He's
thing?
in the worst ballpark to hit home runs in baseball.
Okay, because the waterfall out there?
Yeah, the waterfall.
You can listen to it right here on The Fan to find out if he does hit
That's
all
really,
of those.
That's great so far.
That's all I got so far. Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
How many more do we need?
Four.
4 more. 4 more years.
Stop it. I knew that's where you were going to do.
It just kind of popped into my head.
It sounds like we are getting 4 more years from somebody.
All right, Kevin and Mike and Reggie.
Fair.
Would you like to talk about the biggest pressure situations in sports? Or when is it okay to smooch?
Is there a mystery third option?
There's not a mystery third option.
Okay.
I'm selecting the mystery third option.
Because I just heard
there is
something
a mystery
that I think should be the mystery third
option.
option because that story was amazing.
All right. We will cede 4 minutes to Mike to tell his mystery third option story.
Yes.
Okay, so yesterday I was in the swimming pool, and then about at 7 o'clock, I'm like, you know what? Let me get this yard work done. I have there's the neighbor's fence and our fence are about 3 feet apart, but in between there's a lot of growth, and it's growing higher than the 8-foot fence. So I'm like, I need to cut this down, and I've done it before. And we have had a wasp problem around our swimming pool, and I can't find the nest. So I climb over the fence to cut down all this brush, and the fence is about an 8-foot fence. I look like a moron. I look, like a 46-year-old, non-athletic person getting over the fence. Wife's making fun of me. She's like, "Are you all right?" Before I climb over, like, I kind of pinched my testicles a little bit. So that was the first part of it.
I didn't hear that part of the story.
So then she's laughing, ha ha ha. Because, my balls hurt. So, okay, so then I get over the fence. I'm almost all the way down. And there's kind of what I call the parallel planks on that side. So it's easier to get down. But I'm getting down slowly, trying to see where I'm going to kind of get around this brush. Have on long pants so I don't get, itchy and scratchy and everything too and poked. And so as I get to the last, almost to the ground, I feel right here on my arm, I feel it hurts. And I look and I'm like, ah. And then I look and around my chest are about a dozen wasps. So I scream, get back to the top of the fence.
How'd your scream sound?
And on the side of my fence,
Thank you for that,
I don't have the side planks. It's just, vertical. So I'm like, crap, I got to jump 8 feet. And I've had 2 back surgeries. And I'm like, oh, crap. And so I jump and then I fall and roll. And luckily no other wasp bit me. But my wife's like, what's going on? And she thought I broke my arm because I'm screaming and jumping off of a fence. And I'm like, I hit a wasp nest. So anyways, that was the wasp story.
Oh my God.
Yesterday that my wife thought was really funny. And so I found where the wasp nest is. So now I just have to take care of it. But I peeked over. Man, those wasps are smart. As soon as you peek over, they must be able to smell us or something. They're like, start protecting a little bit. And then a couple of them come out and because it's underneath one of the planks and I got to find it to spray it. Kill them all. I love killing wasps though. That's it.
Last week, I had noticed that we had a little Yellow Jacket collection building right above our door. And I've dealt with this plenty of times. You go get the spray from Home Depot. It's usually now they got the 2-can pack. You're like, all right, I'll take
They have 8 cans.
I don't feel like you should take out birds with those sprays either.
This thing will spray 20 feet.
You can't hit a bird with that. I'll be impressed if you could.
Mike,
I know they spray great, but could you really hit a bird?
So here's what happened. I was spraying and they started falling, dying, right? Yeah. But 3 of them got away.
Yeah.
And then they started coming around the window and everything in the door. And I was outside with the can and I was kind of looking around and I turned around and one of them was coming at me and I went, boom! boom, and got the spray and hit it right, lined it up and got him. And I was like, yes. And Carter saw it, and he was like, yeah. So that was a great moment.
That is my nightmare.
I killed 5 in the swimming pool yesterday. So as they land on the water, it's like they're protecting their water. They think the pool is their water source.
Yeah, this is my water.
But as they get on the water, I had a fly swatter, and I hit them, and they kind of die in the water a little bit, and then I get them out, and then put them on the cement, and then I smack them 2 more times to let them know they're dead.
Well, I mean, they probably already know.
PETA does not care about wasps.
No, this is freaking me out. This is like my number one
Look,
fear.
you know that if you have something like that going on,
It does
you have
hurt.
people
I'm
that
gonna
know
let
what
you
to
know.
do. We'll come take care of that for you, man.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that.
All right, I was.
It doesn't kill you. Unless you're like that Stan. What was that movie that Macaulay Culkin died in?
My Girl.
My Girl.
Oh, those bees.
Yeah.
Yes.
He
can't see without his glasses.
Well,
that's the saddest moment ever.
That's how he died. I was watching England and Switzerland's PKs over the weekend. Switzerland.
What are PKs?
Penalty kicks.
That's awesome.
And it kind of brought me back to watching Messi shoot the PKs in the World Cup a couple of years ago, or was it?
It was last year.
It's the purest way to end
It was
soccer.
awesome. Well, I feel that way. I think it's great, and everybody else that loves soccer hates it. And I know he missed one for Argentina in this run.
Sure did.
And everybody's making fun of him because it went high and hit the top of the bar and sailed off. But, dude, England was on fire. They looked as confident as you could look, at ease making these shots. And it started making me wonder, because that was a very big moment, and you're out there as a goalie all by yourself. But as the kicker, you have to bury that home. You have to give yourself a decent shot. What are the most pressure-filled moments in all of sports? And I came to a conclusion on this list. If y'all have any more and you want to rank them, let me know. But
Right, give it.
free throw line,
Yeah. With the game on the line.
with
yes.
game on the line,
Clutch free throws would immediately jump to my mind.
putting on 18 with the tournament on the line, the bottom of the ninth situation, PKs and field goals, kicks for the win. Are there any other ones that y'all can think of that really stand out?
Not in the game anymore. Having to intentionally walk a person. I was so nervous doing that. Because you're throwing to like a glove that's way out here, and you've seen like the lowlights of guys that screw it up.
Yeah.
So I'm
Extra
telling you,
bases are happening.
intentionally, like when they took out the intentional walk thing, people don't understand that it's not just me. 99 out of 100 pitchers could not stand doing the intentional walk. It was so nerve-wracking. Throwing a pitch out isn't as nervous because the catcher's down there, and then you just throw the crap out of it, and you're just trying to throw it a little bit high and outside where it's not hittable, but where the catcher has an easy catch and throw. But kind of throwing the ball at 70% and getting it to an area where the hitter can't swing, but the catcher easily catches it, that is nerve-wracking.
Tremendous.
Kevin, which one do you is got to be the loneliest one out of that group? Because again, kicking a PK, everybody's watching you, but you're just trying to defeat that goalie right there.
I definitely think it's the field goal kicker, because people think otherwise you're not part of the regular team.
Yeah.
Like the person shooting free throws, they're probably there in the clutch because they're one of the best players. Same thing with the PK for the soccer players. You're probably a regular part of the team that moves along the field. And the kicker, they don't really think you're part of the deal. And so if you miss the one thing, they're going to be like, hey, thanks a lot, dip ass. But like, are you really going to say that to Kevin Durant? Hey, you scored 35 points. Really could have used 36. Like, I guess you could, but it feels like that's not a good idea.
And somebody did say shootout in hockey. Yeah, that one too. And
the only issue there is it's not in the playoffs anymore.
Right.
Or it's not in the playoffs. And so I feel like maybe that would ratchet the pressure down a little bit.
that being said too, again, the goalie takes up a lot more space in hockey than he does in soccer. So I feel like you're like, it's understandable. In soccer, most of these goalies are guessing anyway. They're guessing based on percentages. Like they have scouting reports on these guys, but they're just guessing where they're going to go. Because these dudes, the way they line their feet up and the way they stutter and everything, they line them up pretty good, and these goalies are just kind of there. There's 5 sections of the goal that are left wide open if that guess is wrong.
Do you ever think a soccer goalie looks at a hockey goalie and is like, stop complaining?
Yeah.
All I get are these gloves. You have that tiny little area to protect and all that equipment. Like, you'd be all right.
Reggie, where do you fall on this? Is it the free throws? Is it?
I think Kevin makes a really good point on the idea of like the expectation versus also what's happening here with the field goal kicker, because the expectation is you hit it 100% of the time. When you miss, we come and talk to you about what the hell is wrong with you. But like I thinking about like just a pitcher in a tough situation, I'll never forget. And of course the dude, there's some issues with it, but I'll remember when Sam Dyson was up there on the mound one time and he was just out there struggling. And I stopped and I thought, that's got to be the loneliest dude, because there's no clock. There's no way to run this out.
All your teammates are watching you.
You just got to throw the pitch, right? And if you're out there drowning, there's no one to save you. You just got to throw the pitches. And that seems like the worst. Like, I have a lot of empathy for the dudes that are up there in a tough time, because it's just, there's no way to get out of this but through it. And so, but no, I think that Kevin's probably right with the field goal kickers.
Okay. Field goal kicker feels obviously like one of them. I always thought free throw with the game on the line is just.
Oh, yeah.
You see so many guys that just fold under that pressure.
Even like Dirk, who's a 90% free throw shooter, like that moment, that pressure in 06 got to him.
Yep.
And it's not that.
And then we lost the
You just think in that moment, that's
that.
the person we want. I'll tell you what, this year it didn't hurt us in the end, but Kyrie all of a sudden started missing free throws when it was like, dude, like you're our one guy we can trust. and at that point, the pressure got to him.
Yeah. And then finally, Kevin, Julian Bernard stopped during the middle of the Tour de France or Tour de France.
Well, it must have. Did the people behind wreck?
No.
Ooh, good question.
They did not wreck.
Can you imagine if in a Peloton, which is a group of riders not on their machine bike at home, if you just stopped, you just hit the brakes and then just everybody behind you just collapsed pretty much?
He was fined $200 for this stop.
Oh, that's not
because
so bad.
when he stopped, he kissed his wife and kids who are locals, and so he stopped to give them a kiss and say hi to them.
Very salty kiss.
When is it okay to kiss in public?
Not in that situation.
What?
No.
Kevin thinks
Did he
it's
get off?
never
He
okay
got off
to-
the bike.
Yeah, no, he just pulled over and kind of leaned up
Yeah, and
against
cost
him.
himself valuable time. Kiss your loved ones before you do the race.
When you're locked into that bike, it is you. I call it decleat, but you have to get out of your pedals, or you're going to fall over.
No,
Those guys are professionals, I guess.
He did slow down. You can kind of see in the video he slows down just enough to put a foot down and give him a kiss. And then he gets back on it and takes off. And again, I ask, when is it okay to kiss in public?
We can go back to Kevin, but I just know Kevin, just so everybody knows, you're so uncomfortable with kissing that bad things could happen. You keep your eyes open the whole time.
That is true.
Always watching for
That's right.
potential ambushes.
You never know what could happen. I don't know.
What kind of long play do you think Jess is playing where she's like, finally, I've
That's
got him.
a great
He's closed his
question.
eyes.
Reggie, but you're using logic in an illogical situation. Because here's the other thing. Whenever I watch like a Twilight Zone or something, I always think I would be fine because I'm not taking that drink they handed you. It's like somebody already shows up for an important meeting and they're like, oh, would you like some coffee? And then they find out they're passed out. They wake up and they're tied up and they're going to lose their brain or something like that.
They're going
because
into a
you
pie.
shouldn't have taken that drink.
That's true. That is true.
So to answer your question, which I don't think I did at all, I think a peck is fine pretty most places. But don't stop in the middle of the race. That just feels irresponsible.
Makes sense. So
from my perspective.
you're saying you're a pecker then?
You're flexible. I wish that you did a karate match and you Daniel LaRussa somebody, and then Allie, who is, what's her real name in life?
Elizabeth Shue.
Elizabeth Shue is Jess, and she runs out and she gives you the big
sweater.
hug and her sweater and skirt, and then she just wants to make out right there. And then
there's all those people around.
But you have to, because she loves you and she believed in you the whole time.
She was there for you.
I'm
man.
the one who won the tournament.
And it's her
Shouldn't I get to dictate whether or not I want to
No,
kiss?
we've already established women dictate everything.
God, Mike.
Even when we don't want them to.
Oh my gosh.
Somebody did text in and they said they heard my wife on with Chris Arnold on his oh my gosh, my brain stopped right now.
Right.
They said no. And they said, do you ever win an argument with her? And I was like, oh, man, I don't even know what she said. But that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
Corey, if you get the chance to go back to Wednesday, it was requested that I attempt to replicate the C block. So I put together a seed lock that I thought would do you proud.
Okay.
But I'm not positive. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it was going to be a question about the Mavericks, and maybe it still could be. But what if I presented this to you? Is Ezekiel Elliott one of the top 10 running backs in the NFL? What about one of the top 25? Let's do it next, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org. It's brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's soda. And it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We were going to talk a little Mavs here, but there's a couple of other things that have come up. I want you guys to use your combined brain power to tell me the top 10 running backs in the NFL. But also, if you want to text in, hit us up on the Twitch, hit us up on the YouTube. What do you think the betting line would have been when Rocky and Drago fought in Rocky 4? Now, we know the outcome in the movie, but before that happened, what would you have set the betting odds on?
I don't know that well, but I would say the same odds that Buster Douglas had of beating Mike Tyson.
Oh, okay. Buster Douglas was about 42-1.
Sounds about right.
Rocky's the heavyweight champion of the world.
I thought he was retired and didn't have the belt anymore.
No, well, he didn't retire. He relinquished the belt to do this fight because it was not sanctioned by the governing bodies, but he was the champion.
20-1.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not a good odds maker on boxing, Kevin, so I'll just trust you on this.
Now, multiple people from the Win, as well as other odds makers, said they would have Drago as about a minus 1,000 to minus 1,500.
Okay.
And then they would have Rocky somewhere between the plus 800 to plus 1,200 range. So massive favorite for Drago going into that fight. And let's face it, if not for the last round, you look at the scorecards, he was going to win.
Yeah.
But then he got knocked out.
And died.
And Rocky ended
Brain
communism.
damage, though, later.
Yeah.
No, he knocked Drago out. Yeah, but yes, that is true.
And then Drago's son came and kicked Apollo Creed's son's butt.
Oh, really? That happened?
But then he came back, and then Apollo Creed's son ended up beating him. And then they had to live in Ukraine or something.
I think, no, he went to go.
Didn't he come back
Apollo
after
Creed's
this?
son went to go take over Wakanda. And then he lost.
That's just the actor.
Okay.
That's a
he
different
won, though,
thing.
for the first time.
I think he died.
You noticed in the
Baltimore.
themes of this, the bad guy wins early in the movie and then loses at the end of the movie?
Yes, which is why when you watch Rocky 3 and he fights Mr.
General Bay
T
area.
like 45 minutes into the movie and Mr. T is built up as the main bad guy, you got to think, uh-oh, this probably isn't going to go well.
Probably
All
not.
right, top 10 running backs in the NFL. If you guys use your combined brain power,
McCaffrey.
how many of them
That's
could
a
you
good one.
name? Incorrect.
What?
Top 10?
All right.
What?
There you go. I'm
I
out.
said, using your combined brain power, how many can you name? And Corey said McCaffrey. That is not correct on a scale of 1 to 10.
I feel like 10.
Okay.
What? He's McCaffrey's on the list.
Christian McCaffrey is number 1 on the list.
Oh, you wanted us to go from 10 to 1?
No, just got to get
No,
to
I
10.
wanted you
He
to
wanted
tell
to
me
know
how
how
many you
many.
could get right.
Oh.
And Christian McCaffrey is not an answer to that.
I feel like Bijan Robinson is also.
Wait, you're ready to put Bijan up there?
Yes.
Whoa. He can
Hold
do
on.
it. I'm not going to be able to do this.
No, I mean,
Like, if you're saying you can do 8 of 10, I can't.
I might be able to get. I don't know. Everybody's list is going to be different.
Okay, how many
so
can you get?
I feel like I can get pretty close. I can get 7.
Anybody can beat 7, Reggie.
You said combined brain power, you jerk.
I know, and then you guys decided to do your own thing, so now we're switching it. Reggie, can you do 8?
No. I'll help you.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah, we can all work on this together
Like,
with our
do we
combined brain
feel
power.
like Nick Chubb is still up
Using
there?
rules to this game.
You're
he's
the
not-
rules maker.
He might not start the season, so
What about Chubby?
I don't know.
He was hurt, though, last year, but he's a top 10 if he's healthy.
Was your question just a variation of the exact same question, Reggie?
Don't think too much about it, Kevin.
Okay.
I said Bijan. Is Bijan on the list?
Oh, Reggie, that was a good call.
Nice, thanks.
Bijan Robinson
Why did you
is
go to-
number 6
Hey,
on the list.
okay.
And
All
you
right.
guys doubted Corey.
That's right, absolutely.
6 on the list?
So some other names here.
Is Charles Barkley's son on there?
Who?
That's
Saquon.
Saquon Barkley.
Oh.
Saquon Barkley. Number 4
Do we
on
feel
the
like
list.
Derrick Henry is still
Derrick
up here?
Henry's on this list.
Oh, then Zeke's definitely on this list because he was drafted higher.
Derrick Henry is not in the top 8. Luckily, he is number 9.
Nice.
So you got it.
So that
Josh
means Zeke's-
Jacobs? Do
that
we feel like
means
Josh
Zeke
Jacobs is up
8?
here?
Josh Jacobs is a very good option.
Josh Jacobs, number 7 on the list.
We're cooking with grease.
I feel like Brees Hall's on this list.
I was going to say
I
Brees,
have
but
an
I don't
autographed
know.
rookie card of his that I forgot to bring to the show.
Like, I do wonder, because last year their just offensive line was putrid. And so I don't think the raw numbers are there, but he is still a really good running back.
I'll say Brees Hall.
Now, this is part of ESPN's day-by-day voting. Tomorrow you'll get defensive tackle where Mike can pretend to vote for Mozzie.
Yeah.
But today, it's from ESPN for running backs. They have 80 voters in this category.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's a lot of voters.
Brees Hall is number 2 on the
Nice.
list.
Good call, Corey.
I'm telling you, I think Brees Hall's going to have a very big fantasy football year.
Who does
Yeah.
Achane back up?
Mostert? Is Mostert
Yeah,
still there?
Mostert. I don't know. I think as a combination, they're good, but I don't think
Okay.
either one.
All
I
right.
think Achan might get a
All right.
majority of carries.
All right.
Is Jonathan Taylor
Ooh, good
on
answer.
this list?
That's a good
Jonathan Taylor is number 5. So you guys are missing 3, 8, and 10. Mike's
don't-
going to vote for Zeke.
I don't remember Jonathan Taylor running last year. Was he healthy finally again?
He had some injury issues, but he played a good amount of the games. I'll have
Okay.
to double check exactly how many. Corey, how strongly do you feel about, or maybe not strongly at all, do you feel about Najee Harris?
Look at you wanting already getting back into
I like
basketball.
it.
I like it.
Dude.
Najee Harris. I had a little bit of a debate with somebody who's a Steelers fan that was like, "Look, they sucked at running the ball last year for most of the year." I'm gonna hold off on him
All
though.
right.
Or do you want to go
I'm
to
gonna go
who's
with
it, Warren, the other running
You
back?
thinking about Deuce Vaughn?
No,
Deuce Staley?
no. I was gonna
Deuce
say
Staley was good at
McAllister?
running the football.
Jameer Gibbs.
There's been a lot of deuces who've
Ooh.
run.
Jameer Gibbs and Najee Harris, one of them is on the list.
Oh no! I
And
think
one
I
isn't?
think you're right with Jameer Gibbs. I don't think Najee Harris was the best running back on
Dude,
his team last year.
I watched a playoff game where this Green Bay Packer guy ran for like 600 yards. Is he on the
we
list?
all know which one. Jameer Gibbs is number 8. Is that Green Bay Packers guy still even on that team?
Who knows?
No, Josh Jacobs is now a Green Bay Packer.
Aaron Jones, is that who you're talking
Oh,
about?
dude, that guy couldn't be stopped on that Dallas Cowboys cheerleader show.
Aaron Jones is in the top 15, but does he make the top 10?
I don't.
Okay, hold on. Here's my thing: I think Chubb or Kieran Williams.
What about Tony
Yeah,
Pollard?
Kyron Williams was good.
Tony Pollard got paid money.
Like,
You don't think so? He's probably top 10 last year. I mean,
So
remember,
your
he-
vote is what?
He broke his leg and we franchised him or something.
That is true.
That is true.
That's confusing.
I
He
can't
is, dude.
decide. Let's go ahead and throw Chubb out there.
Nick Chubb is number 3 on
said
the
that
list,
earlier.
which means you guys have gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it goes like this.
Hold on. Is Williams the 10th
Zeke!
one?
Is that your official
Or
pick?
Pacheco?
I think because Zeke changed his number and the coach said he's exactly the same as he was when he entered the NFL, except we're not going to hand him the ball off, but like 8 times a game. So it was really confusing on what Mike McCarthy said about how Zeke is the best in the NFL, yet we're not.
Are you
going
still
to use him.
listening to what you're saying, or did you just tune out?
I don't know.
Okay.
As we've established, he doesn't hear. He's heard 100% of the things that he said.
There's no way.
My official 10th would be Kyron Williams.
Mine is Zeke Elliott because he's the best.
Kyron Williams and Ezekiel Elliott. Neither one of them make
all
the
right.
top 17.
Rams
Oh,
haters.
no.
What?
Well, it's because Zeke changed his number.
Okay.
And they got to see what he looks like in
Neither
15.
did Zeke. Number 10 on the list, Travis
Kelsey.
Etienne,
I
a
forgot he
junior.
Dude, that's a good pick.
He's in my top 15. I got you. He's a good one.
So it goes like this, and tell me if you think this is fair. Besides Mike, I know what he thinks. So there's the top 10. Honorable mentions: Aaron Jones, Kenneth Walker, Isaiah Pacheco, James Cook, Alvin Kamara, Joe Mixon, and DeAndre Swift. So that gets you up to 17. Also receiving votes: Kyron Williams, James Conner, Tony Pollard is 20th.
Nice. Heck yeah.
Raheem Mostert, Najee Harris 22nd.
Did you name Achane yet?
I did not.
Wait, Najee Harris above Warren, huh? Okay.
David Montgomery, Ramondre Stevenson, and Austin Eckler fill out the top.
We should
20.
trade for Achane.
He'll be
If this is a real list, I'll give my 6th round pick in 2025 for Achane. Or Achane.
Achane, you're right.
Yeah.
So he doesn't make the top 25. And to the surprise of, I'm assuming nobody, including Mike, Ezekiel Elliott is not one of the top 25 in the league.
They don't remember 2016.
I think they do. And they're like, that was 8 years ago.
I don't know. That's not Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones said.
I'm very curious as to what Zeke's role is going to be.
Center.
No, it's not going to be center.
It's open. It's a spot to compete for.
Like, who's your first down back? Is it him? Is it somebody else? He's not a third down, change of pace guy. He's a short yardage guy, that's for sure. And I know
Zeke changes paces. It goes from slow to very slow at this point in his career.
But that's where I'm kind of like,
he's like the Jamie Moyer of running backs.
If you let him go previously, was it because Kellen Moore didn't want him?
Because they thought he was making too much money. Right?
Or if you brought him back, well, that could be it too. And if you brought him back, was it because you looked at your roster and said, I have 0 running backs and nobody that's really ready to contribute at this point? And that's why Mike McCarthy's like, I need to have somebody I can trust a little bit. And hey, maybe Mike McCarthy's like, we're not running the ball that much anyway. It's a Dak MVP season. We're going for that. So maybe that's one of the factors they're trying to push for.
Ooh. Maybe they're like, we need some of our other players to put on weight, and Zeke's eating all the spread.
Gosh, Mike. All right, real quick.
I'm just kidding. Zeke's the best.
I know this is somebody else's bit, but in honor of Gavin Dawson returning, I look at the clock and wonder if we have about time for 60 seconds on soccer. I take you to the Euros.
Oh my gosh.
Where Felix Zwayer will be the referee for the England-Netherlands Euro semifinal match tomorrow. I know you're thinking, I already knew that. Fair enough.
No, it didn't.
Here's what you might not have known. Zwayer was banned for 6 months back in 2005 for taking a bribe in a soccer match.
And he got another job.
I mean,
not just another job. Like he's refereeing a big time matchup in a premier European championship.
And I know this was 19 years ago, but he was bought off for $325. Is it
what?
Yeah. Is it concerning that he is going to be an official in a match of this magnitude?
How much did you say he was bought for?
$325.
He could have gotten 6 Paycor Stadium TVs.
Yeah, it's true. Or are you excited if you're England or the Netherlands and think we could tilt this thing in our favor for not really much cash at all?
First off, I don't want that guy doing games anymore.
That's too late.
What's
happening?
You know what, Kevin? I've decided he is done with that life.
Okay.
He has turned over a new leaf, and he has new plans to be an honorable judge, an honorable guy out there on the field, the pitch. He's not going to take bribes under $300,000. Like, 325 is a stupid number. Why'd you do that? What did you need that night for $325? No way, man.
So, just something to add to your intrigue for the Euro.
I can't wait.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. You're welcome. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. In case you missed it, we all knew it was going to get done, but Klay Thompson officially joining the Mavericks as part of the first ever 6-team trade in the NBA. The Mavericks got Klay Thompson and a 2025 second-round pick. The Minnesota Timberwolves got pick swaps in 31, a second-round pick in 2025. The Warriors got Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield. The Denver Nuggets got cash. The Hornets got Josh Green, Reggie Jackson, 2 second-round picks. And the Philadelphia 76ers got a second-round pick in 2031. So first ever 6-team trade completed in the NBA.
Did the Mavericks only give up Josh Green?
I will have to double check where all of the picks
Because we're receiving a second-round pick, and then you named other picks, and I'm like, because there was not a lot to give out from the Mavs side anymore.
We do not have a lot of draft assets. Now, let's turn our attention over to Moxie's and our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is ya and where is ya?
We are definitely at Moxie's downtown, as you said. It's a terrific atmosphere, and we look forward to a full show here for the next 5 hours, Hagee. We're doing great. How about you?
I'm doing well. I need to know, because our listeners earlier, they did not want to talk about it. How much of your weekend was dominated by John Cena retirement talk?
You know, I saw a headline about it this morning, I guess.
And
that
that's
was the
about
first
it.
I'd heard about
Yeah,
it.
that doesn't sound like it dominated literally any of your weekend. Okay. Well,
That's it, man.
Hey, Hagee, who won the 6-team trade?
I think I'm going to go with Charlotte.
Because of all the things they got
Yeah.
or the things they gave up?
I think so. Now, the answer should probably be the Mavericks, but
Sure.
Charlotte. They picked up some stuff on the cheap.
The biggest loser is Josh Green because he has to play for
That
Charlotte.
that is a very good point. Hey, you were in the NBA Finals a minute ago. Now you get to go play for Charlotte.
He'll be a
So-
fan favorite there. They'll love his toughness, his hustle, his,
yeah,
you
the
know,
5,000
make
G'day, mate.
Yeah, the
He'll
5,000
fit right
fans.
in. No, he'll fit right in.
5,000.
He was the only one knocking down shots at in the championship round then. you know?
In the last game. That is true. That is
Yeah.
true. Now, how pumped are you guys, or how much do you have a full grasp of the Stars' landmark changing of the way they're going to do broadcasting?
I think that's cool. You know, it's going into the future. I think it's great that maybe the team can capture a lot more of the revenue like this and give us a consistent way to get it. Like, you know, this is how you're going to get the Stars. Now adapt. And people will. You know, I think we're used enough to putting different things on our Fire Stick or our smart TV now. Should be easy.
Yeah, right. I mean, we got to have a different app to watch, 5 different apps just to watch the NFL this upcoming season. So you just add one more, and you don't have to worry about missing out on the Stars Cup run.
How long is this app going to be free, you suppose?
That's a great question. I hope forever. Let's
that's nice.
Let's just maintain that stays free.
Oh, okay. I hope you're right about
Just
that.
don't put those questions out there, then we don't have to worry about
Is
it.
it like a 7-year window that it's supposed to be free for, or something like that?
Oh, is that right?
I think
Oh,
something
man.
along those lines. And then after that,
If that
who
app
knows?
is free for 7 years, I will be amazed and impressed at their business plan.
Oh yeah, no, that would be really nice if it was that way.
Good job. All right. So, how did the vacation go, Dawson?
It's fantastic. It was relaxing. Got to spend a lot of time with 3-year-old in swimming pools and hot tubs. So it was that family type of vacation. Watched a lot of the soccer games, the Euros and the Copa America with my dad. So that was cool. Then all the Mavs news trickling in with the makeover of their roster, just gave it that extra kick that was a lot of fun as well. So I would say probably a 10 out of 10 as far as a family vacation goes. Very relaxed now.
When you mentioned the Euros, do you have any concern that one of the referees or officials for England, Netherlands previously took a bribe for a soccer match for $325?
For $325, how long ago was this?
That was 19 years ago.
Is this a beer league game that he was refereeing? What are we doing here?
Ooh, it was in Germany. That's all I have for you.
So yes, Brian.
Okay, so it was a beer league. Come on. If he's a qualified guy, let him officiate, man. That Tim Donaghy, I hear him on the radio all the time. He threw games, and now we can buy information from him. So he's gone from being like a bad guy to like, hey, I'm Tim Donaghy. Let me tell you what officials are throwing games this week. Bet with me, 1-800 bad officials. We accept this. You make a mistake, you move on. And we'll figure it out. Yeah.
Reggie brought up the point that 1-800 bad refs would have fit perfectly, but that's cool.
1-800 bad refs.
How things been around here?
I mean, great. We got free hockey to watch now, and we rebuilt the Mavericks, so I feel pretty good.
Championship.
Hey, you ready to go home?
No. Why?
Oh,
we have a meeting.
You feel very like you're struggling with something right now. You okay?
Oh no. Yeah.
Usually it's like a lot of energy, a lot
I'm
of
sorry.
power.
I've been
now
on
it's
edge.
kind of like
I've been on edge most of the day.
Oh, have you?
Yes.
Well, we're at Moxie's today, and we can't feel that or see that.
Okay.
He got in a fight with his wife.
No.
over his
Okay.
Oh
No.
Peggy.
We
Please don't do that.
We smoothed it out, but tell me you can believe that this is what happened, because this is definitely what happened. I should have picked my words better. Our littlest son was being a pain in the butt this weekend, and we had to have a big family picture. Was set for about 6 o'clock. The baby finally took a nap at about 5:30, and my wife said, "When do you think we should leave?" And I said, "The baby is asleep. I think we should leave now." And she said, "We can't do that." So we took the picture. The baby woke up, and then she asked me again later, when should we leave? And I said, I already told you when I thought we should leave. So whatever.
I sense frustration.
I get it. I get it. I said the wrong thing.
You did great.
I didn't use my filter, and it was very icy car ride home, is what I'll say.
I don't know that there was the right thing you could have said, though. I feel like I've learned this. Our opinion does not matter.
You can be awfully skillful.
Yeah.
But you got to be like a cat burglar with those words. There's always a way out, but damn, it's evasive.
Yeah. Hey, you're about to go out of town for about 10 days too. You could have just sucked it up and not done anything.
That's a good point.
But you jumped into the deep end of the pool with an anvil around your neck.
Whenever you want to go, honey.
My suggestion is always
I've been divorced twice, Heggy. I'm trying to give you good advice here, okay?
My suggestion is
you got to
just
learn
tell
better
him.
things than what you're doing right now. Okay?
You say, hey, it's your kid. You do whatever you want. I'm just here for support.
Hey, I told this guy the other day. You hear the guy in the text the other day? I told him he's not wearing the pants in his family. That guy, he's like, I got divorced.
Poor guy got cheated on.
Yeah, you got cheated on. I go, well, you're not wearing the pants in your family then.
Oh, my gosh. See, sometimes my downfall, Broadus, actually a lot of times is I have thoughts about everything, and sometimes I can keep them to myself. But other times they just fall out of my mouth, and I'm like, well, that's probably not what I should have said.
Just be careful, Heggy. Walk outside and talk to yourself and stuff like that, but don't feel like you have to, again, you're a good dude. You got a great wife. Don't go down the path I did. You know what I'm saying?
Winning an argument, do you really win? That's the the thing.
That's what got me fired at the Cowboys. I fought all the time. They had enough. Parcells said, I'm had enough.
Get the hell out of here.
You fight too much. So.
Man, I really appreciate the honesty from Broadus today. Here's why I got fired from the Cowboys. Here's why I got divorced.
My contract didn't get renewed. And that bastard left 2 years later. He didn't even stay around. He got rid of me and said, I've had enough. I don't want to coach anymore. And Cherry said, fine, get your big ass out of here. We don't want you coaching anymore.
Vacation was so good. We were mid-argument.
And Dawson just walked outside.
And we both just kind of saw each other's points. It was a thing of beauty.
Whoa, man. That's a great moment.
That's amazing. There you go.
Yep.
That's
fantasy land, Hagee. Don't believe that all the time.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So Fugazi.
So see,
Dawson's trying to help you here, but he's really not.
He's setting you up.
Broadus is telling me the real things.
Yes.
Dawson's
Yes.
like, hey, we're in this magical world where we both were like, you made a great point. No, you know what? You made a great point.
Sounds like you just need to go on vacation, man.
Hey, why are we fighting?
Okay.
Yeah.
I will work on that. All right. Are you guys there to kick off restaurant week? And is there a particular restaurant that you're interested in trying out?
I want to try out whatever these people are serving here at Moxie's.
They got something going on here.
I want to get one of their Stella Artois G-Bag Nation etched glasses. While supplies last, you can come get one. They're collector's items. You know that Stella Artois beer glass is magical on its own. And now it's got the G-Bag logo on it. So.
Will you put anyone to the test who wants one of those, or if they ask for multiple glasses?
Oh, like out at Revolver when we were out there that day?
Now, Hagee, now you're going to piss me off.
Oh, no.
Hey, if they ask for multiple, I think we do need to quiz them.
Oh,
Can you name 3
other glasses, ma'am?
fan hosts?
Yes. Oh, they're glasses. Can I take 3? No. Do you listen to the station? No. Oh, well,
You
man,
can have
no,
that glass back.
Yeah, she's walking away with 3, handing them out to everybody who doesn't even listen to the station. Oh, look, Mark, look what I got you.
Oh,
what is this? And they leave it on the table, you know? I mean, grab 3, lady. Why not? You don't listen.
Damn it, Marge.
Women.
I'm going to test. I'm going to test people today because I'm going to start drinking shots.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to start testing people.
Oh, my God.
We're going to start drinking shots. We had somebody just text in, hey, will you take a shot if we come in? So we're in on
absolutely.
this. I'll take a shot with you.
Hey, tell me something from the morning show this morning. You know, give me a little insight of what happened in the morning show. I really can't tell you. You don't get a glass. No glass.
If they say Sean said this, we know, you didn't listen.
Sean wasn't on today.
And this is where I normally ask what's coming up on the program, but I feel like you already teased it by saying Broadus going, I'm going to be taking shots. Where can people find you again?
We're at Moxie's here, downtown. Come on by. Classy joint.
Crescent.
Love it.
By the Crescent,
Yeah, it's in the Crescent, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
on Crescent, Crescent Road, and it's also in the Crescent Hotel. So you're going to like it. And we have Chris Young coming up at 4:20 and Tim Cato at 5.
Woo!
What if for Broadus they just said, what did they say on the morning show, and you just say, Bobby said Dak's the greatest?
I'd have to give him a glass.
You get a damn chalice.
I'd have to. They get a glass.
I think you're going to be
They
right.
get a glass. That's an everyday occurrence. I was listening at 6:45 today. Bobby's like, "Oh my gosh, this Dak Prescott. I heard that. I don't know why we haven't paid him yet."
Roll home.
Every show.
I know.
Every show.
That's a good guess. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them at Moxie's today. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And we are live at Moxie's here downtown on Crescent. And if you'd like to come on by, we'll be here for the next 5 hours broadcasting, talking about sports. And yes, we have the G-Bag Nation etched Stella Artois beer glasses for free. Just come on in. It's all part of Restaurant Week. I think our station cluster is having their happy hour party down here as well, guys.
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
There we go. The shots will be flowing, Brian.
I mean, it's already the place to be.
It is. It is absolutely gorgeous in here. When you add in a free Stella Artois G-Bag chalice and the food, I mean, we're just looking around.
Yeah.
The menu looks absolutely outstanding. This is definitely a cool spot.
Is that what that's called, a chalice?
Yeah, they phrase them as chalices, and I just like saying chalice.
Yeah, no,
it sounds pretty badass.
It's a great word. Well, it's great to be back. General at your service. If you see me, beer me. NA. They do have the Stella NA here. Brian brought us here. Lucius Alexander's back at 75 and Fitzhugh, keeping the Gators down best he can. You do have Wolchuk here.
Oh, here we go.
Follow on morning show assignment.
Here we go.
This morning.
Watch this.
Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. What are we looking at?
We got chalices coming in the building as we speak.
Dude, they're getting wheeled in.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like the Stanley Cup. This is getting special treatment.
The chalices have arrived, and the Tolos are here, waiting with bated breath and anticipation. I think it's the best giveaway in DFW sports since the Rangers World Series ring.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
And if you finish second to that, then I'd say you're in a great spot. Well, it is awesome to be back. Chris Young's coming up at 4:20. Now, he was with you guys last week. I saw the quotes, "We ain't selling," basically is what he said. But now you have Nightingale out with a report today. The Rangers could be seller of Scherzer, Lorenzen, Keeney, and Yates, unless they get a dramatic turnaround. Do you guys feel like they should be sellers? Where are you at with this whole storyline right now?
You know, history shows, and Evan Grant, I talked about this last week, he had a piece that it just doesn't look great for the Rangers' chances to be able to turn this thing around. Historically, it hasn't happened based on where their record is this deep into the season. But I think, and we've talked about this, Brian, when you just look at the American League West, that's why you should have hope. You know, you just sweep the Rays. You go 4-2 over the homestand. The bats are starting to really come alive. Jonah Heim had a great game. Nathaniel Lowe has turned it around. There's reasons for positivity. The issue is, as soon as you start to really get your hopes up, and this happened to me last week, after they beat the Padres 7-0. Next thing you know, they dropped 2 games. The consistency has not been there. But if they are going to be sellers, they've got quite a few pieces that are on expiring contracts, and they've got some pitchers that are coming back if they wanted to sell a Max Scherzer, if they wanted to sell a Michael Lorenzen, to where they could be sellers, but then you also just slide Tyler Mahle back into that rotation, and yet you're still competing.
All these one-year deals, right? It's going to be, you know, at the end of the season, we're going to talk about, hey, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? We all love Chris Young. I'm going on record. I'm not selling. I'm not selling for that same reason I told you guys 3 weeks ago. This division, you know, Astros playing better. I think if you look at the Mariners, it's all pitching. Their hitting is questionable at times. You know, the Astros have dealt with their injuries. You're dealing with your injuries. The Mariners are, they've had a little bit of some things. I'm not selling because I think this division is going to fall apart. And you know what? I would hate to be sellers. And all of a sudden, I mean, you look at what the Mariners did. Mariners got rid of Paxton. They got rid of one of their best bullpen pieces.
Yeah.
Shipped him off to Arizona. And then what happened? The last game of the season, they're in a fight to try and get in the playoffs. And maybe if they would have had, a couple of opportunities to get him, involved, that they would have been okay. I'm not selling. I'm just not. I'm just going to I'm going to ride it. And if these guys expire as one-year contracts, the guys like he or whatever, and those guys go away, hey, thanks for all you did. But I'm giving myself every opportunity to try and claw my way back into this division win.
I'm with you right now. I want to see if we can get the right bat, back that can set our lineup on fire. And I think our pitching is very promising for the second half, but it just comes down to 6 games back.
Yeah.
And maybe 42 and 48 historically is, never been accomplished, but 6 games back in early July has absolutely been accomplished several times.
Sure.
So, I think, it's just a weird dynamic where your division is very gettable, and you have to go for it.
That's the only reason.
Yeah.
That's
Plus,
the only reason.
You're not going to get a ton for what you're offering.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to just trade Lorenzen or you just traded Scherzer, I don't know. Like, is the return worth it to move on? I think the only reason to me that I would do that, I don't want to give up, to your point, Kirby Yates or David Robertson, because you don't have anybody to fill those shoes. If you're excited about what Tyler Mahle can do to slide in and fill one of those roles, and you can part with Lorenzen or you can part with Scherzer, then okay. I don't think that's really hurting you.
I'm okay. I'm okay from moving on from Scherzer, and I'll tell you why. Because am I going to get 5 or 6 good outings from him? Mm-hmm. Then all of a sudden, oh wait, there's numbness in my index finger.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
the thumb
soreness.
There's
soreness in my back. That's a little bit of a broken commodity right now.
Yeah.
And if I could get something,
yeah,
I move on from that because I got other reinforcements that I could put in his spot.
Yeah.
But as far as Yates, Robinson, those guys, no. If I could still fight in September with all those division games looming against the Angels and the A's and the Astros. I mean, you got a series coming up against the Astros here. You got this whole next week is all divisional games. Have a great week, and it gets you into the All-Star break. Well, maybe then after the All-Star break, if you go out and spit the bid and you're 1-5 in these next 6, okay, I'm throwing I wave the flag. Take it all. Go ahead. That's fine.
Yeah.
You roll through this thing and say you do go 5-1. And now you've built a little momentum going to the All-Star break. I'm not quitting yet.
Getting the sweep over the weekend changes things. Now you're like, okay, now that they've won 5 of 7. They've bounced back from that horrible losing streak. It gives you a chance to see how July plays out. Mm-hmm. But, there's definitely a scenario in my mind where you could have all those guys and more.
Yeah, the hope I had was in that 4-game Baltimore series, they were in every one of those games but one.
Yeah, they could have won 3 out of 4 of those.
They could have won, and I'm like, that's one of the best teams in baseball.
Yep.
And then you come home and you get the Padres, like you were talking about with the Padres. Yep. And I'm thinking, whoa, okay. And then they lose, you're like going, damn. But then Tampa's not Tampa, what it used to be.
No.
But still sweeping them, that's a good sign. Now go sweep the Angels, and then go take 2 or 3 from the Astros at their place, and now we're talking again.
And if they do that, CY ain't selling.
No.
I mean, CY, the competitor that he is, he's just looking, just give me a little bit of a reason. Just give me a little bit of hope to just believe in this thing. And I think that, right now it is starting to trend in a positive direction.
All righty, we are here at Moxie's Restaurant Week. Come on by. The G-Bag chalices are now being displayed. You can come get one while supplies last. And, to be honest with you, I don't know how long they're going to last, but I do know CY is going to join us coming up at 4:20, and Tim Cato is going to join us at 5 o'clock. Yes, sir. Congrats to Marcus Semien and Kirby Yates for making the All-Star game. Far cry from last year when the entire game felt like it was Ranger-themed. Is this disappointing to you to only have 2 Rangers in? I mean, how disappointing has this been considering where we were coming out of spring training and going into opening day?
I'm disappointed for Josh Smith. I feel like Josh Smith was very, very deserving. I think he's been the Rangers' best player in the first half of the season. It's been incredible what he's done, not only offensively, but with his glove as well. And then his versatility to play multiple positions. I'm bummed for him. He was very deserving. But otherwise, I mean, look, Marcus Semien I do think is going to end up starting for you because Jose Altuve has kind of shown I don't usually show up and play in these games. And Marcus, thank goodness, he comes up with a huge home run for you during this homestand to help turn around and win that second game against the Rays. But he's been in a slump in a bad, bad way. I mean, should Marcus Semien be the starting second baseman in the All-Star game? I don't know.
Or the rest of the league at second base, right?
Yeah.
Right.
To your point, the game is here in Arlington. Do you think Altuve wants to show up and get booed?
No.
That's what
Even though he does play really well in that ballpark, but he does. He's been dodging these games because I think of that very reason.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to show up, and when they announce him in the starting lineup, that he just gets booed unmercifully.
Well, there's 6 games back. How about 3 against the Angels and 3 against the Astros, then an All-Star break for the ages?
Yeah.
We could.
I'm ready.
We could pick our heads up here, next week, next Monday, and be in an amazing spot going into that All-Star break. So we'll hold out for that. We're live at Moxie's. The Stars today announced a new 7-year deal with a parent media company that will see all of the club's regional games streamed free of charge on the Victory Plus streaming service. I'm taking this as great. Maybe it'll be a pain in the butt for those in the audience that haven't taken that next step to downloading apps, right? But I think that's going to be the only group of people that are going to have a real big problem with it, like maybe Brian's parents.
Yeah. Yeah. My dad's asking me about these Fire Sticks. 85-year-old dad's like, on the way to church yesterday, he's like, hey, what's this Fire Stick thing I hear about? I'm like, you sit in a chair all day and watch Fox News.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Fire Stick? What do you learn? Oh, I hear things. Where do you hear things? So, yeah.
Where do you hear things? I hear things.
Where?
All right.
If my mom
said,
hey, what about the Fire Stick, Brian? I would say, Mom, yeah, you're on to something. Dad, he's eavesdropping on someone's conversation here.
Yeah.
Because he's like, oh. And I'm thinking, I'm trying to explain it to him, and he's looking at me like, huh?
Do we need to go there in order to watch one channel, Dad?
Yeah.
But he's curious. And a
He's
lot of
curious.
people are. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this, though. On these Fire Stick things like that, are we going to have the opportunity to get the Victory Network or whatever we're playing with here?
That's what makes it so great. Like, can you download this app on a device? Then your answer is yes. You're going to be able to watch the Stars. It's no longer gate kept in any way from the fans.
Man,
big win.
7 years, though. Think about that. I mean, Heggie, I could hear Heggie's thinking 7 years. It's kind of like, how long is it going to be free for?
And we never know if Corey got ball sacked on that. All right, that could be a ball sacking for the ages for Mr. Majors. It might not be 7 years. I don't know, but I think that it should stay free forever. But I mean, what's the price? Like, if it's $10, I'd still probably pay that.
It is a 7-year deal. We just don't know how much of it goes for free.
Would you pay $100 to watch the Stars
for the season?
For the season.
Yes, I would.
You thought about it, though.
Yeah, but look, if
you got this baby girl you have to think about.
I know.
Right?
I mean, like, everything is, I got to figure in cost, right?
Right.
But I think, yes, I would.
You're the guy that told us the other day that when the money goes in your account, it immediately goes somewhere
out.
else.
It sure does.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
More difficult than ever to gauge what something is going to cost. It's just unbelievable. I went through for chicken yesterday, and it was $48 for a family of 4, and that was the drive-through. $50 basically. That used to be like a go sit down menu just a couple of years back.
Are we talking like KFC chicken, or did you?
Well, not KFC.
Yeah.
It was a competitor.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't want you
It
to
was really
mention
good,
it.
but I don't think I'm going to do that again now. Like I cut DoorDash. I'm like, okay, now I'm gonna hit the actual drive-through.
No.
And
we're
then
getting ready to go to
yesterday-
camp. You are not cutting DoorDash. Don't act like you are right now. Hey,
Well,
what are
that
you doing,
would be a
Dawson?
special exemption
I just
from my
just
no
ordered
DoorDash
a bottle.
rule.
I just ordered a bottle of water
You can
from
also,
downstairs.
you can write that one off. The issue is darn.
I just paid $98 for a bottle of water.
The fees, man, they get you.
Dude, it's been exorbitant. Okay, is this the Stella NA? The Stella NA
Brian
has
knew.
been
Brian, our
delivered.
guy from Stella, knew you, Dawson.
Let me pour
He
up
knew
one
of you.
these. Yeah, this
And
is
you and your
outstanding.
NA.
The Stella 0.0 as we
beautiful
broadcast
in the
live
chalice.
here
Oh,
from
man, that's a
Moxie's.
beautiful beer.
Oh, it looks good.
Come get a beer in the new G-Bag Nation Stella Chalice. It was so awesome to see what the Mavericks did in my time off. Did everybody agree with that? Is that exciting?
Yes.
They're better than they were?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we were pumped to get Klay Thompson, especially with the price in which they were able to get him for. It ended up being a fraction. I mean, we were thinking it'd be like a $70 million contract.
Yeah.
What they end up getting him for, and then what you give up. It's like a heck yes move. And then it was surprising to lose Derrick Jones Jr., but Najee Marshall, I'm excited about him. Quentin Grimes.
Yeah.
I was pumped. I was excited to hear what you thought about it.
Yeah, I feel like Klay Thompson's reputation has taken a hit, no longer a superstar, but better than what you had by a landslide. You know, a guy that played point guard in college can, you know, create for himself and others when he needs to. Maybe he's not superstar level at that, but the spot-up shots that he's going to be able to knock down as compared to Derrick Jones Jr., what you're going to be able to do in those minutes. And then you mentioned the 2 role players as well. I think it's another masterful job.
He's about to have the fountain of youth when it comes to his 13 years in the league. And all he has to do is spot up and shoot, catch, shoot. That ball, as soon as it hits his hands, is gone.
Yeah.
Those Kyrie and Luke are going to set him up so many times to knock down shots. He's going to be Hagerslack's big play award guy every game.
Let's go.
Let's look at Clay's numbers. 31.
5 of 7 from 3 again.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's going to be, he doesn't have to, the defense, no, fine. Just stand over there and just get the ball and let it fly. But I'll tell you what, the thing I appreciate about the most, and we talk about this, about our championship teams or our teams that get in finals, which has been our baseball team and now our basketball team and then the hockey team as well. But by the time the wheels hit the ground of them coming home, these general managers are thinking about making moves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like he's sitting there going, Nico's going, okay, I can't beat Boston configured this way.
Yeah.
I learned something. Now, wait, I got to compete against Oklahoma City. I saw that, what I have to compete against. I got to compete against Minnesota. Saw that, what I was going. So he got an idea of who he has to compete against in the West, and he saw the beast from the East.
Yeah.
So he knows, like, okay, if I'm going to do this, a lot of these times these general managers just go, oh, whew, we made it.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to the final. Oh, wait, they got a championship
I like
hat on
my
my
guys.
shirt.
Yeah.
Oh, great, nice. Kick my feet up. No, Nico's like, BS. I got to make this team better. I can't go through this again. And he even talked about a 3-year plan where he was saying, I got this thing built for 3 years. After that, man, hey, we got to figure something else out, but here we go.
And
I like what he's doing.
He does have a plan. I mean, we'll talk with Tim Cato of The Athletic coming up at 5. He's going to join us live here at Moxie's. But he was jumping on, I believe it was our buddy KG's podcast, talking, hey, he heard Najee Marshall's name during the Oklahoma City Thunder series in the second round as a possibility. If they lost Derrick Jones Jr., that was already a contingency plan. That's how much Nico's got this thing figured out.
Right on. Well, we're live at Moxie's. Come on by as part of Restaurant Week and sip some beer out of the Stella Artois G-Bag Nation glasses with us. We got the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. Where are we going next, Wolchuk?
Let's get into the Chuck Wagon breast augmentation, mini brains, and the ESPYs. That's next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Week.com.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. We are live at Moxie's downtown. Let me see if I can't get you the address. Yeah, 100 Crescent Court. 100 Crescent Court here at Moxie's. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids as well. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Here's Wolchuk, little Chuck Wagon.
Brian, you and fellow Tiger fans can rejoice. Livy Dunn has announced that she is coming back for a 5th year at LSU.
She's a national champion.
Not done yet. She is returning.
Man, this beer's good.
You just got yourself a delicious Stella. We just had a Tolo that wants to come over, take a couple of shots, gave Brian a beer. So we're getting Mardi Gras Brian today, boys. This is the place to be. I'm showing on the fan cam. Of course, you get the chalice, the G-Bag Nation 105 through the fan chalice. It looks fantastic as we party here in Moxie's. Now, you guys, I'm sure you had to be Jackass fan growing up.
Oh, absolutely.
So Steve-O, he is continuing his antics.
Who's the one that got beat up the most?
I think Steve-O. I would lean him.
Yeah.
Who was the shorter guy?
That was Steve-O.
Is that Steve-O?
Are you talking about like Wee Man?
The smaller dude.
I
don't know the correct way of saying it.
That's Wee Man.
Wee Man.
Yeah.
He's the guy that he took a lot to the.
He did. I feel like
lower area, right?
Steve-O and Chris Pontius would do like the most crazy things.
Probably.
They were usually down to get weird. Now Steve-O's taking this to another level.
I think went a funny one time.
Yeah.
They had a cough and fall out of the back of the hearse. Did you see that when they were filming?
Hilarious.
Like they're
I like the pranks a lot better than just hurting each other.
The pranks were just like the coffin falls out of the back and opens up, and everybody's just like on the street is just. What's going on? Yeah, it was amazing.
See, there was some Tom Greenish comedy in there
absolutely.
too.
Like you had Knoxville do the pranks with Dirty Grandpa, and he just dresses up like the old grandpa, and he's got like the nutsack, it just dangling out of the shorts.
Yeah.
Well, Steve-O is going to have a full-on breast augmentation.
Okay.
And this is to do pranks. He said, I came up with the idea a few years ago to get a boob job and just film a bunch of legitimately funny hidden camera pranks with me in disguise, in various disguises, and then revealing who I actually am, and just funny endurance stunts and whatever. He's 50 years old now, and he's going through this procedure to get a legit boob job to do these pranks. I mean, this is dedication to your craft right here.
It is. I wonder what kind of pranks you could come up with. Like, is he back on drugs? Has he thought this through?
He was sober for a long time. He said, I spoke with doctors, and I said to them candidly, the one thing I'm really freaked out about and bummed out about and would back out of this is if I'm just going to be a mess afterwards. It's going under the muscle, and the doctors are completely unfazed. Like 2 months it comes out, absolutely no issues. So I guess they can reverse breast augmentation?
I don't know. You might be able to do that, but I just don't know how you're going to get any sort of a natural look or feel to it, because it does rely, I think, on the natural female physique to create a little supple, soft droop.
Yeah.
If you don't get that, it's just like two traffic cones sitting up there.
Right.
It's going to look weird.
Too firm.
Yeah.
You need a little bit of bounce, don't you think, Brian?
You do. Yeah.
Some buoyancy.
Yeah. I'm a butt man myself.
Okay.
So when Dawson was over there talking about it, I said, well, Dawson's he's a top guy.
Well, you can be both.
I think Dawson sounded like he was being very.
He knows his
scripted.
way around a nice.
I'm just very particular.
Pair.
I prefer God's work to the doctor's work in this department.
I think
natural.
Okay, what do you guys think about this mini brain story? According to the Health News,
mini what?
Mini brains. We have developed mini brains in which they can use to test out different types of chemicals, like drugs. That they can then decide, okay, is this something that we should use for the human body?
Oh.
So
this
is actually fascinating. The scientists can expose the mini brains to 2 neurotoxic chemicals or other chemicals that you want to use. It's like trial and error. So instead of like doing this on animals or whatever they used to do, they form these mini brains that they can then go ahead and scientifically study on to see, okay, how would this work for a real human brain?
Well, the people, the PETA, they have to be happy. The testing on the animals.
PETA must be thrilled by this.
They have to be thrilled about
Absolutely.
this. Yeah.
This sounds promising.
I'm excited about this.
It's just another step in being able to remake whatever you have that's broken.
Maybe, next thing you know, we'll all just be living till 200 years old.
Okay, I'm asking a lot of questions here.
No, you ask the question.
But is this like is this a brain that maybe, is it like could they make it like an old brain? Like you've been living,
age it?
You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
it's for Alzheimer's or something
Yes.
like that. Can
Yes.
they make it like
Bingo.
I don't need a young brain. I need an older brain.
I think that's the hope. Like, as you can.
Oh wait, this is a 67-year-old brain
Yeah.
we're working with.
So we
got to
extract your memories and your consciousness
Right.
and then put it into this new factory-made
Right,
brain.
right,
Then
right.
we're good to go.
Right.
Now we fixed it.
Now
See, that's what I'm saying. If it's a young brain, now maybe it doesn't. The chemicals don't take as well.
Yes.
But if it's
Possible.
old brain, maybe it makes it
They're
better.
just getting started.
Yeah, right now they're just kind of focusing on the drug testing, but if this ends up working, I do think there's ways that we can evolve this to absolutely try and help for Alzheimer's, because I know I'm going to end up getting that. I mean, that runs in my family. My
Does it
great-grandfather got it. My dad's already showing some signs. I will end up having that when I'm old. I know my fate when it comes to that thing. Last thing is we'll have the ESPYs coming up, I believe, on Wednesday. Do you guys even watch?
Nope.
I can't tell you the last time I sat down and watched the ESPYs. We got a lot of Texas natives that have a chance at winning things. Scotty Scheffler, Patrick Mahomes, Simone Biles. So we got a lot of representation here locally. But I don't know the last time I ever sat down and watched the ESPYs.
I applaud all the work they do for the V Foundation and research and all that stuff. But I'm terrible with award shows.
Yeah.
I don't like the speeches.
Okay.
Awkward.
Yeah,
It
I
is.
don't like the uncomfortable of like
And then they
you're
start
going
playing
too
them
long.
off.
I don't like that where they and then everybody looks like Valvano's speech. Like he
Yeah.
basically like, hey, I'm dying over here. I'm going to talk as long as, and you're like, oh, okay,
Sometimes you get a really good one, but a lot of the time it can be cringe.
But in other times you get speeches, you're like, okay, I could have done without that one.
Yeah.
But, hey, that's their platforms.
Well, speaking of butts, we got Serena Williams hosting. That might draw you in, Brian.
There you go.
Serena.
She's got a power bottom.
She sure does.
Yeah.
One of the greatest athletes of all time.
Mm-hmm.
But shout out to all the Texas natives who have a chance. Best comeback athlete of the year. We got Simone Biles, the Colony, Texas native. Jada Coleman, walk-off home run for Oklahoma, is nominated for best play in the 2024 ESPY. So a lot of good stuff if you're interested in checking that out.
We are live at Moxie's. Free G-Bag Nation etched Stella Artois chalices while supplies last. Looks like we have some great hats as well.
Yeah.
It's time to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag today.
Get it ready, get it ready, get it ready, ready. Get it ready, get it ready, get it ready, ready. Hey, man, your boy Steve-O. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, sure.
All right, there we go. Hello. Your boy Steve-O?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there we go. I got one person. Yeah, your boy Steve-O ain't doing anything. Because I seen a man with a beard and boobs walking down Wycliffe right there in Uptown, Dallas. Wow. You ain't doing nothing, bro. I seen that every day. Man with boobs. He had a purse. He had a beard. He had them puppies out, too. He had them joints out.
Yeah. So warm out here,
Show them off, man.
Yeah, he was showing them joints off, man.
There you go.
Man, put them things up, bro. What you doing? All right, I think this is day number 2 right here for Texas Rangers first baseman and Gilly the Kid's doppelganger, Nathaniel Lowe. He nailed Eric's troll question using Sandler's clip.
I have a 3-second clip of your podcast partner, Jared Sandler, giving some analysis about one of your teammates, okay? I want you to guess which teammate Jared is talking about here. Is that cool with you?
All right, let me have the clip. What he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive. Is he talking about Wyatt?
Yes! Wow!
Nathaniel
No hesitation, man. He nailed
No
that.
hezzy.
No hezzy. That's a guy who
Come
knows his
on.
teammates.
Yes.
Nice work, dude.
Come on. The wheeze, the laugh. He was on it, man.
Legend.
Yeah,
I can't believe I missed Nathaniel Lowe. Love talking about that guy.
Nathaniel.
Nothing.
All right, let's go to the WNBA Chicago Sky. Post-game situation. There's a presser.
Okay.
They're doing this via Zoom, and somebody forgot to mute their Zoom mic. It got intimate.
Being in the same conversation
going to happen into a relationship.
I'm sorry, the last part cut off because something.
That's an uncomfortable topic.
Excuse me?
Can someone
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Can you repeat your question, Jordan? We have some background noise.
In being intimate with anyone.
What is going on?
Someone
I told
else.
you they're being weird on that.
Yes, someone
Now
else.
what?
Somebody's microphone is on.
Hey, she.
Question again.
Sorry, Jordan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen to the beginning. He said something about a relationship. I'm trying to pick up what he was saying.
Being in the same conversation.
Going to happen into a relationship.
I'm sorry, the last part cut off because something.
That's an uncomfortable topic.
That's
What's happening?
That guy's the star of the show right there. He's kind of turning it into a bit.
What is happening here? Hey. All right, let's see here. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessings out here, folks. I woke up early in the morning. I listened to Reverend Ike while I was on the treadmill.
There you go.
Get my mom. Yeah, brothers hear me.
Paying for them sins, huh?
Yeah. He motivates you, bro.
Yeah.
God is in you. You are God. Like, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Let's give all praises to God.
When you give God praise, it's like he's looking at you like, oh, they trust me. Let me go ahead and give it to him. Praise him like I never prayed before. If he made a way, shout hallelujah. If he turned it around, shout glory. If he opened doors, shout amen. He provided for you. Shout yeah. 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 Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Amen. Praise
All
God.
right.
Praise.
That wasn't Reverend Ike, was it?
No, that definitely wasn't Reverend Ike. He's got a lot of finesse when he talks. But that was the pastor right there that blew the mics out in church for sure.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the sound man was like, come on, dog. What are we doing?
Yeah. It seems like you're doing the Eddie Murphy character there.
But we have a, what was that? Oh, God. You talking about Arsenio Hall?
Oh, Arsenio Hall.
Was that Arsenio Hall? Hey, look, It took me a while to get to it.
Yeah, there you go.
It took me a while. I went up to the Rolodex.
None of us were throwing you any kind of life preserver.
Oh, no. I was drowning. Yeah. But speaking of mics being blown out, listen to this pastor. He's had enough.
I hate to do this, but Charles, I am sick of these microphones sounding the way they are.
Oh, no.
Let's get these mics right.
Yes.
Get them right.
Say it, Reverend. Get them right.
Let's get them right.
Yo, the congregation is trash for clapping at that.
Get 'em right.
And the man on the organ was like, "What key do you play when somebody's getting scolded publicly? Let me find that
Do I
key."
stop?
Just letting the
man.
silence out there.
Yeah.
Staring at you.
I love when the organ players get involved, though. I do. I love when they kind of chime in, kind of get the scenery.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it too.
Brings a little tension to the room.
Yeah. Gets everybody on one accord. This is where we're at.
Yes.
Stay focused on the Lord. Do I have enough time? No, that's it.
Alrighty, is it our champ Nathaniel Lowe? He nailed it. The first guy to get that question right, first shot, right? First time in a while.
First player.
I thought so, yeah.
Or is it WNBA Chicago Sky post-game presser got intimate? The Reverend giving praise to God, or the preacher requesting that the mics get right? I'm going to vote for Nathaniel Lowe.
Charles, please get these mics right.
Charles, please, Charles. Who do you go with, Lucius?
Nathaniel. That was amazing.
Wolchuk?
Yeah, I think I've got to go with Nathaniel as well.
Brian?
I'm going to go with get those mics right.
That was a strong request. By a score of 3-1, still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It is the Rangers' first baseman, Nathaniel Lowe. Okay, we're live at Moxie's here, part of Restaurant Week. Come on by, have late lunch, early dinner, happy hour. It's good times to be had. And you can get a G-Bag Nation etched Stella Artois glass while they last. Brian, the corner's coming up next. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, I'm going to enjoy me a Stella, and I'm going to ask my boys some Cowboys questions. We'll do that next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Thanks to everybody for joining us down here. We're live at Moxie's, part of Restaurant Week. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Glad to have you back, man.
Good to be back.
Good.
Ants got me Saturday, though. I was doing yard work. They got in my shoes. I felt one, and I thought, there's no way there's an ant in my shoes, so they probably got me 15 times on each foot. Dang it. I walked over an ant pile.
Did it swell up and have those welty things on there?
They're bad.
And they hurt?
Yeah, they hurt and itch like crazy. So I'm trying to ignore them right now. But they've been on board for probably 48 hours now, and it's not getting better. It's getting worse.
I'll tell you what, man, the ant pile.
Yeah.
I can't avoid it sometimes.
I know. I mean, they're crafty.
I'll tell you what, I've played golf before, and I've hit the ball so poorly that you end up in bad areas.
Yeah.
And I've hit balls out of ant piles. I didn't even know it. You know, now they're, and you're right,
Yeah.
and you get bit on. And right, I'll tell you what happens. Your sock, they somehow get on that little edge of the sock, your ankle sock, and it like.
Oh,
and the next thing
that's
you know,
the
you're
worst.
just like, how did that thing get in?
Yes.
And then you can feel it in your toes moving around. Oh, my God.
I should have stopped immediately, taken my socks and shoes off,
Yeah.
and dunked them in water or something.
What's
but
the deal? Like, Mom and Dad had you doing yard work?
no, this is when I got home. The weeds had grown a little bit in the
weeds.
flower beds, and I
Gotcha.
needed to clean up around the pool equipment and stuff. So I was doing one of those outside weed eating days, and boom, got me.
All right.
It's either the ants or the damn poison ivy. I cannot go out there and do yard work without something tearing me up.
It just kind of makes you not want to do yard work.
That's right.
It's a reason. Yeah, I don't want to do yard work today.
I hear you, man.
I don't wanna do it.
I hated it growing up. It was just kind of like, hey, you go over to grandparents' house, next thing you know, I'm doing yard work.
Yeah.
Dad doesn't want to pull the weeds, you get your ass out there and do it. So, yeah, it's not something that I like doing. I did love your picture of Zigzag, Oregon, though.
That was cool.
Like, hell yeah.
That was cool.
I was stoked that I remembered to snap that
Dairy
as we drove
Queen.
through.
It's Zigzag, Oregon.
Where there's a Dairy Queen about 800 yards up the road in the town of Rhododendron, Oregon.
Is it called a Dairy Queen or a Dairy Mart?
It's a Dairy Queen.
It's Dairy Queen?
Yeah.
What'd you have?
I accidentally got a cheeseburger.
Accidentally?
Yeah.
Did they give you
Was
the
it
wrong
good?
thing?
No, I ate maybe a quarter of it.
Oh, no.
I thought I was ordering it for Remy, but she'd already gotten some chicken strips ordered for her, so I ended up with that. I should have just ordered ice cream.
Yeah.
Well, you get it
That's the way to go.
Well, I've got some questions for you guys. We're getting ready for training camp coverage here in a little bit. So I got some questions that I always test these questions
Fire
on you
away,
guys, and then I do these podcasts, and I see if they're any good or not. But
so we're your guinea pig.
You're guinea pigs. Zach, I'll start with you on this one. Will all this off-season attention be good or bad for Micah Parsons' season?
You know what?
All this off-season attention be good or bad for Micah Parsons' season?
I'm just going to go with good. And the reason is I don't think Micah gives a damn. Honestly, I don't think Micah cares. I think Micah is going to do his thing. And he has talked about this is motivation, adding fuel to the fire. His quote talking about some of the criticism was, people have expectations for him to be even better, to be even greater.
Sure.
So hopefully he does harness that into a positive. But regardless, I think we're still going to see the same version of Micah Parsons that goes and dominates and is in the running for Defensive Player of the Year. The big question is he able to sustain the impactful plays later into the season? Because we've seen that fade in the final, month of the year the last couple of years.
Dawson?
I think it'll be good for his play. I think, a little something extra to prove. I think that's good. I do wonder how the chemistry is on this football team. Like, it happens on a lot of teams in every sport. When the expectations gets high and the pressure gets high and then things don't go well, the aftermath of that can be really trying. And it doesn't seem like they're connected right now. The offseason has said nothing but fragmented defensive locker room to me.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I agree with you, Wolchuk, that I don't think he cares about all the attention, but there's the side of me that believes he also hears everything.
He does.
He can act like he doesn't care, but he does care.
Yeah, because he has an answer.
Yeah,
He's always commenting
and I
about
like
it.
the angle Dawson took, because I wonder if things start to go bad, are fingers going to start to get pointed at him and others, the leaders, supposedly the leaders on this team?
I think that's a fair question.
Because Dak always takes the criticism.
Yes, and Micah, I do think will do some finger pointing.
Yeah, I do too. I agree with you on that. Okay, how about this one for you, Dawson?
Mm-hmm.
Here's my question for you. Gosh, that looks excellent, by the way.
Fantastic, man.
What'd you get there?
A spicy tuna roll.
Spicy tuna roll. Gosh, dang, that's a beautiful.
It does look beautiful. That presentation's outstanding.
Dawson.
Yeah.
Do you feel like training camp and preseason games will be enough to have a read on Trey Lance?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if he doesn't play a lot, then that will tell you a lot. And if he does play, then it'll be his opportunity to show that he can do something. Absolutely.
What about you, Wolchuk?
Yes, I think the preseason is going to be big for him. He needs the reps. And like I've been saying, I'd love for them to give him a full game. Give him 4 quarters. Let him go out there and play as much as he can. I think that will be at least enough, better than what last year they traded for him at the end. We didn't get to see anything. So I think it'll definitely be enough to kind of get somewhat of a gauge of where he's at.
Okay, will it give you enough of the gauge to say that he will be the quarterback in 2025?
Ooh, that's a fantastic question. I would say no. I don't think we're going to have enough satisfactory information.
Okay, could you also, on the flip side, if he looks like not good,
yes,
could you say
if he doesn't look good, that will be enough?
Will you be able to say not good, moving on, or you think you'll be able to not good, moving on, or are you going to say looks good, he could be our guy? Which direction you think this is going to go?
I think that we will be able to say he looks like he possibly could be the guy.
Okay,
I think he's going to look okay.
I think they'll get to a point where if he is the starter, it's only because they're still digging out of the cap. I have zero confidence right now that Trey Lance can still be a guy.
That's fair.
He got drafted a long time ago at this point.
See, I wonder if there's going to be people that say that he looks bad in practices and doesn't look good in games, and it's completely they don't have a guy. They're going to have to.
They might end up in that scenario.
Yeah.
It'll come down to who's available in the draft next year, and
Sure.
if they pick in the middle of the first round, then maybe they want to let it go one more year when they could pick in the top 10.
Yeah.
Sure.
The practice thing's just tough because you've just seen a quarterback here for a decade that
Could we?
that wasn't a good practice
If he does
guy,
practice well, if he does practice well and shows up well, are we going to be like a little bit? Are you going to feel a little bit easier about maybe letting Dak walk?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that would be exciting.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We got to get the winds of change blowing.
Yeah.
You need a new candidate.
Yeah.
It's a big job to take this team to a Super Bowl.
All right. Speaking of Dak, Wooly Bully. Dak's interception numbers will be higher because he's asked to throw the ball more due to the lack of running game.
Yeah, that's true. Because we did those.
It might not be his fault.
No,
might not be his fault. But they have no running game. Are you going to be able to? Are you living with that?
Yeah.
With the numbers?
I am. And we did the over/under like 11.5 on Friday. I took the over because I think that his yards will go over. I think the touchdowns will go over. But it's because he's going to have to be asked to literally carry the offense. Because you have maybe the offensive line you hit on your two rookies, and you end up being able to block and you can run the football. But right now, I don't think we have any hope that they're going to have a consistent running game. So when you talk about more attempts passing,
right,
you are creating more risk of opportunity to throw interceptions.
Right.
Therefore, I do believe that he will throw more picks.
Dawson, you think he's going to throw more picks because he's going to be asked to carry a poor running game?
I mean, he was asked to do that last year a lot, right?
Right.
I think it came. I think what alleviated it last year was Tyron Smith's health.
Yeah.
So I got to know how good Guyton is.
Yeah.
Can Guyton hold it down at left tackle? If so, I think Dak can deal with whatever other challenges the line presents for him.
Dawson.
Yes, sir.
Mike Zimmer's scheme will eliminate the big plays, but will not yield as many turnovers.
100%.
Will this fan base be good with that?
Ooh.
Will the fan base be good with limiting big plays or eliminating big plays, but not creating turnovers?
I don't think they will because I don't see them winning enough games, and the wins of the potpourri.
Yeah. I think it comes down to the wins as well. But I do wonder if you limit the big plays, does that end up helping in the win column, right? So, I mean, it's going to be tough to sustain even if Dan Quinn had to come back, the success that they've had with turnovers. It's been a crazy high mark. So I think ultimately, no. I don't think the fan base will be happy. One, because you're not going to have as many wins. And two, I think ultimately there's no way that they're going to have as many turnovers with this new defensive scheme.
See, I think I agree. I think that what's going to happen is, and Mike's even said this, not going to create a lot of turnovers here, guys, but I'm not going to give up big plays.
Yeah.
And I wonder if the fan base, if all of a sudden in week 6 or week 7, they're going to go, this scheme doesn't create turnovers.
Yeah,
but they're say they're top 10. You know, is the fan base going to be happy with that, or are they not going to be happy?
Top 10 defense?
Top 10
no.
defense.
It would have to transform it into like a top 3 defense where you're like, hey, we're not getting the takeaways, but we're allowing 17 points per game, guys. This is great.
Yeah, we're one of the best defenses in football because the other thing is how many of those times did they turn it over, but they were getting defensive touchdowns?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, Deron Bland set a record for pick sixes last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner, every day brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. We are live at Moxie's, and it's part of Restaurant Week. Looks like Wolchuk has some delicious fare to enjoy here at the break. Come by.
What's delicious?
Crack them, enjoy something off the menu. We'll be back with 4 more hours of content. NFL News of the Day is next. Wolchuk, where are we going?
Has the NFL forgotten about Joe Burrow, and why are so many of these players left unsigned? That's next in the Fan.
It's afternoons with the
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yes, sir. We are on remote, actually, this afternoon. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. We're downtown Dallas on Crescent here at Moxie's. And if you come by while they last, you can get an official G-Bag Nation 105 through the Fan etched Stella Artois glass, okay? So just swing by and ask for one. It's time now for Wolchuk to deliver the NFL news today. Here's the bully.
Thank you very much. We do have news on CeeDee Lamb. And I know on the other side we'll get to the beef that is going on with CD and Cole Beasley. Didn't have that on my bingo card. Which former Cowboy would start beefing with a current Cowboy? I guess maybe I should have with Cole, because Cole Beasley's very outspoken, does not hide his viewpoint at all. But to go after CD, that was interesting. We'll get to that on the other side. But CeeDee Lamb is going to host a youth football camp on July 9th, 10th, and 20th. And our buddy Brandon Laurie of Blogging the Boys put out that information. CeeDee Lamb quote tweeted it and said, "I'm not speaking about any contract negotiations if that's your questions. You'll get zero answers. It's all about the kids."
No clown contract questions, bro.
None of them. Don't even ask me. Do you think that we'll get one anyway? You think Clarence Hill or John Machota, one of our beat writer buddies, maybe Bobby goes out there and just says, "Bleep this, I'm going to ask one anyway. I'm going to call your bluff, CD."
You know, what they'll do is they'll figure out a clever way to ask it, like, "Hey, CD, how much would you like to be able to do these camps in Dallas for like the next 5 years?"
That's true professional, Dawson.
Yeah.
That is a true way to do that. And honestly, I think we're going to be sitting there at the tennis courts, much like what happened last year with Trayvon Diggs, and we're going to get the CeeDee Lamb contract done. That's probably, It seems like that's when the Cowboys like to do this. They get out to the West Coast, the vibes are good, the weather's better, they'll figure out the CeeDee Lamb deal. I think he's the first one to get this done. I don't think that Dak does get done.
To me, Jerry talked about he wanted to see some leaves fall off the tree. We've seen some of these receivers get signed.
Yeah.
And receivers, in a lot of ways, that aren't as good as CeeDee Lamb. You know, good receivers.
Jefferson got done. Amon-Ra St. Brown got done.
Quality receivers. But you're in a situation right now, if you're Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Ada Pacifica over there, hello, boys, if you're listening today, which I think you probably are. I think that if you're looking for parameters, you've got parameters now.
You do.
And, you know, now it's up to you to figure out exactly how you want to go forward here. But you're not resetting the market here. You know, you put CeeDee Lamb in somewhere in that ballpark, and maybe that we're going to find out that this agent is not interested in anything other than making him the highest paid receiver. If that's the case, he's going to have a fight on his hands. He will have a fight. But he has a legitimate argument about where his receiver, where his client falls into place. And so with all that being said, you know, if that's what he wants, if he wants to be the highest paid, he won't be signed at this camp.
Yeah, because, I mean, Jefferson's coming up at 35 annual per year. And we had that report that came out last week that 32 was kind of the floor for CD. I think that's very fair. So maybe if they said, hey, we'll give you 33 a year, maybe it's able to get done. But I do think this thing will get done, if not before, when we're in training camp.
It's just not the kind of player you want to not get a new deal done with. And if he insists on being the highest paid player at his position, then eventually you capitulate to that because he's one of the top 3 players at his position in the game. So
he is the one guy that you would sign that you feel like will live up to his contract.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. You know, and I know
there's no reason not to believe that right now.
I think
he's showing you no reason.
He has gotten better every single year he's played. And so we'll see. And it's going to be a really, when you're out there watching and the study of watching what's going on with the wide receiver room or the group, and say he's not out there, how is Dak and the others going to respond? How is the offense? Because I don't think they have a running game right now.
No.
Now you take away your best offensive weapon next to Jake Ferguson. That offense could look very pedestrian.
Absolutely.
Without him in the lineup.
It lacked weapons last year for a lot of the season as well. And in that context, unable to run the ball, CeeDee Lamb was figuring out a way to get targeted an insane amount of times.
100%.
You know, and he was productive in a way that I don't know that any wide receiver has been with Dak Prescott.
Right.
I'd be terrified of life without him.
No doubt. And we had a couple of texts when we were having that conversation about the interceptions. And wasn't it kind of like that last year? Sure, you didn't have a great running game, but yet Tony Pollard still ended up having 1,000 yards. You look at their running back depth now, I don't think we look at a single back on that roster that we think can run for 1,000 yards. You think Zeke's 1,000-yard back still?
They're going to lean
350 carries.
They're going to lean really heavily on Lamb, Ferguson, and then you're going to lean on figuring out if you can get Turpin involved or you get Vaughn involved. Something is going to have to be a little bit of a wild card for them.
Sure.
Little Cooks.
And yeah,
Cooks, absolutely.
You know, but if they use Cooks in a role like they use, like if they don't use him in the role of what Gallup was, where he's running slants and crossing routes and things like that, get him more up the field. You know, let him run under some balls. Let him use his speed. Let him line up on the right side, cross all the way to the left. He gets lost or he runs somebody through traffic, and now he's wide open. We saw what happened in the Green Bay game when he takes that role of running slant routes.
Yeah.
Jair Alexander jumps the damn route,
Gets
and now
intercepted.
you got a pick going the other way.
Yeah.
You know, that's not Cooks' role.
100%, I agree.
Cook's role is downfield player, not underneath guy. Figure that out.
And another thing that's interesting, and we've talked about maybe the lack of proven depth at corner, because you have Diggs that's coming back from injury. They haven't re-signed Stephon Gilmore, who's still out there. You've got Deron Bland, who you feel good about. They re-signed Jordan Lewis. But after that, it's really unproven. I mean, you're hoping your rookie Kalen Carson, who we like, ends up developing into something. But Patrick Peterson has his podcast with Brian McFadden, All Things Covered. He asks, what do you think it is about the corners and the safety market at this day and age? We know it's a passing league, right? Why do you see so many high-caliber guys who've played at a high level, defensive backs, that are still free agents right now? And you look at the list, there's some big-name guys still out there. Stephon Gilmore, still not signed. Justin Simmons, former safety of the Broncos, still not signed. Micah Hyde, former Pro Bowler of the Buffalo Bills, not signed. Steven Nelson, who is a very good slot corner, not signed. You've got Xavier Howard, Quandre Diggs, who's a good safety as well. There is a lot of really good name DBs that are still out there, which makes me actually feel a little bit better about the situation. If you get to camp and you're like, man, we don't like our depth, maybe you still are able to bring back Stephon Gilmore at a relatively affordable contract if he's still out there. But it is interesting. I don't know what is keeping this market. We talked a lot about the running back market, but the defensive back market doesn't quite seem to be there.
I think a number of these players built a name for themselves at safety, and the numbers on how they impact winning don't back it up. And so I think players and agents are asking for a lot of money at safety right now. And teams, we saw it with J-Ron Curse a couple of years ago, they're just not allocating anything. They're like, okay, so you tackle, you got to be like an elite cover guy, on top of your center field responsibilities and your tackling stuff in order to get the bag that I think a lot of the guys want. Some and end up getting takeaways because of the position that they play, and they want to be rewarded for that. With Gilmore, I just think he got so old, and last year there were moments where he looked slow. I'm not surprised there's not a demand for him. Hopefully he could fit this scheme.
Yeah,
well.
Early in the season when Bland was in trouble, they walked him over to cover Metcalf. Remember that Seattle game?
That was the week after Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Well, the month of December I don't think was too kind to Gilmore because we started to see separation.
Yeah.
We started to see routes inside.
And then he hurt the shoulder too, didn't he?
He was dealing with some things there, but I think at the end, he kind of hit the wall.
Yeah.
That Seattle game was like maybe his last hurrah. He didn't really tackle particularly well at the end. The burst was gone. The quickness was gone. Those receivers were giving him some problems. And I could see why they moved on. But just in general with these defensive backs, trust me, we're going to get in camp and we're going to see a bunch of one-year deals start to hit.
Yeah.
People are going to look 1 or 2 weeks into camp and they're going to go, we're not good enough here. We need a stopgap player. We need a bridge player. We've got too many young corners. We need a veteran guy to come in here and kind of get everybody organized. That's where you're going to see these guys sign.
I don't think it'll be with the Cowboys. I think this is a bite-the-bullet year for the Cowboys more than it's a go spend and chase the championship year.
And all indications point towards you're right about that.
This team could look so much different this time next year.
No doubt.
If your quarterback's gone, your coaching staff's gone, all these things about it. And maybe they're in a situation where they have to bite it another year because of the cap thing. So it might be 2 years of not being great.
Yeah, because I don't think next year's looking any better. Now we get to Joe Burrow, who was on the Pardon My Take podcast. And Joe, who, of course, was hurt last year. And we've talked a lot this offseason about quarterbacks. Joe's gotten the bag, but they asked him, hey, you think the NFL has kind of forgotten about you a little bit, Joe?
Do you think people have forgotten about Joe Burrow?
I believe that.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you get hurt, though. You don't play football, people forget about you.
Yeah, which I like the spot you're in right now because I feel like
I love the spot I'm in.
Yeah, like AFC, everyone's like, oh well, Josh, Lamar, and Patrick, CJ Stroud. It's like you're forgetting one guy.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
but again, that's part of the game. If you're not out there and people aren't watching you, then there's nothing to talk about.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give people to talk about something to talk about this year. I'm excited about it.
I feel like the spot that you were in last year must have been tough for you because I don't know how involved you were with the team as you're on the sidelines, but being in that situation where your team's playing meaningful games and you just want to be out there and you're just like chomping at the bit, unable to be there, I feel like that has to take a small toll mentally at least, right?
Yeah, very difficult, but I would say, this injury was different than my previous ones because, it was my wrist. So I was I couldn't throw and I couldn't do my job, but I could still grind in the weight room and get all my workouts in. And so my offseason started, 10 to 12 weeks earlier than everybody else's. And so I think that gives me kind of a leg up on the year, but definitely watching your guys go out there and play meaningful football is tough.
His focus, of course, is to play all the games this year. He knows that he is, without question, one of the best quarterbacks in football. And if he does, Cincinnati's a Super Bowl contender.
I think he is the one player that Patrick Mahomes fears.
Yeah, as he should.
I think he is the one guy when he looks across the field. I think Josh Allen maybe earlier, Patrick kind of understands what's Josh Allen as a player. I think he fears Joe Burrow.
Because Joe's beating him.
Yeah. Joe Burrow has a handle on how to play against him. And I know it's not quarterback versus quarterback, but Joe Burrow is the one guy. If you said, hey, listen, we got to line up a team and we need a quarterback to go beat Mahomes.
He's the dude.
I think I'm picking Joe Burrow because I know Joe Burrow will find a way to get it done.
The injuries have gotten his attention. He's starting to sound like an overly brave guy. Like, I'm going to come back and show him what I can do, and I'm going to put something out there for them to talk about. And it's okay.
Nobody wants to be two-time comeback player of the year.
No.
I mean, that's a one.
And starting to get the injury-prone label, that's got to be really killing him
true.
right now.
Yeah,
it's true. He can't stay healthy. He gets hurt in training camp practice. He's rolling to his right, calf grabs.
Yep.
Next thing you know, he's out. Hurts a wrist. This guy, at LSU, he lined up and played. In the NFL, knee, wrist, calf. If I'm a Bengals fan, I'm like, please just put him in bubble wrap. And there were people in the Bengals, and some of the receivers were even talking about it like, hey, Joe, if you want to come back in week 5, we'll rally.
Chase said that last year.
We'll rally this thing.
Yeah, don't play the opener.
Yeah.
It's okay. We don't need you. We need you when it counts.
Yeah.
He's definitely got to try to take it easy, I think, in a lot of game situations until the game's in the balance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just get rid of the ball.
We had Brandon Ayuk again as he goes ahead and just adds to the fire of maybe being a Washington Commander. He put out a picture on TikTok of him watching Commanders film. As he keeps giving clues, that's exactly where he wants to end up. Outside of San Francisco, he wants to go to Washington because of Jaden Daniels. They played together for a year at Arizona State, so they're like besties. So he wants to go and play with Jaden Daniels in Washington. Otherwise, it is a big, why the hell do you want to go to that franchise? You go from winning to a team that has not won a damn thing.
He must know that they're willing to give him the bag if he goes there.
Yeah.
That's the only reason it would make sense. I mean, I could see having a little bit of optimism that things are going to be different with the new regime, but I want nothing to do with the spot where we have just trying to overcome 3 decades of losing now.
And you're in such a good position. I would try and stay in San Francisco at all costs. Last thing, NFL news of the day. This was shocking on Saturday to hear this, and I was, Brian, we spend so much time when it comes to watching these players getting ready for the draft. Kyrie Jackson, defensive back of Oregon, one of my favorite guys that we got to study over the course of the draft. I mean, that dude was an alpha. He transferred from Alabama. You could see the way he played, the range. To me, sliding to the 4th round, I thought was surprising. I thought he was a potential 2nd, 3rd round player. But he passed away along with 2 others that were killed in a car crash on Saturday morning. And Jackson was the front passenger in a Dodge Charger that was part of the 3-car collision. He was pronounced dead on the scene by emergency medical staff. Apparently, one of the cars that hit him, they do believe alcohol was involved. Yeah. And again, this is just another reminder, like, it's not worth it. Get an Uber, get a Lyft, call a friend. Just don't get behind the wheel if you are intoxicated in any way, shape, or form, because it's not just your life. It's other people that you're putting at risk as well. And thoughts and prayers with Kyrie Jackson's family, the other 2 players that were involved in this. It's another just heartbreaking story. At 24 years old, his entire NFL career in front of him, his entire life in front of him.
Really good player, too. The Vikings, it was one of those picks. I know when it was made, we were like, man,
they got a good one.
They got a good one here. They might have stole one here. You know, we were excited about the way that he played at Oregon, and just tragically taken away from us.
Come say hi to us, G-Bag Nation. We are on remote downtown Dallas, live at Moxie's here inside the Crescent, 100 Crescent Way downtown if you want to set your GPS. We have a beautiful Stella Artois G-Bag Nation etched glass for you while they last, and we're coming back with the Cowboys news of the evening. What good news did we get from Dak's family vacay in the nation?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We are live at Moxie's, part of Restaurant Week, downtown 100 Crescent Way. Segment here is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been hurt in an accident, contact the Frankels for your free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Yeah, it's time now for the C-Note. Got some good news from Dak on vacay. No walking boot. It was the latest Cowboys news. It's pretty quiet right now with his contract and pretty quiet. What did we find out about why he was in that walking boot, though? You get a little cleanup surgery?
I was just told that it was ankle soreness. And then I was talking with Calvin Watkins and then also Todd Archer, and they were saying that it was a foot. And so, it's kind of, you get one thing and maybe another, but I trust this guy that I talked to about those injuries, and he said it was ankle soreness. So
it's literally connected, I think.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, like you say, I just know that that was something, but I was also told, hey, don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. And Eric, brought up some good points on Friday. If he's missing practice and he's in that boot at certain times or whatever, it should be some concern.
Yeah, if we could show up to Oxnard and he's, we see that. But he put a picture out, I guess, that we saw he's out of the boot. Todd Archer reported he's out of the boot, too. So it is weird because we saw 2 weeks ago he was at that tight end U camp with George Kittle and company. He was throwing to Jake Ferguson. He looked fine. So hopefully it was just precautionary. It's soreness. And the mystery of it, though, kind of lends concern.
I think it's, from my experience, my foot and ankle is always a little tender, right?
Yeah.
I didn't have the full injury that he had, but I had to have tendons and ligaments reconstructed, right? Like a foot and ankle reconstruction. And I just think this is another symptom of dealing with that.
That makes a lot of sense.
And it's easy if you're in a workout to have a little bit of a tweak and, to minimize and make the pain go away as quickly as possible. We wear a little boot for a while.
He is a don't stop guy.
Mm-hmm.
It is like constantly, hey, I'm going to go throw at this tight end school when he doesn't have to. Hey, I'm going to go do this when he doesn't have to. I'm going to go out in the backyard and throw. Doesn't have to all the time. So to me, I think he's one of those, and maybe now with the new family situation, he was always a guy that would go out to California and meet the team. Like getting that 2-week window, because his quarterback coach, John Beck, the old BYU quarterback, he's out there in California. And so maybe this might be the time where Dak is like, all right, honey, goodbye, kiss the kids, boom, gone. He's gone to camp. So he's always going to work hard, and I just feel like that maybe he got in a situation where he can overdo some things.
Well,
he absolutely do overdo some things.
And as those kids get older, dude, the family vacation can be taxing in its own right.
Yeah.
With the chasing them around and the picking them up and all that. So hopefully he can, get some good R&R time on this family vacay. I don't think it's in any way going to be something that impacts the way that he plays, but he's never been able to be the same post-injury. I think that this is just another reminder of that, like what it took away from his scramble ability and his toughness in the pocket, his willingness to hang on there. And you can't blame him. You go through an injury like that, it's going to have an impact on you, no doubt. CeeDee Lamb and Cole Beasley Twitter exchange. Where did this get weird? Brandon Laurie tweeted a video of CeeDee doing some workouts, and Cole wrote, man, just do some heavy squats and power cleans. Maybe right there he was taking a critical approach, maybe. At least that's how CeeDee took it, and some fans took it. A fan clapped at him for giving an advice to an 1,800-yard player, and Cole responded, give me 180 targets off the couch, and I will eclipse 1,000 yards. Stop looking at stats and check the tape. As far as getting open goes, I'm confident I did that with the best of them. And then CeeDee Lamb decided to jump in there and address Beasley, saying, I don't need 180 targets to touch a band. Pull up some tape. I'd match you route for route on getting open. Just chill. Beasley then trying to diffuse the situation said, I never said you did. Just some perspective for the fans. Yeah. I think both guys, are a little sensitive.
It's amazing being at camp, working at DallasCowboys.com, and Cole Beasley tried to quit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing to me that, and here he talks this game of, and Cole Beasley was a damn good player, don't get me wrong. But there was a time where everybody in camp and the players were coming up to us at DallasCowboys.com and were like, good riddance. Bro, if you want to quit. Don't hang around because of us.
Yeah.
But at one time in his career, he thought, I'm not good enough to do this. Now he's talking like he's the
The authority.
The authority on wide receiver play in the National Football League.
Had a great career. And a local
he did have
kid
a great
from Little
career.
Elm and SMU, but yeah, I mean.
He's not had a great Twitter career, though.
No, not at all. I mean, sometimes just butt out of it, dude. You know, CeeDee Lamb has gotten better. We just talked about it every single season. Whatever he's doing in the offseason, go ahead and keep doing it, man, because it's working for you. I don't care what anybody wants to tell you and butt in and give their 2 cents. You do whatever's been working for you because you just keep improving.
Yeah. Vanity Fair did a story about the Cowboys Cheerleader show on Netflix. This thing is picking up some virality to it. They say the agony and ecstasy of the Dallas Cowboys Cheerleader show, Netflix hit docuseries, packs an emotional punch despite the limits of its scope. My mom started talking to me about this because she started watching it and binged the whole thing. She was totally sucked into it, saying, you know, it's like there's a heartbreaking side of it, watching the girls get cut and the emotions of that. She said Charlotte comes off as ruthless in this bad boy.
I'm going to tell you what, Charlotte Jones is a badass.
Yeah.
You know, and when and I say that in all respect, that she's got a little of her dad in her, where he's got a little that. I know we go after him for some things, but she's got a little bit of that business side of her, where she'll cut you in half. That she's that type of person, and I was always wondering if something were to happen to Jerry, how much Charlotte would fight Steven for control of the team to be a general manager. I've always wondered.
Do you think she hasn't been working towards that? She's been more on the entertainment side of things, hasn't
I
she?
think Charlotte is such an advocate for women in sports that she probably feels like she could saddle up and get this team back in the Super Bowl.
I believe that.
I mean, she's got that kind of that personality, that demeanor.
She does.
She could be really nice to you, and then the next thing she's punching you right in the face with her fist.
I could see that from like the old ways that you'd have a GM and you'd have a president. And the president was more in charge of the business stuff.
Yeah, there was Carmen Policy at the 49ers was like the club president, and Bill Walsh and Eddie DeBarlo owner, Carmen Policy, and then Bill Walsh and running the team. Charlotte, I think she would fight Steven. And I'm just saying this. I'm not trying to say people are telling me.
I know that this is true.
Yeah, don't clip it in, but whatever. I kind of feel like that Charlotte would look at this and say, you know what? I can run this football team.
It's a great opportunity.
I've seen my dad. I've seen my brother. I've been at this long enough. Stanford educated. I mean, she's smart.
Okay.
And she is tough.
Let me ask this follow-up question.
Okay.
Would that improve the Cowboys' chances of becoming Super Bowl champions?
I'll tell you this. I thought Christina Lurie, if she ran the team instead of Jeff Lurie at the time, the Eagles would have got back faster. Because Christina Lurie had the same demeanor. She, that kind of that. Not the fact she's having fun with me talking about, a carving station or an omelet bar.
Yeah.
But just being a little bit ruthless, and I don't have time for your feelings.
No nonsense.
I don't have time for you to feel touchy-feely about we're not getting it done. She was running the stuff with DallasCowboys.com, and every year they put up how far they put up all the logos of all the teams, and the star logo was almost off the page from ahead of all the other teams. And she lived for that moment. She lived to see it that far in front of all the other teams. That was something that she took a lot of pride in. So, yes, I'm going to answer your question. Could this thing come back with her building a staff and all? Yes, absolutely.
I'd be excited about that.
Yeah.
I think we need something different.
She's got some no BS to her.
Yeah.
She's got a little of that.
I think, as well, you might be getting a little bit more of a humble leadership approach as far as we don't think that we're going to be in charge of football and business, because I think Jerry played and now Steven has spent so long in personnel, they can't help but be owner, president of business, and have final say on personnel decisions. And I think it's very difficult to dominate other front offices that are only focused on one thing that way. CY's coming up at 420. There's a guy that knows about dominating and getting to the top. Where are we going next, Wolchuk?
Yeah, let's do a best of the weekend. Hawk Tua, Bronny, and Joey Jaws. But first, I got to tell.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. We're live. It's the G-Bag Nation at Moxie's downtown. And if you come on by, we have a free G-Bag Nation Stella Artois beer glass for you while supplies last. It's time now for an edition of the Best of the Week, and I'll tell you the best thing that happened during my trip. Abby fed a wild deer off my parents' back porch with a piece of lettuce.
Dude, that's badass.
Yeah, she was throwing carrots and apples, and it kept getting closer, and then she kind of reached through the rungs of the fence, you know, just to give it a little bit of a shield. I was worried that the deer was going to run up and like punch her.
Yeah.
That's a kangaroo.
Okay. Yeah, and that deer walked right up, grabbed the piece of lettuce, and left with it.
Dude, that's neat, man. That's
cool.
only Oregon.
Was it the piece of lettuce off the failed burger from Dairy Queen that you gave up?
Yeah, I don't want this anymore.
No,
It's like, got no
"Here,
lettuce
Abby,
on there.
stop throwing the carrots and apples. See if he'll go with the double cheeseburger.
It's a big piece of romaine. Yeah.
There you go.
Had the long distance on it.
Yeah.
Louder.
Anything special this weekend, Brian?
Deer to trust.
No, man, nothing major, nothing major at all. I was, the closer we get to time where we're going to be gone, I'm just kind of like, I kind of just relax more.
Yeah.
Because what I was thinking the other day, I was talking with Aisha Morrison about this. Once it hits July 24th, for us that work on the season, and then it turns into draft season.
Mm-hmm.
So you really don't have any time off from July 24th until May 1st.
Yeah.
So you got to take those days of just not doing anything or thinking about anything. But
It's a grind.
because we're going to wake up and, like say, we'll be broadcasting from Oxnard, and away we go. But that's the exciting thing about it, is that we can that we're able to do things like that.
Absolutely. Now, over the weekend, for those of you that were like, oh, Luka, we don't really need you advancing and qualifying for the Olympics. They didn't, as Greece has eliminated Slovenia. Luka Doncic from Olympic competition, as Giannis is going to be playing in his first Olympic game. So Luka did score 21 in the game, but Greece will be advancing. Slovenia did not qualify. You could see Luka visibly upset. But for Maverick fans, they're like, dude, we really just want you to rest and recover. He will now, instead of playing probably an extra month of basketball, you now get that time to take off. I guess the other concern would be for if you want to say, like, hey, Luka, the way that he stays in shape is playing basketball.
Yeah.
Now you have that concern of, like, oh, is he going to put on a bunch of weight?
Yeah, I would love to see what the Mavericks, team doctors and trainers have to say about this. Like, what's in his best interest? I would imagine you only have 2 months now until you're going to have to be getting into town and starting to play pickup, getting ready for training camp. So I would think that, Luka could very much need the rest. But if he uses this downtime to eat and drink what he wants, then it will definitely be counterproductive.
Yeah, it won't be good. That won't be
Well,
good.
the fact that they signed or traded for whatever you wanted to say with Klay Thompson, Luke is probably thinking, yeah, I could just double up my cheeseburger intake and cold beer consumption, But
just get across half
let me
court
ask
and
you
throw
this.
it to Clay.
Yeah, pass it.
Things kind of started falling apart when Finley took the beer away from Luka.
It did.
Is that a sign that Luka needs to keep drinking the beer?
He needs the beer.
Yeah, if that's his superpower,
Maybe
again,
it is.
It's clear that Finley did not want the public seeing that version of Luka.
Yeah.
So I'm going to assume they don't have evidence that helps him play. But you got to be open-minded. That's a good theory.
Okay, let me ask you this: do you think they see that as a problem, Luka drinking beer?
Yeah. Why else would you have taken it away from him? Everybody celebrates with a cold beer. But
See,
they know the Luka image.
I thought maybe it was a deal like
sponsorship deal.
Maybe that. Maybe that. I don't have a great answer
Yeah.
for that. I don't know what else your star player that
was
you
the
would
only
go
thing
and
I could
take
think
away a
of.
beer from him. unless that was like his 5th beer already. You know, like, oh, hey, Luke, enough. You know,
it's just it's a victory beer.
Yeah.
You can't have a victory beer? Come on. Everybody deserves a good victory beer.
I would also remind you, though, that he did get worse with the more time off that he got as the playoffs went on.
That's true.
2+ days off. Turned
that
into a bump.
That proved to be something. When he was playing every other day, even banged up, he was a better player.
That's a good point. Now we had another pitcher who has broken his hand from punching a wall.
When are
Cubs
pitchers
reliever
going to
Colton
learn?
Brewer breaks his non-pitching hand for punching a wall after he had a bad outing against the Angels. He's been placed on the 60-day IL. Brock Burke did this as well earlier this season. And look, Eric and I were talking on BetQL yesterday. I do like the idea of maybe we just have like a punch room. Like you just put together a foam wall, whatever it is, like the anger. Hey, if you want to go ahead and take your frustration and your anger out on something, we have a designated area. You can just go punch the crap out of this wall and you're not going to end up injuring yourself, okay? Go ahead and inflict violence on whatever. Maybe it's a dummy, whatever it is. Go ahead and get out your emotions, but we don't want you punching walls, guys. We need you to stay healthy.
Who was our guy from the Rays that broke the stool? He was in the batting cage. I think Dawson,
Pete Fairbanks.
Pete Fairbanks. They asked him about, hey, well, he goes, yeah, I broke something in the batting cage. And he told the media that he broke a stool. So he must have gone in the visiting team batting cage and taken that stool.
Break some stools. That's okay. Go ahead and do that.
They need breakable things.
Not yourself. Yeah, breakable things.
But don't let somebody catch it on camera because then they'll say you have an anger problem and you've disturbed their peace.
That's true.
And now you need to be reprimanded.
No cameras allowed in this designated
How about those
area.
scenes when guys take bats to the coolers in the dugout? And everybody kind of just – nobody goes over and stops
Don't talk to him.
They just let him just
blow off some steam. You're
Those are the
good.
best.
You can do this.
Because that Gatorade cooler has some bounce to it, especially if the lid hasn't come
It
off.
does. Yeah, it's got some bounce. Now, you brought, during Krusty's Corner on Friday, you had a fun game when it came to the competitive eating.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, Buffalo Wild Wings put up a challenge for Joey Chestnut. They said, hey, at Joey Jaws, if you eat 200 boneless wings tomorrow, which is today, at All You Can Eat, they will extend the All You Can Eat Wings deal to August the 14th. Joey Jaws quote tweeted and said, challenge accepted. I'm a fan of your boneless wings. 200 will be a record for generations. Now, I'm not sure when this is going to take place today, but he is being a man of the people yet again. He is doing this for America. We want boneless wings until August the 14th. 200 of them, though? Holy crap, boys. I don't know. I think the record is 176 bone-in. I did the research on that in the Major League Competitive Eating. Boneless is by pounds, so I think it's 5.6 pounds. I don't know how much one single boneless wing weighs. So I'm not sure how many 200 wings
Those are more
weigh.
like little nuggets, right?
Yes,
those aren't like a
sauce.
chicken tender.
No, they're like little bite-sized pieces. But 200 of those bad boys?
Absolutely. If he can do 80 hot dogs, that's at least 3 chicken tenders worth or boneless
Dawson
wings worth.
loves sweets.
Yeah.
The other day, I asked this question. A guy ate 13 pounds of fudge.
Ooh, no.
No way?
No, I do think fudge is a little overrated. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
It's very rich.
Yeah. And it's so rich. I think I would throw up short of 1 pound.
That's tough to eat a lot.
That's a bet payoff.
How many donuts do you think you could eat in 8 minutes?
40.
If we put them on a tray, put them on a tray, you would just take them one at a time.
I think you could do it.
I think he could eat it. I think he could eat 40 donuts.
I think he could. I think he could mow through those donuts.
Challenge
in 8
accepted.
minutes. I'd love to see it. Maybe that
Do
could
I
be
get
a
us a
bet payoff.
Mrs. Baird's discount for the next month if I could do it?
We can reach out to Mrs. Baird's. Let's get
I
on
might
that.
do that in camp.
That could be fun. I mean, we're going to go around the fast food burgers, that kind of deal. Eric's going to do the wings, the bone-in wings.
He's going to do the wings,
See if he can do that. We can mix in the donuts. Now, how much was the Hawk Tua girl? Was that a topic of conversation during the vacation at all? Did she keep popping up on the social medias?
I was doing some crypto stuff, and there was just constant Hawk Tua girl meme coins that were being cranked out for people to speculate on.
Well, her name is Haley Welch, and apparently now she is being asked to do a reality TV series that follows her life. So there's possibly a documentary that's going to be based about her. And then now we've got, I don't know if it's MTV or another's TV.
So her 15 minutes of fame has not gone away.
She's trying to capitalize on this, as she should.
She's funny enough and she's pretty enough. When she gets all dolled up, she might be able to pull this off. She's funny. I'll give that to her.
She is. And she said, like, she doesn't want to do the OnlyFans thing. She wants to maybe be a comedian. I don't know. The comedian thing is very, very tough to pull off.
Yeah.
It is hard to make it as a comedian.
Yeah.
But as a reality star, I could definitely see her parlaying that.
And that's how she can secure the bag right now. It doesn't require much skill. Just, go drink and act silly with your girlfriends, and we'll capture the best stuff.
Make it happen.
Yeah.
You watch the Tour de France at all? The Tour de France?
No, I don't. And I'll tell you what, I've learned a lesson. When I worked with the Cowboys, Chris Hall, who's like the coordinator of college scouting over there, like I was talking, I popped in the office one day, and it was with our guy, Armstrong, Lance Armstrong.
Oh, yeah.
And I go, man, everybody's talking about this Lance Armstrong guy. My gosh, he's not even in the top, whatever. Chris Hall looks at me and goes, have they raced in the mountains yet? I'm like, no, I don't think so. He goes, wait. And sure enough, they got out of the mountain, and he was he was
kicking ass.
Him down.
So yeah, I learned. To me, I think it's fascinating stuff. But didn't one of a guy like a former champion like come from the back to win the thing, or they set it up? What happened?
That could have happened. Did I care at all about the results of this race? Absolutely not. What I cared about was this crazy story. French rider Julian Bernard.
Okay, this is a different, because an American.
Maybe an American won, and if an American won, maybe I should care.
Well, he got a yellow jersey one day. He led.
Okay, so he had an American just leading, and it might still be going on. I don't know if it's actually finished yet or not.
It's still going. Yeah.
But this guy,
I think,
ends up pausing to kiss his wife and young son, who were
passed.
standing in the road among a group of family and friends. Well, he ends up being suspended for inappropriate behavior and damaged the image of the sport, is what the International Cycling Union said. So you cannot stop during the Tour de France and give wifey and son a little smoochy smooch, because apparently you are damaging the image of the sport, and this is very inappropriate.
I would say if you can pull that off.
Did he kiss him on each cheek? That would have probably been better for the French.
Yeah.
Kiss on one cheek, kiss
just,
on the other.
The video shows him he's just cycling. He's going through. We got the crowd. We got high fives. We got all this stuff. And then he's just going to stop. He sees wifey. He sees the son. And he just gives him a little bit of a smoochy smooch. I don't see what the big – I mean, look, wifey's holding the baby. It is. It's a kiss on the cheek, and he just keeps on going.
Oh, he got pushed. He got pushed there. Maybe that's what they're. Maybe by stopping and getting pushed and assist.
Yeah, I mean, look, the fine is not that big. It's a little over $200. I don't know what that equates to.
200 francs,
the euro or the francs or whatever they're rocking with there. But
he
200 Swiss francs.
Won the whole thing.
He was leading, I believe, at that part of the race. I don't think he's won the whole thing yet.
I used to love.
They get in the mountains. There's some of these people that just murdered the others in the mountains.
Back in the day before the internet, we'd be cruising around in the minivan, and we'd get updates on the Tour de France on the 2020 sports updates, which used to be a big part of sports radio.
Yeah, and now I don't know what the hell's going on with
You'd be cruising around, and you'd get the update that, your buddy Greg LeMond was getting it done.
Yeah, he was always getting it done.
Go get it done. Conor McGregor ended up winning $1.1 million. He bet on Nate Diaz to beat Jorge Masvidal, which actually ended up being a really, really fun card. I don't know if you actually ended up being able to watch that.
We knew you were going to watch it, so I stayed out of it.
It was good. Yeah, I watched it. Nate
won.
He was fantastic. But Floyd Mayweather has this 18-year-old phenom, man, that is going to end up taking over the sport. I couldn't believe this. He fought a guy that was 36 years old, who's double his age, kicked his ass.
Well, that's not hard.
Just pieced him up, man. But it was impressive. But it ended up being a fun card.
So Mayweather's protege is an MMA guy?
No, boxing. This was a boxing fight. So they are two former MMA guys, but they ended up boxing each other. Both of them are currently not in the UFC. But Nate Diaz won the boxing match between the two of them. And, Conor ended up cashing in. And then finally, best of the weekend, shout out to Angel Reese. She broke Candace Parker's WNBA double-doubles record.
Of course she did.
And Caitlin
She's
Clark
an LSU lady.
Also had the first triple-double in Indiana Fever history. So those two rookie phenoms continue to just kick ass and take names.
Well, thank you, sir. It's always good to get an update on a weekend after, a good couple of days off. Chief, by the way, doing the morning show. Yeah. It's RJ, Bobby, and Chief, at least for tomorrow and maybe even longer than that. He might be locked in there for the whole week. So you got the four of us until further notice. Their chief getting the morning show work done. That's tough.
You know
That's
what?
Tough
I
living
think
right there.
I was listening this morning.
Yeah.
Bobby and RJ talk way too much. Like Eric is like going in there. He's going to provide energy, insight. That's what he's put on the show. Right. And those two slappos, like, they don't let him talk. I'm yelling at my radio like, you two clowns, shut up.
Shut up. We don't want to hear you. We want to hear
and it's
Eric.
like, and Eric's bringing him in and out of breaks. I'm like, he's better than that. And then RJ, he tries to bring him out of breaks. It's like riding a bike into a wall. You know?
You're like a proud parent.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Really
I'm like, let Eric talk a little bit. Those two clown shows.
We want to hear Eric more. More Eric.
More Eric.
More Chiafardo.
We're going to let Chris Young talk coming up in about 20 minutes. The Rangers GM will join us, talk about his thoughts as we have 1 week to go before the All-Star break. Back with some football finest, though, Wolchuk. What you got?
Yeah, we got scouts, executives ranking the top running backs in the NFL. Which Cowboy made the list? And we got a draft call for Shedeur Sanders. That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola Fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak your hair a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, baby. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're living that restaurant week live here, and we're live at Moxie's. So swing on by, say hi. Delicious food and beverage. Great hangout here. What a great place to hang out downtown Dallas. And if you just put Moxie's Dallas there in the GPS, you'll be here before too long. We have free G-Bag Nation Stella Artois chalices.
Chalices, baby.
Chalices, sir.
Yes.
Oh, we're chalicing our balls off right now.
Famous, fancy beer glass, basically, what you're looking at right there.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, it's time now for an edition of Football's Finest, and here's Wilczek.
All right, 877-881-1053. Give me your top 10 running backs in the National Football League. We'll see how many you can get right. We do have some breaking news in the NFL. Cameron Sutton of the Pittsburgh Steelers is suspended without pay for the first 8 games of the 2024 regular season for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. The NFL investigated the March incident involving Sutton and determined he violated the personal conduct policy. He's eligible for reinstatement October 29th following the Steelers' Week 8 game against the Giants. Now, this happened. He was with the Lions. The Lions were his big free agency acquisition a year ago. He was with the Steelers prior to that. Lions said, dude, we're done with you. They cut him. He goes back. He reunites with Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh, but now he's going to miss the first half of the season. And honestly, the Lions ended up probably upgrading with Terrion Arnold, who they drafted in the first round out of Alabama, who I believe was the best corner in the draft. We'll see how he does his rookie year.
Got him with Dallas's pick, right?
They did. During that pick swap. Cowboys moved back. They go ahead and get Tyler Guyton and an extra third, which they turned into Cooper Bleepin' Beebe. Let's go. We also have free agent safety Tashawn Gibson, who was suspended 6 games to a violation of the performance-enhancing substances policy, which, hey, some of us think maybe we should just go ahead. Juice up, baby.
Hard game to play.
No issue here.
Yeah.
But he said he still intends to return for his 13th NFL season. He formerly was with the San Francisco 49ers, so he wants to come back and play, but whatever team ends up he's playing for, he's going to have to miss the first 6 weeks.
I would not be disappointed to bring him in. There's a man that's willing to do whatever it takes to be as good as possible.
Absolutely. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Isn't that right, Brian?
That's right.
That's a man who
Houston Astros taught us that.
He knows that. Yeah, and the Astros got a little slap on the wrist, and they moved on. Okay, ESPN started their daily, I think it is, top 10 rankings. So every year they do this. They get executives, coaches, and scouts. They call Brian Broaddus. They say, Brian, hey, I want you to give me your top 10. Give me your top 10 running backs right now.
I set them straight every time they call me.
So what do? You tell them to just kick rocks?
No, I tell them whatever they want to know. If they ask me my opinion on these guys, hey, who do you like? And I'm like, if they ask me about Cowboy guys, I'll tell you what, I'm like a secret voter of the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Are you?
Yeah. Well,
what the hell?
I've got people like, hey, Broaddus, you've seen these guys play. Tell us, and I'll line them up. And a guy who actually votes casts the ballot. I go, hey, how close am I? And he goes, I usually cast your ballot is what I do.
Wow. So we know he's been
I'm
getting
bragging
Garrett
about
Woodson
that. I'm
some
proud
votes.
about that.
That's pretty sweet, dude.
That's
you should be
kick
bragging
ass.
about
You
that.
should be.
Yeah.
All right, honorable mentions that didn't make the top 10. There's no Cowboys listed here, but DeAndre Swift of the Bears, Joe Mixon of the Texans, Alvin Kamara of the Saints, James Cook of the Bills, Pacheco, Kenneth Walker, and Aaron Jones.
All right.
End up being honorable mentions. They didn't make the top 10.
Okay, identify a team that has surplus at running back, and that's the one you're going to go get a guy from.
You know, I definitely think
Dolphins?
The Dolphins are number 1 for me.
Yeah.
I think Washington's another team.
Washington would be another one.
Certainly seems like they've got a surplus.
I just kind of feel like Dallas is going to get to camp and they're going to get tired of hearing Dawson say they can't run the ball. You know, every day at practice, it's like, oh, they can't run the ball.
I mean,
you see that in the
Mike
9-on-7
McCarthy
drill? They can't run the ball.
Yeah, it's what Mike McCarthy wants to do. And the only way that this will work is if the offensive line's improved and you hit on your draft picks.
Right.
If the offensive line plays well, we've seen you don't need one of these top 10 runners to be able to run the football. You can run the football with Rico Dowdle and company.
Man, you are putting a lot of confidence in Rico Dowdle.
I'm putting confidence if you have a good line. If you don't,
if Brock Hoffman's the starting center,
yeah,
and Guyton is the starter at left tackle, did you get better?
I wouldn't say you did, but I think we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to wait.
I don't think you got bet. Well, we'll see what happens with guy. But Tyron Smith at left tackle.
You didn't. On paper, you did not get better.
And
no.
you didn't run the ball great last year with all that, right?
You didn't. You're hoping Terrence Steele, another year removed from the injury,
that's true,
gets back to form. You're hoping Tyler Guyton can give you a Tyler Smith-like.
How about a tight end that could
left
block?
tackle?
That would be nice.
Sure, and maybe Schoonmaker.
Schoonmaker, I don't know about Schoonmaker.
I mean, maybe he turns out to be. They've got a guy in Brevin Spanford. That guy can block. That's a big boy.
He's my age, isn't he?
No, he's not.
He's like a 6th-year guy, right?
He was out of Minnesota. He was.
I watched 215 players, and I did not watch him.
Big,
it
6'7".
happens every damn. He's going to be this year's version of me of Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
Did you watch Puka Nacua play?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
We didn't.
200 players and didn't watch Puka Nacua.
I did watch Ivan Pace Jr., though, linebacker from Minnesota, go undrafted. I was like, what the hell is wrong with him? He ends up being on CBS Sports top 10 linebacker list. Travis Etienne's number 10 of the Jags. Number 9 is Derrick Henry with the Ravens. Wanted to be a Cowboy, they didn't call him. 8, Jahmyr Gibbs, your guy from the Lions. Josh Jacobs, number 7 with the Packers. Bijan out of Texas, comes in at 6 with the Falcons. Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley, Nick Chubb, Breece Hall, and number 1, Christian McCaffrey are your top 10 running backs there. But no Cowboy listed. We'll say Tony Pollard got a vote.
He did get one vote?
He got a vote.
Wow. Somebody must not have been paying attention, and they needed to call Brian.
Yeah, Bobby's calling you very arrogant. He's saying, hey, you're a very arrogant thing to say about the run blocking, bully.
Yeah, I
Bobby.
know. Bobby would say that. Bobby's known to really love the running backs. He does. He's a big running back and Dak guy. He's a big Zeke guy. Bobby loves him some Ezekiel Elliott. But it was probably a bit of an arrogant thing
Listen
for me
to your
to
own
say.
show, Bobby.
You want him to talk less? Eric, talk more?
Talk less, Bobby.
Guys,
by the way, text me if we got a podcast tonight, by the way.
Yeah, let us know. Brian needs that information.
Love the star.
This was a weird headline to see. Human remains found at Tennessee Titans Stadium, which is prompting an investigation. Yeah. Metro Nashville Police officers are handling the discovery of a body on the Nissan Stadium property. The scene consists of a dead individual found inside a tent near Lot M. A spokesperson with the Metro Police Department clarified to Channel 5 that the body wasn't wrapped in a tarp, but there was a tarp covering found near the body. No foul play is suspected. Was this a body dump, or was this maybe a homeless person that was posted up there?
I thought it sounded homeless at first because of the tent situation. I thought, well, it's pretty reasonable. It's been hot, maybe somebody overheated.
Somebody got hot.
But did you say wrapped in a tarp?
Yeah, well, the tarp was found near the body. It wasn't wrapped.
Oh.
But it might have been wrapped in the tarp, and then the tarp blew away.
Yeah, but probably more likely it was just a tarp from their little homeless camp setup.
Yeah, that's probably what it was, too. But I kind of like the thought of, it was a body.
I think,
possible.
Living in a stadium and living in the concourse.
I should like the thought of that. It just adds, intrigue.
I've been watching a lot of Dexter lately.
Okay.
That was something that we were binge watching there. So
you get around all that concrete and you got tarp situation. It might get a little too warm in there,
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
You
Keeps
definitely
heat
have to find
in there.
some shade.
You just, I think you just had a bad accident here.
Yeah, things run their course when you're out there dealing with the elements.
Yeah, they do. We also have Netflix's Receiver. That's going to debut on Wednesday.
If you were a homeless guy, you go live in San Diego or someplace like that?
Yes, I'd definitely be trying to catch a train out of here.
Probably why so many live in San Francisco.
Somewhere between San Diego and Santa Barbara.
Yeah,
Santa Barbara's the highest I'm going, though.
Yeah, I might be even a homeless guy in Oxnard. I'm just kind of the weather at night.
That would work. It's a little windy. It's a little cool.
Yeah.
I could do a little warmer.
Yeah.
Frankly, than Oxnard. But I would definitely not be anywhere cold or hot.
Yeah.
What are these people doing, man?
Yeah. I don't want to be anywhere cold or hot.
New Orleans.
Yeah, it's steamy. It's steamy there.
Thank you.
Humidity.
Now, New Orleans might have its benefits,
You think?
Yes, you could just be kind of intoxicated on the streets.
You kind of fit in with everybody?
If you're committed to drinking, you might be able to put out your hat and pick up a guitar and just be hammered there.
Jimmy Buffett.
Contributing to the party scene. Yeah.
You're just one of us.
You're one of
Got
us.
a little
You're just
musical
peeing and
talent,
urinating all over the place.
Get an education on Bourbon Street.
That's how that goes. So, Receiver on Netflix comes out Wednesday. It's going to star Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, Kittle, Debo, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Apparently, Travis Kelce was asked to do this, which would have been wild if it had to follow Travis Kelce last year with all the Taylor Swift stuff that was going on.
Yeah.
But he revealed that when he was asked, he declined. He said, after Patrick did it, I did get asked about it. I'd rather just play ball, man. I'm already doing enough with the podcast and everything. I'm way over the reality bleep, dude. I'm out on that bleep. And I guess he did do the kissing Kelce, so he's gotten a taste for this already.
Yeah.
And he isn't in the news enough. But this does go against our, the Kelce bros are here for the attention.
Yes. Maybe he feels like he's got enough attention, or he's got to charge more for something like that now that, he's bringing the circus. I think it's probably more a matter of the number wasn't right for him.
Ooh, I like that.
To take away his level of comfort. But, I'm toying around with an idea of boycotting Netflix because they keep launching these great shows and then just cutting them. Like, oh, yeah, we just decided we didn't have the budget for it. You can't get me hooked on a show after 2 seasons and just say, nope, sorry, no more, Your Honor.
And don't tell us you don't have the budget for it. You're putting, $250 million something to do Stranger Things the final season? You guys have the budget, all right?
Yeah.
We did have a Tolo reach out and say, hey, watch Sprint, the track show. It was good.
I have. It's excellent.
I liked it a lot.
It is excellent.
I did watch that over the weekend with wifey and baby girl. It was fantastic.
It is very well done. It's almost in the line of Drive to Survive.
Absolutely.
Without the arrogance.
Yes. Absolutely.
There's some people that are arrogant, but not to the level of the Formula One driver.
Not quite to that level. Finally, football's finest here, Shedeur Sanders. There was a deep dive done on him, film study by Daniel Jeremiah, NFL.com. So what he liked, said Sanders is a pure thrower with a compact, smooth stroke. He has excellent ballast and weight transfer upon release, possessing plenty of arm strength to drive the ball down the field. He can throw with timing and anticipation, and he's adept at selecting the proper pace necessary for each throw, where he needs to improve.
And he takes a beating.
Some of those unavoidable throws, he's got a tendency to never give in, and he holds the ball too long. However, there's some times where he tries to do too much instead of just dirting the position. This was interesting, though. He reminded of Geno Smith. That was his comp for Shedeur Sanders. Geno Smith coming out of West Virginia. He says, like Smith during his time with the Mountaineers, Sanders plays in a wide-open college offense that showcases his polish as a passer. Both Smith and Sanders have beautiful throwing motions and deliver a firm catchable ball. While each is capable of taking the free yards presented in the running game, neither is dynamic, though, as a ball carrier. If you hear Geno Smith as a scout, and there was one scout that was trying to say Shedeur would have been the number 1 pick in this past draft.
I don't think
so.
so.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe so.
But if I'm getting a comp to Geno Smith, I'm not loving that as a top 10 selection.
He was everything they had at Colorado. And early in the campaign, it was enough. And then all of a sudden, their defense completely fell apart. He was forced to throw a bunch. He took a bunch of sacks. You can watch him play against Washington State. I mean, you watch the USC game, you would say he was one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the country the way he played that game. But you watch the Washington State game and others, it was not good.
I do
Oregon,
think he has more
not good.
mobility than Geno Smith. But if you give me Geno's height and accuracy and ability to, read the field, I don't mind that as a starting point. If I got that around, top 10 and saw what the X factors did, what the intangibles do, I think I'd be betting on a kid with the last name Sanders.
Yeah. Look, I mean, the talent's there. There's no question. I am excited to see how Colorado does in the Big 12. We're going to have Big 12 Media Days coming up this week, but that's football's finest.
Thank you, sir. There he is, Zach Wolchuk. It's time to chat with CY. The Rangers GM joins us next. It's the G-Back Nation live at Moxie's here downtown. Come say hi, and we're back with CY on the Fan. I wanted to chat D&M Leasing, though, because if you want something new this summer, you want to look sweet in the latest sports car, latest SUV, latest truck, just call my friends at D&M Leasing and tell them what you want. Any make, any model. model, they're going to put you on the Easy Lease program. The Easy Lease from D&M Leasing is the best way to acquire new vehicles. You just call them, tell them what you want. They drive off with the old one after giving you the highest trade-in value possible. Then you sign the documents on a smartphone app, and just like that, new vehicle acquired. You'll see why I love them. Have 3 Easy Leases in my driveway every night, and I won't get a new vehicle in DFW any other way. They are the best in the country. They win awards, thousands and thousands of 5-star reviews online. And at a time like this with the high interest rates, the Easy Lease from D&M Leasing is so clutch because there's nothing down, nothing due. When the payments kick in, they're up to 50.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We are live at Moxie's downtown. Come say hi. Part of Restaurant Week here. And salute to Moxie's and Stella Artois for having us out. It's time now for the Chris Young Show. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the Chris Young Show is brought to you by Play Score and by Anheuser-Busch. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing good. Nice, a job over the weekend. Winners of 3 in a row and 5 of 7. But I wanted to ask you about this story Bob Nightingale did about you guys being sellers if there isn't a dramatic turnaround. I don't know if you saw that story, and I know you've answered this question a couple of times with us, but it's been a week, so I wanted to ask you if you had a statement about that topic compared to last week.
Well, I think we're evaluating all paths. I mean, I think that the reality is that we have to be prepared that if this road trip or the month of July doesn't go well, that we certainly have to at some point look to 2025. That said, I think I've been very clear with our local media, and Bob did not reach out to me specifically. He got his content from other executives, which you can take that for what it is. But nonetheless, I've been very clear with our media locally that I believe in this team. I believe that this team is capable of a very big run. We saw that last year. We have not played our best baseball by any means, and I want to stand pat as long as we possibly can to give this team every opportunity to go prove what they're capable of doing.
CY, how much does that predicated, though, on the division that you're currently playing right now, and how that, you have to look at the division and say, hey, wait a minute now, we had a good series against Baltimore, should have won more games against them. You come back, the Padres and stuff, but then you sweep with the Rays. But your division, nobody's going to run away from you. Is that something you think about when you're thinking about buying or selling when you're going through all this?
Yeah, absolutely. I am looking at our division, and the fact is that we're very fortunate with our record right now that we're not further back. Had we been in a different division,
absolutely,
we could be so far back that it would make a decision very easy for us. But that's not the case, and I believe that this team is as good as the teams ahead of us, and that if we play our best baseball, that we can catch those teams. And but we can't wait. We have to start playing better baseball. I think we saw that this weekend. I think the team understands the urgency. The coaching staff certainly does. We in the front office, and we're trying to do everything we can to put our best foot forward to have a good month here, because we've played ourselves into a little bit of a hole. But that said, this team seems to play its best when their back's up against the wall, and I kind of sense that this weekend.
With some of the players coming back, it is possible that you could trade some pitching depth, even though you're not technically like sellers or raising the white flag, right?
Well, it's not something that we're actively looking for right now. I love the group we have, and I think that we're going to need that pitching depth in the second half if we're going to make a run. So, we may need to reevaluate that in 25 days as we get closer to the deadline. But right now, with guys coming back, yes, we do have a surplus of pitchers, but I think that we can shift some of those guys in the rotation to the bullpen, which is going to strengthen our bullpen and maybe give us a chance to win some of those games that maybe we haven't won in the first half, where the bullpens kind of let the game get away. So I think we're very good at the back end of the bullpen. But there have been some games where we've been, middle innings, maybe down a run, and we haven't gone to our leverage guys, and we've let those games slip away from us. And so it's going to be important to hold those games close and give our team a chance to come back later in the game in some of those games that were down early.
6 games seems so it's very, very manageable, as we've seen time in and time out in Major League Baseball. Is there a number of games you feel like you have to stay within reach of this thing by the time we get to the end of the month?
Oh, well, I think we're there right now. I mean, I'd like to see us continue to just march towards 500. I'm not even really concerned about the games back in the division as much as I am just, first of all, getting back to 500. Then once we get back to 500, if we play above average baseball like we're capable of, the division will take care of itself. So we play head-to-head with all of the opponents in front of us, and we'll have an opportunity to make up ground in those games. But the reality is that, I'll take the last 6 games. We went 4-2, had a very good homestand. If we can continue that pace in terms of our winning percentage, we will be a playoff team. But that, like I said, we haven't done that consistently over the course of the season. I recognize that we've got an uphill battle, but I do believe our best baseball is ahead of us as we get healthy here. We're hopeful to get Josh Young back, hopefully right after the All-Star break. Evan Carter at some point, maybe a little bit later than that. Tyler Malley's doing great on his rehab assignment. Jacob deGrom's making progress. So there's some real things to look forward to here as we get into the second half, but we can't dig a bigger hole than where we are.
Well, CY, we've got the All-Star game right around the corner, which, of course, will be hosted at Globe Life Field. Kirby Yates, who has been a great bullpen piece, makes it along with Marcus Semien, but a big bummer not to get Josh Smith. Your thoughts on the two All-Stars you do have, but also Josh Smith not making it when we believe he is very deserving.
And I agree with you. Josh has had a tremendous first half, and, by our metrics and really a lot of league-wide metrics, he's performed 25-30% better than league average offensively, and he's played great defense. Very, very deserving of an all-star selection. That said, there are a lot of great players in the league, and I understand as a young player how hard it is to get selected. But we are optimistic that Josh still may get selected as a replacement should somebody suffer an injury or drop out. So I know that he's on a short list that the league is considering. So we're holding out some hope there. But it's tough competition, and and for Kirby and Marcus, those guys are very well deserving. They've had great first halves. Marcus just continues to do what he's done his whole career. I know he had a little bit of a slump there in June, but it was still nice to see him recognized by his peers and selecting him. And Kirby, I can't say enough about how good he's been for us at the back of the bullpen. I mean, just for what we got him for and how he's performed, it's been remarkable to watch. He's a great person, a great teammate, and just so fun to see him get selected.
Yeah, you mentioned that, though, CY. When you had a vision, obviously, of what Kirby could be for you, but has it even exceeded where you're at? I mean, I'm sure you did all your scouting reports and personality stuff and all these things, but it looks like it just played even better than you can even imagine.
Well, there's no doubt, because if we had thought he was going to be this good, we would have paid him a lot more. And, he just really has been. But he's got a track record of success.
Yeah.
And it really, I think so much of this is our scouts doing a tremendous job of knowing the person. And I think that that's what it comes back to, is we struck right on a player who has had historical success in the league. He's performed at an elite level. He's healthy. That's the critical component here, is that Kirby is healthy. He wasn't healthy for a couple of years there, and now he's healthy. And we're seeing the best version of him. He knows how to compete. He knows how to get it done. He's motivated. And when you combine all of those factors, and most importantly the health, this is what you get. And so I don't put anything past elite athletes when they have the physical health and the motivation and their mind and the experience. It's a good combination for success, but Kirby's exceeded it. He's just such a great guy, and I'm just so happy for him and the success he's had this year.
Yeah, CY, and as a former scout, as you know myself, I just wondered, when you get a player in like that and he has success, does that change the way that maybe you do some stuff with your pro scouting, like things that we might have thought about, hey, now we need to maybe think about this way, or is it always with you just a player-to-player evaluation that way?
Well, we're always evolving on our pro scouting side. In fact, I've been in our amateur draft meetings all day today, and on the amateur side as well. We're constantly evolving and considering ways that we can improve from a scouting standpoint and from an R&D standpoint as well, so that we're making the best decisions possible. But one of the big things for me is the human element and understanding the players and what motivates them and what makes them tick. And we're placing bets that these guys are going to perform up to their full potential. And so understanding the person. And I always say our job is to select players and choose players who are going to realize their full potential. And if we do that, more often than not, we're going to be successful in terms of building a really good organization. And so that's the biggest thing we look for, whether it's on the pro side, the amateur side, and our scouts. We're constantly evaluating ways that we can improve in terms of identifying those human characteristics that really determine how good a player can be.
CY, we can't thank you enough, man. Have a great week, and we'll catch up with you real soon.
Guys, I appreciate it, and let's have a great road trip, and hopefully next week we're having a fun conversation again.
I'll drink to that. There he goes. CY brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. We are live at Moxie's. It's Restaurant Week, and Woolchuck's Top 10 is coming up next. Where are you taking it, buddy?
Yeah, Joe Burrow says he's going to revive this celebration if he scores against a specific team. What are the top 10 most entertaining celebrations in NFL history? We'll do that next on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, with more Silverados than anyone else. So go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, we are live at Moxie's. It is Restaurant Week. We're getting it started properly. 100 Crescent Court here downtown. And at Moxie's, we have free G-Bag Nation etched Stella Artois glasses while supplies last. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20. But at 4:43, here he is, the Woolly Bully, Zach LeMange.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Brian and I are about to kill ourselves. I think we're about to do, we've got the hot ones, all the sauces that have been brought to us here. And
this is from the Stella group, right?
Stella's hooked us up with this.
Yeah.
So we've got Da Bomb hot sauce, which Brian is definitely going to use.
Yeah.
I've got a little Da Bomb on my plate, but I also have the Last Dab, which is the 10, the hottest of the hot. The Da Bomb is supposed to be the number 8 on this.
Good Lord.
And
I can smell it right here.
This is going to be bad. Now, when it comes to Da Bomb, here at Heatness, they only carry hot sauces with natural pepper heat. So they teamed up with the maker of Da Bomb Beyond Insanity to create an all-natural version that's an equally tongue-tingling as it is tasty. Then the Last Dab is the most potent that they've made yet. It's got over 91% of the recipe being Pepper X, and it adds an extra dab to your wing to live the tradition and enjoy the experience.
These are on videos. Like, famous people eat these wings with this sauce.
This is going to be terrible. Now, I'm going to have to do this top 10. Brian, if you want to go ahead and do yours, I'll do this at 5 when we have Cato on, because I'm not going to be able to do the top 10 if I do this.
Well, the people at Moxie's nice that they give me like a badass steak.
Yes,
like
the steak bites here
steak.
are absolutely delicious.
With the horseradish sauce is excellent.
They're a must-order. Come out to Moxie's at Uptown. We're going to be here until 7 o'clock. We've got these awesome G-Bag Nation Stella Artois chalices, and you can also go ahead and get the steak bites, which I would highly recommend. They're absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm about to do this. About to see what we got here.
Yeah, you go ahead and knock this one out.
All right, here we go.
There's Brian. Steak in the mouth. And he put a good rub of the sauce on there. He really did.
How's the flavor so far, Brian?
It's warm.
It's warm. It is hot.
It's really warm.
You're feeling it?
So you're in for it?
Yeah, it's trouble.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I just saw that. I saw the look on his forehead
You got
change.
right here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You could feel the chemicals of it.
Yeah.
This can ruin your day.
Okay.
And I just hiccuped.
I'm nervous.
Just that amount you just had could ruin your day?
Yeah, I'm hiccuping now.
Yeah, that's not good. That's
already
not good.
hiccuping?
Oh, wow.
Oh, we got milk. Okay, thank you
man.
so much for that. They brought milk. I'm going to do the Last Dab experience starting up at 5 o'clock. So we'll do that then. Because I'm not going to be able to get through this segment if I do that. Top 10 best celebrations.
Okay, now it's there.
Do we need to get
and I'm
medical
hiccuping.
professional?
It's the build-up, right? It starts to kind of get worse.
It's the heat, and it gets you, like when you're, now it's like back here, down here, and it's just now it's lingering.
Yeah, it's a lingerer.
It's lingering.
Now, Wolchuk, if you want to back out at this point, I wouldn't blame you.
I do
just
a little
based
bit,
on the look on
but
Brian's
people are
face.
looking, and there's milk at the table, and I don't want to look like a sissy over
I'll
here,
tell you
okay?
what, the Moxie, the steak with that makes it totally worth it.
I'm just going to get it over with.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'm doing the number 10 one. This is the last
I did number
dab.
8. I did number 8.
So is 10 like two degrees worse?
I don't know, but
No.
We think that number 8 is the one that kills you, and I went straight to 8.
Oh,
you
damn.
did.
That's hot immediately. That's an immediate heat. That's not even like. My tongue is on fire. Yeah.
That's
hot.
I might mix the hot sauce with the horseradish sauce. That would be even really
You
good.
guys are insane. I would only do this for a bet payoff.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe we should have asked for immunity or something moving forward. Woo! All right. Here we go.
My tongue is numb now.
Yeah, mine is
It's
really
numb.
burning. Mine
Yeah.
is really burning. You
Uh-huh.
can feel the burn on the tongue. I probably should have tried to put the tongue to the side or something.
Nah. Wow.
Oh, it's starting to move down.
Now it's going.
All right, we've got the top 10 best celebrations in NFL history. Now, I wanted to do this list because Joe Burrow was talking on Pardon My Take, and he said if he scores a touchdown against a certain team,
I can't remember the last time I had a glass of milk.
he will bring back this touchdown celebration. Take it away, Joe Burrow.
Remember when Randy Moss fake mooned the
Oh, yeah.
crowd?
We give Joe Buck shit about that to this day.
Was that Joe Buck?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He gets mad
That
at us
was
when we bring it up.
disgusting.
Yeah, disgusting.
He admits that was like his biggest misstep in the booth. He really regrets saying that, but it's very funny that his biggest regret is like making fun of a guy taking his pants off.
Yeah.
I think I might, maybe if I get a rushing touchdown this year, I might bring back the fake moon.
That would be awesome.
It's got to be on the road, though.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
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 Do it against Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Oh, do it against Pittsburgh.
Which would be hilarious. I would love to see Joe Burrow. Gosh, this is really building. Joe Burrow do the moon in Pittsburgh. He runs in for a touchdown. He just turns over to the Steelers crowd, just does his little moon thing. I mean, look, I think the Randy Moss, and it was funny that Joe Buck got so upset about that, but Randy Moss doing that is one of, I think, the best touchdown celebrations that I've seen.
Oh, it's hilarious.
It's a great one.
Classic.
It's really good.
You know,
why are your eyes kind of squinting?
I mean, I'm really struggling. It's starting to be a rough deal here.
I think
don't
I'm
know
going to
why
try
we've
the
done
10.
this to ourselves.
I think I'm going to try the 10.
Go ahead.
You're going back for seconds, Brian?
Well, I did the 8.
What are you a glutton for punishment over here?
I just want to see.
Is this a fetish you're dealing with?
Oh gosh,
my nose is running too now. This reminds me of being in Louisiana when you get crawfish.
You kinda
get
like it a
spicy.
little
Is this like a macho thing?
He likes
where you got to show what you can do.
Feats his strength.
Yeah, there it is. See.
Okay,
All
why
right.
am I doing this?
Go ahead and do this.
This
one.
steak.
And
Did I
I'm
say
gonna
how good
rattle
the
through
steak
top
is,
10.
by the way? Come
Steak's
get these
outstanding.
steak bites.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
We're live at Moxie's
man.
here, restaurant week.
Yeah, 4 6
Number 10, guys.
Gavin's gonna have to carry
Number
the show
10.
now.
All right, here we go.
Here you go, buddy. You got this.
All right.
Oh God. The last dab stands for Pepper X, which is the hottest in the world. Yeah, I can feel that. I can feel that.
Oh,
It's hot.
geez.
It's hot. Yeah,
Do you
it's
need
hot.
to do the list for you, Brett?
It's bad. I'm going to rub through it real quick. Okay.
Oh,
The honorable mention.
I mean, I would think in Cincinnati what you want to do is go to the Icky Shuffle. If you're
What?
thinking about bringing back any celebration.
I can't breathe.
And the Icky Shuffle's number 11. It's just on the outside looking in of the best
Oh, my God.
celebrations.
10's worse than 8?
I think 10's pretty strong.
10's pretty rough, man.
10's pretty strong.
It's not fun.
How'd the
I
Icky
think 10's
Shuffle
stronger than 8.
not even make the top 10?
I don't know. Okay, so these are like It's not only touchdown celebrations. They're going to do sack celebrations on here, too. I love a good sack celebration.
What?
Number 10 is
Billy White Shoes
Odell
Johnson.
Beckham Jr. He did a bunch of different dances. That comes in at 10. He did Carlton dance, the Ray Lewis dance. He's done Michael Jackson's moonwalk. He did a Thriller dance, the LeBron chalk toss.
The guy before him was
OBJ.
way better. The slot player who did the salsa dancing.
Yes.
Victor Cruz.
Victor Cruz.
yes.
Victor Cruz.
Cruz was he was a
Victor Cruz was, the salsa dance. He did it, and it was good. Number 9, we've got Mark Gastineau. After his sacks,
the
would
sack.
just lose his damn
Yeah,
mind.
Just like the fist in the air kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Before LT, that was
Okay.
like the guy.
Yeah, right? This is starting to become an issue.
This is trouble. This is trouble.
It's bad.
We're circling
Yeah.
the drain.
It's bad. Number 8 is Randy Moss doing the moon at Lambeau, which I did like a lot. It's starting to hurt in the stomach area.
Yeah.
It's
That's
hurt.
what Chiafalo complained about when he
Yes.
did that little nitro gummy.
This hurts. This is not fun. 7 is Steve Smith. He's done the fencing against the Buccaneers. He wiped the football's tushy like a baby. He's done a bunch of different good ones. Number 6 is the Lambeau Leap, just in general.
Iconic. That's
I was
got to
there
be
for
top
the first
3.
one.
Lambeau Leap's fantastic.
Was that
and
Sharp?
I agree.
Was that Sterling Sharp?
Leroy Butler.
Oh, Leroy Butler.
Reggie White picks up a
1993.
fumble against the Raiders, running in, laterals to Butler. Butler jumps in. My gosh, I can't talk.
Yeah.
My tongue is numb.
But your tongue's numb. I'm going to do the 8 just to join you on this.
All right. There you go.
Oh, God.
But, yeah. Oh. I think 10's worse.
You guys are insane.
Oh, no. 8 is worse. 8 is way worse. Dude, that is not good.
No, the steak's excellent.
Maybe it's
a
because
shame.
we did the opposite. 8 is like immediate, go bleep yourself level.
Now, of course, what you're talking about, just to reset it, Stella Artois does these different hot
Oh,
sauces.
God. No.
And
Here,
there
here's
was
one,
10
too.
of them
That's
in
a
this
good one, too.
box.
Yeah.
And they went right to the top, where the gentleman that was explaining this
Brian,
to us said
yeah.
8, 9, and 10 are just meant to kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're dying. We are.
But Lambeau Leap, yeah, he
number
goes to
6
Butler
Lambeau.
and he goes in and he goes up, and we're all like, we're in trouble for this one. Yeah. And next thing you know, it's like a grandfathered in.
Here's your top 5 prime times shuffle.
Oh, wow.
Going into the end zone.
I can't breathe.
It's a classic.
I can't believe they're going to find 4 better than that. Get
Number
this
4.
out.
Billy White Shoes Johnson.
The Funky Chicken.
Funky Chicken. That
Number
was a great
4 is
one.
the Funky Chicken.
No disrespect, but it's got to be relevant. This is a story for 2024, not 1974.
You know what? You can pound sand for saying that, bro.
Relevance, please.
Oh,
God. At least to 30% of the audience.
They don't know the Funky Chicken dance.
It was relevant. It was good. It was a good. Are you hot?
But Mike, I want to rip my tongue out of my mouth right now. That's how bad this is.
Things were relevant
What do you think? We
from
should try
baseball
7?
in the 40s,
No, I don't want
50s,
to try any
60s.
more, Brian. Don't do any more of these for me, please.
Should we try 9?
No. We should not try 9.
We got some more steak left.
You want us to try Brian? No, come on. Don't do that to me. Brian's
The ladies want to see you try 9, Brian. I've never seen
All right,
you
get a
turn
9
down
out.
a
Get a
request
9
from a
out.
lady.
I'll tell you what. The folks here are super nice. I would do it for the folks here.
Oh, man.
He's going for 9.
Let's go for 9.
Okay,
Holy cow,
number
that's what
3
she
is
said.
the Joe Horn
Cell
phone
phone.
call. That was hilarious. Number 2, we've got Chad Johnson. Now, Chad did a bunch of different ones, right?
He's on
He
fire.
proposed to the cheerleader. He did the Hall of Fame jacket. He's got a bunch of great ones. But number 1, the greatest celebration of all time is T.O. and the variety that he did. He had the popcorn with the Cowboys.
Sharpie.
The Sharpie with the Niners. He took the pom-poms. Yep, he went ahead and did the star thing, which he can go bleep himself for, but he did do that. He's done the Ray Lewis dance, mimicking them. So T.O. comes in at number 1, best celebrations
I don't
in
think
NFL
they
history.
did a nice job with this list, to be honest with you.
And this list came out like today.
Yeah.
I found this morning. This was a list that they did this based off of what Joe Burrow said. I was like, okay, fresh, hot off the press. I'm with you, though. Like, the
Maybe
Icky
these are the
Shuffle
top
and
10
Lambeau.
artists. Maybe the top 10 celebration artists. These guys were iconic in how they went in with creativity. But
Yeah.
if you want to talk about moments, individual celebrations, they missed it.
There you
Well,
go.
Chuck, do better next time.
Okay, I'll
finding
find a
list.
better list that you like more, but this was...
He's
Come
killing.
on, one more. Here we go. We got some more steak left.
At least you're dominating the hot sauce. We're going to get a report on number 9 here from Brian
The
real quick.
label
What you
is
got?
so
But the
cool.
label's
It's a damn
awful.
Reaper.
Yeah, it's Reaper.
I don't want to do that. I don't
Okay,
want to do that.
will Brian and Woolchuck
No.
still be standing and able to
No.
talk? We'll find out as Tim Cato of The Athletic joins us for a simple discussion. How much better are the Mavs now? That's coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's our number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going all the way until 7 o'clock tonight. And if you're just getting off, it's a great opportunity to join us right now. We're live at Moxie's. It's Restaurant Week, downtown Dallas. Just put Moxie's Dallas in the GPS, and you can join us. Free G-Bag Nation etched Stella Artois glasses. You know the amazing Stella Artois beer glass? It's a chalice. It looks medieval. It looks awesome. And you can have one for free if you just join us here at DFW Restaurant Week at Moxie's. Yes, the Stella hats as well.
Sweet hats.
Okay. And number 9, did you all right, Brian?
We're getting ready to do number 9 right now. We got Tim coming on, right?
Okay, yes.
You're going to carry this one for us. Matt Sands, I love you, Tim, but this will be a Gavin Dawson interview.
This is
number 9.
A hot sauce challenge that I think Wolchuk and Broadus are basically going shot for shot for.
Oh, my God. That was the word.
Tim Cato of the
That's
Athletic.
The word. That's rough.
Joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. And Tim, good afternoon. How the heck are you, buddy?
What's up, boys? Sorry
Tim.
Couldn't sneak out there, but it sounds like you guys are enjoying yourself plenty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a fantastic little spot down here, so we're happy to be hanging out and look forward to the next time we can hang out with you in person, Tim. But it's great to have you on the phone. And I know all Mavs fans are wondering right now, how much better are the Mavs than when the finals ended?
I think their ceiling is higher, and I think that there are good questions, curiosities that we're going to find out about this team in the regular season. I don't want to gloss over the loss of Derek Jones Jr. Makes the team different, but I think we saw very clearly in the finals, Dallas needed shooting, and they needed more depth, and it is impossible to look at this new look roster and not see that it's deeper, and it has shooters. It has one of the best shooters to ever, play this sport. And so, yeah, I think this team's ceiling is higher. I think there's a chance that, a good chance that this is all going to come together and work really well, and that this is going to be a improved version of a team that just went to the finals last year. And that's obviously a great spot for Dallas to be in.
Were they able to get better shooting without losing the defense that Derek Jones Jr. provided with all the moves together?
It's going to look different. I mean, the thing that I think we were all so impressed by Derek Jones Jr. and as the regular season went on, I didn't realize he was that good. I knew he was good. He's someone who I had on my all defense short list. So. Not a top 10 defender in the NBA, but I thought he had a legitimate case to be a top 20 guy, a top 10 wing defender, perimeter defender, and it's that's what you lose. You can only put so much, like you can. They have replaced him with good defenders, but they haven't replaced him with great defenders, and I do think that absence is going to be felt a little bit. I do think that. How the team closes games, which players are able to step up and, be the defenders for players like, let's say, Tyrese Maxey and Ja Morant. I think that's something that we need to see in the regular season, whether it's, Najee Marshall, whether it's Quentin Grimes, whether Kyrie is going to be able to, step up to that challenge throughout the regular season. Something that Jones, handled real capably, those type players last season. But, they have options. They absolutely have options and depth and ways to manage this. It's just a matter of how they go about doing it.
So, Tim, I want to ask you about Najee Marshall and how long he was possibly on the Mavericks' radar, because we were pretty impressed with the pivot of Derek Jones Jr. It seemed like he was ready to rock with Najee Marshall for Nico and company. What do you think Najee's bringing to the table for Maverick fans that aren't as familiar with his game, but how long maybe the Mavericks are kind of monitoring his situation?
Yeah, I mean, his nickname is the Knife, which is just one of the coolest nicknames, I think, in the entire NBA. Yeah, I heard early in the postseason. I remember, hearing before one of the Oklahoma City games, it was probably game 2, that he was somebody on their radar. I heard in that same breath Isaac Okoro as somebody else they were looking at. But Najee is probably the most competent offensive player of those three, and certainly a really solid defender of those three, being Najee, Jones, and Okoro. And there's Najee's coming off his best shooting season. He takes a slightly bigger volume. He's a confident guy who's going to take those shots when they come available. And yeah, he's the reason he's called the knife is, somebody's like, is he a Swiss Army knife? They're asking Willie Green, the Pelicans coach, and he's like, no, he's just a knife, But they used him in this way where he just solves problems for them. And when they needed somebody like that off the bench to go guard the best player on the team, to just muck things up in transition, to hit some shots, some open shots. That's what he's been able to provide throughout his career down in New Orleans. He's a young guy too, he's not old. And so, I think that Dallas fans are really going to like getting to know this player when he's on the court next season, because he's fun and he's productive. And I think it's a great fit for Dallas.
Hey, Tim, I was going to ask you, with the, they go out and they get Klay Thompson, and do you have a timeline of when he really became part of being on the Mavs' radar as a guy like, hey, listen, was this something that maybe knowing that he was going to be a free agent that they talked about during the year, or was this something after the season, after they went through the run, that they knew they had to go get a guy like that?
I put it this way. My impression is that, the playoffs made it very clear to the front office that this team needed to retool with more shooters. That right. What they had, and it really showed against Boston that, there was just not enough players who, could step up and hit those, open looks, semi-open looks, and sometimes even the open looks, especially above the break. When you're playing a team like Boston, one thing that they did throughout that series is they made sure not to allow those corner threes, the ones that the role players were most comfortable with. So when Klay comes on their radar, I don't think, I don't know how much he was on their radar just because he wasn't available for a while. Like Klay's intentions were very clearly to go back to Golden State. And as that process drug on, and my colleagues at The Athletic have done a lot of reporting about this, Sam Amick and Anthony Slater, he got to the point where he was telling the Warriors, like, here is my offer. Here's what, here's an offer coming from me that, was a discount offer, something for like $20 million a year for just a couple of years. And they were like, the Warriors told him, hey, we can't even negotiate with you right now because we're trying to get other stuff done. And that sense of, Klay feeling he wasn't wanted is what finally made him, open and available to go explore the market. And that's when, as soon as Dallas realized that, of course they were interested, because, it kind of accomplished that number one thing on their checklist that they wanted to improve this summer. So, I can't tell you for sure, whether this was something that, I'm sure it's something they were monitoring for quite a while. It's been known for quite a while that this situation could have gone this way for Klay and Golden State. But I think, the first thing that had to happen was Klay had to really become resigned to the fact that he wasn't going back to Golden State. And from there, it was a pretty clean, clear path for Dallas to convince him. And I think Klay has, there's been reporting as well that this was his preferred option once he made that decision, that realization that Golden State, that he wasn't going to go back there.
Tim Cato in The Athletic. It is difficult, I guess, to digest from the outside looking in after so many times where the player picks the Lakers that he in particular would pick Mavs over Lakers. Did that surprise you at all?
I think that, one thing, and this was also from an Athletic article from Tim Kamikawi, but, our guy, one of our guys up in the Bay Area, he wrote about how Klay just didn't enjoy his last season with the Warriors, and one of the things was, the scrutiny of his bad games, and the comparisons to the player he once was, and that he no longer is. And that's something inevitable when you're Klay Thompson and you're playing for that team where, he was a tier one superstar. And what I think is a huge credit to Dallas is that they have built up this environment, this atmosphere, this organizational culture that players feel great about coming here, and they understand. Like, just look at Kyrie Irving, who, his reputation around the league, his image is completely different than it was when he arrived here. And Kyrie was somebody who talked to Klay, throughout this process. And so I think it's a huge credit. Obviously that isn't, every free agent is going to have different goals and different things that they're coming into their, into a negotiation or a decision to choose a team. But Dallas has built up something that's very different and I think was very appealing to Klay Thompson. And that's absolutely a testament. It's not what the organization was before Jason Kidd and Nico Harrison joined a few years ago. It's something very new and very impressive about this, about these Dallas Mavericks, that they are fundamentally a bit different than the organization that we have been accustomed to watching kind of over the past couple decades.
Talking with our guy Tim Cato of The Athletic here in the G-Bag Nation. So when it comes to the remainder of the offseason now, is there still a move left for the Mavericks to make? We've kind of heard maybe a reunion with Dennis Smith Jr. Is that a possibility?
I don't know how much minutes would realistically be available for a guard like him. Or Spencer Dinwiddie is another name that's been thrown around. I think, Dallas has a roster spot, and certainly they have a lot of ideas about how they may use it. Maybe it's a situation that, there's not a lot of urgency with it, but so it may be some time, or it could be quicker, but it's not something that, necessarily has to happen this second. Certainly I know Dallas is, considering a lot of options and a lot of players who are still on the open market are, kind of considering how they would fit here. I think if they get a backup guard, there's absolutely value to that. It's just a question of, if it's a backup guard, there's about, 5 or 6 players who are about, 6'5" or under. It's kind of more of an emergency role for, when Luka and or Kyrie miss time in the regular season. That would be a really valuable thing for Dallas to have. I just don't know how appealing of a pitch that is to a player like Dennis Smith Jr., who should be a rotation player. And so if they can promise him a bit more of a role, it doesn't seem, and certainly when we're talking about those Ja Morants and those, Tyrese Maxey's, Dennis Smith is a great defender. Maybe there is more of a role just because they need a guard defender. But yeah, as I see the roster right now, I think that, a lot of what Dallas is doing is just pitching people on, okay, this is the role you're actually going to play. And then free agents have to kind of decide, okay, are they willing to accept that? Do they bet on themselves to carve out something that, may be a little bit bigger than perhaps what's pitched to them right now?
All right, Tim, here's my question. It's probably going to have you scratching your head. When we watch Summer League basketball, is there any of these D&Ps during the season that you're keeping an eye on of like, okay, I'm going to see where this guy is at going into camp? Is there anybody kind of got your eye on that you're looking at that maybe can make that jump that they probably need?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's Omax Prosper for me. Olivier Maxence Prosper is the guy who, really played well in the G League. Really impressed me. He was taking, a good number of threes at like about a 40% clip. He is a tall wing. He's 6'8". He's a big dude, and that is so valuable in the NBA. And he is not the same player as Maxey. But they're, in terms of size and what position they play, there's a little bit of overlap there. And, I think Maxey, despite, I know the Mavs fan base is a bit down on him. I get it. He's 32. He's aging, declining a bit. I do think he has a role to play on this team next season. But it's very clear that, Dallas has to be thinking about, a replacement plan, somebody who's going to step in at some point, maybe as soon as this season, but certainly in the ones to come. That's going to be a player who can kind of do what Maxey does, because I think he's been really valuable to the team. And if Omax can show that, if he can carve out a rotation role, I'm just very, very intrigued with how that goes. And I do think it's possible that, he at least is a sometimes rotation player for this team next season. Very curious to see how he plays at Summer League.
It's Tim Cato in the Athletic. As far as, long term, what's their next opportunity to get better? Is that the deadline, and what kind of assets do they now hold after the moves that they made?
Yeah, they have, going off the top of my head, I believe they have, 2 first-round picks. They didn't give up any first-round picks to make any of these moves, which I thought was, really good work by the front office. And then they have, the players that are on the roster. And, I think that, the biggest path to improvement is what Dallas has already done this summer. And I think that, it's going to come in the regular season to see how this gels. But, we've also seen that Nico Harrison in this front office is very bold, that they are not scared to make changes. So if there is, some opportunity to go get a, like a big scoring, wing, 3-and-D wing, that's probably, the big target Dallas would be looking for. And I wouldn't rule it out. I think this team at this point, this front office, they want to see how this team looks on the court. And they might feel confident that, any move they would consider at the deadline is just something around the edges. But, if there's one target that makes sense, it's that kind of archetype of a player, that style of player. And they've still got a little bit left that they could go try to make a swing if just the right opportunity presents itself.
One of the top GMs are starting to get recognized with this. What are folks saying around what Nico's been able to do the last, 24 months or so?
I think people are really impressed with him. I think that you can't look at this team and see how they've, rebounded so quickly from the loss of Jalen Brunson, which, we don't need to go back and relitigate that, but it was a big loss. It's tough to lose a player like that for nothing in return. And, they had to, act quickly and decisively and take some risks to, kind of rebuild this roster. And, it's a young roster too, outside of Kyrie Irving, all these players are like 27 or 26 or younger. Luka obviously is still 25. And so, I think that he has absolutely, obviously earned a contract extension during the run to the finals. And, I think there's a lot of people really impressed with the work he was able to do, rebuilding this team, especially, and it took some luck, like the season, and the draft pick that got them Derek Lively, but that's always going to be the case in the NBA. Certainly Nico Harrison deserves, a lot of credit and laurels for everything that he's been able to do over the past, 12-plus months.
You're the man, Tim. Is there anything else about this basketball team to tell us about before we let you go?
I think that's about it. I think they're in a good place, man. So, I'm excited to watch them next season.
Enjoy your summer, sir. Oh, Brian.
Hey, Tim, real quick, is the coaching staff going to stay intact?
I think that's still an open question. That is a good question.
Okay, sorry about that. I got it to you late. My bad.
Oh, no. You're fine. It's a very good question. But I think that, we're still in a situation where there's some, you got to get the actual roster moves out of the way. And now,
gotcha.
Now teams are looking a little bit more seriously at all the assistant coaches and the carousel that could happen.
Our guy, Tim Cato, thank you so much, sir. Have a great summer. We'll chat with you soon.
Absolutely. You guys too.
If anything happens with the Mavs, Tim's going to write about it, and he's going to have some great insights. And he's been so generous with his time joining us here in the G-Back Nation. We salute him. Okay, it's time to hit the expressway. What we learned from CY in light of today's report about the Rangers' plans for the trade deadline. Everything else that's been developing throughout your broadcast day is coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Diamonds Direct with you, though. Are you ready to make this summer one to remember? It is that time again. Diamonds Direct annual